The man unexpectedly travels back to 1900 and activates an unlimited troop production system, starting with 8 super dreadnoughts. Meanwhile, Kyoto Bay, the absolute core of Japan and the imperial jewel of Yokosuka Port, remained prosperous. In the early morning mist, fisherman Xiao Xiao Samlang and his son Xiao Xiao Lu were rowing and fishing. The boy gazed at the distant port of Palembang and said, "Father, if we join the Allied fleet, we can go fight the Xia Kingdom. I've heard that there's gold everywhere there." Before the words were even finished, in the distance on the horizon, a massive, dark steel warship loomed like a mountain across the sea. On the bridge, Qin Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Kyoto Bay," Qin Tian said softly, "horse trampling cherry blossoms starting today." Adjutant Zhang, standing beside him, puffed out his chest and roared, "Commander, we are ready to fire at any time." Qin Tian's face was cold as he gave the order, word by word. "Execute Operation Horse, trampling cherry blossoms. All ships are free to fire. From this moment on, Kyoto Bay will be utterly annihilated." 8 super dreadnoughts sounded their horns simultaneously, their main guns slowly rotating, muzzles aimed at Yokosuka Harbor. The ammunition magazines were automatically loaded, and massive 381mm shells were pushed into the breach. Targets: Yokosuka Port, fortifications, naval base, shipyard, naval academy, and everything else. The Queen Elizabeth-class destroyers fire first. The 381mm main gun roared, flames shot into the sky, and a deafening explosion shook the heavens. A heavy shell struck with pinpoint accuracy, instantly vaporizing 2 fishing boats and sending towering waves dozens of meters high into the air. The small boat under the bridge was capsized by the shockwave, and the father and son were engulfed in flames before they could even cry for help. Immediately afterward, all 7 super dreadnoughts fired simultaneously. Shells rained down, covering the entire sea. Fire, smoke, and explosions mingled together, turning Kyoto Bay into a living hell in an instant. Further down this area, everyone was a familiar face, and a long-time one at that. It must be said, however, that they were incredibly hard-working and conscientious, remaining completely silent even in such an environment. These mosquito-like cannons are really annoying. Let the Bavaria-class destroyers take them out. Compared to sending fragile ships like the Queen Elizabeth-class to take the hits, Qin Tian preferred to let the tough German-made warships withstand the coastal defense fire. After saying that, Qin Tian picked up his binoculars and looked for a while before finally finding those few inconspicuous little points of light. The fort was indeed well hidden. It would have been difficult to spot them if they hadn't opened fire. "Lieutenant Zhang, how far is the small gun emplacement? Is it within reach?" Qin Tian silently put away his binoculars and handed them to Lieutenant Zhang behind him. A short while later, Lieutenant Zhang reported truthfully, "Commander, it's possible. Not only the Bavaria class, but also the Queen Elizabeth class main guns can reach it. Shipborne rangefinders show that the enemy turrets are completely within effective range." Qin Tian's fleet was led by 4 Bavaria class destroyers, with Queen class destroyers responsible for the rear and flanks, forming a formation that could both attack and defend. Their large caliber main guns are more than capable of taking out those turrets from the rear. Long range, that's what it's all about. All right, let the Queen-class destroyers take it out from a distance. "Commander, if we have the detailed coordinates, a single volley should be enough to hit the target," Lieutenant Zhang suggested, walking up to Qin Tian. He casually opened a coordinate map of Yokosuka Port provided by the system, pointed to the location of the fort marked with a red dot, and said, "The Queen Elizabeth-class's large-caliber main guns can easily tear apart the turrets above. High explosive shells will suffice. Save the secondary gun ammunition for clearing the harbor. In that respect, they are far more effective than the main guns." Qin Tian remembers that the 4 Queen-class ships' secondary guns are equipped with 2 basic loads of incendiary shells. Is that right? Qin Tian said casually, as if he were talking about some trivial matter. These incendiary bombs were discovered by Qin Tian when he was inventorying ammunition after his transmigration. The system really knows him well, having even prepared for this. It would be a shame not to use them, given the system's kindness. "Yes, Commander." Lieutenant Jean
smiled as well. He already knew what Qin Tian was going to do. Remember to film it. This is precious historical footage, Qin Tian said seriously. At that moment, inside Battery Number 1 in Yokosuka Port, squad leader Nojo Jiro stared intently at the shell as it landed in the distance from the enemy's ship. He said urgently, "Haruta-kun, please make a little more adjustments." However, the water column generated by the impact was still far from the enemy's ship. The smoke was too thick, and the distance between the two sides was too great. At such a range, even the Empire's most elite gunners would find it difficult to achieve accurate hits. Hitting a moving warship from a fixed emplacement is no easy task. Behind Nojo Jiro, next to a menacing 280mm coastal defense gun, dozens of soldiers were preparing for the final loading. Then, a 217-kilogram shell was hoisted into the cannon barrel using hydraulic machinery. The rise and fall of the Empire hinges on this. At this moment, based on the data transmitted by the observer, Springfield adjusted the muzzle elevation again. Fortunately, the waters near Yokosuka Port had already been divided into several large coordinate areas, so now all that was needed was to adjust the firing parameters again. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Queen-class battleships began unleashing a barrage of fire on the fortress. Large-caliber shells whistled through the sky, crashing heavily into the gun emplacement with a deathly roar. The continuous bursts of fire resembled blooming flowers, constantly unfolding on the emplacement. Immediately afterwards, a high-explosive shell blasted open the gun emplacement where Nojo Jiro was located. The surrounding concrete fortifications were torn apart like paper, and a shockwave from the explosion engulfed all those exposed inside. Without a doubt, this 280mm coastal defense gun emplacement is completely unusable. The entire battery is in pieces, and billowing black smoke rises up, turning the white clouds directly above into a gray-black hue. Subsequently, this gun emplacement became the fleet's reference point, and the naval gunfire continued to extend towards the hilltop until Battery Number 1 was completely destroyed. Battery Number 2 also met the same fate of annihilation. Under the salvo of multiple 381mm naval guns, the enemy's proud coastal defense system was torn apart, and the entire Yokosuka Port was completely exposed to Qin Tian's view. As for the remaining Number 3 and Number 4 turrets, they're for guarding the coastline. As long as the fleet doesn't launch a close-quarters attack, there's no need to worry about them too much. Let the secondary guns take care of them one by one. Don't forget to give our old acquaintances a big gift. On the bridge, Qin Tian looked at the results of the battle with great satisfaction. Yokosuka Port was full of important targets. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the cradles of an enemy navy. This place not only houses naval bases and shipyards, but also naval academies and the Ministry of the Navy building. Destroying this place will be a painful blow to enemy nations for decades to come. There seemed to be a famous naval academy nearby, but it was too far away, so Qin Tian decided to blow up the target here first. On the flagship, the 12 single-mounted 152mm secondary guns, after being loaded with incendiary shells, opened fire first. Immediately following, all the super dreadnoughts opened fire simultaneously, the thunderous roar shaking the heavens and the earth. A deluge of shells, accompanied by a furious roar, rained down on the bustling port area, reducing everything within a 50-meter radius of the blast point to ashes. The massive explosion and raging flames quickly spread throughout the port area, engulfing everything in sight. The fire was devastating, and within minutes, the entire port was engulfed in flames. Flames reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, accompanied by gusts of sea wind, rapidly spread inland, threatening to reduce the area to utter ruins. The enemy nation, along with their prized port structures, appeared exceptionally vulnerable under the bombardment. Endless black smoke blanketed the sky, and the fire raged fiercely, spreading all the way to the residential area. Thanks to the enemy country's numerous wooden buildings, the fire spread rapidly out of control. In addition, the fleet's large-caliber main guns continued to fire at key targets. By chance, a stray bullet struck the still-burning Ekizan. The 380mm modern shells penetrated the main armor belt of the old-fashioned warship, revealing its vulnerability to the giant guns and almost killing it instantly. Boom! The entire warship suddenly erupted with an astonishing twisting sound. The hull abruptly lifted upwards, and a dazzling flame engulfed the warship in an instant. A deafening roar erupted, sending a mushroom cloud dozens of meters high into the air, conspicuous even amidst the raging flames of the harbor. The violent explosion and shockwave swept away everything within a radius of several hundred meters, leaving no sailor alive on board. The Matsushima, standing nearby, could only watch helplessly as its companion disintegrated in flames. Because the two ships were not far apart, the Ekizen's secondary explosion provided a catastrophic boost, directly impacting the former flagship of the combined fleet. The side of the ship closest to the Ekizen was torn open by the explosion, and the flying wreckage was propelled by the shockwave through several compartments. Dozens of sailors on deck fell instantly. Immediately, seawater rushed in, and the already heavily damaged Matsushima began to list to one side. It seems our gift was quite impressive. It stunned everyone. Qin Tian, observing this scene from a distance on the bridge, nodded. He had heard that they were very polite, but he hadn't expected it to be true. Lieutenant Zhang said, "Yes, Commander, our gifts touched them deeply. However, I think that as guests, we should give the Japanese people here a few more gifts. Let's just use up most of the shells. We must take into account the feelings of every Japanese soldier and leave a basic number at the end," Qin Tian said. Meanwhile, the Japanese Naval Academy also received special attention. Dozens of shells hit this cradle of the Navy, including many 381mm shells, leveling it to the ground. However, given the current situation, calling it a naval graveyard seems more appropriate. Shells powerful enough to shatter the world have blown apart the wooden school buildings and teaching structures. Many naval personnel perished on the spot before they could evacuate, including some criminals who never even had a chance to step onto the historical stage. Just as the fleet opened fire, the 12th Regiment of the 4th Division of the Japanese Army rushed to the port from the rear. After receiving orders, they assembled briefly and then immediately set off. At that time, automobiles were not yet widely available to the army, so they could only walk or use pack animals. Just ahead of them, several artillery shells landed. Almost instantly, the area in front of them was engulfed in flames. The raging fire blocked their path and forced the 12th Regiment's vanguard to a halt. The soldiers hesitated. None were willing to cross the sea of fire. They had considered going around it, but no one wanted to. The booming cannons continued to create a beautiful symphony. Shells, whistling with the death knell, crashed everywhere, turning the harbor into a sea of fire. It was like hell. "Damn it, what's going on here?" Regimental Commander Yamanaka Noji yelled at the soldiers beside him. The regiment was stuck here, the extremely high temperature of the flames holding back the Empire's warriors. Yamanaka Noji breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly rejoiced that he wouldn't have to continue advancing to his death. That's not a mission. It's practically sending them to their deaths. "Commander, the fire is too big. We could take the old route. We should be able to get around it from there." At this moment, someone spoke up, pointing to the vast sea of fire in front of them. No one wanted to experience that kind of blazing inferno, because even from this distance, it was enough to make one break out in a sweat. Yamanaka Noji glanced at him, convinced he was a foolish subordinate, and deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "Tanoken, the old road has been burned down, didn't you see?" After saying that, he deliberately pointed in a random direction and exaggeratedly said, "The fire over there is this big. The warriors of the regiment have done their best. They can't go any further." The implication was quite clear. If he still couldn't handle this, it only meant he was incredibly stupid. But the subordinate clearly hadn't grasped it yet. "Sir, the old road is over there." Faced with this utterly foolish subordinate, Yamanaka Noji flew into a rage. "You bastard, how could you not see such a huge fire? You have no conscience." He felt that wasn't enough, so he turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted, "Elite soldiers of the Empire, tell me, isn't the old road already covered by fire?" The regimental commander is right, the old road has been burned down. Our regimental warriors tried to bypass the fire, but it took a lot of time, and by the time we arrived, the enemy had already retreated. "Yash, that's it." The 12th Regiment bravely carried out its mission. The soldiers behind him were overjoyed to hear this. They didn't have to go and die. They all chimed in with their agreement. Rather than perish in the crossfire along with the port, they prefer to save their own lives. Don't ask. The answer is they were the 4th Division. The 4th Division, one of the elite guards of Japan, and also the famous merchant division in later generations, possessed formidable combat power, yet was extremely rational. They're the best at business. After all, they once went back to Japan and immediately started selling war souvenirs in front of the U.S. military barracks. The port is finished. The jewel of the Empire is in ruins. We must take revenge, Yamanaka Noji continued, a sorrowful look on his face. It was the inaction of the Navy idiots that allowed the Europeans to enter the port. The warriors of the army are already giving their lives for the locusts, but the Navy idiots are nowhere to be seen. They must have deserted their posts. "Lord Shio, you're right after all." A soldier beside him gave a thumbs up, and the soldiers behind him echoed in agreement. The warriors of the army are the most invincible. The time has come for us to serve the Empire. So, warriors of the Empire, let's charge. Long live His Majesty, the Heavenly Locust, Yamanaka Noji exclaimed with fervor. With a whoosh, he drew his command sword and took the lead, running in the opposite direction. "Bonsai! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empire! Kill them. The Empire's elite soldiers all looked solemn. They grabbed their weapons and charged after their regimental commander. If they hadn't gone in the wrong direction, one might have thought they were going to fight Qin Tian to the death. In the blink of an eye, the 12th Regiment had vanished. The subordinate who had suggested going around them earlier, after realizing what was happening, also ran off. After all, this wasn't something they'd done for the first time. Chapter 4. The Empire is finished, and the fixed port of Yokosuka is in dire straits. Countless incendiary bombs were dropped, and fires spread rapidly with the sea breeze, almost engulfing the entire port. Modern factories and shipyards were reduced to ashes in the flames. This modern port, which embodied countless efforts of the Japanese, was burned to ruins, and the achievements accumulated since the beginning of the Sandwich Movement were completely destroyed by this fire. This was an epic-making change, even more serious than the Black Ships incident of that year. Not long after, Lieutenant Zhang received reports from the various ships and hurriedly came to Qin Tian. Commander, we are running low on ammunition, and we have used up all our incendiary shells. Although these shells can be replenished by the system, the problem is that the supplies must first be retrieved from a sufficiently spacious area that cannot be simply delivered into the warship's turret. In other words, Qin Tian still has to personally act as a logistics worker. He frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, "Where in Japan are the arsenals capable of producing large-caliber artillery shells?" Zhang's adjutant immediately replied, "There are artillery factories in the Saga domain area. With some modifications, the machines there might be able to produce 381mm shells." Qin Tian asked again, "How far is the nearest place from us?" "About half a day." Hearing this, the light in Qin Tian's eyes immediately dimmed. "Forget it. Distant water can't solve an immediate problem. It's too late. Judging by the time, the combined fleet should already be on its way. Let the soldiers rest first. There's still a tough battle ahead." He really wanted to land directly at Yokosuka Port and then fight his way through the entire Japanese mainland, but time simply didn't allow it. According to the original course of history, the Allied fleet anchored at Daiguku would soon launch an attack on the Great Xiao homeland. They would fight their way to the capital, burning, killing, and looting, and finally burn down the Garden of 10,000 Gardens. Those cultural relics and wealth would be looted, and countless people would suffer as a result. Qin Tian absolutely did not want to see this happen, so he quickly made a decision. First, go to the outer sea to destroy 2 more battle cruisers, and then head straight for the Allied fleet in the inner sea. Under normal circumstances, the Allied forces would launch a strong attack on the Daegu fort in the early hours of the 17th, which would still be within time. However, this butterfly effect has already begun, and no one knows how far history will veer. The Allied forces might launch the attack ahead of schedule. As for the Japanese combined fleet, he'd deal with these clowns slowly once he had the time. Qin Tian then ordered Lieutenant Zhang, "Order the fleet to withdraw from Kyoto Bay. We'll go to the inland sea. There's still a few big fish waiting for us there." And so, the 8 super dreadnoughts, capable of annihilating everything, slowly retreated from Kyoto Bay after unleashing their final barrage of shells. Under the gray sky, giant waves crashed against the steel hulls, and the massive cannons on the decks still emitted lingering smoke, as if still telling a story of masculine romance. In this age of battleships, only massive warships with cannons can conquer the seas and deliver true truth to the world. Now, they have preliminarily completed their mission, bringing the truth to Japan. As for those old acquaintances in Yokosuka Port, they were all dealt with clearly. 2.5 hours later, news of the destruction of Yokosuka Port reached the Imperial Palace. More accurately, the confirmation telegram finally reached the High Command. The British ambassador to Japan, Sir David Sod, and the Prussian ambassador immediately denied that their respective fleets had launched an attack. After all, their main warships were in the Bohai Sea, and there was no need for them to attack Japan. However, sailors who escaped from the port said that the 8 giant ships that stormed the port were flying the Union Jack and the Royal Eagle. Based on the shell craters at the scene, it was determined that the enemy's main guns were likely 15 inches in caliber, and their tonnage was several times greater than that of the Royal Navy's new capital ships. This news shocked the top brass in Japan. 15 inches? That's 381 millimeters? Keep in mind, the main guns of the British Sovereign-class battleships were only 13.5 inches. Even the world's most powerful navy, the Royal Navy, didn't have such massive guns. How could 8 supergiant ships suddenly appear in the Far East? Army Minister Katsura Turo immediately stepped forward and coldly rebuked, "Your Majesty, the Navy must bear full responsibility for this attack. Such a massive enemy fleet operation, and the Navy had absolutely no prior intelligence. 70% of the Empire's military budget goes to them. Are they just raising a bunch of useless swimmers?" The rivalry between the Japanese Army and Navy is a long-standing tradition, and now that the Navy has encountered such a major incident, the Army naturally won't let this opportunity pass. Soon, several more Army ministers followed suit and spoke up. Your Majesty, the Navy is no longer the imperial warrior it once was. Since the Navy is incompetent, then military spending should be cut. The Navy can build warships, and so can the Army. The military funds saved from across the country are being used to support a bunch of cowards. This is a disgrace to the Empire. He immediately retorted, Fine, the Navy is incompetent, but doesn't the 4th Division of the Army bear any responsibility? The Navy's coastal defense artillery units are still fighting bravely. But where are the Army's warriors? Are they on their way to escape? At this point, Yamamoto Hayakon's tone became even more serious. Your Majesty, the 4th Division, hailed as the Empire's elite force, has had dozens of men break their legs because they fled too quickly. Compared to the coastal artillery unit's complete loyalty, this is the true disgrace to the Empire. Upon hearing this, the Army soldiers turned pale, unable to find a rebuttal. In just 2.5 hours, the general intelligence regarding the attack on Yokosuka Port had been gathered. Yamamoto Hayagoro's ability to seize upon the 4th Division's disgraceful actions to launch a counterattack was enough to show that he was not unprepared. After criticizing the Army, he turned back to the Emperor and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to find a real culprit who attacked the Empire. I suggest that we confirm with Great Britain and Prussia again, and at the same time request international intervention, so that the culprit can be found. He paused slightly at this point, then added, The combined fleet is already on its way to Kyoto, and should be able to ensure Kyoto's safety. But even as he said this, he himself wasn't very confident. Qin Tian's fleet surprise attack has touched a nerve with the Japanese high command. Japan is merely an island nation, lacking vast colonies and a massive, invincible fleet of Britain. Its only real strength lies in its combined fleet. But can the combined fleet truly withstand 8 unknown capital ships? The enemy is currently lurking in the shadows, while they are in the open, before the new capital ships enter service. If that mysterious fleet were to attack the Empire's long coastline again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 5, The System Mission, the next moment. I don't want to know what good deeds the Empire's warriors have done. Emperor Sandwich rebuked expressionlessly, though his anger was barely contained. The attack on Yokosuka Port had made this already sensitive emperor even more irritable. He coldly questioned, I only want to know, are those fleet members Europeans or Russians? Where did they come from, and where did they resupply? Why didn't the Imperial intelligence system detect anything unusual? Did they really appear out of thin air? A deathly silence fell over the hall. The ministers bowed their heads, none daring to provoke them at this moment. After a long while, Yamamoto Hayagoro finally bowed and said, Your Majesty, according to current intelligence, the enemy ships are likely equipped with 15-inch main guns. This far exceeds the current capabilities of other nations. Today, most major naval powers still have main guns around 13 inches. Even the Royal Navy's most advanced Sovereign-class destroyers only have 13.5-inch guns. In an era before the concept of dreadnoughts had even officially emerged, 15-inch guns seemed like monsters. Emperor Sandwich was even angrier after hearing this. Not Europe? Then tell me, where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky? The destruction of Yokosuka Port would sooner or later become an international laughingstock. But the Imperial High Command still didn't even know who the culprit was. This was a disgrace. He slammed his hand on the armrest and roared, I don't care what methods you use. I just want to know who the murderer is. Who is it? The ministers all bowed their heads in unison, no one daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was heading towards the Allied fleet's waters. He was unaware of the immense shock his peaceful visit to Japan had caused the world. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first lesson in this world, horse trampling cherry blossoms, successfully activating the system taskbar. A system task is now issued with no time limit and unknown rewards. Mission 1. The burning Allied forces. Clean up the mess the Allied forces of the great powers are about to set foot on the land of the Celestial Empire. Please stop them before they attack, completely annihilate the Dagoku Allied fleet, and severely damage the European forces. Mission 2. Rise of the Empire. Reclaim Northport. Northport is a strategic island that cannot be lost. Please try your best to reclaim it and bring it back to the glory of the Celestial Empire. Mission 3. The Empire's Wrath. Sink the Far East Fleet. The British Far East Fleet is a crucial foothold for monitoring the Far East. Please dismantle it and force British forces to withdraw from the Far East. On the bridge, Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the mission interface. The first mission perfectly aligned with his current goal. They were already heading to Dagoku, where powerful warships were docked. It was practically a reward delivered right to their doorstep by the system. As for the second task, retaking Beiyang, Qin Tian was equally confident. Beiyang was currently occupied by Japan, while he had 100,000 troops equipped with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles that were half a century ahead of their time, making it a complete annihilation of the Japanese soldiers. The third task is not difficult either. Currently, the strongest part of the British Far East Fleet consists of only a few pre-dreadnought battleships of just over 10,000 tons. In this era, they might be able to dominate the Far East, but they are simply no match for Qin Tian's fleet. Qin Tian quickly sorted out his thoughts. To unify the world, he had to start from his own backyard. First, he had to clear away the trash blocking his way, then tidy up his own yard, and only then could he deal with the rest of the world. With that in mind, he waved his hand and declared, "Let's wipe out the Allied fleet first." The order was given, and the entire fleet sped off at full speed. The massive steel behemoths spewed black smoke, their giant cannons pointing into the distance, as if ready to unleash a devastating judgment upon the enemy at any moment. Meanwhile, telegrams were being sent to the desks of high-ranking officials in various countries via intercontinental communication networks. Yokosuka Port in Japan was attacked by an unknown force, and the entire port was destroyed by fire. The first to react were Britain and Prussia, because the mysterious fleet was flying their flags. British First Lord of the Admiralty, Fisher, immediately denied it. This could absolutely not be the work of the British. The United Kingdom remains the world's leading maritime power and has no reason to attack a future ally. After all, in the Far East, Tsarist Russia's continuous expansion has already encroached on British interests, and Japan can be used to contain Tsarist Russia. The members of the lower house, however, were more concerned about whether this would affect the Allied forces' special operations in Dacia. Some even suspected that this was a scheme orchestrated by Japan itself, solely to gain a larger share of the spoils in subsequent operations. Their reasoning was simple. The world's most advanced shipbuilding technology and strongest fleets were all in Europe. It was simply impossible for the Far East to build such massive ships. Of course, they couldn't imagine that all of this was devoid of industrial logic, because Qin Tian possessed a system. The reactions from other countries were similar. Prussia indicated that it would continue its operations as before. Tsarist Russia remained skeptical. The United States maintained its neutrality, and Japan, in order to save face, did not make a big fuss. Thus, this farce, which could have shaken the world, was temporarily suppressed. One day later, on the outskirts of the Yellow Sea, the Royal Navy's pre-dreadnought HMS Goliath, a star-rated ship of the Far East Fleet, was sailing on the sea, trailing a faint plume of smoke. This warship, with a full-load displacement of 14,000 tons and twin 305mm main guns, was a symbol of the Royal Navy's influence in the Far East. Captain Han stood outside the open bridge, admiring the blue sea before them with First Officer John. Han said casually, "We could have strolled around as gracefully as if it were our own backyard, but unfortunately, something happened with those small allies, forcing us to be cautious." John chuckled. "Captain, this is just a minor problem. The Royal Navy is too strong. No fleet in the world can challenge us." In their eyes, the mysterious fleet that attacked Japan was nothing more than rats lurking in the shadows. Once they encountered the British Empire, the imperial cannons would teach them a lesson. Hans nodded, but the sea breeze was unusually biting today, making him inexplicably uneasy. It felt as if a terrifying sea beast was lurking in the dark depths of the ocean, silently watching them. Chapter 6. Oh my God, the Royal Navy is sinking. At this moment, atop the watchtower of this warship, Sailor Hunter was listlessly observing the sea through his binoculars. All around him was azure water, nothing but waves and more waves. This job was maddeningly monotonous. Hunter couldn't help but mutter a complaint. "Damn it, I hate this boring job. My God, that son of a bitch Carter abandoned his brave and righteous comrade." Carter was his companion, and the two were frequent visitors to the watchtower. After all, in this era without radar, the watchtower was the eyes of the warship, and usually two people were assigned to guard it to avoid missing any situations. But now Hunter was all alone, and he was not only bored but also clearly overwhelmed. After a while, Hunter's eyes started to ache, and he was just about to take a break. But just then, two ship silhouettes suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. The two ships, trailing wisps of gray smoke, stood out starkly against the vast expanse of sea. At this moment, only the Goliath was patrolling this area. Hunter froze, rubbing his eyes. "Hey, what's that? Oh my God, it's a warship." His years of experience serving in the Royal Navy told him that it was definitely not an ordinary merchant ship. The tall mast, the black smoke billowing into the sky, and the vaguely visible outline of the hull all indicated that it was a naval warship. Meanwhile, in the waters on the other side of the Goliath, two Admiral-class battlecruisers dispatched by Qin Tian were rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. These two battlecruisers were the famous Hood class. With a full load displacement of 46,000 tons, they were armed with four twin 381mm main guns, 12 5.5-inch secondary guns, and a large number of anti-aircraft guns, making them almost fully armed. What's even more terrifying is that they were not only fiercely armed, but also extremely fast. The massive boilers and steam turbines provided the ships with tremendous power, enabling them to speed at 31 knots. These two 40,000-ton class battlecruisers belonged to Qin Tian's fast mobility fleet and served as the vanguard of the main fleet, specifically responsible for reconnaissance and clearing out Allied ships. At this moment, the covers on the two twin 381mm main guns on their foredeck had been lifted, their dark muzzles pointing forward, silently waiting for their prey to approach. And the Goliath was that prey. But for Hunter, the distance was too great. He couldn't see the other side's subtle movements, let alone its specific flags. All he could tell was that the other ship was moving very fast. Was it one of their own? Or an Allied vessel? The outline looked unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Hunter wasn't sure, but out of the instincts of an elite sailor, he immediately reported, "Attention, two warships are rapidly approaching our starboard side. Their nationality and identity are unknown." The news quickly reached First Officer John's ears. However, John didn't immediately alert the captain. Instead, he went to the starboard deck himself to investigate. In his view, this area was close to international waters, frequently traversed by warships of major powers. Given the distance, it was normal for a new, careless sailor to misjudge the situation. Two indistinguishable warships are enough to alarm the captain? That's ridiculous. John coldly ordered, "Use flags and signal lights to identify their formation. If it's another misunderstanding, these idiots can expect a good beating. I'll punish them severely." In this era, naval radio communication was still in its infancy, and long-distance communication mainly relied on flag signals and signal lights. Each country's naval signals were different, and if the other party could respond correctly, their identity could be roughly confirmed. Before long, Hunter finally made out the flag fluttering in the distance. It was the Union Jack. Great Britain, the valiant Royal Navy. Hunter breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know the specific model of the ship, but judging from its silhouette, it looked very similar to a Royal Navy warship. After all, accurately judging tonnage and volume with the naked eye from a sea-level perspective is not easy. Moreover, these warships originated from the Royal Navy's design style, and their hull outlines do indeed share similarities. Thus, Hunt naturally misjudged the situation. Such misunderstandings, mistaking enemy ships for friendly forces, are not uncommon in naval warfare. Historically, even the supposedly elite Royal Navy has made similar blunders. It was precisely because of this misjudgment that HMS Goliath found itself completely on the defensive. Of course, even if they discovered the truth immediately, it wouldn't change much. No matter how powerful the old star was, it was still just a pre-dreadnought, utterly vulnerable against a battlecruiser. Soon, a sailor jogged up to John and reported. "Report, the other side has responded. It is undoubtedly one of our ships. As a battlecruiser and elite sailor produced by the system, it is perfectly reasonable for them to be familiar with the signals of the original timeline of the United Kingdom." At the same time, the confirmation message from the watchtower was also delivered to the deck. The opposing force was flying the British flag, so they were friendly. John scoffed, "These damn rookies, I'll give them a good kick in the ass." The signal lights and watchtower confirmed they were on their side. So in John's eyes, this was just another instance of the sailors making a fuss. Despite this, a question lingered in his mind. Apart from the HMS Goliath, the other warships of the Far East Fleet were mostly stationed in port. The Royal Navy hadn't given prior notice that the home fleet would be sending two warships. So, where did these two suddenly appearing British-speaking ships come from? Could they have traveled from another world? What worried John even more was that they were moving incredibly fast. As a veteran naval officer, he keenly sensed something was amiss. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind. Japan, a mysterious fleet, the Union Jack. Could it be? John's expression changed drastically. He immediately picked up his binoculars again, praying incessantly. "God help me, things shouldn't be this bad. There's still time. The great Royal Navy is invincible." But this was delayed. Just as he finally realized what was happening and was preparing to take action, precious time had already slipped away. Chapter 7. The Goliath is doomed. By this time, the two hoods had closed the distance, and the massive hulls were clearly visible from the decks, even without the watchtowers. The hood's enormous silhouettes stretched across the sea like two moving mountains. The oppressive force of the 15-inch guns almost made the sailors on the Goliath gasp for breath. "My God, this is a sea monster. The Goliath looks like a dwarf next to it." All the sailors were horrified to discover that the approaching giant ship was unbelievably large. Is this really a war machine that humans could create? Perhaps only God deserves to own such a toy. Compared to them, the Goliath is like a laughable joke from an old era. Captain Hans was the first to recover from his shock and immediately roared, "Quick, get to gun positions. The enemy is hostile, and Great Britain doesn't have a ship this big." He was experienced after all, and quickly suppressed his panic and gave the battle order. This was no time to stand idly by, because the two hoods were rapidly approaching. Even a fool could see they weren't there to sell sandwiches. But the sailors on deck were in complete chaos, most frantically rushing to their gun positions. The two twin 305mm main guns were still in a daze. It was this moment of chaos that gave Hood the opportunity to seize the initiative. The two battlecruisers quickly completed a turn thanks to their high speed. All the guns, large and small, on the side closest to the Goliath turned around, their dark muzzles simultaneously pointing at the enemy's ship. Oh my God! To Hans's astonishment, the two hoods opened fire. The 381mm twin main guns roared deafeningly, followed by a barrage of gunfire that seemed to shake the entire sea. Without any pre-firing, the Hood battle group, relying on its advanced fire control system, unleashed a near salvo. Shells tore through the air and sea, whistling sharply as they hurtled towards the Goliath. Flames of vengeance erupted from the cannons, piercing the black smoke and illuminating the surrounding waters. The two super battlecruisers had unleashed the firepower of an entire squadron. Such intense bombardment was unheard of for a pre-dreadnought of this era. A barrage of shells hurtled through the air, slamming into the waters surrounding the Goliath and sending up columns of water tens of meters high. The nearest shell exploded, sending seawater crashing onto the open bridge and soaking Hans to the bone. Looking at the spray around him and the missed shots from the first volley, Hans felt a strange sense of hope. He gritted his teeth and said, "The enemy doesn't understand naval warfare at all. They're like a bunch of rude soldiers, randomly firing from some giant ship that came out of nowhere." In his view, at such a distance, without any pre-firing to correct the impact point, a truly mature Navy would never be in such a hurry to fire salvo. Even for the Royal Navy, the hit rate of large-caliber guns in long-range naval battles was pitifully low. But before Hans could continue his analysis, an even more intense barrage descended once more. A 381mm heavy shell grazed the Goliath, creating a large splash just tens of meters from the hull. The next moment, a piercing sound of steel twisting and turning suddenly echoed throughout the entire ship. A chill ran through everyone. The Goliath had been hit. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted. The entire warship shuddered violently, flames shot into the sky from the midships, and billowing black smoke instantly engulfed the deck. The 381mm heavy shell struck the boiler room below the funnel, tearing through 6 inches of side armor and exploding inside the warship. Within the confined space, the shockwave from the heavy artillery exploded completely, instantly wiping out a large number of Royal Navy sailors and blasting a massive breach in the warship center. The boiler room was destroyed, the chimney collapsed, and the propulsion system was completely paralyzed. The Goliath, a second-class battleship, instantly became a sitting duck at sea. Worse still, the bridge was also affected by the blast, and Captain Hans was knocked unconscious on the spot. Large amounts of seawater poured into the damaged hull, and the warship began to list to one side. Even with the damage control team's desperate efforts, they could only slow down the sinking of this warship, which represented the face of the British Empire. 15 inches. My God, they are demons. Only demons would possess such a giant cannon. After Hans fell unconscious, First Officer John temporarily took over command, but his voice was now filled with fear. He could roughly determine the enemy's caliber just by listening to the cannon fire. 15-inch heavy guns could destroy everything at a distance. This was a force that the Goliath simply couldn't contend with. Another volley of cannon fire rang out, as if tolling the death knell for this second-class battleship. A 381mm shell struck the number 2 main gun turret at the rear. The turret's outer 8-inch armor was rendered useless by the massive shell, instantly tearing a large hole in it. Intense heat and flames erupted inside the turret, making the air seem to glow red-hot. Flood the ammunition magazine. Flood the ammunition magazine now. Nearby sailors turned pale, immediately realizing that once the turret was breached, the flames could ignite the shells and powder charges. Even more terrifying was the fact that the massive ammunition magazine was located directly beneath the turret. Meanwhile, the sailors on duty were unaware of what was happening upstairs. The fire doors were still open. A terrifying sound of steel twisting and turning echoed throughout the ship, as if the entire battleship had been suddenly lifted up by an invisible giant hand, emitting its final, mournful cry. The next second, a blinding white light exploded and a massive fireball engulfed the stern. The Goliath's ammunition magazine had detonated. Terrifying flames shot high into the sky, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. In the distance, the sea was littered with the wreckage of warships. The bow of the ship rose high as it slowly sank into the sea. Some embers still burned on the surface. As for survivors, it was almost impossible. The detonation of the ammunition depot was too devastating. It was unlikely anyone in the surrounding area would have survived. On board HMS Hood, the captain gazed at the sunken Goliath in the distance and said calmly, "An old star-level ship is finished." With such a widespread explosion, there are hardly any survivors. It proves that the Royal Navy has a tradition of such explosions. Their once proud capital ships became obsolete overnight in the face of their commander's invincible fleet. This naval battle proved that battleships and cannons remain the protagonists of the era. Those old-fashioned capital ships would only be sent to the bottom of the sea before true steel behemoths. The salvo from battleships will make these arrogant Europeans understand what truth is. Heavy armor, unified main guns, and giants that dominate the seas clashing on the ocean. This is an era that gets people's blood pumping. Chapter 8, today. Further out at sea, a small French gunboat was slowly making its way into the inland waters. This old gunboat, named the Lion, had a displacement of only 503 tons and, along with several other smaller boats, was assigned by the Allied forces as the vanguard in their attack on the Great Xia dynasty. The reason is simple. They're small enough to easily cross the low water area in front of the Dago fortress. Otherwise, the Allied forces wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. They could have simply sent a few 10,000-ton warships and leveled the area with firepower. Hey, my old buddy, have you heard? The great gentlemen of Europe are going to bring the dawn of civilization to those backward Xia people tonight. On the Lion, squad leader Bruno seemed a little excited. Having been in the Far East for so long, this was the first good news he had heard, so he couldn't wait to share it with his friend Bernoulli. Bernoulli nodded and said, "Oh, really? That's certainly good news. For these barbarians, it's an honor to be bestowed with the light of civilization by the gentlemen of Europe." As he spoke, he couldn't help but reminisce about the nights in the romantic city. There he saw industrial marvels, dazzling streetlights, and everything that belonged to the civilized world. Looking at this impoverished and backward Far East before him, he saw almost nothing but the sea and ruin. Bernoulli couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, this place is absolutely awful, so savage. Even God has abandoned it." Bruno patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, my old friend. We're about to make a fortune here, at least a considerable one." Of course, Bruno insisted that they came here not simply for wealth, but to bring the Far East into the embrace of civilization and let it experience the greatness of the new era. This war was just. Europeans would come here and build it into God's kingdom. Thinking of this, Bruno took out 2 small glasses and then pulled out a half bottle of wine that he had been treasuring for days. "Come, let's have a drink to celebrate tonight's victory." "As you wish, my Bruno." Bernoulli took the glass, drank it down in one gulp, and showed no sign of drunkenness on his face. Just then, a sailor rushed in and reported nervously, "Gentleman Bruno, a fleet has appeared behind us." The Lion didn't have a tall mast, so the fact that they were able to spot it meant that the enemy was already very close. Bruno, however, didn't seem to care and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be nervous. It should be the British Far East Fleet. They're always like that, wandering around aimlessly like a disgusting troublemaker." In his view, the only people who could field a fleet in this area were the British. The Prussians and Americans had already arrived, and Japan and Gaul only had a few small boats, so the fleet in the rear was most likely the Far East Fleet. Bruno was only half right. It was indeed a fleet, but not the British. It was Qin Tian's main fleet, a full 8 super dreadnoughts. On the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship, Qin Tian, using binoculars, quickly spotted that familiar flag. A dilapidated French gunboat. Seeing the small gunboat, Qin Tian's mischievousness immediately surfaced. He casually ordered, "Have one of your warships detach from the fleet and move closer. Fire a couple of shots. Remember, don't hit it. The French won't dare fire at us." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Zhang immediately understood what his commander meant. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to see how quickly the French would surrender. Qin Tian laughed and said, "The romantic Gallic roosters must find surrendering quite romantic as well. I just wonder how they compare to Italy." Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's scare it first, then deal with the Allied fleet. Yes, I guarantee that the enemy will raise the white flag themselves." On the gunboat Lion, another sailor soon ran up in a panic. "Captain Bruno, something terrible has happened. A giant ship has broken off from the enemy lines and is heading straight for us." The sailor no longer cared about Britain. Only 2 words remained in his mind: giant ship. He was certain he had never seen such a large capital ship in his life, and he was even willing to bet a single gold coin he received for Mary on it. Bruno frowned and reprimanded. Star, you're being too reckless. The fine traditions of Gaul are completely absent in you. Tell me, what are those Britons up to? He straightened his hat, and with unwavering resolve, walked out of the ship's cabin, ready to make those damn troublemakers pay the price. However, the next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A colossal battleship, resembling a god descending to earth, was hurtling towards the Lion at high speed. The rolling waves before were easily crushed as if they were flat ground. Bruno froze completely. The dense array of naval cannons, the massive, mountain-like hull, and the overwhelming sense of oppression made his very soul tremble. We're doomed. With a snap, Bruno finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to his knees on the deck. Even as he collapsed, he struggled on. Bernoulli, Star, help me up. I can still stand. Just then, 252mm shells whistled past and landed near the Lion, creating huge columns of water. For a small gunboat like the HMS Lion, this level of power was deadly enough. Bernoulli and Star also collapsed onto the deck, their legs giving way. Bruno buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly. My God, the Far East is too dangerous. I want to go home, yes, home. Perhaps it was the belief in returning home that sustained him. Not long after, Bruno suddenly looked up and shouted at the two men, whose legs were also trembling. Quick, raise the white flag. We cannot perish under the evil British cannonballs. Yes, they're flying a white flag. No one from Gaul should die here. Bernoulli seemed to see the light again, moving 10 times faster than usual. He shoved Star, who had just managed to stand up, and rushed into the cabin to find a lifeline. But soon his desperate voice rang out. My Bruno, there is no white here. Bruno immediately shouted, lower the Gallic flag, cut off the other colors, there's white there. Bernoulli would never forget that heavenly sound. It was the clever Bruno who saved their entire ship. Chapter 9, Allied Fleet. What are these Frenchmen doing? Under Qin Tian's slightly shocked gaze, the flag that had been hanging high on the Lion was quickly lowered, and then a tattered white cloth that looked like it had been torn was raised. These Gallic roosters tore up the Gallic flag because they couldn't find a white cloth for surrender. This is very Gallic, definitely the kind of thing they would do. Qin Tian shook his head, his surprised look disappearing, and turned to order, send a few men up there and arrest them all. Send them all to the mines to work in the mines from now on. He added, when planting potatoes, you should first extract all their value before planting them. I love making use of waste. Human resources are very valuable. Industrialization requires a large workforce, and all kinds of dangerous jobs need to be filled. Qin Tian is relatively kind, so he decided to give these prisoners a way to survive, such as sending them to work in indoor mining or to grow potatoes in the frozen soil. High-ranking officers can be sold for a good price. They pose no threat to us once they return. Of course, those who are guilty will be hung on the flagpole. Qin Tian made sure to eat every single sugarcane thoroughly, even squeezing out the value from the leftover scraps. Of course, these are just minor incidents. The Invincible Fleet continued its ascent, as they needed to reach the inland sea before nightfall to encircle and annihilate the Allied fleet gathered there. Inland Sea Night. The Allied fleet has already made some moves, with 4 10,000-ton battleships assembling, including the Royal Navy's 2 second-class battleships, the Centurion and Pavlo, the Russian Navy's Saisoy, and the American Navy's Oregon. There were also many auxiliary ships, such as the Russian armored cruisers Rus and Dmitry, the Royal Navy's Endymion and Aurora cruisers, the Prussian large protected cruisers Hansa and Hesse, and the armored cruiser Foster Bismarck. These forces combined can form a formidable fleet. They are very strong and have the capability. As night fell, the Centurion-class battleship, where the coalition's senior commanders resided, was already brightly lit, with all the major powers' operational commanders gathered there. Tell the great Xia dynasty that the civilized envoys from the major powers have given them ample time. In their ancient parlance, they hope they won't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, said Vice Admiral Brand of the Russian Navy, the commander-in-chief of this operation. These barbarians are too arrogant, daring to block their way as great messengers of justice. They must be taught a lesson, Brandt thought. They must be made to tremble under the weight of cannons and warships. Only then will they realize the difference between civilization and barbarism. Lieutenant General Brandt is right. The indomitable Gallic nation will stand behind you. Fry, the Gallic rooster, replied, agreeing with Brandt's point of view. However, he was puzzled by the fact that the Lion, which was supposed to be the vanguard of the attack, had not yet appeared. The Lion was too slow, and he had not seen any trace of him yet. Could it be that they had caught some big fish and were still on their way? Gentlemen, I think this plan is unlikely to succeed. I don't think anyone knows the Daigo fortress better than me. It's a formidable fortress. On the field, Prussian Leon was filled with deep concern. The heavy artillery deployed on the fortress came from their country, and they were well aware of its power. Without heavy artillery firepower, it would be difficult to conquer it with just 10 small ships. Given this situation, he did not approve of the plan. If they really angered the great Xia dynasty, the consequences would be something they could not afford. Hey, meticulous Leon, listen to me. Those great Xia soldiers who are like monkeys can't operate industrial weapons. They should only be picking bananas like monkeys. Chafee, the arrogant American envoy, said disdainfully. However, I have to admit that these monkeys are first-rate at shining shoes, at least better than the top shoemakers I know. Ha 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 ha. It seems Chafee knows them well. He's a good catch. My lads will definitely be happy to grab a few of his best shoe-shine boys. This remark drew laughter from the crowd, dispelling the initial tension and making the atmosphere even more lively. Thank you. I'm happy to share this joy. Chafee was very satisfied with the effect he had brought. He felt he was a natural orator, at least for now. Then let's do as Chafee says, Brant said. It's worth mentioning that everyone present knew that the lively atmosphere was just an illusion. The shared prey made these hunters, each with their own ulterior motives, lower their guard and come together, but no one less guarded against each other. Outside, the light of the warships slowly spread, reflecting off the distant horizon, creating shimmering waves. A sea breeze swept across the water, and further away, the war behemoths of light and darkness opened their terrifying eyes. Qin Tian's fleet arrived just in time. 10 super warships from the future lined up in an orderly fashion and carefully advanced amidst the roar of the dark sea. One by one, cannonballs painted with the word revenge were loaded into the ship's cannons, which represented truth, and their stage was about to unfold. Nighttime was an absolute nightmare for naval battles in this era. The pitch-black sea made it impossible to see anything from a distance, and even on a clear night with good sea conditions, the water column at the point of impact was difficult to observe. The inability to observe the impact point means that firing parameters are difficult to modify, posing a huge challenge to the accuracy of naval guns. If the system hadn't equipped these super dreadnoughts with fire control radars capable of night combat, Qin Tian really wouldn't have dared to engage the Allied fleet night, because there were too many factors to consider at night. In the various super dreadnought gun positions, the main guns, capable of delivering powerful damage, are being adjusted. A large number of shells and gunpowder packs are transported up from the ammunition hoist below the turret, and with the assistance of the loading machine, the shells are loaded into the gun barrel, followed by the corresponding gunpowder packs. Battleships' large-caliber shells were not assembled as a single unit. For convenience and logistical ease, they consisted of two parts, a warhead and a propellant charge. The warhead was the warhead, and the amount of propellant affected the shell's range. The shells could be loaded according to actual requirements. Now, all ships are in combat readiness, advancing at an extremely slow pace. The earlier blackout has worked well, and the arrogant Europeans are unaware of it. In fact, all their attention was focused on the ancient cannon platform in front of them, and they were more inclined to guard against a sudden attack from the great Xia dynasty. They knew nothing about the prehistoric behemoth behind them. No one knew that it was the truly ferocious and terrifying existence that could devour everything. A massive ambush is about to begin. These cannons and warships will show the enemy what true weapons of war are and what true invincibility is. After this battle, the capital ships of all countries became obsolete overnight and were swept into the dustbin of history. A brand new design mainstream will lead the world. Chapter 10, Overwhelming the Allied Fleet. Time's up. Destroy them. A cold voice echoed from the flagship, ruthlessly announcing the end of the Allied fleet. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the 10 super dreadnoughts unleashed their overwhelming firepower. Blazing flames and deafening roars shattered the calm of the sea, and large-caliber shells, carrying the death grievances, tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds. In an instant, the muzzle flashes illuminated these terrifying ocean overlords, their unparalleled colossal ships, appearing and disappearing in the distance. At that moment, the sea area became the most dazzling spot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. While the Allied forces were still in a daze, the shells had already fallen, splashing up tall columns of water. The outermost Russian armored cruisers, Ross and Dmitri, were the first targets of the fire. My God, this is God's Legion. What are they doing? On the deck of the USS Ross, a sailor saw the massive fireballs that erupted in the distance in an instant. They were so numerous that it seemed as if all the warships in the world had gathered there and were firing. Save me. I don't want to die under God's gunfire. God, please forgive my sins. I shouldn't have killed those 3 poor Bactrians. I'm willing to leave the Far East and never set foot on this land where God lives again. The shocking scene stunned the sailor. He screamed hysterically in terror, oblivious to the splashing seawater. In fact, He had gone limp and could not muster any will to resist amidst the violent explosions. Sure, perhaps God heard his prayer. A 381mm shell found the sailor's location precisely amidst the chaos and hurtled towards him with the most dangerous whistle. Oh no! Under the sailor's desperate gaze, the shell smashed him to pieces, splattering blood and flesh that stained the nearby deck red, before exploding on the armor. The destructive power of the 381mm shell was terrifying. It easily wiped out all the superstructures in the area, and the swift and fierce destruction swallowed everything. Buzz! The Ross was unfortunate. So far, 3 large-caliber shells and numerous smaller shells had hit her in the first round of test firings. It was hard to say whether she was unlucky or lucky. Please help me. Who's here? Abandon the Ross. Jump. Jump. Her superstructure had been completely cleared out, and seawater was pouring into the dilapidated hull. The cries of the crew and the horrible twisting of steel played the final chapter for this floating coffin. Some surviving crew members jumped into the flames like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Although most of the damage was to insignificant areas, the Ross was listing and beyond saving. She's going to sink. They should have known this day would come when they came here. Qin Tian saw all of this. The burning Ross was a huge, conspicuous source of light. Compared to the Ross, the Dimitri was in much better condition. It was hit by only one insignificant shell, and the 6,000-ton armored cruiser remained standing. On the Centurion battleship, the sudden roar of the ship's cannons and the dazzling flashes of light roused those still immersed in their fantasies. Chafee, who was the happiest of the group, even tripped and fell, losing a tooth. Not only that, the entire party was thrown into chaos. Please be quiet. Can anyone tell me what happened outside? Was it an attack by the Great Xia dynasty, or just friendly fire? Brant stopped the scene. As a veteran naval officer, he clearly heard the cannon fire and gleaned some information from it. It could only be fired by a large-caliber heavy cannon, something that probably didn't even exist in the British Empire. So where would the Great Xia dynasty get such heavy cannons? Centurion's captain, Smith, was equally aware of this, and he was certain that these cannons had a caliber exceeding 13.5 inches, something the Royal Navy did not possess, which puzzled him greatly. If the world's most powerful naval forces don't have one, where did they come from the Far East? What exactly happened? Where did the first mate go again? Thinking of this, Smith jogged out. He had to find out what was going on. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the sounds of gunfire raged once more. The sudden tremors caused Smith to lose his footing, and just as he opened the hatch, he collided with the first mate who was rushing over. Captain Smith, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't the Navy of any country. It was the enemy. They're behind us. From the first mate, Smith received a shocking piece of news. Outside, the firepower of the massive cannons and warships was undeniable. After adjusting the firing data, the 10 super dreadnoughts unleashed their full firepower, creating a spectacular sight. This scale and this firepower surpassed any other naval battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by a massive explosion that seemed to destroy the heavens and earth, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose. The Dimitri was destroyed when a 380mm shell hit the ship's ammunition magazine. The outer armor covering the ship was torn apart by the shell like paper. The armor that the Dimitri was so proud of was no match for it. It was ignited instantly like a powder keg, causing a huge explosion. Now, the skies above the Allied fleet are already shrouded in thick smoke, and other Allied warships have been affected to varying degrees, although most of Qin Tian's shells have missed. They're right there, those sea monsters. The blazing firelight illuminated the fearful faces of every sailor as they stared frantically into the darkness. There, an invincible prehistoric beast dwells, whose roars take away a batch of lives, sweeping away everything in its path with overwhelming force. Since the start of the war, the enemy's shells have been like eyes, causing them to lose 2 armored cruisers in one fell swoop, paying a heavy price, yet they only saw the enemy's location and general appearance, knowing nothing else. We've sunk 2 small fish, but there are still plenty of big ones left. Let's keep pushing and swallow them whole. Qin Tian was in a very good mood. The fleet's 2 rounds of firing had a hit rate that far exceeded his expectations, reaching an incredible level. If we continue like this and unleash a few more rounds of fire, we should be able to achieve a decent result, destroying at least half of the Allied fleet. Their counterattack was futile. They couldn't penetrate their own armor, especially at night when they lacked the necessary equipment, resulting in a pitifully low hit rate. Commander, these fish aren't enough for us. The real big fish are yet to come. Lieutenant Zhang stood to the side, holding a battlefield camera, recording this happy moment belonging to the Europeans. Chapter 11, The Destroyed Fleet. The Europeans, who appeared happy, were not actually happy. As time went on, more and more sailors discovered the massive fleet that was constantly bombarding them with cannon fire. The fleet, already in disarray, was further amplified by the enemy's sudden attack. Lacking calm and unified command, the fleet was divided and disorganized, with information flowing freely. They were essentially fighting independently, firing haphazardly at the last vestiges of their gunfire. The night sky was filled with the sounds of artillery fire, clashing and mingling, along with the curses and shouts of Allied soldiers. Oh my God, the darkness is giving them perfect cover. We're fighting God. Their shells can pinpoint our exact location. The Allied sailors were going crazy. In their panic, they couldn't even observe the impact points of the ship's guns to adjust their firing data. Every shell they fired was far off target. The sailors' greatest nightmare came from their own ineffective, sporadic counterattacks, the ubiquitous precision shells, and the deafening roar of large-caliber naval guns. Each time Qin Tian's heavy cannon shot rang out, it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, hindering their calm thinking. The surprise attack, coupled with superior ships and cannons, tipped the scales of victory in Qin Tian's favor. It should be noted that these are elite sailors from various countries, whose experience and skills are absolutely top-notch. If they manage to react in time, they could cause Qin Tian considerable trouble. Kill these guys and avenge our brothers. Let's get on board. The British ships are known for their speed. Move forward and launch the torpedoes. Amidst the chaos, a rugged, Russian-style 10,000-ton battleship sailed past the wreckage of the Ross. It was the Tsarist Russian Saisoy. At that moment, it seemed like a savior, charging directly at the enemy. Behind them followed the British cruisers Endymion and Aurora. In a battle between capital ships, these fragile ships had no advantage, so they would risk being used as torpedo bombardment ships. However, they were conspicuous, exposed by the burning sea, like birds sticking out from the crowd, and thus received a warm welcome from the super dreadnought fleet. Half of the firepower was directed at them, and even if the hit rate was negligible, it was enough to cause them trouble. During the concentrated fire, the Saisoy was too greedy, and its hard hull was hit multiple times, including many 380mm caliber shots, tearing apart its main armor belt. Boom! Finally, she could no longer withstand it. A series of violent energies erupted from the fragile hull. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the sea surface for several nautical miles around, and thick smoke billowed. The two cruisers that followed were also doomed, taking on water halfway through the journey and listing heavily. At that time, the Centurion's bugle call sounded like a big pot of stew. Sir, the Ross has been sunk. The Dmitri is finished. The Saisoy and those cruisers that were supposedly the fastest all sank to the bottom of the sea. In fact, they started taking on water halfway down the sea. Damn it. Those self-proclaimed romantic alls have surrendered. A series of terrible news piled up in front of the commanders of various countries. Even the eloquent Chaffee blushed. He wanted to swear that it was not true, but the irrefutable facts shattered his pride. The Europeans failed, even though they still had large surface ships. Most of them were damaged. Brandt remained silent, somewhat regretting that Tsarist Russia shouldn't have put in so much effort, only to receive a pile of silent rubble. The power represented by the opposing force must be a maritime superpower, a superpower that surpasses all other countries in the world. The roaring, massive caliber naval guns were like a heavy hammer, shattering their pride. We don't have much of a chance of winning. If we continue fighting like this, it's only a matter of time before we sink to the bottom of the sea. Hearing the roaring sounds coming from outside, Brandt's eyes turned bloodshot, and his voice trembled slightly. No one knew better than him that they simply couldn't fight against such terrifying firepower. The course of the war had been completely changed from the very beginning. If things continued like this, they would only be throwing their lives away without even knowing who their opponent was. We must retreat, someone suggested, their voice filled with panic. Retreat? Retreat to where? Put two wheels on the warships and move them ashore. Smith shouted. His honor as the master of the seas did not allow him to retreat. Britain would wait until the last moment, at least as the captain, he would. With a deafening roar, another large warship was capsized, the armored cruiser Foster Bismarck. The flames of the explosion leaped dozens of meters into the air, illuminating everything as if it were daytime. This was the last straw. I think it's time we thought about those poor lads and surrendered, Brandt said, deflated like a punctured balloon. His Majesty will agree. The Imperial fleet should not remain here, Leon said, and everyone present shared this view except for him. Sigh. Smith's gaze seemed to pierce through the night, fixed on the fleet that represented the glory of the Empire. Since the start of the war, nothing had been left, reduced to ashes. Is it really worth it? Those young men shouldn't be wasted here. They have much brighter futures ahead of them. Sailors struggling in the sea. The wreckage of warships engulfed in flames, everything was so horrific. Smith was struggling. Naval honor was a constraint, and the burden weighed heavily on him. Britain agrees to surrender, requesting that the other side not mistreat these fine young men. These words drained Smith of his last bit of strength, and he collapsed to the ground, limp and powerless, as if he had aged more than 10 years. The proud naval empire had actually bowed its head to the enemy, something that would have been impossible before. After shedding this heavy honor, Smith felt a strange sense of relief. Now, he wanted to see who this person was who could possess a super battleship that surpassed the world's best. Immediately, order the sailors on all ships to cease resistance, turn their cannons around, and lower their flags. We surrender. Fry jumped out and said immediately. Compared to the other's dejection, he was actually quite delighted. In this way, the outstanding halo of Gaul was dimmed considerably. Moreover, Fry felt that he had an innate talent for this, and he handled the surrender matter very skillfully. Soon, Frey's orders were relayed and echoed across the various ships. The most tenacious and great lads. In fact, you have put up the resistance you should have given in the face of an invincible enemy, and you have fulfilled your responsibilities. No one can take away your desire to live. Now, to all people, lay down all your weapons, point your cannons upwards, and we have ended this damned war. Chapter 12 Surrender. The Allied forces surrendered. Relying on their superior ships and cannons, they had become arrogant towards the Europeans, only to suffer a devastating blow from the future. Now, they had no choice but to surrender, because continuing to fight like this would only result in them becoming fish food. With the war at this point, neither the Royal Navy nor any other sailors were willing to give up. They cherished their lives as much as they would gold coins. Poor Biru, did you hear that? The war with God is over. We won't be sent to the bottom of the sea by enemy guns like turkeys. A surviving sailor hugged his comrade in arms tightly. Some people were cheering, having felt the radiance of rebirth on the very edge of death, realizing how wonderful the world is. At that moment, no one could be happier than them. The Far East was too terrible, full of man-eating demons. Thank God, this damned war is over, and I'm leaving here. Upon receiving this welcome surrender order, almost all the sailors wept with joy. They had survived. Some even took stock of the souvenirs they had obtained from the Great Xia dynasty. At least that's what these sailors thought for the time being, and they wanted to take them back to faraway Europe to do some small business. Besides the sailors, the senior officers of the Allied forces also breathed a sigh of relief. As senior officers, their treatment as prisoners of war was naturally better than that of ordinary soldiers. This was a tradition in Europe, and they believed that the enemy would do the same, treating them with gentlemanly courtesy. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Queen Elizabeth-class frigate, Lieutenant Zhang addressed the Allied forces' demands for surrender. Commander, these Europeans demand that their basic prisoner of war treatment be guaranteed and that their so-called sacred and inviolable personal property not be illegally confiscated. A bunch of bastards, they're really pushing their luck. Do they even have the right to do this? Send the naval guns over there. I want to see what they're up to. Qin Tian said, since they've surrendered, don't try to negotiate. Send them all to the mines. If they're not happy, send them on airplanes. Using the banner of civilization to commit arson, murder, and looting everywhere, what a hypocrite. Qin Tian angrily rebuked them, showing utter contempt for these creatures. They plundered the wealth of ancient kingdoms and coerced other countries into signing treaties. All their actions were carried out by these self-proclaimed gentlemen from the light of superior civilization. They truly embodied the essence of beasts. The proud, ever-present sun, the indestructible Gallic rooster, and what was the other one again? Anyway, none of them were any good. Clean them up as soon as possible. Hang the ringleaders on the streetlights later so they can experience the kindness of the Great Xia. Qin Tian then said to his adjutant Zhang. On the Allied side, some are already dissatisfied with Qin Tian's delayed response. Their initial joy at the prospect of survival had faded, replaced by unease. Are they going to be treated unfairly? Nobody knows. Damn it, could the other side really be a demon? Chaffee's face turned pale. He couldn't imagine what kind of wild beasts he might encounter in this extremely savage Far East, or whether his fate might be the same as that lowly monkey. Oh no! This realization was unbearable for the proud Chaffee. He began to doubt whether surrendering was the right or wrong thing to do. One thing was certain. Chaffee no longer had the courage to resist. Smith was similarly dejected. Never before has Britain been the defeated party as it is today. That's how the British are supposed to be, like a living paper frame, whether they win or lose. The stubborn Gaul remained defiant, gloating from the sidelines. Several flares were launched into the sky with a buzzing sound, hovering there like the sun, illuminating a large area of the sea. In the distance, the mysterious fleet came into view. They're coming. Those giant monsters. On the open bridge of the Centurion battleship, a group of Allied high command officers kept their eyes fixed on these enormous war machines that were beyond their imagination. What comes into view are two colossal hood ships, veritable ocean behemoths, riding the waves and floating on the sea like mountains. This is shocking. Some people were stunned. Could they really have been built by industrial civilization? Or were they just toys of God? Some people's expressions quickly darkened, and their faces changed drastically. They knew that they could not be defeated without the Royal Navy's home fleet personally taking action. And even if they were, there was a 90% chance of defeat. My God, look at those main guns. Their calibers are beyond anything we know of on a ship. An officer exclaimed through binoculars, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. It's even more powerful than the Sovereign class. The fact that such a capital ship can be built must indicate a great power, an industrial empire that surpasses even the British Empire. Was he from the Far East? This possibility was quickly dismissed from their minds. It was utterly ridiculous, like having their head caught in a door. It couldn't be them. These people, still in a state of barbarism, don't even have a decent industry. How could they possibly build a main battleship, hailed as the crystallization of industrial civilization? Such a massive capital ship, yet its speed is comparable to that of a destroyer. It seems our defeat is inevitable. Every warship in the fleet is disorganized and within their effective firing range. The sailors on board deserve praise. Their gunnery is incredibly accurate. The main guns must be at least 14.5 inches. No, possibly even larger, probably 15 inches. Even the Royal Navy doesn't have guns of that caliber. Where did they get them? Another Allied general whispered, fearing that the barbarians above would devour them like demons. The enemy's naval guns, including their overall layout, have reached an incredible level. The standards of the two great powers of Great Britain seem to be outdated. It is this vague sense of familiarity that makes it seem as if it has the blood of the Royal Navy. Even the most knowledgeable and proud elite sailors couldn't help but sigh in awe when faced with these steel behemoths. This statement prompted a sigh from a British national, revealing a sense of regret. The navies of the major powers need to be updated. All their warships are outdated. They have surpassed the British Empire and have the right to redefine the rules of naval warfare. Yes, the British should have given up their position long ago. We Gallic people made the right decision from the beginning, so that our romantic lads remain as gentlemen as ever, instead of looking disheveled, Fry said softly, as if he and his Gallic lads had been right from the start. Leon knew these shameless Frenchmen were spouting nonsense again. The animosity between the two countries was already deepening, and they couldn't stand each other, so a little sarcasm was nothing unusual. You French are cowards. I would rather have Italy as my teammate than have you come. They seem much better. So what? To be honest, these mushy noodles go perfectly with you. Frey's expression remained unchanged. Even if this damn Prussian was telling the truth, he wouldn't admit it. Sir, they want us to go up to these monsters, someone said as they walked over. Chapter 13, Negotiation. On the surrender table, a group of high-ranking Allied officers hesitated, their faces grim as they looked at the Far Easterners before them. If they knew nothing about the enemy before, they now had only a vague understanding. When they first saw the Far Easterners standing on these steel behemoths, everyone was shocked. No one would have imagined that the people standing on these advanced capital ships were not intelligent Europeans. Chaffee, who had jumped the highest earlier, felt that his worldview had been shattered. However, these Allied forces are quite pragmatic, and so far no one has dared to make any overly flamboyant moves. Because the ship's cannon, which symbolized absolute truth, stood above them at that moment, and the strong smell of gunpowder from it had not yet dissipated, lingering on the deck for a long time. In the past, they would have made these Far Easterners kneel down and kiss their shoes, and then have them polish them until they were spotless. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. Qin Tian will not tolerate them. Qin, on behalf of the envoys of civilization from various countries, I request that you abide by the following agreement. Brent spoke very awkwardly. If possible, these lowly Far Easterners would never have appeared before him, let alone had the right to speak to him face to face. But as the main commander, he had to stay here unless he was willing to go out to sea. We demand guarantees for our safety and the protection of our legally acquired property. Shut up. You are the defeated side, not the victors. You have no right to make demands. Qin Tian casually sat down at the negotiating table, pulled out an agreement, and slammed it down in front of Brandt, interrupting his unreasonable demands. Lieutenant Zhang stood to the side, translating the passage to the Allied generals present in an equally icy tone. Oh my God, these Far Easterners are absolutely insane. The generals of the various Allied forces looked at the young and terrifying commander in great shock, but then they immediately shut up, because all around them stood soldiers who looked very friendly, equipped with strange-looking weapons, and were watching them with smiles on their faces. All right, out of respect, Brandt could only awkwardly accept the document and forcefully open it while suppressing his disdain. No, this can't be. He jumped up at just one glance. This is absolutely unfair. He flung the agreement away, the shockwave turning the page to reveal a text written in various languages, signing this surrender agreement as the defeated party. First, we acknowledge that this war was initiated by a group of bandits. All nations shall compensate for all losses incurred since the start of the war. The specific amount will be determined through our negotiations. Regarding surrendered prisoners of war, we have the right to order a retrial for all of them. Fairness? What is fairness? Do you think our naval guns are fair? Qin Tian said indifferently. If you want to continue fighting, then let's start another war and let your naval guns have a go at it. No, impossible, Qin. This is pure fantasy. Brant roared in fury. If you think you can subdue the major powers and make them sign this utterly insincere agreement with just an invincible fleet, then you must bear the wrath of the world. This Qin is really ungrateful. You should know that everyone here is a representative of the world's strongest nations, possessing a large number of advanced capital ships. If they were all really brought to the Far East, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. The British home fleet alone has maintained its leading position at sea for hundreds of years. They are by no means to be trifled with. Then call them over, but before that, you'd better be prepared to sink to the bottom of the sea. Qin Tian swept his gaze over the restless creatures, his sharp eyes like a lion hunting, full of kingly dominance. These guys are all talk and no action. On the surface, they seem to be incredibly strong, but in reality, they're full of contradictions. Even now, they're still stubbornly refusing to admit their mistakes. The British Empire's home fleet was completely unmobilizable. In fact, to maintain normal order in Europe and deter Prussia and other countries across the ocean from eyeing them covetously, warships had to be drawn from the fleets of various major powers and stationed on its homeland. Moreover, it is impossible for them to send their main fleet to the Far East. If a conflict breaks out and the main fleet is completely destroyed, they will not even be able to maintain their image as a major power, let alone protect their overseas interests. Even if they were transferred, it would be useless. The super dreadnought would teach them a lesson. Qin, we have already shown our utmost sincerity, Brant began, but was interrupted by Qin Tian before he could say anything more. Lieutenant Zhang, randomly select one of the Allied forces' lucky warships and sink it, Qin Tian said, turning his head. He didn't want to deal with these Europeans anymore. While these arrogant Europeans were still bewildered, they were astonished to find that the massive capital ships nearby were slowly turning their cannons, and their direction was boom, boom, boom. After a series of loud roars, the thick smell of gunpowder and black mist returned, and the nearest gunboat was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, none of the sailors on board were injured, and they are currently in good spirits. No, you can't do this, we surrender. Brant's face turned pale, and he roared. Whether from excessive excitement or fear, it was hard to tell. Bastard, you really are a bastard. The British Empire, will make you pay the price. What are these Far Easterners doing? Damn it, they really are demons, demons, someone screamed in terror as a foul-smelling liquid dripped onto the deck. Gentleman Brant, grant this devil's request. The Allied generals surrounding them turned pale and then flushed, their breathing becoming rapid. They never expected that the other side would actually dare to fire. This move caught them completely off guard, and no one dared to gamble with the young man. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, I'll sink another ship, Qin Tian said coldly. Now, no one dared to doubt its authenticity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Before they could react, a relentless countdown began, echoing like the end of the world. When these Europeans looked up, they found that the sword was already hanging over their heads. The once supreme honor was shattered by the roar of naval cannons, symbolizing that the glory of the empire on the sea would be transferred to another newly emerging great power. No, Your Excellency Qin, we agree to sign this agreement, the Allied forces said immediately, as they had no time to consider it further. Please stop this immediately. We surrender. They said this with their heads hanging low, almost forcing themselves to say it. No one dared to gamble on what the guy in front of them might do next. Now, everyone is staring at Qin Tian, this devil, this demon, this executioner. To be honest, I prefer your unruly side. Qin Tian ignored their gloomy expressions, met their gazes, and then uttered those words. And from the moment Brand's pen touched the agreement, a photograph froze time, making that moment eternal, and a brand new era slowly began. Chapter 14, The Trembling Books. Far away in Japan, news of the annihilation of the Allied fleet in the inland sea quickly reached this small country, causing a major upheaval. Inside, Tianlu Imperial Palace. How could the European fleet be completely annihilated in the inland sea? That fleet was no less powerful than the combined fleet. Were those mysterious giant ships the ones that defeated them? A series of unparalleled gasps of shock filled the hall, filled with disbelief. This sudden revelation nearly caused the high-ranking Japanese officials present to faint. 4 10,000-ton battleships, numerous large surface warships, and decades of a nation's accumulated wealth were wiped out in World War I. It's as if World War I destroyed an entire country. Moreover, it was filled with elite troops from the great powers, including the Royal Navy. Now that they have been swallowed up, what does that mean? It means they have been swallowed up. The Japanese riders present, including Tenko, were so shocked by this sudden turn of events that they were speechless. For a moment, the entire palace was silent, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Was it really those bastards who attacked Yokosuka Port who defeated the Europas? Tian Huang broke the silence first. This was the question he was most worried about. He feared that the combined fleet, built with the nation's full resources, would be no match for those mysterious fleets and would be annihilated like the Europeans were today. Japan is not the United Kingdom. It has vast overseas colonies and can easily support a royal navy that dominates the world. Every warship in the current combined fleet is the result of decades of accumulation and is precious. Sinking even one would be a major blow. Japan is surrounded by sea and has a small territory. If the Allied fleet, on which they depend for survival, is severely damaged, it means they will be trapped like turtles in a jar. The enemy can cut off their sea supply lines from all directions, and then everything will be over. Your Majesty, passing merchant ships have seen them in the open sea. It is confirmed that the Europeans have captured several of their capital ships. Yamamoto Hayakon's face was ashen, and his clenched fists trembled as if he were trying his best to suppress his anger. The jewel of the empire, Yokosuka Port, was reduced to ruins by their artillery fire. Initially, all available resources from several nearby cities were mobilized, and to this day, the port is still engulfed in flames. Yamamoto Hayaguro couldn't even imagine the specific losses. Japan couldn't afford such terrible losses. As for revenge, let the combined fleet die in vain. Their massive ships were so powerful and their firepower so fierce that even the Europeans were defeated by them, and their capital ships were captured. It's hard to imagine what kind of terror these Europeans encountered. What kind of waves can the combined fleet stir up this time? Will it gamble the nation's fate like it did a few years ago? Or will the fate of the empire rest on this one battle? At this moment, even Yamamoto, who held military power, couldn't help but feel fear. According to intelligence, the gap between the two sides was more than twice as large as the gap between the two sides and the Great Xia dynasty back then. Call. Tenko tried to calm himself down, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yamamoto as he asked, what are the chances of the combined fleet being defeated against them? Defeat is inevitable. There is no possibility of victory, Yamamoto Hyogen replied. Baka, the pride of the empire is now afraid. Tian Huang was furious upon hearing this. To be cowardly before the battle even begins, to start the war with the intention of a defeated army, is of course doomed to defeat. What will happen if the enemy attacks again in the future? Your Majesty, the enemy's shipbuilding technology has surpassed that of the British Empire. Their ships are 30,000 tons in displacement and have a caliber of about 15 inches. The enemy has no fewer than 10 such giant ships, while the combined fleet has none. Yamamoto Hayakon fell silent for a moment, and everyone present also fell silent upon hearing this, accompanied by a strong sense of shock and apprehension. These words terrified them. Surpassing the British Empire, with a tonnage of 30,000 tons and a massive caliber cannon, what did that even mean? And the sheer number was terrifying. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, realizing that if the intelligence was true, it meant that Japan was likely doomed. Upon hearing this, Tianhuang's face turned pale and then black, as if a prehistoric horror had returned. That invisible sense of oppression swept over them instantly, making everyone tremble. Yamamoto, how can you prove that what you say is completely true? Currently, none of the world's major powers can build a 30,000-ton capital ship. You, on the other hand, are directly fabricating a story. 10 30,000-ton ships? Tell me, where are they built? Did they fall from the sky? The Minister of the Army questioned, clearly disbelieving. Battleships are the pinnacle of an industrial powerhouse. Only a handful of nations in the world can build such steel behemoths. Each one requires a sophisticated industry, thousands of factories, and a large number of skilled shipbuilders working day and night. The scale is terrifying. How could they possibly be hidden away? Moreover, where would the workers and the massive amount of steel for building such a colossal behemoth come from? The forces capable of secretly building 10 futuristic warships are probably nowhere to be found, even if you search the entire world. I'm afraid you're creating panic to trick His Majesty into adding new capital ships to the Navy, the Minister of the Army said decisively, as if he had seen through the truth. Damn it, what are you saying? Yamamoto Hayaguro's face turned ashen upon hearing Katsura Taro's words. He retorted sharply. The Navy needs new capital ships, that's for sure. The Empire's maritime traffic needs a combined fleet to maintain it. A maritime power must have a fleet strong enough to deter other countries. Without powerful warships, how will our naval warriors protect the Empire? Are they supposed to swim out to sea and fight the enemy? The two men's argument echoed within the palace, making Tenko's face even more gloomy, and a murderous aura rose within him. Baka, is this all the Empire's elite are good for his pointless arguing? Enough. The Navy does need new capital ships to maintain the stability of the Empire. Tianhuang's voice became even more stern. To demonstrate my determination, starting today, I will reduce the expenditure of the imperial treasury and use all the savings to fund the addition of new capital ships. At the same time, the monthly salaries of all officials will be reduced by 10%, and the people are urged to tighten their belts and prepare funds for the new capital ships. Yes, Your Majesty. Although the Minister of the Army and several others were not convinced, they could only suppress their anger in the face of Tianhuang's majesty and nodded in agreement. A reduction of only 10% in monthly salary is nothing to them. Since the Emperor has made his stance clear, they can only follow suit. They will still live a life of luxury. As for the Japanese people, they can just eat wild vegetables to raise funds for the Empire. Chapter 15, The Restless British Empire. On the other side of the ocean, the British Empire. The news of the Allied fleet's complete annihilation in the Far East reached this maritime empire, immediately attracting attention. It was simply too captivating. This is another huge shock since the Brussels War. Not only were the lobster soldiers brought down from their pedestals, but the invincible Royal Navy also suffered a defeat in that barbaric and backward region, which is quite controversial. The crown of the British Empire is already showing signs of tilting downwards, which is worrying and cannot be ignored. It represents a major setback. Our fleet sank in the Far East. That's terrible news. Fisher was incredulous. He had been to the Far East and had dealt with the Great Xia dynasty, a memory that remained vivid in his mind. He was surprised that the topic was brought up again in such a setting, where the British Empire had suffered a setback. Fisher, a legendary figure in the British Empire and arguably one of the architects of the modernization of the Royal Navy, is now frowning, clearly puzzled. In his hand was a crumpled telegram, which he held tightly in his hand. In fact, I would rather believe that the fleet was in the hands of the Russians and was defeated by the Prussians than believe that this is a true fact, Fisher said, having seen the shocking scene in the telegram. The opponent was the same unknown fleet that had previously attacked Japan, brazenly flying their flag and roaming around openly. In this era, information is transmitted very quickly via undersea cables. If there is a slight tremor on the other continent, an empire across a vast ocean can know it instantly. Britain remains the strongest power of this era, with a sophisticated intelligence network deployed in the Far East, which is why this news was presented to Vice Admiral Fisher immediately. Including the fake data that looked like something out of science fiction, Fisher simply refused to believe it. If those bastards who delivered the telegram to him hadn't sworn it out and swore it on their asses, Fisher would never have even looked at it. Inside, a naval captain admitted that he had seen those legendary sea monsters in the open sea and tried to follow them, but was quickly left behind by their destroyer-like speed. Fisher stood by the window, continuing to think. That's all the information we have about the mysterious fleets so far. It's hard to deduce which power they were trained by. Was it Tsarist Russia? No, those rough-and-ready Russians simply couldn't build one. Not even a decent capital ship. They could only use armored cruisers as gatekeepers. Is it Japan? Thinking of that small country, he felt crazy. These short people had the heart of a great nation, loved gambling, and were quite perverse. However, Fisher still disagreed, because Japan's domestic shipbuilding capabilities still needed assistance from the helpful Great Britain. The United States, a newly emerging power lacking naval experience, is inferior to its big brother in every aspect, or at least that's what it thinks. As he ruled out each hypothesis one by one, he abandoned his existing ideas. None of them were very realistic. He couldn't very well say that the enemy came from another world. Before we even had any news about our new capital ships, the other side actually put 15-inch guns on their groundbreaking capital ships. Oh damn it, those guys in the Admiralty are still arguing about this issue. Fisher commented that this was indeed the case. The Canopus-class and Fog-class ships, which were still in the sea trial stage, and the Duncan-class ships in the dock, became obsolete overnight before they even entered service. Another era of major warship upgrades has arrived. In a previous era, the British Empire became the leader, guiding the world's mainstream. In this era, however, the Empire suffered a huge blow in its initial stages as a powerful nation, no less formidable than itself, rose to prominence. But Great Britain simply didn't have the extra energy to focus on the distant Far East. The home fleet couldn't be mobilized on a large scale, as that would embolden several hostile nations. The Empire didn't want to see a turbulent Europe, and sending a small fleet would only result in it being sent to the bottom of the sea. 6 to 8 15-inch guns, enough for a destroyer's speed and sufficient maneuverability, perfectly aligns with my ideas. If that brilliant designer were British, I think we would definitely be friends. Fisher sighed with some emotion, wondering why this wasn't the British Empire's new capital ship, a design from an era of British design. Upon mounting 15-inch guns, in addition to increasing the hull size, we had to sacrifice armor thickness. And since the enemy could achieve high speeds, their armor would certainly not be thick. Fisher boldly guessed that he was having a headache, as the Parliament was also making a big fuss, with many members making bold statements that the Far East would pay the price for provoking the Empire, and that they wanted to transfer a portion of the home fleet and the land sea squadron to the Far East. Some radical members of Parliament said, "Oh God, look at the world now. The navy that represents the crown of the Empire is destroyed on the other side of the world, and their loved ones are still worried about it." Meanwhile, these members of Parliament are only looking down at their own little piece of land and giving up the wider world. Hey, gentlemen, let's fight, just like our forefathers fought decades ago, to gain military merit with our swords and bring the glory of the Empire to every corner. His Majesty's sword points there, and together with the glory of the sun, it forges the Empire's splendor on the other continent. The vast ocean and the boundless land will belong to the Queen. Some clamored for a war that would cross the ocean, believing that Great Britain was as powerful as ever, and that anyone who disagreed should be defeated. Yes, that's right, gentlemen are so civilized and elegant, using the simplest means. Conservative lawmakers, however, believed the Empire was bogged down in the Boer War and rejected this unreasonable proposal, vividly describing it as follows. One of the giant's feet unfortunately got stuck in the mud. His other foot and hand, which were intact, were still struggling to pull the foot out of the mud. But unexpectedly, his other hand would not obey his commands and would try to grab the mosquito that was provoking him. As a result, he sank deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the giant's enemies stood not far away, mocking him and waiting for him to be completely swallowed up so they could divide up his former possessions. This must have been a terrible thing, so much so that many intelligent people opposed a radical two-front war, failing to see the lobster soldiers being driven back in disarray, almost frantically fleeing to avoid the constant attacks of the native-born. A large number of people were unwilling, or at least remained neutral. Even if they were to be transferred out, it would be difficult to guarantee that they could defeat Qin Tian. It would be better to discuss this after the terrible battle was over. They believed they still had plenty of time. Therefore, this suggestion was partially rejected. The United Kingdom needed to focus all its efforts on dealing with the natives and staked a huge sum of money on it. Chapter 16 Shock. But it's impossible to expect these troublemakers to stop causing trouble, especially after they humiliated Great Britain in front of the whole world. A qualified troublemaker should do their job perfectly, and without a doubt, the British Empire is very diligent, fulfilling its responsibilities all over the world. If this is indeed the case in the Far East, the cabinet is already considering increasing its support for Japan, including selling some warships. These will serve as the Empire's bridgehead in the Far East to counter this mysterious fleet. Her Majesty the Queen is also very concerned about this matter, as it concerns the honor of the crown. This action will be temporary. The Royal Navy may send warships after the new capital ship is launched. Fisher's subordinate, Jackson, who is also the future admiral of the British Navy, told him some shocking news. This storm has eased the tensions between the Empire and Tsarist Russia, which can be put aside for the time being. Their main focus is certainly on the newly emerged unknown fleet, and a major war between the two sides may be inevitable. If that's really the case, the Royal Navy's influence in the Far East is already unsustainable. Moreover, the new super-large capital ships are beyond the reach of existing warships. Before a comparable capital ship is launched, I think the Empire will not provoke those people. This process may take 5 years, Jackson said with a sense of vicissitude. Up to now, the entire British Empire is in a daze, as if in a dream. When did a 30,000-ton capital ship suddenly appear in the Far East? It's truly unprecedented. Many people prefer to believe that the Allied fleet suffered a defeat in the battle against the Great Xia dynasty, and that the arrogant naval commanders fabricated a ridiculous joke to cover up their stupidity. The Japanese, who have a penchant for illegal construction, might also be involved. Therefore, in order to verify this conjecture, a team of British naval experts will travel to the Far East aboard Imperial warships to try to get closer to and learn more about those enormous sea monsters. Despite the risks involved, some experts are still willing to do it. The British Empire must be in a leading position. Fisher prayed silently, recognizing the gravity of the situation. An arms race is about to begin across the world. Under the threat from the Far East, countries must phase out their outdated warships, including their existing capital ships, which will undoubtedly increase the burden on all countries. That would be terrible for the empire, greatly increasing the probability of being overtaken by other countries. Without powerful warships, all the overseas colonies will be nothing more than easy prey, which anyone can seize, and would be a disaster for troublemakers. If it turns out to be a lie, and the enemy does not have a giant capital ship, we will retaliate, Fisher said, because they have offended the most powerful country in the world, which is not allowed. However, we still have to consider another issue, which is the captured Centurion-class battleships. We hope to ransom them, including their elite sailors, Jackson said earnestly, expressing his concern for them. The British Empire's intelligence network in the Far East clearly indicated that 2 second-class battleships had been captured. Although the details of the battle were unknown, thousands of sailors had survived, and the United Kingdom would not abandon them. This is a huge media storm, and the consequences of people learning that Great Britain has abandoned them are unpredictable. Yes, we will welcome them back, Fisher nodded. The news of the complete annihilation of the Allied fleet in the Far East not only caused a great shock in the United Kingdom, but also spread rapidly in Prussia, Tsarist Russia, and other countries. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Upon learning of Prussia's defeat, Emperor Wilhelm even flew into a rage in his magnificent palace, vowing to exact revenge like the Huns, and that the Empire's sword would plow the Far East 3 feet into the ground. However, Emperor William's curses quickly dissipated as he was not the only one to suffer misfortune. It turns out that one cannot suffer losses alone. One must involve companions. One is afraid that one's brothers will suffer, and also afraid that one's brothers will suffer. For example, if you're late at 8 a.m. and see your roommate who hasn't gotten up yet. When Emperor Wilhelm learned that his archenemy across the channel had suffered even greater losses than Prussia, the proud emperor was undoubtedly delighted. He saw the once invincible British suffer a crushing defeat. Smiles can be transferred, a truth that Emperor Wilhelm himself proved. Yes, that's it. Give those damn troublemakers a good beating. They're really something. We could have gone even further and sent the Royal Navy in too. William immersed himself in the scene, seeing the United Kingdom trembling under the Empire's gunfire and the valiant imperial soldiers stepping onto the land on the other side. However, one thing is one thing. A powerful empire needs to verify the strength of its opponent and whether it truly possesses the legendary powerful capital ships. After all, the enemy of my enemy is also my friend, and it is well worth it to use a few warships to hold off the Royal Navy. At the same time, Qin Tian's fleet had already sailed towards another destination, Beijing. The massive fleet, billowing black smoke, was hurtling toward that destination at breakneck speed, its imposing cannons poised to unleash another expedition, bursting forth with immense fury. Chapter 17 Northport. Beijing Island, a massive island, is a maritime transportation hub in the Western Ocean and a vital passage to the Great Xia dynasty. However, Great Xia lost control of the island during a war, and it is now occupied by Japan. Image, not sure if you can see it. Fighting is for the purpose of seizing territory. To seize territory, you have to fight. Otherwise, if you have no territory and just wander around in your warships, you will only be called a pirate. A major power's core deterrence depends on its strength, but at the same time, it also needs a home base as a development point. Now, Qin Tian urgently needs a base to support his other plans. Being by the sea and having a large port would be the best option, otherwise the maintenance and logistical support of his warships would be a major problem. Therefore, he set his sights on this large island that has not yet been fully penetrated by various forces, then gradually expand outwards. With his current strength, 100,000 troops, supported by naval artillery, could easily retake Beijing Island. In fact, it wouldn't have been a problem for Qin Tian to choose the coastal area of the imperial dynasty. With those outdated imperial dynasty guards, they wouldn't be able to stop the roar of naval cannons and the advance of a large army. However, Qin Tian preferred this approach. 10 super dreadnoughts would be enough to blockade the surrounding waters. Once the massive monthly troop buildup began, he could quietly develop his strength. When he finally made his appearance, it would be a game changer. Even if the entire Royal Navy were to join the fight, they would only end up sinking to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without a capital ship that can rival these super dreadnoughts, it means that the army simply cannot get over here. If they were to forcibly land on the island, they might just end up as fish food. In other regions, they would probably be met with a barrage of disgusting spittle from the very beginning, which is simply nauseating. Beijing Island. Sueo Fishing Port is a small port that is very suitable for landing. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on one side. Compared with the neighboring large port of Jigong, its defense is undoubtedly the weakest. The 2nd Division of Japan was stationed in Beijing. It consisted of 4 infantry regiments, all of which were considered elite. Of course, most of them were stationed in the port city area. As for this inconspicuous little fishing port, it was only guarded by about 100 Japanese soldiers dressed in black uniforms, as well as some armed expatriates. Night. The evening breeze gently blows across the surging waves, carrying the unique scent of the sea, sweeping across the stretches of beach. Under the cover of night, everything is so peaceful. On the distant waves, under the cover of night, more than 20 lifeboats salvaged from various super dreadnoughts were paddling hard in the sea, carrying fully armed soldiers, one of which was even equipped with a mortar. A lifeboat landing fleet? Thank goodness it wasn't the massive landing of later generations. Otherwise, a single cloth-tearing machine would have wiped out our troops. Qin Tian felt a little embarrassed after seeing this. Lifeboats were used for landing. He had no other choice but to resort to this makeshift solution. The system only provided battleships of 10,000 tons for the time being, and there were no other auxiliary ships, not even a pitifully small landing ship. Without small boats, you can't just use a 30,000-ton warship to directly land on the beach. When you're poor, use tactical flanking maneuvers. When you're rich, use overwhelming firepower. Let's unleash a barrage of gunfire from our ships, no matter how many enemies are ahead. Qin Tian issued the order for a round of artillery bombardment to the main fleet. Landing fleet group. Get closer, everyone. Let's try to rush to the beachhead and wipe out all those black boars. On one of the ships, Luo Jin stared fiercely at the light emanating from the harbor. They were almost all in the middle of the port, and he wrote down all the locations in great detail, afraid of missing a single fish. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his hand was polished until it gleamed and held tightly in his palm, revealing a breathtaking beauty under the moonlight. In front of him, at the bow of a lifeboat, was a Maxim machine gun, a weapon meant for saving lives. A single burst would have an absolutely devastating effect. The light and heavy weapons are basically all available. This level of firepower is sufficient against an enemy force of only a few dozen. If you want even more insane firepower, then let those big guys in the back bring on. The power of the naval guns is much greater. One shot can wipe out a whole group. Soon, the landing craft split into two groups, avoiding the open beachhead in front and choosing to approach from both sides. Sueo fishing port is flanked by two arc-shaped landmasses on either side, resembling crab claws. Passing through from here allows for a two-pronged attack, leaving the enemies in the middle to the larger ones behind. The first round of artillery fire will last for 10 seconds. On one side of the shore, Luo Jin looked down at the time, then turned back to stare at the giant beasts hidden in the night, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The roar of cannons and giant ships is the most desirable thing, making people feel excited. Luo Jin was no exception. He secretly estimated the time. When the brilliance streaked across the night sky and the shells fell like raindrops, the enemy who dared to stand in his way would become nourishment for the earth. Boom! Boom! When the time came, the light illuminating the night suddenly shone on the sea like the light of dawn. It was those big guys opening fire. Boom, boom, boom. The secondary gun groups of the various super dreadnoughts spewed fire from their muzzles, flashing continuously like a sudden storm, launching a large number of shells in an instant. The shells whistled and made a muffled sound as they rained down on the Japanese soldiers, densely packed together, exploding into a burst of fire that reduced the area to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The Japanese soldiers, who were still leisurely enjoying themselves, were sent to the sky in an instant before they could react. The massive artillery barrage that followed destroyed large areas of barracks physically. How wonderful! Luo Jin watched as shells fell one after another, blooming into flowers of death in the distance. Without a doubt, there must have been blood and flesh flying everywhere. The dark beach was instantly illuminated by fierce flames, and the air was filled with thick smoke. With a 150 plus secondary gun salvo, one salvo sent the Japanese there flying. Not long after, the ship's cannons roared for a while and then stopped. Then, several flares were fired into the sky, hovering like countless candles lit at the same time, illuminating the coast as if it were daytime. Guys, the Navy's artillery support is over. It's our Marine Corps' turn to perform. Da-da-da-da-da. With a command from the commander, gunfire erupted from both sides, countless tongues of fire spewing from every corner, creating a real hail of bullets that tore apart the remaining Japanese soldiers on both sides of the shore. The intense firepower was relentlessly reaping the enemy, sweeping away large swaths in a single wave, staining the land red with blood. Warriors, charge! May your majesty bless us, for the great empire is invincible. Several experienced veterans, hiding in shell craters, returned fire with their Type 30 rifles. However, this old-fashioned rifle had almost negligible firepower, and it was soon suppressed by a Type 56 rifle. Then, they were met with several hand grenades that blew the area into the air. The battle was fierce, with dazzling flames everywhere. Boom! Boom! Mortar shells locked onto their targets precisely and exploded at a curved angle behind various bunkers. Those devils are here. It's them, the ones who annihilated Kyoto Bay. They can't leave. None of them can leave. Behind some ruins, Captain Murata covered his ears, trembling with fear in his eyes and muttering incoherently. His professionalism and years of wartime experience vanished the moment those shells began to fall. The reason was that his squad's camp, which housed dozens of imperial elites and many armed civilians, had been wiped out in the recent artillery barrage. Newbies are afraid of cannons, veterans are afraid of machine guns, but Murata is different. He's afraid of both. That intense sense of oppression, that overwhelming power, was unparalleled and almost took over his mind. The power of naval guns is absolutely terrifying. Each shot will create a huge crater, leaving no living thing within a radius of dozens of meters. Even a regiment would be almost wiped out after a few rounds of fire. If Murata hadn't had to leave the camp, he probably would have gone to meet the great god along with that group of unlucky guys. Loyalty? I shouldn't have come here. The Empire was a mistake from the very beginning. After a long while, Murata struggled to his feet and limped towards the woods behind him. Right now, he didn't want anything but to leave this hellish place. Gunshots from all around served as a reminder of a fact. The enemy has landed. What does that mean? Those devils may very well have their eyes on this place and want to take it back. Whether the Empire's elite 2nd Division could withstand them, Murata didn't know, but judging from the enemy's firepower, there was a continuous barrage of gunfire, like machine guns, from everywhere. With a machine gun for every man, this level of technological prowess and logistical support made Japan's chances of winning very slim. Even the Europeans probably didn't have such luxurious equipment. Murata stroked his right leg, where blood was constantly oozing out. He had been hit by shrapnel earlier, and intense pain filled his body. He had to leave. Staying here would only lead to his demise. Chirp! Just as he was about to take another step, a low and rapid shriek sounded, like the sound of a flying object overhead, giving him a sense of inexplicable fear. Murata was stunned. He knew what that meant. A shell was about to land near him. There's no time left. Once you hear it, it's your turn, and there's no escaping it. No. The next second, in his terrified gaze, a mortar shell, hot from friction with the air, fell. Boom! Where Murata had originally stood, dirt mixed with bits of flesh was splattered everywhere. Subsequently, large numbers of soldiers rushed in from all directions in groups of 3, clearing out the remaining enemy weapons. Bullets rained down, creating puffs of blood mist on the enemies, who twitched a few times on the ground before dying. The surviving Black Boars soon discovered in horror that the sounds of gunfire, like those of demons, were everywhere, continuous and relentless, with one of their companions falling one after another. The gunfire, coming from all directions, was gradually fading away. With the final gunshot and the fall of a flag, the harbor returned to silence once more, the lingering stench of blood still telling the story of a great battle that had taken place here. Chapter 18. The Royal Army has arrived. In a ravine near Seo, several thin, poorly clothed old farmers, along with their families, huddled together in a very secluded cave, shivering. These old farmers were barely recognizable as human beings. They were terribly thin, with dark, rough skin, and their entire bodies were covered in mud and cracks. The chill of the early morning made them huddle together, leaning against a few bundles of dry grass, some of them children, covered with a few blankets, which were just quilts to put it nicely, or a few tattered rags to put it bluntly. Their numb and lifeless faces all revealed fear as they stared at the outside world with terror. Even the innocent children showed no glimmer of light in them. Light? It's good enough to be alive here. Hope? What is that? It's something I've never dared to hope for. Hunger and cold enveloped them. The only food they had nearby was a few half-eaten wild vegetables and fruits, which they treasured and kept tightly in their bosoms, only taking a bite or two when they were extremely hungry. These are some of the few mountain dwellers in the area. They were so overwhelmed by the Black Boars that they could no longer move and chose to escape to the mountaintop. Oh dear, what happened last night? Did the foreigners attack? I heard from that little rascal from the Leaf family that it was those bastards who caused the commotion. That guy, he's really bold. He braved thunder and crossed several mountains overnight. I wonder what he was looking for. Old Lou, who lives in Lieshan village, still shudders at the thought of last night's scene. The deafening flames could be seen from across a mountain, terrifying and enormous. This terrified many villagers, who feared that the adults would come to harm them again, and they fled into the ravines with their families overnight. Was that a god descending to earth? Countless booming sounds were like thunder from the sky, crackling and popping, and the earth was shaking. Could it be that the heavens saw the crimes of those bastards and sent down lightning as punishment? Old Lu thought to himself that hiding here was not a good idea, and he had to get out. Who knows? Those beasts killed a lot of people. More than 200 people from the next village didn't escape. They were all wiped out. Old Lu said weakly to the equally thin Huang Lur, his voice numb, as if those 200 people were just dirt, and in this world, human life was less than grass. Sigh. Old Lu shook his head, all his unspoken words turning into a sigh. In his hand, he tightly gripped an old wooden plaque wrapped in coarse cloth. The plaque was exquisite, with gold thread inlaid on both sides. It was passed down from his ancestors, and old man Lu didn't know anything about it. He was thinking of pawning it when he really couldn't survive anymore, not knowing if he could get some money in return. Zhao Dayton, Old Lu, come out quickly. The royal army has returned. The royal army is back. This is wonderful news. We're going to have a good life from now on. Suddenly, a series of loud shouts came from the mountains, echoing from afar and reverberating through the valleys, creating ripples in the air. Who is it? That idiot Fan Ge. Why is he shouting so loudly? Isn't he afraid of attracting them? This startled the group. They couldn't shout, or they would all be doomed. Who knew what the situation was like up there? Could it be that those black boars have returned, and that Brother Fan has been captured? Don't say a word. Thinking of this, everyone remained silent, carefully covering their juniors to prevent them from making any noise. No one paid any attention to what the foreigner was shouting about the so-called royal army. In the past few years, there had been plenty of people claiming to be the royal army and wanting to drive away those black pigs. They were already used to it. At first, there was some hope that the imperial court might come back one day and drive all the arrogant black boars into the sea. But as time went on, they discovered that this was just a lie. The so-called royal army was nothing more than a few broadswords, 1 or 2 muskets older than the old man's, and a few dozen people. If you didn't know it was the royal army, you would think it was some beggar gang. Hey, why isn't everyone coming out? Old Lu said he's in the Balagu area. On the mountain road, the middle-aged man called Brother Fan couldn't hide his joy. Carrying a large package weighing several dozen kilograms, he crossed several hills, eager to quickly tell everyone the good news. It's the royal army. The royal army has arrived. Many long lines have gathered at the other end of Sueo, and you can't see the end of them. Fan Ge couldn't help but smile when he thought about the Jingwu master he had seen last night. This daring fellow rushed over on the night the fleet landed, drawn by the smell of gunpowder, and traveled over mountains and valleys, arriving at Sueo in the middle of the night. He happened to run into soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. Their fierce expressions and the pile of black mountain boars next to them, along with the pervasive smell of blood, almost scared him to death. He immediately collapsed to the ground, begging and pleading, leaving the soldiers both amused and exasperated. It took them quite a while to help the man up. They're all good people. We're going to have a good life from now on. Fan Ge will never forget that scene. Not only did those soldiers not reprimand him or drag him away to beat him up, they actually helped him up and made him sit on equal footing with a man. He would never have dared to imagine such a thing before. Later, the men gave him food that could only be found in heaven, and just thinking about the taste made Fan Ge's breathing become rapid. The meat, served in a fine iron container, was something Fan Ge had never seen before. It smelled wonderful, even better than what the men he had ever eaten. After confirming several times that it was a gift from the men, Fan Ge devoured it with gusto, licking the juice clean. This moved Fan Ge so much that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed several times, calling him a great benefactor and saying everything he could think of. The old men were truly kind people. They immediately helped him up. He forgot some of what they said afterward, but it was probably that he couldn't eat too much oily food, otherwise he would suffer. Chapter 19, Moving Forward. Fan Ge thought that was roughly the case, then seemed to remember something and quickly touched the package hanging on his body, which was given to him by Wang Shi after he heard that there were still a few people nearby. Before leaving, tears welled up in his eyes. He was very worried and even asked the soldiers how long they would stay, how long they would fight, and whether they would go back. Then I got an unexpected answer. Fight. Fight until the day of victory. No, he rested for a while, and then rushed back to tell them the news. Those old guys had always treated him very well, like family, and he deserved it. Fan Ge was still not convinced, so he patted it hard, making a series of sounds. It was full and hadn't fallen out. He laughed and exclaimed, "Good iron, good iron." But where did Old Lu and the others go? If they're not in Balagu, where else could they be hiding? Really? Hey, Old Lu, come out quickly. The king's army has driven those black boars away. Fan Ge's rough voice rang out once, and with the royal army present, he wasn't afraid of attracting Japanese people. This statement caused a stir, making the people in the mountain valley restless. Old Lu listened carefully for a while, then said to the group, "What Fan Ge said doesn't seem to be false. I know him well, and I know exactly what he's capable of. Listen again. Don't cause any trouble. Everyone's here." Huang Luer perked up and moved slightly. Most of the others looked at him, hoping to get an answer from him. Middle. Old Lu glanced around and saw several children huddled on the ground because of hunger. He calmed down a bit and said, "I'll go out and take a look." Once he went out, things got really interesting. As soon as Old Man Lu came out, he spotted Fangu sitting on the big rock. This guy was so conspicuous, sitting on the only huge rock, it was hard not to notice him. Old Lu cautiously observed for a while, and after confirming that no one was around, he tiptoed in that direction and began to call out softly. "Fangur, Fangur, what do you want from us?" "Old Lu," a surprised voice rang out, tinged with a hint of complaint. "You've really been a long way to me. Come on, let's eat first." "I'm not happy about it," Fan said, but he was quick to unload the package, took out a few tin cans, and handed them to the puzzled Old Man Lu. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me these little spots?" "This iron is good. It can make a few good hoes." Old Lu was stunned. He pulled Fangu, who was still busy, aside and randomly found a relatively secluded spot. "What did you just say? What royal army? Those sons of bitches didn't capture you, but you managed to escape back here?" "It's fine if we don't mention this, but once we do, Fangur gets really excited. The royal army is here. They're over there on that hilltop. There's so many people here, carrying cannons that are even bigger than the foreigners. There are also huge monsters that I've never seen before, all made of iron. Those things are really big, and they run faster than a person. The constant cannon fire last night came from Sueo. The royal army has come, saying they're going to drive the black boars into the sea. That old bastard Murata is probably doomed." "The royal army? Which royal army?" Old Lu was still completely confused and couldn't figure it out. This really worried Fangu, who grabbed his hand and said, "What else could it be? Come with me, and we'll see." Sueo Port. The system's unlimited logistical support is awesome. It provides an endless supply. Standing atop the mountain pass, Qin Tian gazed at the rows of open-air armories, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The port, which was originally just a ruin, was transformed into Qin Tian's logistics warehouse after emergency repairs, and it was filled with supplies. The first batch of 100,000 troops, organized into the first army group, is currently assembling on a large scale near Suko. Rows of imposing Mis-75 cannons stood in neat rows, their muzzles pointing into the distance. At their feet were piles of crates filled with shells wrapped in straw. Mis-75, also known as the famous M1897 75mm field gun, is the same model used by Brother Yunlong and the exclusive weapon of the 2nd Battalion commander. It is a legendary weapon with a rate of fire of up to 15 rounds per minute, but this is far from its limit. Its limit depends on how fast the gun crew can fire. In terms of firepower, artillery is naturally the strongest, and the Type 59 130mm cannon is definitely the first choice. However, terrain factors must also be taken into account. As for now, heavy artillery is undoubtedly ruled out because its mobility is too poor. Beijing is mainly mountainous and hilly, with a mountain range crisscrossing the area. Anything slightly heavier simply couldn't keep up with the advance of the large army and was left far behind. Moreover, Beijing's infrastructure is still extremely backward. Not to mention highways, there are hardly any decent, wide dirt roads. Most are just small paths. The terrain around Sueo fishing port is relatively flat. After the roads are cleared, military trucks can still tow heavy artillery through. However, if they reach the mountains, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, lightweight firepower came in very handy, and portable weapons such as mortars, which could provide support and suppress enemy fire anytime and anywhere, became the preferred choice. If you look down from high above, you'll see many tiny black dots like military trucks constantly moving into the forest, which is 100% green. If 2 divisions aren't enough, then send 2 more. Also, just remember one thing. When you're short on resources, use tactical infiltration. When you're rich, use firepower coverage. And when you encounter the Japanese, don't hold back on ammunition. Qin Tian issued orders to the division commanders. What he has in abundance right now is something as worthless as logistics. In Sueo, Qin Tian deployed 2 infantry divisions, each with 2 brigades, totaling 4 infantry regiments, plus a divisional artillery regiment. The 1st Infantry Division and another division will be deployed to fight the 2nd Division, advancing along the road to break through the entire North Port Island. Of the remaining 5 divisions, 3 went to the southwest of Sueo to eliminate the Japanese forces in the southwest of Beijing Island, and 2 went to the central and southern regions. Currently, there are 3 armies in total. Currently, there's a shortage of troops. An army group only has 7 divisions, and a full-strength infantry division here has about 13,000 men. Chapter 20, Annihilation. The 1st Infantry Division is now advancing towards Chicken Port, a major port on North Port Island. Their goal is to seize the port before Japan can mobilize its forces. There, 2 more hood ships will assist them. Just last night, they bombarded the waters near Chicken Harbor, drawing Japan's attention there and preventing them from attending to Saw. Chicken Port, the largest port on North Port Island, can accommodate ships of 10,000 tons. It is an important transportation hub between the Japanese mainland and North Port. All supplies are transshipped through Chicken Port, making it extremely important. Such an important town must have a considerable troop strength, with at least an infantry regiment stationed there. At the very front, Rogan was also there. He had taken down 9 Black Boars in Sueo, and due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted to the forward position. Now he is the class monitor. However, Luo Jin was puzzled. He hadn't seen a single person along the way, and all he could hear was the roar of cars, a constant rumbling noise, as they slowly drove through what could barely be called a road. Traveling on this kind of road is too tiring. It's rugged and uneven. Just then, Luo Jin saw another military truck stuck in the mud. The soldiers on board skillfully got off the truck and unloaded a bag of sand from the cargo bed. Their practiced movements were heartbreaking. Luo Jin shook his head. He had seen countless vehicles like this before. He led his squad and quickly jumped over, going around to the front. In this godforsaken place, walking was faster than driving. The new town the fellow villagers mentioned should be just ahead. Luo Jin had a rough idea in his mind. He had only one goal, to rush into the enemy's position and wipe them out. As squad leader, Luo hurried on his way. The flames of war began to rage in the distant new city, and plumes of smoke heralded the start of the battle. Xinxing, which sounds like a city, is actually just a rural area. There used to be more than 300 people living there, but after the Black Boars came, all 300 people disappeared. Currently, the residents here are mostly Black Mountain pigs and armed expatriates. Their numbers are small, and they are mainly there to maintain the stability of this area and suppress the surrounding natives. Therefore, they are not equipped with any heavy weapons, only rifles. In the past, their opponents were locals who didn't even have many rifles. This kind of equipment was like a game changer. Driving away the natives would have been a piece of cake. But now, they're in trouble. New city. Damn it. Why haven't we been able to contact Sua yet? What are those bastards doing? Don't they know those demons are here? They attacked Chicken Port last night. The local police chief, Murashita Yasuda, was furious. Since morning, there had been no news from Sukuo. Telegrams had not been answered, personnel had not returned, and the 3 squads he had sent out would not know the results for some time. Given this situation, especially at this critical juncture, it's difficult for Murashita Yasuda to remain calm. Rumors are circulating throughout the military that these demons are raising a giant sea monster that eats people, likes to devour them like prey, and even coats them with a special secret sauce and cooks them with cherry blossoms. Or like eating sushi, stuffing into a rice ball. This caused widespread panic, even among the security captain. Originally, the rumors that Murashita Yasuda received were fairly normal news that Kyoto Bay had been attacked and the empire was furious. But unexpectedly, once the rumors spread, they became a completely different version, each one more outrageous than the last. The truth spreads like wildfire, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. What was originally outrageous becomes the truth in an instant, and many people firmly believe it, as if they were about to encounter the devil and turn to run away. Sir, it's probably a broken telegraph line. It's always like this. I've already sent someone to check it out, and I'm sure we'll have results soon, someone said. It's normal for telegraph lines to break down sometimes, and in this remote mountain village, repairs can take a lot of time. Hearing this, Murashita Yasuda's mood calmed down slightly. Tell them to speed things up. The regimental commander is urging us urgently. Hey, trust the warriors of the empire. They're the most qualified soldiers. If those demons dare to set foot on our land, the warriors will drive them away. At this time, it is absolutely the best course of action to reassure people. You're very good, Oda-kun. In a few days, let the warriors go into the mountains to hunt some wild game and relax. Murashita Yasuda said with a wicked smile. The wild game he mentioned was not just any wild game. It had a deeper meaning. Oda was overjoyed and bowed to Murata, saying, Murata-senpai, we haven't finished the last competition yet. I remember I killed 8 prey, while you only killed 7. According to our agreement, I should be the winner of this competition. Oda, is that so? Murashita Yasuda said, I seem to remember that I killed 8, and you killed 7? Those weak and pitiful prey are too hard to find, but I will find them one by one in front of me. Mr. Oda, since no one knows, let's have another competition and see who kills more in 3 hours. How about it? That's great. It's an honor to compete with you, senior. A hint of excitement flashed in Oda's eyes, and he quickly agreed. The 2 pigs reached an agreement, but just as they finished discussing it, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled, and ripples instantly spread across the water glass on the table. What happened? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 2 pigs were puzzled. Before they could think any further, More howling sounds came, sharp and terrifying. In an instant, the ground seemed to be struck by countless giant hammers, and violent explosions rose and fell, deafeningly loud. Boom! Buzz! The largest building in the new city was accurately hit by 3 60mm mortar shells. The huge wall immediately collapsed and was riddled with holes and pits. "Senior, I'm going out to take a look." The Tian's expression changed drastically with surprise. He grabbed his hat and ran out. Chirp! No sooner had Oda left than the house where Yasuda was located collapsed, damaged by artillery fire and reduced to ruins. "Gentlemen, grab your guns. Guns! Await counterattack, do not run around. We're taking cover from the shelling. It's the enemy, it's the enemy." The Japanese soldiers in the surrounding houses were terrified by the sudden shelling. They screamed and ran in all directions, seeking cover on the spot. Not all Japanese soldiers acted this way. Many veterans, upon being shelled, would immediately rush to their Type 30 rifles. For them, it was instinct. Their guns were their lives. Even seasoned veterans know that the enemy will launch an attack after the shelling. However, no one cared about their village chief. Every shell that landed was accompanied by deadly shrapnel, and many black boars had already fallen. And Oda-kun lay in a pool of blood not far from the house, the crimson blood seeping from his flesh, staining the ground red. Since he ran out, 5 shells have landed and exploded nearby, and he has been riddled with shrapnel, but he is currently in stable condition. The flames of revenge shone upon him, clearly illuminating the scene of black boars falling one after another. As for his villager Yasuda, he was pinned down by a large rock, lying in a very standard pose of breaking a rock with his chest, with blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth, staining the surrounding broken bricks red. "What's going on?" "It's an enemy attack. It can't be the natives, the Tsarist Russians, or those devils. They've come, they've really come." His whole body buzzed and spun around, as if he could vaguely hear the terrified screams of the black mountain boar, one after another, the countless explosions drowning out everything else. "Help me, Taejun, I don't want to be here. Ouch, that really hurts." His consciousness gradually blurred. He tried to push away the stone pressing on him, but his body was unable to move. The pain was so intense that he could only lie there helplessly. In the distance, rows of M2 60mm mortars were still emitting wisps of smoke from their muzzles, having just demonstrated their power and achieved significant results. "Continue, extend the fire, don't let them get away." The artillery commander on the sidelines kept urging, "Rapid fire ready. Fire." Boom, boom, boom. Flames burst from the muzzle, accompanied by a crisp, pleasant sound, blooming brightly on the enemy's position. Chapter 21, Saving Lives and Healing the Wounded Maxim. Its exclusive high-explosive shell weighs 3 pounds and has a propellant charge of 0.34 pounds, which is sufficient to often achieve unexpected results against clustered infantry. The main reason is that mortars rely on shrapnel damage, not explosive damage. If the flying shrapnel lands among a group of infantry, the scene is unimaginable. Boom! Boom! Small flames slowly rose in the new city, exploding around their point of impact. A high-explosive bomb, upon contact with the ground, detonates its 0.34-pound explosive charge, which burns rapidly in a very small space and causes an explosion in a short time. Boom! A powerful impact tore the iron shell apart from the inside out, turning it into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. There are many more such scenes. The entire new city swayed amidst the shelling, almost completely destroyed, with endless shells burying the place. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. At this moment, terrifying machine gun fire came from the outskirts of the new city, blasting across a large area. It was a group of Japanese soldiers who wanted to charge in recklessly. They thought they would be safe once they broke through the encirclement of artillery fire, but they did not expect that there was a Maxim machine gun lying in ambush on the outskirts of the new city. They came into the machine gunner's line of sight. The 11.4 3mm bullets used by this heavy machine gun easily pierced through the bodies of Japanese soldiers, tearing them apart. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers at the forefront fell one after another, spewing out blood mist. The tumbling bullets mercilessly pierced through the flesh and blood, reaping their lives. The death knell, like that of the Grim Reaper, lasted only a few seconds before the entire team was wiped out. The revolutionary power of the Maxim machine gun and the fear it brought lingered in the minds of some Japanese soldiers. It was terrifying. A dozen soldiers fell in just a few seconds. Japan is not without heavy machine guns. On the contrary, they were one of the first countries to recognize the power of this revolutionary weapon, and they even imported the M1897 heavy machine gun from France. However, the Japanese army's fools did not realize the cutting-edge nature of machine guns. With the right partner, barbed wire, they could become executioners, reaping thousands of infantrymen in a single day, enough to turn a city into a meat grinder. To date, Japan's machine gun production is pitifully small and is mainly used to equip fortress garrison troops. For example, right now, many soldiers don't understand this monster and are mostly terrified and trembling with fear. I can't walk anymore. I'm doomed. No, I can't get out of here. Yutano, this newbie, was hiding behind a low wall, screaming in fear, unable to control himself. The mangled bodies, the relentless bombing, and the nightmarish machine gun fire caused his mind to completely break down. Yutano had never seen anything like this before. He huddled in the corner, motionless, his lips trembling. Father, can you still hear me? It's me, Yutano. That boy. Please take me back to my hometown. If possible, please let me see the cherry blossoms of my hometown again. From the bottom of his heart, Tano prayed that every time the terrifying shriek in the sky drew closer, his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest, his blood was surging, and every second that passed felt like an eternity. Buzz! The explosion shook the earth, and the shock wave slammed into Yutano like an invisible giant hand. He first felt a violent tremor, followed by excruciating pain. He opened his eyes wide in fear, but the dust that flew up forced him to close them again. His ears were ringing, and all the sounds of the outside world seemed to have disappeared for the time being. It was so quiet. He instinctively curled up, trying to hide his entire body against the wall as much as possible, as if that would allow him to escape the clutches of death. However, when he saw a lively Japanese soldier being blown to bits by a shell behind him, Yutano could no longer bear it and went mad, tried to escape this hellish place. Baka! Yutano, what are you doing? The old soldier who had been lying down for a long time noticed something was wrong, rushed out and grabbed him, immediately pressing him hard onto the broken bricks. Then, a shell exploded nearby, spewing smoke and dust that covered the ground. You bastard, get to work like a dog. The old soldier quickly got up from the ground, grabbed Yutano, and slapped him hard across the face, making him see stars. The veteran's eyes were filled with murderous intent, accumulated over many years, which made him look very fierce. Hold your weapon tight. The enemy will be here soon. You idiot. The fact that the enemy's artillery fire is gradually weakening means that their infantry will soon be on the field. If the artillery barrage stops, then prepare to face the infantry charge. Sure enough, the shelling quickly subsided until it completely disappeared, leaving only a charred ruin. Where did these guys come from? There's so many cannons. Is it an artillery regiment? A veteran said through gritted teeth. I dare say that most of the Empire's warriors and veterans have never seen such a scene of artillery fire. Many people were at a loss and in chaos when the shells were fired and ended up falling under the fire. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Before encountering the Russian artillery, most of the soldiers had no experience of being shelled. Before this, Japan had always been the victor in artillery battles. Their 75mm mountain guns could always suppress the enemy and pour firepower onto the opposite positions, so there was no need to worry. Therefore, this round of shelling completely stunned them. Then, gunfire erupted from the perimeter. Two Maxim guns, hidden in the shadows, formed a crossfire network from the left and right, spitting out orange tongues of fire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The bullets hit some heavy objects, splashing sparks and a lot of dust. The bunkers where some unlucky expatriates were located were too thin. The bullets penetrated the bunkers and came into direct contact with flesh and blood, staining them with a few dark red spots. They're here. They're monsters. Those man-eating monsters. Yutano screamed in anguish. He saw many strange, multicolored figures. How could they possibly be human? The rumor of the man-eating monster exploded in his mind. The rumors are true. Monsters really exist. Chirp, chirp, chirp. An old soldier tried to peek out, but was suppressed by fear's firepower. The whistling of bullets was like something out of a horror movie. The dense gunfire chilled them to the bone. It was coming from all directions. This scene even made the battle-hardened veterans a little panicked. They had never experienced anything like it before. Who were they supposed to ask? Bullets? However, pressure can be a driving force, and driving force can lead to innovation. And sure enough, the faith shooting technique that was later incorporated into the classics was invented by these Black Mountain pigs. Some soldiers began using the classic faith shooting technique, quietly placing their Type 30 rifles in midair before pulling the trigger. It's no exaggeration to say that all the bullets were fired with absolutely no accuracy whatsoever. It doesn't matter if we hit it or not, as long as we're safe. We'll just treat it as a bang. Sigh. A soldier next to him gave a thumbs up, looking very smart. He followed suit, stretched out his rifle, and with a quick flick of his wrist, he was done. Not long after he discovered the new continent and wanted to play a few more times, several smoking objects rolled under his bunker and blew him and his gun into the sky. Then, the various firing points were subjected to overwhelming firepower and were physically destroyed, immediately falling silent. Charge! Take them down! Now, the vanguard of the 1st Infantry Division has broken through the so-called New City position, crossed the dilapidated buildings, and wiped out the remaining expatriates and black boars inside. Hey, I've caught up. Luo Jin was also in the queue, followed by 2 soldiers, heading towards the very center of the new city. Several armed expatriates had just escaped when they ran into Luo Jin. To their astonishment, several bullets were fired at them. Chapter 22 Retreat. Luo Jin acted swiftly, dealing with a few small fry before rushing to the next battlefield. From the air, all the Japanese were in a one-sided situation, collapsing upon contact. If you turn the bodies of those unfortunate men over, you would find that many had been shot in the back. Even a powerful army like the Locust Army could only flee in one direction. This battle was a complete mistake. The enemy's level far exceeded theirs, and many of their proud Japanese warriors were almost wiped out. The Japanese people today haven't been completely brainwashed. They're not like they were later, willing to die rather than surrender, charging in a battle with only a white cloth tied around their necks. At least for now, a large portion of them can't do that. If one person runs backward, it will lead a group of people to run backward. After all, even their most elite veterans are no match for them. They are suppressed in terms of equipment and experience. If they don't run now, when will they? Those who ran when things turned bad were mostly veterans. You didn't see the honest ones. They've been lying on the ground for who knows how many years. The remaining veterans, who weren't all scheming, ran away as soon as they saw the opportunity. Compared to the unlucky guys who are currently in good spirits, Utano is undoubtedly lucky. He chose to surrender the moment the 1st Infantry Division broke through the defense line, surrendering to those weirdos. He was not the only one who did so. The strange beings, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, ignored them, regarding them as prey that had lost all resistance. They discarded their weapons and left them aside, continuing to pursue the black mountain boars that had resisted. Facing strange people, Utano didn't know how to describe it, but in his view, every monster was carrying a machine gun that could fire in rapid succession. The firepower was overwhelming and impossible to resist. A fully armed monster could suppress several veterans with his firepower. This level of combat power is unprecedented. Even Europeans probably don't have such strength. Utano had dealt with Europeans before. His father was a merchant, and according to him, Europeans were all greedy scoundrels who wore the titles of noblemen and gentlemen, but did the dirtiest business. So it was not surprising. Yes, that's right, the Europeans didn't leave a good impression on him. What frightened him most was that these strange people seemed to be immortal. He had personally witnessed one of his veterans hit the other, but the other was completely unharmed, just letting out a howl and charging even more fiercely. The veteran who made the move was immediately targeted and sent to meet the great god. The gods sent them. We're defying the gods. Those guys dare to disrespect the gods. They deserve to die. At this moment, Utano was certain that the enemy was a divine army sent by the gods to punish these wicked people. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his good fortune in surviving the fierce artillery fire unscathed. This must be divine favor. Since he was transferred to the Far East, he has not committed a single crime. Perhaps it is true. He has never been stained with blood, that scarlet liquid. He hates it. Utano hates everything, especially war. I have a strong feeling that the strange man might also be from the Far East. He wasn't the only one among the prisoners who thought this way, because in the enemy's figure, they seemed to see that once superior nation, at the height of its glory, the master of the Far East, an existence that even Japan had to look up to. If that superior nation were still so powerful, Japan would probably still be a dog, an ingrate, submitting when it's strong and devouring its master when it's weak. Although that behemoth, an invincible existence in the eyes of countless people, was defeated a few years ago and lost its original status, the oppressive aura etched into the soul for thousands of years remains as strong as ever in the face of the humility of the superior nation. It must be understood that this is ingrained in their blood. The instinct to submit to a superior nation is not a humiliation for them, but an honor. The kingdom of heaven is awe-inspiring in all directions, and all nations submit to it. How incredibly powerful that is. What merit or ability did the Europeans possess to steal the divine artifact and seize control of the world? If the Celestial Empire is so powerful, it will surely lead the Far East to glory. With the etiquette, culture, and martial prowess of a great nation, it will encompass the 8 wastelands and 4 seas, and its sword will point to the world. How can the greedy and insatiable Europeans call themselves kings? Utano thought to himself, preferring the glory of the Celestial Empire to his own strength. He longed for that ancient country since he was young and came into contact with many cultures. The source of his cultural lineage was firmly established from the very beginning. In the distance, the smoke of war was slowly fading. In a short period of time, The new city was captured, and the Black Mountain Boars that were holding out there were all wiped out. The troops deployed were just a vanguard, far from the main force, and the prize paid was only a few wounded. Take the prisoners down and send them all to the rear to build roads. They can be tried later. We still have a lot of guys who are far behind and can't keep up with the pace of the advance. We're eating meat, but we have to give our artillery brothers a drink of soup. Luo Jin's heroic words spread throughout the new city. Chapter 23, Black Boars in Action. Beijing Governor's Office. Damn it, those enemies who attacked Kyoto Bay have already landed at Tsukuo. Their fleet has completely blockaded Northport Island. We can't get any supplies from the mainland. They've all been sunk at sea. As Qin Tian advanced, Japanese Governor General Tamaki Taro had already gathered intelligence from various sources about the enemy's landing at Tsukuo. Based on this intelligence and reports of lost contact with troops stationed in various locations, he estimated that the situation was likely dire. How many people did they send? How could they fight on two fronts? Don't they respect the empire at all? Too fast. The enemy is advancing too fast. Below Shinjo, in the area south of Suwa, all the Japanese troops stationed there have been defeated. The sea lanes were cut off, and no supply ship had been able to get close to Northport since the day of the landing. With their lifeline cut off and their retreat route to the homeland gone, the 2nd Division would receive no aid from the homeland until the combined fleet broke the enemy blockade. They would then be forced to fight the enemy in dire straits until they were either defeated or victorious. Even with its strength exceeding its capacity, the 2nd Division had a total of only 25,000 men scattered throughout Beijing. In the Jigong area, only 2 regiments could be mobilized, the 16th and 30th Regiments. With the support of the security forces and civilians, Yuan Tailang was confident he could muster 3 regiments. But were 3 regiments really enough to fight? Taro Tamago had heard about the enemy's land combat strength. Each soldier was equipped with a very fierce machine gun, and 1 soldier could fight 5 Imperial elites. They also had a large number of cannons. Faced with such a powerful lineup, Taro Tamago couldn't help but worry that they might be wiped out before the Allied fleet arrived. Even more frightening is that it is questionable whether the combined fleet can defeat the enemy fleet. Once the combined fleet is severely damaged and loses control of the sea, the entire Northport and the entire 2nd Division will be annihilated. It is only a matter of time before the entire army is wiped out. At this moment, Yu Yuan Dalan's eyes were bloodshot. The loss of Beijing Island under his control was a devastating blow to both him and the empire. The mainland desperately needed blood from overseas, and Beijing was a crucial link in that. Once lost, all the hard-won achievements, even at the cost of waging war, would be lost. Therefore, they absolutely cannot lose Beijing, just as they cannot live without Tianhuan. So he made a decision, a night raid. To defeat the enemy in the darkness and minimize the disparity in weaponry was the only way the empire could put up a fight. A night raid is definitely a good idea. In the dark, the enemy's firepower is hard to exert, and the soldiers of the 2nd Division are very good at hand-to-hand combat, so they have an advantage in this respect. Such examples do exist. For instance, the 2nd Division later defeated the Russians in hand-to-hand combat during a night raid. Now, it's just that the timeline has been moved forward. Immediately, a series of orders came out of the governor's office, mobilizing all of Japan's forces near Chicken Port to open a portion of the armory to the expatriates while ensuring logistical support for the regular regiments. All usable artillery pieces, including those from intact armed ships in Chicken Harbor, were to be dismantled and moved ashore to serve as land-based artillery positions. Yu Yuan Dalong intends to construct an impregnable barrier in front of Jigong, keeping the enemy at bay. Whoever tries to break through the barrier and seize the empire's overseas jewel will have to pay with their life. News of the blockade and imminent danger of Beijing reached Japan, pushing the already uneasy Japanese to the brink of collapse. The Locust was furious and vomited blood on the spot, falling seriously ill. It's too late to transfer troops from the mainland now. The combined fleet is not yet prepared for a decisive battle with future capital ships. Launching an attack rashly would be no different from delivering a package. The losses in Kyoto Bay have not yet been tallied, and now bad news has come from Beijing about Japan. The situation is terrible, worse than it was half a century ago. A large, dark cloud had somehow appeared above the notebook. Have the European nations not made any statement? They attacked the Allied fleet and tried to seize the jewel of the empire. Next time, cough cough, next time they will seize any European interests in the Far East. Lying on his sickbed, Tianhuang weakly looked at the many silent ministers and asked, "Your Majesty, the Europeans are still arguing fiercely about the previous Allied fleet incident. The British ambassador has submitted our request to the country, but we will have to wait a while longer," said Japanese Foreign Minister Aoki helplessly. He dared not say that after the Allied fleet was destroyed, the once powerful British Far East fleet vanished, as if it had evaporated into Hong Kong and has not emerged since. None of the European nations dared to stand up and speak out. If in the past any guy had dared to slap them in the face, their naval guns would probably have been pointed at that guy long ago. Damn it, by the time they finish arguing, the Empire will have already lost Northport. Those bastards are completely unreliable. Tian Huang trembled with anger, his fists clenched, looking like he was about to explode. Your Majesty, this sudden jump startled the ministers, who hurriedly supported Tian Huang, fearing that he might vomit blood again in a fit of anger, as the country could not withstand the blow. Send the combined fleet to attack. Northport is mine. It belongs to the Empire. I will not allow it. I will not allow it. Tian Huang shouted, spitting on the nearest minister. Defend Northport. The 2nd Division of the Army is fighting a bloody battle, and thousands of imperial citizens are fighting. How can the Navy stand idly by? Send the combined fleet to the scene. Your Majesty, the combined fleet is not yet ready to face a powerful enemy. We cannot afford to be careless. If the fleet is damaged and shows signs of weakness, the enemy may blockade not just the northern port, but the mainland, Your Majesty, said Navy Minister Yamamoto Hayagoro earnestly. Yes, the combined fleet is the foundation of the Empire. Even if we lose Northport, we can take it back later. In the future, the combined fleet will surely destroy this despicable enemy with its own hands, someone advised, trying to calm Tian Huang down. How to launch an attack? To collide flesh and blood against steel behemoths? The Empire has finally acquired such a massive fleet, and to challenge an enemy even stronger than Britain, how could it possibly set out without at least a 50% chance of success? In the minister's view, protecting the homeland was the top priority. Only if the combined fleet still had combat capability would the enemy not dare to land under the threat of naval guns. Therefore, protecting the homeland meant protecting the combined fleet. Everyone knows that in the coming period, the combined fleet will be transformed from a deep-sea fleet into a shallow-water fleet, losing the deterrent power that a major power's navy should have. But this is necessary, unless the fleet is to be destroyed. Apart from that, the 2nd Division, one of the most combat-effective divisions in Japan, is now isolated and helpless. It is bound to be annihilated and wiped out as a whole, which is something they do not want to see. Therefore, some people hope to negotiate with the enemy, give up some unnecessary benefits, and exchange this division for the country, even though they still do not know who the enemy is. Chapter 24, using naval guns to smash the fortress. Where has the 1st Division advanced? In the temporary command post in Sueo, Qin Tian asked, pointing to the blue flag representing his side on the sand table. From the sand table, it is clear that following the 1st Infantry Division, there is another infantry division moving north along the main road. It must be said that the 1st Division, as the vanguard, advanced at an unexpectedly fast pace, conquering large areas of Japanese strongholds in just 2.5 days. These conquered territories all needed to be guarded. The 1st Division must concentrate all its efforts, like an arrow, to crush all enemies who dare to stand in its way and break through their defenses. Unfortunately, there are no tanks yet, and the terrain here is not suitable for large-scale armored warfare. Otherwise, an armored division could advance hundreds of kilometers in a single day. Meanwhile, the 2nd Infantry Division in the south also achieved remarkable results. The enemies they encountered had the lowest combat effectiveness and the lowest will to resist, and they were defeated in an instant. The 1st Division has reached Donggang. Zhang, the adjutant-in-chief of staff, pointed to the area in front of Shadu, which was a blue river. The little notebooks have recalled all the troops near Donggang and turned Donggang into an impregnable block. According to the frontline reports, there's a regiment there, mostly composed of temporarily conscripted overseas Chinese and some soldiers, with a small number of mountain guns and Gatling guns. Donggang is an inland river port. Next to it is a bridge very close to the sea. On the other side of the sea, there's a small dock where ships with shallow waters unload their goods and transport them to the inland port of Beigang via Donggang. Undoubtedly, this is a very important transportation hub. The heavy firepower configuration, including artillery and machine guns, shows that Japan is determined to fight to the death here. Gatling gun? The ancestor of that thing that shoots blue flames like that. Qin Tian's eyes lit up, finding a sense of familiarity in his words. Yes, those are the ones you mentioned, Commander, that shoot blue flames with a rat-a-tat-tat sound, Zhang the adjutant said. Many of these Gatling guns were captured from the Great Xia dynasty, and some are even imported. The Gatling gun, the king of hand-crank machine guns, has multiple barrels. If the rate of fire isn't fast enough, the barrels make up for it, reaching a maximum of 210 rounds per minute. It's like a sparrow pecking at a cow, truly formidable. This weapon can also be manufactured in Dacia. It has a rate of fire of 350 rounds per minute, a range of 2,000 meters, and an 11 millimeters caliber. Multiple guns can be combined to form a metal storm. It was a pity that such advanced weaponry at the time ended up in the hands of the Japanese. Weapons are a good thing, but it also depends on the people who use them, Qin Tian side. Judging by the time, the hood should be arriving soon. Have them cover the 1st Division's advance, and use the naval guns to flatten East Harbor. Wherever firepower can cover, we should not let the soldiers take any risks. We should fill in all the Japanese positions for them. Make sure to use heavy firepower to clean up the ground. Heavy firepower to clean up the ground. Heavy firepower to clean up the ground. Qin Tian repeated 3 times. Qin Tian had been considering having the super dreadnoughts cooperate with the army to launch a dual attack on Japan for a long time, but he hadn't found a suitable location for the operation. Now, it was time for the Navy to get a piece of the pie. HMS Hood, with its high-speed and terrifyingly large naval guns, was quickly deployed to the East Harbor area. Other super dreadnoughts, especially the Queen Elizabeth class, had to consider the lifespan of their guns after several major battles, so they would not participate this time. In fact, the teeth of these marine giants also wear down and need to be replaced regularly. If a problem is found with a naval gun, that's easy to handle. Just remove it and replace it with a new one. However, if Qin Tian wants to produce domestically without relying on the system, it will undoubtedly be a major problem, at least for now. He will have to wait for the system to be updated so that he might be able to build some basic industries. With Hood alone, the firepower is more than enough. With its 15-inch main gun, a single shot in a confined area can take down a company or even a battalion. It's time for them to experience what it's like to be shelled every day. Since the enemy has taken refuge inside the fortress, it's reasonable to deal with them using heavy artillery, and there's absolutely no intention to bully them. Waters near Donggang. A colossal ocean monster, as majestic as a mountain, sails on the sea. Inside the massive twin main gun turret, which was awe-inspiring even from a distance, several shells weighing 879 kilograms each were already quietly waiting in the breach, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. The scouts on land sent over the approximate coordinates for the attack. In the face of a giant cannon, precise coordinates are not necessary. A rough estimate is sufficient. While the destructive power of naval guns is indeed terrifying, what is even more formidable is the psychological pressure that each shot inflicts. Sometimes, the fear they bring is even greater than that of a physical explosion. No one wanted to expose themselves to the firepower of naval guns. Every roar of the cannons would distract countless soldiers and destroy their indomitable will. It can be said that even seasoned veterans who are experienced in dodging artillery fire would tremble at the sight of naval guns. Normal Army artillery would not be equipped with cannons of the same caliber as the Navy, and no artilleryman would be willing to operate these heavy and complex giant cannons. There are too many limiting factors for land-based artillery, including the weight of the cannon and the terrain. As long as you don't encounter those guys who pursue the ultimate in artillery, you don't have to worry about being bombarded with devastating shells. Donggang remains calm. The bridge that once stood there has been blown up by the Japanese. Overconfident and arrogant, the Japanese soldiers, taking advantage of the favorable terrain, vowed to keep these devils out of Donggang. After a long period of preparation, the entire port was covered with thick bunkers. Some of the buildings have been reinforced to withstand small-caliber artillery fire, making this a truly fortified stronghold, unlike the previous Japanese strongholds. All the notebooks were engrossed in a frenzy. No one could have imagined that the real threat to them would come from the sea. Chapter 25 Naval Guns in Action. Turrets 1 and 2 conduct test firing. A gunnery officer received the order to fire from the bridge. The 2 massive and imposing main gun turrets on the foredeck are slowly being driven to port. Target data provided by the Army was transmitted to the ship's gun director via the azimuth indicator. And after precise adjustment by the fire control computer, firing data was output. Let the little notebooks taste the power of this big guy. Boom boom. The 2 main gun turrets on the foredeck of the hood each fired a 381mm shell. A burst of orange-red flame suddenly shot out from the metal barrels, representing the highest level of steel forging, and a large amount of black smoke also appeared around them. Those 2 massive 800-kilogram cannons were not as bulky as one might imagine. They were incredibly agile, spinning rapidly out of the barrel along the rifling with lightning speed, and immediately reached the airspace above the target. Chirp! At that moment, the enormous noise hovering overhead left many Japanese soldiers bewildered. Some looked in the direction from which the noise was coming in. It seemed to be the sea. It's a naval gun. Some people immediately realized it was a naval cannon. Damn it, they had forgotten about that threatening sea monster. The real threat wasn't the enemy on the other side, but the one coming from the sea. Unfortunately, it was too late to run. The 2 shells had found their prey. Boom! A 381mm shell struck a warehouse in Donggang, instantly releasing a violent energy explosion that leveled the warehouse and created a huge crater in the ground. All living things in the vicinity were wiped out by this blast, erasing all traces of their existence. The once massive warehouse is now just a large crater. The powerful shockwave, along with the earthquake-like impact storm, caused secondary damage, instantly collapsing the surrounding reinforced buildings. Another shell went slightly astray, flying away from the main area of the port and landing on a position on the outskirts of the east port. Boom! A large area was instantly engulfed in flames from the explosion. The defensive fortifications that had taken a lot of time to build were utterly vulnerable, and dirt flew everywhere. The small squad station here was engulfed by the flames of the explosion before they could even scream. The thick smoke and ash were clearly visible from miles away. When the smoke cleared, there was another large crater that could be seen with the naked eye, and there were many pieces of cloth nearby. Successfully hit the target. Well done. The scouts in the distance saw a huge fireball rise over Donggang, followed by swirling dust and scattered debris. No need to change the coordinates, just leave it like this, and then start firing. Our firepower is truly ferocious. It's terrifying. But that's how you deal with the Japanese. You have to bombard them relentlessly and send them flying. The man-eating demon has arrived. We were careless. Their naval warships can reach Donggang, but where is our combined fleet? Your Majesty, have you abandoned your people? The Japanese soldiers still in Donggang were terrified when they saw this scene. The meticulously constructed defensive positions were easily breached by the enemy's warships. Now it seems that this place may not be the enemy's grave, but rather a pit that we dug for ourselves, and we have to jump into it with tears in our eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before the Japanese could take any action, a terrifying howl echoed from afar, like the whistle of death, as countless shells flew in one after another, crashing down on their heads. Boom! The landmark building in Donggang, a pavilion with a strong Japanese style, was hit directly by the shell and collapsed into pieces in midair. The intense flames quickly spread and swept through the surrounding area. The wooden planks of the shattered pavilion now transformed into highly lethal shrapnel, scattering in all directions and causing a large number of buildings to collapse. Mommy, I want to go home. Please let me go home. I don't want to stay here anymore. This is an asymmetrical battle. I shouldn't have come here. The gods have unleashed their fury on us. They must know something. Those officers are as stupid as country peddlers. Staying here is just throwing their lives away. The surviving Japanese soldiers cried out that they wanted to return to their homeland and fled in all directions, but more shells were poured down and more people fell silent. Donggang was turned into a sea of fire. Under intense artillery fire, the entire port was reduced to ruins. Some of the elite soldiers were wiped out, but the majority of the armed civilians were left with no idea how to escape and could only run around, eventually perishing in the artillery fire. Boom! A loud bang came from the distant artillery position as the Type 30 175mm mountain gun group, along with its artillerymen, was lifted into the air. Retreat from here, retreat to the rear. The Empire's warriors are few and far between. We must preserve our strength. Within moments of a few volleys of artillery fire, some Japanese commanders couldn't hold back any longer and rushed outwards, attempting to escape the barrage. No one wants to engage the enemy within the range of their naval guns. It would only increase casualties. Run! Dosen, speed up. Those demons will catch up soon. In the areas behind Donggang that were not hit by artillery fire, some people seized the opportunity and fled first. Then, the lucky ones who escaped the artillery fire, almost all of them who could run ran back in a frenzy. The elite Huang army soldiers were also highly experienced in the escape process. They were usually very scattered, running in all directions. While naval guns are highly lethal, they also have limited range. As long as you are far enough away, you can survive the explosion. The Japanese troops in East Harbor have been withdrawn. The artillery fire has been extended. Let the artillery fire extend. This scene was discovered by the scouts, and new coordinates were sent to the hood. The entire warship began adjusting its cannons and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the direction the Japanese were retreating. Shells rained down on their escape route, forming a wall of artillery fire. The earth-shattering explosions resembled the beginning of time, with blooming flames dominating the entire landscape. Baka! They've caught up! Aye. The Japanese soldiers' legs were practically smoking from running, but they still couldn't outrun supersonic shells, especially 381mm shells. Nobody wanted to encounter these terrifying shells. Often, a single shot could wipe out an entire squad. Those who were unlucky ran straight into the center of the explosion. More than 180 people were wiped out. Chapter 26 Heavy Artillery Transporter. The two sides in this battle were never evenly matched. The enemy was far superior, a generation ahead. Many Japanese studies have found that while they were still using single-shot rifles like the Type 30 and Type 22, their opponents had already equipped themselves with a powerful rifle machine gun. The enemy's artillery can provide artillery support to the infantry at any time and place. Naval artillery can also support the army. How terrifying is that? Yes, The fate of Donggang was sealed the moment the large-caliber naval guns opened fire. A ragtag regiment stationed in Donggang was wiped out by naval gunfire before it could even engage the enemy in direct combat. A meticulously built fortress was breached just like that. When this terrible news was placed on Yu Yuan Dalong's desktop, he was shocked. A regiment of several thousand men couldn't even hold out for an hour. The enemy has deployed large-caliber naval guns. They swept through with overwhelming force. Even the strongest tortoise shell can't withstand such an attack. What to do? Yu Yuan Tailang could only abandon the coastal areas or reduce the defensive forces there, but doing so would leave them extremely vulnerable to the enemy's advance, as they would lack sufficient troops to resist. Clear the entire coastal area, leaving the enemy with no assets of the empire. Yu Yuan Dalong said, "Set on fire, burn everything of value behind Donggang, take all the resources, and destroy what you can't take. Let the enemy search for supplies in the scorched earth. Now that you're here, don't even think about taking anything off the empire's soil. Then, give their vanguard a good beating. Remember, the empire isn't one to be trifled with. Send the empire's elites to cities far from the sea, lay down all their weapons, mobilize all imperial expatriates and security forces, and turn each city into the enemy's homeland." Yu Yuan Dalong sneered. "In open field battles, you're basically just a delivery person. Enemy artillery can easily overwhelm your own forces. But what about in the narrow streets of a city? The enemy infantry may have fierce firepower, but the imperial warriors are not to be trifled with. Based on intelligence, the enemy infantry has been using small-caliber artillery since the start of the war, which is not a threat at all. Therefore, engaging in close combat in the city and forcing the enemy to give up their artillery advantage is definitely a good defensive strategy." Taro Tamago's orders were quickly issued, and fire soon broke out in various places, spreading rapidly. Thick smoke and sparks were clearly visible from more than 10 kilometers away. "These beasts!" Zhang Wendi, commander of the 1st Division, cursed, clearly furious, and wishing he could tear Yu Yuan Dalong to pieces on the spot. Their offensive was thwarted. Many major transportation routes and countless places were either covered in fire or completely destroyed. Fires need to be put out everywhere. We can't just sit idly by and do nothing. If this fire continues, it will result in a huge loss. The 1st Division had no choice but to set up camp behind Donggang and wait for another infantry division to join them. Fortunately, most of the terrain here is moist, which means the fire can only spread at a very slow speed, and their firefighting speed is fast enough. When will the 130mm heavy artillery arrive? Tell them to hurry up. We need these heavy-duty guys to crack open Japan's tortoise shell. Inside a tent, Zhang Wendi pondered deeply, knowing that it would take some time before the 130mm cannon arrived. Japan has concentrated its forces in towns of moderate size, like nails driven into the path of the 1st Division's advance, clearly believing that their infantry lacks heavy artillery and determined to remain there. Zhang Wendi did not want to see such brutal street fighting. Every soldier was precious and should not have to fight against something like the Black Mountain Boar in the city. Even if the casualty ratio was 1 to 10, he could not accept it. Besides, we have heavy artillery, so why bother with the Japanese who are on the verge of death? Once the engineers clear the road leading here, the artillery can bring over heavy artillery and bombard it like flying kites. Before long, the infantry division behind them arrived, bringing with it incredibly shocking news. The commander is here. On a clearing near the infantry division's base, rows of menacing behemoths covered with tarpaulins were lined up, with tens of thousands of shells neatly arranged in fine pine crates, looking exceptionally magnificent under the sunlight. When Zhang Wendi rushed over, he heard Qin Tian's domineering words, "Give me as many shells as you can. Fire them all out. There's plenty." In fact, 2 days ago, when Qin Tian received the information about the little notebook shrinking into the town and wanting to be a turtle, he had already thought of all sorts of things. The Type 59 130mm cannon is useful, but it's too heavy. A 130mm artillery regiment that was supposed to set off with the 1st Division is still halfway there, less than a third of the way there. It's so slow that even a tortoise would laugh at it when it arrived. In the end, Qin Tian decided to act as a porter himself, boarding the Bavarian-class ship at Sueo and traveling by sea, then disembarking in the waters off Donggang, and following the infantry division directly to the 1st Division's garrison. With the system's superior delivery capabilities, he was essentially an army corps on his own, so bringing a small 130mm cannon was naturally no problem for him. As for why they didn't just penetrate deep behind enemy lines and suddenly create an army group, don't ask. The answer is that bullets don't care who you are. On that day, these heavy artillery pieces and their high explosive shells were distributed to various artillery positions. These heavy artillery pieces were a hit with gunners who were used to firing smaller cannons. After handling so many mortars, Who wouldn't want to try out these heavy land-based artillery pieces? 130 millimeters. The explosive charge is far greater than that of a small mortar shell. One shot will leave at least a crater, while a mortar can only make a bang. A qualified artilleryman should bombard the enemy with heavy artillery fire and blast the Japanese to smithereens. Hey, great. Finally, I can beat up those little dwarfs. We've been waiting for so long. Let the artillery carry them up into the sky. Company commander, this is not good. The artillerymen finished their meat and didn't even leave us a drop of soup. Is this something a human being would do? What were you thinking, company commander? Haha, you little rascal. Okay, you go first later. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Division were all in high spirits. The heavy artillery had arrived ahead of schedule, which meant they could finally beat up those damn Japanese. Heaven knows how bored they have been these past few days. Chapter 27 Rescue Operation. The city that was most affected was Chaoshi, the city closest to the 1st Infantry Division. Chaoshi, as the name suggests, is one of the few modern towns built by Japan on Beijing Island. It is scattered around the main port of Beijing Island, Jigong, and connects various entrances, forming a protective barrier. Unlike the previous dilapidated buildings that were hastily constructed, Chaoshi was built with a significant investment of top-notch resources, both in terms of scale, layout, and building materials. Half of the elite 16th Regiment was stationed here, consisting of 2 infantry battalions, plus a battalion temporarily formed from the gathered defeated soldiers. This place has long been built into an iron fortress, far from the harbor. No matter how powerful the enemy's naval guns are, they can't reach here. Unless divine intervention occurs, it is impossible for Chaoshi to be breached in a short time. The current Xiao City is arguably the most impregnable defense system in Beijing. Moreover, without the enemy's artillery advantage, even if they bombard it for 3 days and 3 nights with their small cannons, they still won't be able to breach the Xiao City. Anyone who wants to go there will have to pay a heavy price. Even if the devil comes, he'll have to go back crying. This place is just that invincible and that secure. In addition, an artillery squadron has been stationed there today, including 2 super heavy guns salvaged from the Chicken Harbor Battery, 240 millimeters coastal defense guns. These behemoths are certainly powerful enough as coastal defense guns. Their origins can be traced back to Prussia, and they are genuine Prussian-made giant cannons. The Japanese went to great lengths to transport these 2 coastal defense guns, capturing hundreds of natives from all over the place, using both horses and donkeys. It took them several days to transport these fierce weapons from the fort to the outskirts of the city. Zhang Laosan was one of them. At this moment, after working for half a day to move one of the cannons, he was exhausted. His whole body was trembling, and sweat kept pouring down. When it got on the many wounds on his back that had not yet healed, it caused a burning pain. My whole body aches, and some wounds that had just healed have burst open again. But he ignored it all and found a spot on the ground, where he slowly squatted down. Zhang Laosan dare not sit down. Not only would his whole body ache if he did, but he would also be beaten severely by the Japanese soldiers. Several of his fellow villagers were already on the verge of not surviving. Now, under the few small trees in this area, more than 30 Japanese soldiers are chatting and laughing. Further away, in the open space illuminated by the sun, is the resting area that the Japanese have given them, which they call a reward. When will this hellish time end? Zhang Laosan thought to himself. He watched several Japanese soldiers drinking water in the distance and wanted to ask for a sip, even just a small one. But Zhang Laosan didn't dare, and neither did anyone else who was captured. They would be used as objects of ridicule, or even beaten up. He lowered his head silently, remembering the spring at the gate of his hometown. The water there was truly sweet, and a sip of it was refreshingly cool. Zhang Laosan was lost in thought. When he finally came to his senses, he was surprised to find a man squatting next to him. Zhang Laosan was surprised. He immediately looked in the direction of the soldiers with Japanese insignia. After realizing that no one was paying attention to them, he quickly said, "What are you doing here? Go back quickly and find a place so that these damn bastards don't see you. I'm old enough to take a beating, but you're still young. You'll have plenty of time to talk to them later." Zhao Tiju, a farmer from out of town who had fled a few days ago, had a strong, muscular build. He wasn't very tall, but he was very dark-skinned and looked like a typical farmer. He said he was hungry and wanted to find something to eat, but he ended up being arrested by Japanese soldiers without any explanation. "You little rascal, why aren't you saying anything? Are you hungry? I have half a wild fruit here, which I picked today. I ate half of it and I'm not hungry anymore. You should take it and eat it." Seeing that Zhao Daju didn't speak, Zhang Laosan assumed that the burly man was hungry. He fumbled in a piece of cloth and pulled out half a fruit. The flesh was very white and had a fragrant aroma, but it had a strange smell, probably because it had been sitting for too long. While speaking, he forcefully stuffed the fruit into Zhao Daju's hand, not caring whether he wanted it or not. But as soon as he touched it, Zhang Laosan noticed something was wrong. How could the calluses on the hands of a farmer who had been working in the fields for many years be so strange? These calluses on your skin? You don't look like a farmer. Zhang Laosan asked with surprise, a vague answer already forming in his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu did not answer immediately. Instead, he cautiously observed his surroundings and then pulled Zhang Laosan aside, saying, Third Master Zhang, once the cannon fire starts, you should lead your men to run eastward all the way to Daxigu. Don't look back. Someone will be there to meet you. You are the royal army? But the royal army is coming. Zhang Laosan was so excited that he almost shouted it out. He whispered, I can point the way to where they want to fight. Not to mention this Chaosher. I've been to every corner of Jigong. I guarantee I can fight all the way to the hometown of those bad guys. These past few days, the news of Wang Shi's victory has caused quite a stir, spreading far and wide. The sound of artillery fire has been getting stronger and stronger these days, booming and roaring day and night. It's hard not to hear about it. Especially the villagers, everyone knows it. Now everyone knows that those Black Mountain pigs are doomed. Didn't you see how arrogant they used to be? Now they all have bitter faces. They're probably scared of the royal army and are worried about how to survive. No one knew how they could possibly meet the legendary, awe-inspiring royal army, but they never expected to run into them here. Third Master Zhang, you don't need to get involved. Just run away. Run as far away as you can, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. We'll talk about it again when the royal army has captured Xiaoqing. I'm not going to say anything more, or the notebook will find us soon. I have a piece of clothing here, under the haystack by the maid Shin shed. Find a chance to wear it later. It's a bit heavy, but it can save your life. Zhao Dezhu carefully instructed Zhang Laosan to remember to leave him a bulletproof vest. Even though it was a simple version, it would still be enough to protect him from old, worn-out Japanese weapons. Dezhu, you are my great benefactor. My name is Zhang Laosan, the Zhang Laosan from Zhangji Azwang, not the Zhang Laosan from Shimenji. That one is more than 10 miles away. Don't get it wrong. Zhang Laosan choked up a little, thinking, what a fine young man. At the same time, he couldn't help but cry. After so many years, the royal army has finally returned. Although these people are in enemy territory, their hearts are with the royal army. They have lived so hard all these years, just to see this day. The day the royal army pacifies the land will be a time of joy together. After Zhao Dezhu walked to the side, Zhang Laosan wiped away his tears, memorized Zhao Dezhu's instructions, and planned to tell everyone the news when he had the chance. Chapter 28 Heavy Artillery Cluster. There was plenty of time. By the time Zhang Laosan took the opportunity to tell his other trusted partners this shocking news, Zhao Dezhu's side was almost ready as well. 2 Bren light machine guns, 6 curved 30-round magazines, 3 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, and a few hand grenades. That was all the weapons Zhao Dezhu's 8-man action team had. The firepower doesn't seem very strong. Those with a fear of insufficient firepower wish they had dozens more machine guns and thousands more bullets. But no matter what, it's definitely enough to deal with the Japanese soldiers who are even lacking light machine guns. At that time, the Japanese didn't have grenade launchers or even mortars. To wipe out their own side with infantry, they would either need to bring in an artillery company or run out of ammunition. Soon, everyone was ready and dispersed to the pre-buried weapon positions, ready to act immediately as soon as the main force fired its artillery. In the distance, the 100 Type 59, 130mm cannons equipped by the 2 heavy artillery regiments were spaced a certain distance apart. The ammunition boxes, filled with good pine wood, were opened in advance, and all the artillerymen had taken their positions, quietly waiting for the moment of the general offensive. Enemy coordinates: distance 1389, vertical coordinate 13892, horizontal coordinate 8573, elevation 293. High explosive shells, 8 rounds in rapid fire, ready fire. 100 powerful heavy cannons, following the designated coordinates, unleashed unprecedented firepower the instant the command was given. Shells rained down like hailstones, tracing graceful arcs through the air as they flew toward their designated targets. The entire scene resembled the wrath of God, with uniformly rising flames and fierce storms of cannon fire, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the distant city was engulfed in flames, and explosions powerful enough to crush the earth covered the city one after another. The rumbling sound was everywhere. The Japanese never expected that the other side had such heavy firepower as 130mm guns. Smoke filled the air. Didn't they say the enemy didn't have mobile heavy artillery? We've been tricked. It's a trap set against the Empire. Requesting tactical guidance. The enemy is terrifying. This earth-shattering firepower means there are at least several heavy artillery groups and hundreds of cannons. We have encountered their artillery division. We have naval guns along the coast and heavy artillery on inland shores. There's no escaping us. The Empire has already retreated again and again. If this continues, we'll be driven into the sea. The elite Japanese soldiers stationed in the middle of the city suddenly realized that the location they had chosen was not good. They were right in the middle of the shell impact zone, surrounded by fire from all sides, with nowhere to hide. Numerous exposed firing positions and infantry were wiped out in one fell swoop. Without exception, everyone in this industrial town was Japanese. Some Japanese soldiers hid inside sturdy fortifications, thinking that as long as they weren't directly hit by artillery shells, they could survive the apocalyptic bombardment outside. However, this is a 130 mm heavy cannon, using high explosive shells specifically designed for the art of explosion. To deal with these turtle fortresses, you don't even need to hit them directly. Just ensuring that a shell lands nearby is enough. The shockwave alone will be enough to give the guys inside a run for their money. Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than several high explosive bombs fell near a sturdy building, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a small mushroom cloud, as if the ground itself had exploded and the mountain had shaken. The terrifying shockwave was invisible. It penetrated the thick walls and seeped into the fortress as the mushroom rose. Just like the fact that the sturdy building is still relatively intact and was not directly hit, but was only detonated by a few stray bullets that landed around it, it seems that there is no major problem. However, if we wait until the shelling ends, the things hiding inside will likely have to be carried out. Gentlemen, the enemy has launched an attack. At this moment, the 30-odd Japanese soldiers guarding the coastal defense artillery on the perimeter couldn't help but look up at their own city engulfed in flames. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was enough for Zhao Dazhu and his men. Fire! Zhao Dazhu quickly picked up a Type 56 rifle from a pre-prepared mound of earth, pointed the black muzzle at the Japanese soldiers, and fired 2 shots. The Type 56 rifle was very accurate. The bullets spun at high speed as they flew past, and 2 Japanese soldiers in the distance fell to the ground. Da-da! The gunshot was a signal, and the sound of gunfire echoed from all around, plunging the entire scene into chaos in an instant. Don't be afraid, folks. It's the Royal Army attacking. Come with me. Run east. You'll be safe once you reach Daxagu. Zhang Laosan shouted, waving his hand from the crowd. Kill them. They are the enemy. The Japanese soldiers under the tree took advantage of the chaos to hide behind the tree and immediately raised their Type 30 rifles, intending to fire at the chaotic crowd. Big guy, cover them. Zhao Dazhu shouted into the distance as soon as he saw this. Okay. With a response, 2 firing positions that had been hidden for a long time suddenly appeared and began firing wildly at the notebook under the tree. Da-da-da-da-da. When the 2 Bren light machine guns roared in this open area, it was undoubtedly terrifying. A hail of bullets, each one blazing with fury, hurtled towards the Japanese soldiers. Firepower erupted from all directions, overwhelming the isolated and helpless Japanese soldiers. Not to mention small trees. Even large trees that were only half a person's embrace could have their entire trunks cut off. Thud, thud, thud. Bullets hit the old man behind the tree, the sound of bullets entering flesh. The unlucky guy stumbled back a few steps, twitched a few times, and then went to meet his maker. The splattered blood fell onto the muddy ground, staining the soil red. Of the 30-odd Japanese soldiers, more than 10 were wiped out in an instant, and most of the remaining soldiers were wounded. They lay down wherever they could find a place, all groaning in pain. It was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. Da-da-da-da-da. Zhao Dazhu and his men intensified their firepower, to the point that the Japanese soldiers were almost used to it. Bullets whizzed into the soil, the sound almost brushing past them, and soon several Japanese soldiers lay dead. It's worth mentioning, however, that the Japanese, who were constantly being attacked, had no time to marvel at how advanced the other side's weapons were, because they were already used to it and had already discussed everything they needed to discuss. Chapter 29 Mythical Beast? Car. After the shelling gradually subsided, the entire overseas Chinese market was completely reduced to ruins, a desolate and dilapidated place devoid of any vibrant life. When the 2 infantry divisions approached, they discovered that almost all the creatures inside had been wiped out. The remaining Japanese soldiers, upon seeing the cold muzzles of guns, chose surrender over resistance. The fierce artillery fire completely shattered their will. What proud warriors, what will to resist to the end? Frankly, they were just lacking a barrage of artillery fire. Some dejected Japanese soldiers emerged from various buildings, casually throwing their weapons to the ground with a thud, and then squatting down with their hands behind their heads, mimicking the soldiers' actions. On the somber, gray faces of these surrendering Japanese soldiers, one could clearly see expressions of relief. Finally, they no longer had to worry about being punished by divine retribution every moment. The generational gap that transcends time cannot be bridged by human effort alone. At this moment, almost everyone was cheering. They had survived this pointless battle, and that was the greatest success. As for other jobs, such as mining, building railways, or constructing roads, that's not something they can consider. As the troops continued to advance, faint gunfire began to be heard from all around, indicating that a small number of Japanese soldiers were still putting up resistance in the city. However, after a more intense gunshot rang out, the area quickly became dark. Night fell, hanging high in the world, obscuring the sky, and then quickly setting. When the first rays of sunlight shone on this ruined city, the power of the Japanese Empire in this area collapsed. The 3 infantry battalions stationed there were annihilated, and a long post-war reconstruction effort awaited them. The captured Japanese soldiers were now squatting in a group in an open space in front of the city, staring intently at the grand scene of the neatly dressed soldiers entering the city. Brave soldiers, armed with all sorts of unfamiliar weapons, machine guns, mortars surged into the city like a tidal wave. This scene inevitably shocked the prisoners, sending ripples through their hearts. This was the true elite, possessing a morale they had never seen before, which made them stand out. No wonder they were invincible and could defeat the imperial warriors so easily. Talent is key. Even without these advanced weapons, with equal equipment on both sides, the Empire's elites would probably not be a match for them. What is that pulse-pressing thing? It's a monster that can fly through the clouds. Don't go near there, they'll eat us. I told you, surrendering was the right thing to do. Even Europeans don't have such monsters. There was a commotion at the edge of the prisoner group, with the fearful cries of imperial warriors and a strange rumbling sound never heard before. A dozen or so daring Japanese prisoners, overcoming their fear, pushed through the crowd to get some food. They wanted to see what kind of monster could devour hundreds or thousands of imperial soldiers. In the distance, a dozen CA-30 military trucks, fully loaded with supplies, were seen driving on a makeshift, uneven dirt road. The engines in front of the cabs made a rattling sound and emitted smoke. The monster can walk on its own. It really can fly through the clouds. It's a divine beast. An old soldier exclaimed, clutching his head in the most exaggerated gesture. May the divine beast protect us. Please forgive our disrespect. We did not intend to offend the majesty of the gods. Upon seeing this, the dozen or so bold soldiers turned pale with fright and immediately knelt down. Not all Japanese soldiers had ever seen a car. A large portion of them were uneducated and in a state of early civilization. The vast majority were previously illiterate civilians. Let alone a luxury car like the CA-30. Even a base model convertible with a 360-degree panoramic view is something that many Japanese people have only seen a few of these days. With his brain already blasted into a tofu-like shape by artillery shells, he had no capacity for thought whatsoever. Then, a large number of prisoners on the edge immediately knelt down. Although most of those behind did not know what had happened, they followed suit and knelt down as well. Then, a large number of them knelt down in a rush. Nobody cares what it is. Is it really a mythical beast? We don't know. We can't see what comes after. We just keep this in mind. If the people in front kneel, they must have their reasons. It wouldn't be right for us not to kneel. What if it's a demon saying that anyone who doesn't kneel will be shot? Buzz! The roar of the car engine grew closer and closer. Unable to contain his curiosity, Benzi secretly turned his head and glanced at the car with great fear. My God, it really is a steel monster. So I knelt down even lower. The sound of a machine? A squad leader who seemed knowledgeable glanced at it with curiosity. The perfect metallic body color and captivating luster immediately caught the eye of the squad leader. What surprised him most was that the people sitting in the car were actually from the Far East. Their fluent Daxia language clearly indicated that they were from Daxia. How could the great Xia dynasty, which was defeated by the Empire, possibly have such a steel legion? The squad leader muttered to himself, utterly baffled and unable to explain it. His focus shifted from the steel cars to the great Xia dynasty. Why does the great Xia dynasty keep such a powerful army hidden? They clearly have a main fleet that far surpasses the combined fleet, yet they wait until the Empire has defeated them for several years before revealing it. Does the great Xia dynasty have some kind of peculiar habit? These are all mysteries. It wasn't until a vehicle bearing a lifelike sun, moon, and dragon flag drove by that the squad leader overturned his earlier guess it was definitely not the flag of the great Xia dynasty. No one has ever seen such a flag before. No country has one, let alone some small countries. The squad leader has never heard of any major country having a flag with the sun, moon, and dragon. The dragon is the great Xia. The sun and moon represent a certain meaning. Could it be a future super large empire that spans continents, with a vast territory, hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers, where the sun and moon shine on its boundless land at all times? The glory of the sun and moon will never set. The squad leader's wildly imaginative ideas came very close to the truth. In fact, he guessed correctly. The sun and moon probably meant that his vision was too narrow. According to Qin Tian, the true designer of the sun, moon, and dragon flag, the sun and moon represent the whole world. Chapter 30, The Troublemaker, is always ready. While the fighting raged on Beigang Island, people across the ocean were also feeling anxious and uneasy about it. Hong Kong, the home of the British Far East Fleet, recently received an uninvited guest. In the port, Far East Fleet Commander-in-Chief Fryman frowned deeply, lost in thought. If anyone familiar with him were here, they would be greatly shocked that even the arrogant Commander Fryman had moments of inner turmoil. Standing next to Fellman was Japanese Ambassador Hashimoto, who had come to request the Far East Fleet and the Combined Fleet to intervene in the Battle of Beigang Island. Mr. Hashimoto, I cannot agree to your request immediately. You must understand that this is a war between you and an unknown fleet. I think the counselors on the mainland are not very willing to interfere in this matter. They are already troublesome enough. Fryman showed slight apology, and after thinking it over, gave his answer, which was full of sympathy. In his view, these unfortunate dwarfs, under the deliberate blockade by the unknown fleet, are likely to lose control of Northport Island. Heaven knows why. Even God doesn't know what this wretched Japanese nation did to be humiliated and crushed by giants twice in a row. Could it be that they have truly angered God? Fryman had reviewed the data on the enemy's capital ships in detail. It was an undeniable fact that they had mounted 15-inch guns on their warships, something even the Royal Navy couldn't do, which speaks volumes. 10 30,000-ton behemoths arrived at once, forcing the Far East Fleet to back down. The Far East Fleet lacked the confidence to provoke such an attack after losing an Old Star Level 2 battleship. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Hashimoto still wanted to give it his all. Before departing from Japan, Aim no Kage personally saw him off. The weight of the entire empire rested on his shoulders. This matter was of utmost importance and could not be allowed to fail. Your Excellency Fryman, the actual commander of the Far East Fleet, a British Navy Vice Admiral and a true nobleman, this matter concerns the overall situation of the entire Far East. If the northern port is lost, your side also risks losing all ports along the way, and the northward fleet you have dispatched will be under threat from the other side. Whether or not Beigang Island is in our hands is irrelevant, but this passivity means an uncontrollable Far East with a powerful enemy is not in the interest of the United Kingdom. Unless you can send more warships to the Far East, we will have no choice but to passively adopt a strategic retreat, abandoning our interests in the north and handing them over to Tsarist Russia, or, I believe, something Great Britain would not want to see. Hashimoto briefly summarized the pros and cons. Our country has a deeper level of cooperation and friendship with your country, as well as a common interest in non-aggression. This is an unparalleled advantage. Moreover, we have a common enemy. Whether to choose the enemy or our country, I believe the brave and wise Lieutenant General has his own decision. Hashimoto stated slowly. Fellman nodded. Mr. Hashimoto is right. I will send this information back to the country as soon as possible so that this cooperation can be realized as soon as possible. You're right, Fellman said, pointing to his fingertips as if to say, but I'm still unmoved. Damn old fox. He just wants more money. Hashimoto cursed under his breath. Dealing with greedy Europeans was too troublesome. They would ask for more money at the drop of a hat. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lieutenant General. Despite thinking this, Hashimoto's smile remained bright. He pulled out several heavy metal objects from his pocket, pretending to shake hands with Fellman. Fellman was quite adept at this, calmly pocketing the gold bars while adding, a toast to the friendship between my husband and me, and to the friendship between the Empire and your country. The bearded face beamed with a broad smile, no longer showing any signs of unease. Just as Diplomat Hashimoto was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Fryman pointing his finger at two warships in the distance, making a two gesture. Anyone standing a little further away would have thought the commander was introducing the warships of the Far East Fleet, but to Hashimoto, it was blatant boasting. Is this ever going to end? All these gold bars could buy a bunch of cannonballs to send you to heaven. Old man, don't push your luck. Hashimoto gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath, before finally handing over two more gold bars of sufficient weight. Before even achieving its goal, the budget had already been exhausted. This quick-witted Japanese diplomat could only hope that the fat, pig-like guy next to him wouldn't ask for an exorbitant amount again. The Empire's already meager resources are almost completely depleted. As Hashimoto had hoped, Fryman did not mention the gold bars again. He said with a serious expression, I have received your country's request on behalf of the Empire, and we have always been generous to our loyal allies, the United Kingdom, and will provide all assistance within our capabilities. Then, in front of a shocked Hashimoto, he pulled out an agreement regarding aid to Japan. Prior to this, there was another copy that had been personally delivered to Tianhuang by the British ambassador to Britain, which was the legendary copies. It's obvious that this agreement was signed some time ago, but this guy, Fryman, is trying to get some benefits out of it. Ooh, Hashimoto took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to kill this guy, and opened the agreement that he found utterly unpleasant. At the same time, in Beiyang, Qin Tian's 2 infantry divisions have successively captured several important towns of the same level as Chaoshi, and a newly formed infantry division is heading towards the central part of Beiyang Island. That night, Taro Tamago mobilized 3 elite infantry battalions and launched a night battle near Jigong. The Japanese were routed by the soldiers, their advance stalled, and they had to abandon a large number of brave warriors and flee. After this battle, Taro Tamagataro, who had suffered heavy losses, was unable to launch an attack and led his troops to retreat to the governor's mansion. Qin Tian's military might was aimed directly at Chicken Harbor. Good news also came from the southern part of Beiyang Island. All of its millions of miles of territory had been returned to China, and the sun, moon, and dragon flags fluttered in the wind, adorning every landmark building. The Royal Army has pacified the south. The people cheered, and people dressed in all sorts of clothes lined both sides of the main road. Countless crowds swarmed around, forming a circle that they couldn't shake off. What a magnificent sight! Several roads have begun to appear along the coast of Yokosuka Port. This was achieved under amicable conditions, as the Japanese prisoners of war spontaneously recognized the sins they had committed and voluntarily worked overtime every day to make them possible. It was definitely not under the cold muzzle of a gun, or under the huge temptation of hanging streetlights, that he would reluctantly spend all day repairing roads. Qin Tian was a kind person and couldn't bear to see others suffer, so of course he would never do that. Chapter 31, The United States Idea of an Alliance. Off the coast of Chicken Harbor, several truly colossal ships drifted casually on the sea, their splashing waves lapping against the massive, dark gray hulls without creating a ripple. The main cannons on the deck, which had impressed nations around them, gleamed in the sunlight like invincible spears, capable of piercing any shield. The balance between the spear and the shield has somehow shifted significantly. This 30,000-ton prehistoric behemoth, a crystallization of industrial civilization, is undoubtedly a highlight on the turbulent sea, attracting the attention of a large number of onlookers. On the American battleship Massachusetts, BB-2, Captain Jote, who was also the head of the observation corps, looked at the beautiful capital ships in the distance and suddenly felt that his old ship was no longer appealing. The USS Massachusetts only entered service with the Navy a few years ago, so it is considered a brand new ship. It is also one of the few ships in the United States that can be called a main force. Its quality is good, and it is an advanced warship. However, their numbers are still far inferior compared to established naval powers. There are only a few ships in the entire Navy that can hold their own. Not to mention their unfortunate sibling, the Oregon, which has not returned since it set sail, presumably falling into the hands of the group mentioned earlier. Fantastic! This is the capital ship that the United States has always dreamed of. Compared to them, my poor, old Massachusetts is nothing but a pile of shit. We're standing on shit. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Every sailor stared with envy at the brand new warships that had defeated the Allied fleet, their mouths practically watering. The newly formed American Navy is currently living a very frustrating life. If you have no family wealth and want to join the old school naval club, you'll be ridiculed by the older members and kicked out, told you're too weak, and they won't play with you. This is one of the reasons why the world-famous country bumpkin aesthetic later had to wear a nouveau riche hat everywhere. But the current Great White Fleet doesn't even have the shadow of a large fleet. Those who hear it are heartbroken, and those who listen to it shed tears. Joe was almost in tears. As Britain said, their teeth are indeed 15 inches long, and their magnificent hulls are far beyond what any old-fashioned power can match. They are much better than the arrogant and subservient British. If I may say so, I believe they are our best ally in the Far East, without exception. A member of the observation group, a naval captain, gave it high praise. They don't seem to have any hostility towards the United States. As long as the turrets are turned to a designated angle, they allow the future ocean-going Navy to observe their graceful movements from fixed, safe distance. I must say, they are much more attractive than those pretentious bitches, another member said. This was confirmed by Choate, who nodded and said, in fact, they are friendly to most countries, as long as you can comply with their reasonable demands and show your friendliness. Otherwise, they are enemies. Choate turned his head, and behind the Massachusetts was the British Empire. However, they weren't as bold as Jote, who dared to observe up close. He was practically risking his life for the data. A single salvo from any of the enemy's warships could send them to the bottom of the sea. Whoever dares to go up can go up. The British, who value their lives above all else, certainly wouldn't. Great Britain, which lies behind, has become the shackles of the old era, firmly binding the neck of the new era. As you can see, They are unwilling to face the fact that the myth of the Navy has been broken. They think they are saving face as gentlemen, but they did not expect that they missed the turning point in the evolution of warships. What they will lose is the new mainstream, which means they are far behind. Choate's statement resonated with many. And as the members mentioned above have pointed out, the United States urgently needs an ally whose strength is not a drag on its progress in order to withstand the disdain and obstruction from the old powers of Europe. The replacement of warships has been quite frequent in the last decade, with major changes occurring almost every 10 years, replacing older ships. If the United States wants to become a truly great power, it must participate in any activity on a global scale, project its values to the world, and break through the hostility led by the British Empire. All of this requires a large fleet that is powerful enough to deter threats from the open ocean. The relationship between the United States and Britain is one of mutual disdain. The British are truly hateful. They don't treat America as a newly emerging great power at all. Instead, they mock them as a bad child who has broken free from its mother's embrace. This has dealt a huge blow to America. However, the British Empire's influence around the world was too great. Given his penchant for stirring up excrement, he has been stirring up excrement everywhere, creating a complete mess, and this has happened more than once or twice. Far East Europe. Europe is its core coverage area. The newly established United States could not secure sufficient benefits and allies in Europe, so they had to find another way and turn their attention to the Far East. There are only a few countries in the Far East that can be considered significant. Great Xia, Dwarf Russia, and Tsarist Russia. There's really no other way. After going around in circles, we've returned to where we started. Then, he saw this suddenly appearing force in front of him. A strange power possessing the world's #1 navy? Their overall strength is unknown, but it should be quite formidable. How could someone capable of building such a massive fleet only possess the limited resources they've revealed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was basically the opinion of most of the observers on the USS Massachusetts. Guys, don't forget that Oregon is still in their hands, and they're by no means benevolent, someone reminded them. My dear Law, don't worry about the lads, they'll be fine. Jot replied, gesturing for everyone to look towards Chicken Harbor. From the moment they set foot on this island, there has not been a single report of mistreatment of prisoners, not even a rumor. What does that mean, Luo? They are, like us, messengers of civilization, not barbarians. A nation that shares civilization would not stoop to torturing or slaughtering unarmed prisoners. Luo was stunned by those 3 sentences. He really wanted to say, what if all the young men are conscripted to work on the railway? Beigang Island is not a glorious, beautiful country with abundant modern facilities. Beigang is still an uncivilized and barbaric land, where there's no need to build roads, where there's no need for post-war reconstruction. All of these require a large workforce. The carrying capacity of 10 capital ships is far from sufficient. They would struggle to carry a full complement of soldiers, let alone workers. Regardless, the prisoners will work for them in all the dangerous places. Luo discerned the truth. The Great Pacific Railway, which runs through the entire country of America, is the best example. Countless bones lie beneath every single rail. As Luo's thoughts deepened, on the deck, Jot continued to speak of his grand ideals. We need an ally like this, an unbreakable alliance, born at the beginning of this century, so that by the end of the century we will get everything we want. British people, watch how the United States rose step by step, stepping on the crown of the sun never setting, and ascending to that eternal throne. Chapter 32, The Surrender of Gaelang. The discussion about the United States continues. All the other countries were amazed by God's work and had no time to care about the remaining manuscripts in Hong Kong. From God's perspective, land transportation to Chicken Port had been completely cut off, and 2 infantry divisions had set up a defensive line stretching for tens of kilometers outside the port. The situation was no different at sea, where several behemoths stood ready, their intricate nets ensuring that not even a small boat could escape. In fact, given Qin Tian's marching speed, Japan could have easily abandoned Chicken Port and fled westward. Yu Yuan Dalong tacitly approved of this action, knowing that a bloody battle was about to take place and that the Japanese soldiers left behind might very well meet their maker. He couldn't see any sign of victory for the empire in this war, so he decided to go as far as he could. On that day, some of the overseas Chinese fled westward, mostly family members of Japanese soldiers, who escaped under the cover of a small squad. Shortly after the expatriates left, Yu Yuan Delong brought in a 240mm coastal defense gun and 250mm rapid-fire guns, engaging in a small-scale artillery duel with the 1st Infantry Division in an attempt to halt their advance at Jigong. The 240mm coastal defense gun was ultimately destroyed. The destruction of a heavy artillery piece made things even worse for the already impoverished Japanese soldiers. After that, most of the few remaining large-caliber cannons were hidden away, waiting to be used on the day of the final battle. By doing so, the already short-staffed Japanese soldiers would inevitably lose artillery support, with serious consequences that led to the fall of one high ground after another outside the city into Qin Tian's hands. Subsequently, 130mm heavy guns were mounted on high ground and, from their superior position, launched a relentless bombardment of the suburban area day and night. They fired tens of thousands of shells in succession, and several cannons even broke down due to overheating, which shows how powerful their firepower was. Why only bombard the suburbs instead of simultaneously mobilizing the fleet and artillery to bombard the main urban area? Qin Tian had his own reasons. What he wanted was a fully functional port, not a ruin. His immediate priority was to force the Japanese soldiers inside the city to surrender. Therefore, cutting off their supplies, using artillery to destroy their will to resist, and forcing the Japanese to surrender without causing much destruction is the best approach. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for Taro Tamago. He understood, of course, that the other side wanted the port intact, which was why they weren't using their invincible large-caliber heavy artillery. Otherwise, a couple of salvos from the naval fleet would turn the entire port into ruins. Moreover, the Imperial Allied fleet has not yet been deployed, which means they have become an isolated island, with no resources available on the mainland to fight back. Yu Yuan Dalong had considered burning down the main functional area of Jigong, leaving the enemy with a pile of charred waste. Normally, burning it wouldn't matter to Yu Yuan Dalong, but doing it now would undoubtedly anger the enemy. It should be noted that Japan still has a considerable number of soldiers and civilians on Beigang Island. If the other side were to become enraged, not a single Japanese person would be able to leave this land alive. More importantly, if the Imperial Allied fleet cannot defeat the enemy, they can vent their anger on any corner of the Imperial homeland and bombard Kyoto Bay again, which is the most worrying thing. Once you know the other party's bottom line, things become much easier. After a few days of stalemate, Tamagaturo finally met the enemy's terrifyingly young supreme commander in the overseas Chinese market. He was truly the youngest commander he had ever seen. You couldn't find one like him anywhere in the world. While others at this age are still struggling to get promoted, Qin Tian is already the de facto leader of an invincible legion. Even cheating wouldn't be able to do that. However, the word actual is questionable, as its authenticity is greatly diminished. Then, Tamagataro received an unexpected answer. He had thought that with his resistance over the past few days and the burning of several towns, none of the remaining Japanese soldiers would survive. Unexpectedly, the other party offered an exorbitant price. Those guilty would be killed, while the innocent could be spared. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Moreover, Qin Tian said so. These innocent and surviving Japanese soldiers, including the expatriates, would do some indoor work. The word indoor here should be emphasized. At least it's not what Taro Tamagotchi was thinking. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out that this meant mining in an indoor mine. Then came a series of things I'd never heard before, roughly saying that they were to be sent somewhere to grow potatoes, and once they were grown, they could return home. Plant potatoes? What kind of quirk is this? When he heard the new word, Tamagataro was clearly taken aback. What kind of casualties could there be in planting potatoes? Is the other party out of their mind? Adhering to the principle of why not take it if it's free, Dalong immediately agreed. Thus, both sides were happy, and Taro returned to Chickenport with this answer that satisfied him. Little did he know how much he would regret it when he later saw the snow-covered, permafrost-covered Saborja province, Permafrost province. And so, to the astonishment of all nations, Qin Tian took over Chickenport without shedding a drop of blood. This port still needs to be expanded, otherwise it won't be able to accommodate the 30,000-ton super dreadnought. Considering that there are currently 10 such giant ships, and more will be added next month, the expanded Chicken Harbor will be able to accommodate at least 20 super dreadnoughts, a total of 600,000 tons of warships. This tonnage and this quality already surpass those of most countries in the world. To exaggerate a bit, this batch of super dreadnoughts will still not be outdated 10 years from now. One port is definitely not enough. So the expansion of Sueo started at the same time, taking on the responsibility of the subport and reducing the massive weight of Jigong. Such a daunting task naturally fell to Japan. Then came a series of problems. For example, Qin Tian thought the name Chicken Harbor was too unpleasant, so he changed it to North Harbor. As the sun rose again the next day, the sun, moon, and dragon flag was slowly raised at the highest point of Beijing Bay, thus beginning the Great Xia Empire, which would later shock the Far East and even the world. Chapter 33, The New Era of Capital Ships. Throughout the port, Japanese soldiers surrendered in droves, filing out of the main streets without any weapons, which had been confiscated at the moment of their surrender. Their dejected appearance was a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. In the face of the strong, they were still just a small, insignificant country. Outside the port, after the army had taken control of all the sea forts along the way, a massive fleet gradually approached, appearing majestically in the distant ocean. It was all so awe-inspiring. A gentle sea breeze stirred the flags aboard the ship, and the towering cannons atop its massive frame instilled fear in any enemy. This was an absolute deterrent force that shocked every nation. The sight of massive fleets appearing together was not uncommon for observer groups from various countries. They had witnessed Great Britain's most glorious era, possessing the largest number of warships and having once dominated an entire age. However, the arrival of several ocean-dominating warships, far surpassing the level of the world's main battleships, was truly beyond their expectations. The Japanese military attaches, especially those aboard the British battleships, were practically grinding their teeth in frustration, feeling a deep sense of unease. The enemy is far more powerful than the Empire. This kind of qualitative and quantitative advantage is something that the combined fleet's junk can't compare to. It is impossible for the combined fleet to win a direct confrontation with them. The Empire should avoid their sharp edge. The suspense is too great, so great that the Empire has no chance of victory. If we're to talk about the probability of victory, it would be 30 to 70. The enemy could break through the combined fleet in 3 hours. It is truly a terrifying statistic. The Japanese military officer had an indescribable expression on his face. He was surrounded by several arrogant Royal Navy officers, but at this moment they resembled Japanese military attaches like stray dogs. The Royal Navy was already defeated before the battle even began. The disparity in equipment and tonnage between the two sides could not be bridged by elite sailors and gunnery. The Royal Navy today, whether its warships are in service or in dry dock, are all classified as pre-dreadnoughts. Pre-dreadnoughts, products of the era of sailing warships, retained tactics similar to boarding combat in terms of style. They used a few large-caliber naval guns and most of the small and medium-caliber rapid-fire guns to wash the enemy's deck at close range in naval battles. Hey, you know what? The Russian deck was washed spotless by the combined fleet. The main purpose is to test the gunnery skills and resilience of the sailors on both sides in the battle, and most importantly, the accuracy of large-caliber naval guns. Sometimes, a single hit from one or two large-caliber naval guns can determine the fate of an entire fleet. Dreadnoughts, also known as full-line heavy gunships, primarily employ long-range, unified heavy guns in a strafing formation. They eliminated numerous and largely ineffective secondary main guns, equipping them with a single, large-caliber main gun of uniform type, thus shifting close-in combat to long-range engagements. HMS Dreadnought, which would later usher in a new era for Great Britain, is the most typical example of a dreadnought. From the day it was launched, a large number of countries followed suit, using the dreadnought as a template to design their own new capital ships. Capital ships, normally speaking, do not have patent rights. To put it bluntly, they are just copying each other. They see which one is good, buy the shape and parts from that one, modify them, and call it their own. Later super dreadnoughts were generally dreadnoughts equipped with 13.5, 343mm, caliber or larger main guns, featuring new propulsion systems and larger tonnage and main guns. The Navy is one of the fastest growing branches of the military. In fact, the leap from the former Dauntless to the Super Dauntless is no more than 10 years. Moreover, given the current pace of torpedo technology development, if we were to engage in close-range deck washing like the former Dreadnought, we might just get hit by a few torpedoes that come from who knows where. Torpedoes are a ruthless weapon with a deadly large caliber and virtually no restrictions. A small ship of 1,000 tons can carry a few killer torpedoes around, enough to threaten the safety of a capital ship weighing tens of thousands of tons. No matter how thick the armor is above the waterline, it cannot stop the threat from underwater. If it takes a few hits, even a 10,000-ton battleship will inevitably sink to the bottom of the sea. Now that everyone has witnessed the power of the new capital ships, those outdated junk should be thrown in the trash. Even the Army knew that their design was absolutely state-of-the-art, and using old ships to fight them was no different from suicide. There's a saying that goes something like this: if you have the answer but don't copy it, you deserve to fail. The United States is the world's most vibrant emerging power, far superior to the outdated British Empire, which only operates in the wealthiest regions, thus losing the fundamental innovation and insight that enabled it to dominate the world. Oh my God, I can't wait to see the war behemoths of the United States active on the ocean. Compared to the traditional dark gray, I prefer the gold paint on the waterline. No, the top gold paint would be better. Some naval captains have already decided to use these maritime superpowers as models for their future new battleships. Copying homework and learning by analogy is definitely the mainstream approach in the world. Among them, there are two groups of people. The wealthy and powerful nations are eager to build new ships, while those who are short of money but still want new capital ships to show off can only resort to the simplest method of refurbishing old things and adding cannons. The author, who loves creating illegal structures, immediately activated his talent. The battleships that the Empire ordered from Great Britain should have their outdated designs overturned and be completely refitted. Otherwise, they will be unable to meet the threat of the new capital ships. It seems that the Hatsuuse and Shikishima, which have not yet been launched and completed, cannot be rebuilt. They can only be modified on the existing basis and fitted with larger main guns like the Matsushima, equipped with contemporary naval guns. Soon, the meticulous notebook revealed a new problem from another angle. That is, Qin Tian only showed these few main warships, and there were no other auxiliary ships, which was strange and puzzling. If they can build giant ships, why can't they build smaller warships? The Japanese military attaché asked. This is a difficult question to answer. Almost no one knows why. All countries know that without a host of auxiliary ships, it is difficult to defend against the sneak attacks of small mosquitoes by relying solely on the main warships, especially in coastal waters. Even if their firepower is strong, they will find it difficult to withstand the charge of dozens of torpedo boats. As long as a few torpedo boats break through their defenses and get close enough to launch torpedoes, that will be enough. No matter how large the tonnage, it's just a matter of launching a few more large-caliber torpedoes. This is a problem within a problem. Regardless, this is a good opening, the Japanese military officer thought. As long as enough small torpedo boats are deployed along the coast, it will be able to effectively prevent these giant ships from getting close. Didn't you see that this is how the Great Xia dynasty is? After losing its advanced fleet and being unable to replenish supplies in a short period of time, it opted to deploy a massive number of torpedo boats in various coastal waters. This will definitely be effective, unless the enemy suddenly appears from the Empire's homeland. Therefore, it is correct for the Empire to need a large number of torpedo boats to deal with them. The British Empire, much like Japan, was unable to ignore this global arms race. Even a powerful empire like the British Empire couldn't ignore it and was dragged into it. Parliament must increase naval spending to build and maintain a completely new Royal Navy. The existing capital ships, including the pride of Great Britain, such as the Royal Navy, will face the choice of being incorporated into the second echelon or being sold off. The British Empire had too many warships, and it was obviously impossible to refurbish them all and maintain their current condition. Moreover, the cost of refurbishing some warships was more expensive than building one, so selling them to other countries was a good option. The key point is that reselling has great benefits. It allows you to promote your own products and annoy your competitors. Great Britain needs more wealth to maintain the empire's splendor. After all, those shipyards wish they could double their orders. Workers need jobs, and they need new funds. It's not just them who are obsessed with money. The whole world is crazy. Chapter 34 Post-War Reconstruction. At this moment, at the highest point of Beijing Bay, a sun, moon, and dragon flag fluttered high, and Qin Tian stood there, looking down at everything in front of him. A turbulent blue sea, an invincible fleet, and a bustling port that was all he had to offer in this world. It really feels like a dream, Qin Tian muttered. The wind from afar brushed against his face, stirring up ripples in his heart, like the deepest tides surging and swirling. All of this felt like science fiction to him. 1 second, he was living an ordinary life, and the next he was the supreme commander of a force of 100,000 men. The shock was indescribable. But how real that invincible legion was. Each and every one of them was flesh and blood. The roar of those steel behemoths shook the heavens and the earth, creating the roar of an era. It was so real, so true. Slap! Qin Tian slapped himself hard, and only when he felt a burning pain on his face did he believe it. Really? Qin Tian changed the subject, leading to the future he was writing about. But why isn't that damn system ready yet? Could it be that this thing was a cracked version that got caught halfway through? Although he had been there for some time, he had only seen the system on its initial day, and then it was like this now. The system had been constantly upgrading. He felt that the system definitely had something special about it. It was always mysterious, and had an indescribable air of mystery about it. Never mind, as long as I get paid on time. Qin Tian couldn't come up with anything after thinking about it, and besides, he had a lot of things waiting for him to do. Post-war reconstruction was one of the biggest problems. The most prominent problem was the labor shortage, which was a major headache for him, including the Allied prisoners and Japanese prisoners. How many people are there? Faced with the reconstruction of such a large area as Beijing Island, even if the number of prisoners were increased tenfold, it wouldn't make much of a difference. There was a shortage of people everywhere, especially technical personnel. After dealing with the remaining Japanese soldiers, half of the 100,000 army troops can be dismantled and added to the reconstruction team, which can improve the speed considerably. However, the labor force is still insufficient, with a shortage of more than half. How to resettle those displaced people is also one of the important issues. Wait, what about the resettlement of displaced people and the labor shortage? When the two terms migrants and labor are combined, they can generate the driving force for the spiritual train to move forward. Even if it is only a tiny part, it is enough to get Qin Tian's mind working. Work relief instead of financial aid. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Leave the most dangerous places to those guys and put the refugees in safe jobs, paying them with food. There's a shortage of manpower everywhere in Beigang, so we won't have to worry about not having enough jobs. In fact, while promoting post-war reconstruction, we can also resettle a large number of refugees. This is killing two birds with one stone. Qin Tian had no shortage of food. The system provided unlimited military food in its equipment and logistic supplies. He didn't need any conditions at all. He could produce tens of thousands of tons with just a thought. It can feed the entire island and the entire Far East without any problem. This is a magical artifact. Who says there are no perpetual motion machines in the world? Isn't a system a perfect example of a perpetual motion machine? After solving these two problems, Qin Tian suddenly realized that Beigang Island didn't have any decent industry at all. It was mostly light industry. The industries most involved are sugar production and agriculture, while the least involved are machinery manufacturing. Small steel mills and cement plants exist, but they are few in number, and most of the machinery is outdated. Qin Tian hadn't seen a single shipbuilding project he needed. In the years since arriving in Japan, besides suppressing refugees and carrying out massacres everywhere, Japan has been constantly developing agriculture and building water conservancy projects in various places to plunder the resources of Beigang as a supplement to its own territory. What hope is there for heavy industry? It's practically zero. They treat Beigang as a never-ending spring, constantly flowing back and forth, with minimal input, no different from termites. How can you expect them to leave anything of value? When it comes to overseas construction, Prussia did it best. They invested heavily in Jiaozhou Bay, with all kinds of buildings and industrial equipment, making it almost indistinguishable from their homeland. Their industry was second to none. Perhaps because it rose to prominence too late, it couldn't seize land in nearby areas, as its big brother, the British Empire, had already taken it all, leaving only some obscure corners. Prussia had no choice but to seize a piece of fertile land in the Far East. Since it was only one piece, investment was inevitable, and it was bound to be substantial. Of course, Great Britain did everything it did in its colonies, and the European countries were remarkably unified in this regard, a tradition they had for a long time. Ultimately, it's because nothing of value was left behind. After going around in circles, the issue of industrial development has come up again. Qin Tian opened the system interface more than once, and it was as tidy as ever, with nothing except the current troop types. Qin Tian couldn't help but yell, "Damn system, if you won't give me the industrial machines, I'll just replace them myself. I'll steal them if I have to. With warships at my command, I have the world at my feet. At worst, we can take the large fleet out to the outside world, let the local natives broaden their horizons, and maybe even collect some gifts. That's not too much to ask, is it? Will you call this gunboat diplomacy? No, this is a friendly visit. How can it be gunboat diplomacy? For example, if I bring a stick to visit a friend's house, and during the meal, I accidentally drop the hammer I use for chores. That's perfectly normal, right? My friend saw it, and thought it was reasonable to give me a gift, right? When I was declining, the brick accidentally fell from my hand. There was nothing I could do about it, was there? Reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Chapter 35, Chaffee's Daily Life. Once everything was back on track, reconstruction work gradually began. A wide road has already been started in the area, from Sueo to Xinqing. Fortunately, there are not many cars in this era, and due to the terrain limitations, the two-lane design is barely enough. Otherwise, the entire project would have been twice as large. However, this road that traversed towering mountains had already caused immense suffering to Brandt and other surrendered Allied prisoners of war. As prisoners of war, their treatment was naturally not good. They were best suited for clearing mountains and building roads. Day after day, they mined, doing the hardest work and eating the least oily food. Some officers even cursed in private, saying that the damned Qin had actually made them. These noble officers do such despicable things. Road construction? The great British are not good at road construction. They could never do this. Let the Prussians, who are only good at copying, do it. They'll do it perfectly. Made in Prussia was a derogatory term in that era. It was considered industrial waste trampled underfoot by the gentlemen of the British Empire, a synonym for low-end manufacturing, and far less famous than it later became for its exquisite craftsmanship. The surviving ordinary soldiers also had complaints, grumbling while working, but they immediately shut up when they saw the soldiers' gleaming steel guns. No one wants to see those cold gun barrels. They're like a threat held to their neck. Those damn Far Eastern monkeys, especially that Qin, He deserves to be hanged. Chafee muttered angrily to himself, looking like a clown as he mined or with his tools. Despite the strain, Chafee kept wielding her tools to deal with the menacing demons nearby. If they discovered her slacking off, her whips would be a different story. What Chafee found most infuriating was that some of his companions, proud Europeans, had joined the other side and mercilessly lashed out at their former compatriots, even more so than the Far Easterners. In their words, this is the supremely glorious overseer. Select a group of extremely bad people from among the prisoners and disperse them to teams of countries that had previously had conflicts and disliked each other as overseers to manage the young men of each country. Qin, this person is terrifying. Before becoming overseers, they were all soldiers equal to us, helping each other with their comrades. But after becoming overseers, they began to wield long whips and ruthlessly exploit their former comrades. Chafee thought viciously that Qin was truly heinous. This group of Europa overseers had certain privileges compared to ordinary prisoners, meaning that while other prisoners were working hard, they could enjoy blissful pleasures. They are usually responsible for the progress of the project and the daily workload. Within their respective teams, they must count the labor points once a day and rank them with the points of other teams at the same construction site. Being at the bottom would be the worst news, as the team members and supervisors would face the heaviest penalties. If it exceeds the limit, you will receive an extra reward and be allocated some very rare resources. Even more ingenious was the checks and balances from all sides. The prisoners of war, under the supervision of the overseers, had the right to report. If they found any misconduct by the overseers, they could report it to the most respected and greatest people in the Far East. Once verified, they can replace the original positions, become the new evil dragons, and continue to exploit these unfortunate poor souls. This was intolerable to the original holders. Once they lost this status, they would be drowned in the spittle of ordinary prisoners. No one wants to toil themselves to death on a dangerous construction site, especially after enjoying their rights. Therefore, they often exploit their fellow countrymen the most. If someone is caught slacking off, giving them 100 free draws every day they log in has become their daily routine. Using such a despicable method to split the previously united European Union, it must be said that Qin really succeeded, earning the worship of these bastards who suddenly became overseers. They have no self-awareness whatsoever, and instead help the enemy bully the equally arrogant Europeans. Chafee grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the speed of his hand movements unconsciously slowed down. Chafee, you really are a bastard. I've been watching you for a long time. The fact that your labor points didn't meet the requirements a while ago must have been your doing. This quickly caught the attention of Chafee's team supervisor, who then launched into a tirade of abuse. The team members who had been working diligently nearby suddenly looked up, like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten for many days, staring at Chafee with hostile eyes. There wasn't much food to begin with, and if the team members were to suffer from hunger because of this guy's laziness, they would definitely swarm him and throw him into the sea. No, sir, I promise to complete today's task. Chafee felt countless unfriendly gazes fixed on him, which startled him so much that he quickly sped up. He dared not slack off any longer. These guys could be deadly when they went crazy, so he had to throw himself in his work. Meanwhile, from another construction site not far away, screams and stern rebukes from the supervisor could be heard. Sir, please forgive my sins. I will work as hard as I can. For the sake of the Europeans, please put down the whip in your hand. Oh no. It's Fry, the Gallic chicken. This unlucky guy wasn't as lucky as Chafee. Just because he slacked off for a while, he got a dozen or so free pulls. The screams echoed through the sky, so loud that it was unbearable to watch. Leon, a Prussian who was working hard, heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but trace its source. Leon quickly remembered. It was that Gaul, a coward. No, to be precise, all Gauls were cowards. The reason they were romantic was because they lacked the iron will of the Prussians. Just a few days ago, he was arguing with himself, but now he's been slapped repeatedly. This feeling of defeating his opponent makes Leon feel as if he's been healed and has inexhaustible energy. He quickly mined the ore he needed. The Prussians' pursuit of perfect craftsmanship and their meticulous nature often enabled them to exceed expectations, even when doing the most physically demanding mining work. Teams with them always achieve the best results and rank at the top. I hope to get more points today. I haven't enjoyed that divine water in a long time. It's more potent than authentic Prussian beer, at least that's what I think. Leon quickly tallied today's gains, which were far ahead of yesterday's at the same time, making him ecstatic. Ding ding ding. The bell, unique to lunchtime, rang, its pleasant sound penetrating the noisy construction site and swirling dust, reaching everyone's ears. God, it's finally lunchtime. A full 12 hours, 12 hours. God knows how I got through it. Lunchtime has finally arrived, the most sacred moment of the 11 hours of the day. As the bell rang, the Europeans on the construction site grabbed their bowls and basins and ran at lightning speed, skillfully forming an orderly line. At this speed, you'd think they'd been practicing for 2.5 years if you didn't know. Chapter 36 Phrase Escape Plan. Gentlemen in front, please make way so I can see what we're having for dinner today. I bet a potato that there will definitely be potatoes today. Those at the back of the line strained to look at the long end of the queue. Some of them were discussing how they were starving and that they could easily eat a dozen more large steam buns with water. The incredibly tempting aroma of the food wafted around them. The Europeans at the front of the line quickly received a few potatoes, a handful of large steam buns, and a small jug of water. This was their meal for half a day. Those with extra points can use them to purchase the food they need, such as SK2 and other luxury goods. There are many ways to earn points, such as writing an IOU and sending it back to your home country to exchange for excess banknotes. By now, a large number of Europeans have accumulated considerable debt, especially naval officers, who are accustomed to the luxurious lifestyle of the Navy and naturally spend even more in such harsh conditions. These debts will fall on the mother country, which will have to spend a lot of money on the daily expenses of these prisoners. Of course, meals should be paid for. Qin Tian couldn't just wave his hand and waive their food expenses. After all, there were so many people, and feeding them would be a burden. Moreover, the prices are set very reasonably. A potato costs 1 gold pound, a large steamed bun costs 1 gold pound, and all kinds of holy water and cheap beer start at 10 gold pounds, which is really affordable. Gold pound, a synonym for the common currency of Great Britain. The naval officers here spend several thousand gold pounds every day, and if you include the rank-and-file sailors, it's normal for them to spend tens of thousands of gold pounds a day. Don't underestimate this number. Over the years, it adds up to a considerable amount. If calculated annually, it could build 3 to 4 Queen Elizabeth-class destroyers for the Royal Navy, with each Queen Elizabeth-class destroyer costing only around 2.5 million gold pounds. Whether countries can repay this debt at this rate of growth is not Qin Tian's concern. If they don't have the money, they can exchange it for precious metals. He will do whatever it takes to raise enough money. However, it's fine if they decide not to return it. At most, a fleet will come to pay a friendly visit. Of course, such a trivial matter doesn't need to be brought up in public. Only after almost all the food had been distributed did Fry, who had just finished smoking, finally arrive with his bowl. He then scraped the bottom of the pot clean, leaving not even a potato scrap before leaving satisfied. This feels so good. There are no annoying Far Easterners or overseers. To be honest, I miss the romantic nightlife here. At least it was full of romance and freedom. Fry muttered as he ate, which had become a habit of his, complaining before and after every meal. Being European, they don't hold back at all. The whip really hurt when it struck his body. It was a burning pain. Fry could still feel it now, and recalling the feeling of being whipped more than a dozen times in a row filled him with fear. Authentic beer. I bet it tastes better than Prussian beer. Just then, a prisoner passed by Fry with a bottle of cheap beer he had earned by accumulating points over many days. He didn't even glance at Fry, focusing intently on the taste of the beer. Fry was incredibly frustrated. Only after the prisoner had walked away did he dare to complain loudly. Since when have these guys started looking down on the great Mr. Fry? It's outrageous. I'm not even as important as a bottle of beer in his eyes. After saying that, he licked his lips. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed fine wine. This can't go on any longer. I need to contact Gaul and get the devils involved to release us so we can go home. Otherwise, the people of Gaul will lose their romance and freedom here. Fry suddenly realized what was going on, and for that reason, he was willing to risk getting another 100 draws and went to Brant, the former commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. When Fry found Brant, the latter was munching on potatoes, the kind that fills a whole sack, the kind that's golden in color and has an enticing aroma. Yet, Brant's face showed nothing but disgust at this delicious meal. Brant hated potatoes and ate them for several days in a row, which made him lose his appetite for them. Fry, what are you doing here? Brant didn't even look up, wolfing down his food. It tasted bad, but he had to eat it. He still had work to do later. He also had a bottle of soda he had bought on credit, which cost him a full 10 gold pounds. Brant was so tired that the only thing that could soothe his fatigue was drinking a bottle of soda whenever he was tired. Fry took over the conversation, walked over and sat down, then replied in a low voice, Brant, don't you want to leave this godforsaken place? These Far Easterners treat us like slaves. We can't be their slaves. They're barbaric. Upon hearing this, Brant was visibly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Fry, my good friend, you certainly know what I'm thinking. But as you know, we are currently on Northport Island. I heard that they defeated the Japanese who were originally here and reclaimed the island. We are surrounded by the vast ocean, and without a fleet, we can't move an inch, Brant said, feigning hesitation. Fry waved Brant closer and said, My Brant, I've heard from the Far Easterners under guard that there are reports about the European countries. A delegation from our country will be arriving in about 10 days. This is a good opportunity. As long as we appear before the delegation, they will know that there is a group of brave and tenacious European warriors here who have been abused by barbarians. Then the delegation will know what to do. Frey's eyes were firm as he spoke, and Brant was almost tempted. Slavery is a sensitive word for all Europeans. In this age of freedom, they cannot bear to see their fellow citizens fall into the hands of barbarians. In short, they're determined to cause trouble. How can you guarantee that this will make the headlines of the World Journal and that the pressure from home will force the Far East to compromise? They have an invincible fleet. Brant asked repeatedly, as if it were a fantasy. Just because I'm Gaul, with traditions, Fry said with absolute confidence. He believed that the Europeans were not to be trifled with. Brant, I need your help to rally your lads. Chapter 37 New Look. Oh, how should I understand this sentence? Brant didn't believe Fry when he said this. Everyone knew that the French were the biggest talkers. When the Allied forces surrendered, Fry was the first to step forward. The Gallic soldiers behind him were even faster than Fry, reaching an incredible level that was very much in line with the Gallic rooster standard. Now, Frey's attitude has become very resolute, which is unusually frightening and makes him unable to figure it out for a while. Faced with the doubts, Fry appeared relaxed. These Far Easterners rely on nothing more than strong ships and powerful guns, and have the advantage of being the first to act. Once the new capital ships of various countries are launched and put into service, there is no need to worry. This gap will be narrowed infinitely and may even be surpassed. No matter how good or high quality the Far Eastern warships are, they can't compete with a group of powerful nations launching their own. For every one Far Eastern warship launched, Europe launches 5, overwhelming them in numbers. Fry currently has this idea in mind. However, the idea of leaping to a higher level from the pre-dreadnought era to the super-dreadnought is a far-fetched notion that is very much in line with the Gauls' thinking. The Flying Gauls are flying now, and they're flying wherever they want. Great Britain, the strongest navy in the world, was originally only capable of building capital ships of 10,000 to 20,000 tons. If they had taken a bigger step, they could have gotten close to 30,000 tons. But launching ships of more than 30,000 tons directly was not something that could be done so quickly. It was simply wishful thinking. The development of warships requires a gradual approach. Upgrading and expanding the dock cranes and other related operations are complicated enough, and this process alone can take at least 1 or 2 years. After hearing this, Brant looked at Fry as if he were a fool. He couldn't believe that such idiotic words would come out of Frey's mouth. This Frenchman completely shattered his worldview. No, Mr. Fry, I will not participate in this project until you come up with a complete and reliable plan. Brant felt like he had walked a tightrope. He was exhausted. Dealing with this guy required constant vigilance, as he never knew when he might be led astray. Lieutenant General Brant, you cannot do this, Fry said. This operation requires your support, at the very least your direct involvement to unite the nations. Impossible, impossible. Fry was about to say something when Brant interrupted him. Your plan is unreliable. How many years will it take for our new capital ships to be launched? How long will it take to reach a certain scale? If we do it the way you suggested, we'll probably be finished before that day even comes. Brant turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to this idiot. He was the one who said he was surrendering earlier, and now he's the one who's getting restless. What's he up to this time? Lieutenant General, I think I haven't explained myself clearly enough. Oh no. Just as Fry was about to continue his sophistry and try to trick a few unlucky guys into joining the plan, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that a foreman was wielding a long whip and heading towards them menacingly. They are traitors to Europe. Fry instinctively tried to run, but it was too late. The sound of something piercing the air came in the blink of an eye, and the overseer immediately delivered 3 consecutive slaps. The air distorted under the whip's lashes. Fry had nowhere to dodge, and, after taking 3 blows, collapsed to the ground and wept bitterly, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Fry, you bastard, have you forgotten that you can't talk to each other while eating? The foreman shouted, still not satisfied. Foreman, please spare me this once. Fry screamed in agony, rolling several times until he crashed into an obstacle and stopped, the terrifying whip still falling all the way. Brant, who was standing to one side, silently took a few steps back. This Gaul was so stupid that he didn't deserve any pity. Outside the construction site, when did it become our turn to bully these foreigners? The Royal Army's iron ships are even bigger than the foreigners' ships. I saw them in Sueo. They were bigger and taller than mountains. Old Liu from Lizhan village was beaming with happiness as he and Huang Luer pushed a cart full of food along the mountain paths, delivering supplies to villagers like themselves. There were quite a few people like Old Liu who got a job from the Long Army. Whenever he thought about it, Old Liu couldn't stop laughing. and tears would stream down his face. Where else could he find such good treatment? No need to pay grain or miscellaneous taxes, and he was provided with food and grain for his work. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life. Yes, now that the royal army has arrived, we've got plenty of food. What we've been eating these past few days is better than what those landlords had in good years. They have all kinds of white flour buns and canned meat, and we have plenty of them. Huang Luer grinned foolishly. With his belly full of oil, he looked much stronger. How can there be such a good thing in the world? The soldiers don't bully people and even give out free food. He wouldn't have dared to dream of this before. The locals pushing their carts around were mostly like them, chatting and laughing. I heard from the village scholar that heavenly soldiers and generals defeated the foreigners' fleet on the ocean. So those foreign devils can surrender after all, and they can bleed when they are hit by bullets. I thought they were covered in red hair, invulnerable to swords and spears, and indestructible. They weren't even human. Hey, those Europeans smell bad and are afraid of death. Just yesterday, in front of the Grand Market, several strong foreigners were dragged up by the heavenly soldiers and urinated on. You didn't see it, did you? They were kowtowing so hard. Some people got carried away and found a rock to stand on, imitating the postures of Europeans, which made the passers-by laugh out loud. Those Europeans, they dare not speak out against their anger. They were all spineless. We let such people ride roughshod over us for several years. This is the magnanimity of a superior nation. What are they? They are nothing but a bunch of barbarians. The imperial confidence lost in recent years is gradually being restored. After the myth of the invincibility of Europeans was shattered and Japan was defeated and fled, many people stood up straight. Qin Tian set a very good example by borrowing from Europeans. Europeans are human beings too. They bleed and feel fear just like everyone else. This knowledge spread rapidly among the people, from one household to another, from hundreds to thousands of households, until everyone knew about it. Even more remarkably, after spending a lot of time interacting with Europeans, some people realized that they were just like everyone else, and when they went home and told others about it, they immediately received a good response. In addition to the two divisions advancing towards the center of Beigang Island, Qin Tian also specially sent some soldiers to various villages to publicize their glorious achievements. Claims that you can pierce through a foreigner's iron turtle and beat them so badly they don't even dare to look you in the eye, that you're cowardly, even more timid than a turtle, are all just empty rhetoric. They would also occasionally parade some of the Allied troops from the construction site through the streets to increase their persuasiveness. The Allied troops who were paraded through the streets would inevitably be hit by objects thrown from high altitudes, although they were mostly stones and there was no extra food to waste. Life has improved, and in the past few days, every household has received a lot of food. Some people are reluctant to waste, even if they can't finish it all. They can't change their habits from the hard times they've been used to. They should save where they can. Old Lu, you're delivering goods to the heavenly soldiers again? You've already made 2 or 3 trips in half a day, covering several mountain peaks. I could see you from far away in Jiaozhuang. Take a break when you're tired. This is exhausting. Along the way, people kept greeting Old Lu. They were all acquaintances from the surrounding villages, looking for something to do here, otherwise they would feel guilty. Everyone was covered in sweat, but no one complained. They had been living comfortably these past few days, with enough food at home to feed their families. Coming out to help out was a good thing. No way, I'm not tired at all. I'll switch shifts after this trip, and I can go back and rest when the sun is high in the sky. Old Lu scoffed. The work was too easy, the food was good, and he was much stronger than before. He could push it all by himself. Compared to the treatment before, this is much better. In the past, this amount of food, let alone enough to feed the whole family, it would be good enough to feed myself. After a year of hard work, there would be nothing left at the bottom of the pot. Now, Old Lu feels very happy. His family has a lot of high-quality white flour, vermicelli, and several cans of food, which he says are to supplement his constitution. He doesn't know much about it, but he knows that it is top-quality meat that is not always available during the new year. All he knew was that a few heavenly soldiers went door to door distributing the grain that day. The scene terrified him. Why were the soldiers distributing grain instead of collecting it? That day, Old Lu was filled with anxiety. Looking at the pile of supplies in the dilapidated house, he was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night, fearing that the soldiers would come and take them away in the middle of the night. Later, Brother Fan told him to eat without worry, that the king's army wouldn't accept him, that they wouldn't want his things, and that there was nothing of value in them. Only then did old man Lu feel a little relieved and return home. He hesitated in front of the supplies for a while before deciding to open a can of meat for his family to try. He had eaten the meat in this iron can before at his Brother Fan's place, and it was so delicious that he could still vividly recall it. Then, he kept walking forward, unloaded the supplies at the designated location, and then started walking back. He had to make this trip 5 or 6 times a day. When it was time, Old man Liu had to get off, and a new person would take his place. On the way back, they had to cross a main road where military trucks frequently passed by, causing congestion with the crowds heading back. Old Liu wasn't in a hurry. He quietly moved aside and stared in amazement at these divine soldiers that could walk on their own. He had seen the scene many times, and each time he felt he couldn't get enough of it. People who knew it told him that it was called a car, and that Europeans didn't have one. One trip by this car was equivalent to his daily transport volume. Chapter 38, The End of the Doujinshi. Later I found out that our family's grain was transported by these trucks. Trucks are really great things. 10 donkey carts can't compare. They're incredibly stable on the road and always bring good days to our village. By the way, I call the mythical beasts. That's right, wherever it appeared, the villagers there could live a better life. Roads were built there, one straight and wide road after another, leading to a glorious era. The sound of the clattering, selected from Liu Sanquan's autobiography during the glorious era. While construction on Beigang Island was in full swing, 2 infantry divisions advancing along the central part of Beigang encountered defeated troops gathered by the commander of the 2nd Division, Saburo Nishi. This guy wasn't at the Japanese governor's mansion in North Harbor before. Instead, he went to the far west to suppress bandits. He got away once, but we ran into each other again. As soon as the firefight began, Nishi Saburo realized how terrifying the enemy was. Their firepower was too strong, and their individual soldiers were too skilled. His own men were suppressed from the very beginning and were routed. The tipping of the scales of victory is signaled wherever the enemy's infantry goes. Nishi Saburo discovered a pattern. Before the enemy launched an infantry charge, they would launch several rounds of small-caliber artillery bombardment, indiscriminately bombarding the enemy regardless of the situation, even if there were not many soldiers on the position. Then, machine guns would provide cover for the infantry advance. This kind of predictable tactic is the most terrifying. Japan's firepower is insufficient to suppress the enemy's artillery fire, making it impossible to defend against. Moreover, in close-quarters combat, the old-fashioned single-shot rifles used by the Japanese soldiers suffered greatly because the enemy usually did not engage in melee combat, but instead chose to keep their distance and use their unique rifles that could fire and burst to pick off the enemy one by one. The Japanese soldiers' single-shot rifles were no match for the enemy. This led to a situation where Japanese warriors suffered heavy casualties before finally reaching the enemy, and then that was the end of it. Under the enemy's fierce attacks, Nishi Saburo's defeated troops collapsed again. The battle lines crumbled one after another, their manpower was gradually exhausted, and one by one the strongholds occupied by Japan were eliminated. Seeing that their range of movement was restricted, and that if things continued like this, their only option would be to jump into the sea, Nishi Saburo was furious. He wanted to let the enemy know that the Japanese were not to be trifled with. Thus, the division commander made a difficult choice: to mobilize all available resources to launch a desperate battle, ordering a large number of imperial warriors to use the pig charge tactic in the dead of night. Then, with the combined force of flares, barbed wire, and heavy machine guns, Japan was wiped out overnight, and Nishi Saburo was beheaded in the battle. It's important to understand that this combination is a meat grinder. No matter how many infantrymen you send, it won't be enough. Great Britain and France have done this before, charging headlong into Prussia's well-developed firepower network, so stubborn that a generation was wiped out. 2 infantry divisions annihilated the last remaining Japanese forces in Beigang and continued to pursue the scattered and ungrateful Japanese soldiers who had fled, encircling them in the area. After several days of fierce fighting, until the battle was completely over, it was certain that the Japanese 2nd Division had been wiped out in this battle and would be disbanded. Japan has lost one of its 6 divisions, not to mention the 2nd Division, which was composed entirely of elite troops stationed at Beigang. Its annihilation in one battle is a huge loss, and Japan's prestige will likely be refreshed once again, without any limit. Chapter 39, The Army Organization of the Great Xia Empire. After Beigang was completely taken back, Qin Tian began to prepare for various matters related to establishing a large power. After all, if you always use the title of mysterious person and no one knows who you are, how can you intimidate the great powers? So, 3 days later, the Great Xia Empire officially raised its banner in the world, announcing the recapture of Beigang and sending a telegram to the world, shocking all nations. Meanwhile, for easier identification, Qin Tian renamed the 1st Infantry Division under his command as the 1st Division of the National Defense Army, and so on. These divisions were incorporated into the 1st Army Group of the National Defense Forces, and the 1st Army Group, which would later sweep away the elite forces of various countries, was thus established. For convenience, Qin Tian meticulously planned the Army's organizational structure. According to his vision, an Army group would consist of 3 corps, and each corps would consist of 2 infantry divisions. Temporary, The infantry division consists of 4 infantry regiments, 1 communications battalion, 1 engineer battalion, 1 reconnaissance battalion, and 1 artillery regiment as the division's artillery. The infantry regiment consists of 3 infantry battalions and 1 reinforced artillery company as accompanying fire support, 6 75mm rapid-fire guns, and 12 60mm mortars. Each infantry battalion consists of 3 infantry companies, and each company has 3 platoons, a very standard arrangement of 3 platoons plus 1 platoon. An infantry squad consists of 11 men, divided into 3 Type 56 rifle teams of 2 men each. They are also equipped with 2 Bren light machine guns and have 2 light machine gunners. The infantry platoon was given 2 more Maxim heavy machine guns, each equipped with a gunner, a loader, an observer, and a backup. The artillery regiment consists of 2 130mm heavy artillery battalions, 1 75mm rapid-fire artillery battalion, plus a logistics support company and a maintenance company. Thus, each heavy artillery battalion is equipped with 18 Type 59 130mm cannons. The rapid-fire artillery battalion was similar, equipped with 18 Type 75 mortars. Under normal circumstances, an artillery regiment has a total of 36 Type 59 130mm cannons, 18 75mm rapid-fire cannons, and a total of 54 cannons, and a small number of mortars. This firepower is nothing short of insane. If it weren't for the fact that increasing the firepower would make the unit bloated, Qin Tian probably would have preferred to have a mortar on each person's back and 2 machine guns in front of them. God knows what someone with a fear of insufficient firepower might do. Luckily, the system didn't provide interstellar power armor. Otherwise, a single infantryman could unleash the firepower of a company, which would be absolutely insane. There are also some problems, especially Qin Tian's heavy artillery regiment, whose large-caliber heavy artillery weighs 8.5 tons, has very high requirements for roads. At least the foundation must be thick enough. During the attack on Xiaoshu, these heavy artillery pieces encountered serious problems and could not keep up with the marching speed of the vanguard, advancing at an extremely slow pace. Considering the actual infrastructure situation in the Far East, it's already good enough that some artillery wheels can move, but if they want to keep up with the speed of the main force, their numbers may have to be reduced. In the Far East, using small caliber guns as the main weapon and large caliber guns as a supplement is a good option for now. For example, the 75mm guns participated in some small battles in Beigang. A few guns fired the equivalent of an artillery regiment's firepower in a minute, providing a solid artillery coverage. Once the infrastructure catches up, these mobile heavy artillery pieces will be able to unleash their true power and be deployed quickly. Just as Qin Tian was diligently studying, a violent storm swept through the surrounding countries and even the world, affecting all fields. Oh my God, a huge upheaval in the Far East. We found the attackers, the Great Xia Empire. Damn it, what exactly is their relationship with the Great Xia dynasty? The United Kingdom across the ocean was the first to suffer a huge blow. A behemoth emerged in the Far East, a new power that dared to challenge Great Britain, and the British Empire was powerless to do anything about it. Gunboat diplomacy? Their gun barrels are bigger than yours. Economic sanctions? They don't have an economy at all, and they have no weaknesses. A power capable of building world-class warships must have technological strength far superior to Great Britain in all aspects. Alliances and counter-alliances? How many countries in that wretched place would listen to the British Empire? If the idea of winning over Tsarist Russia and Americans to jointly deal with the Great Xia Empire is to be postponed. The gentlemen are currently unwilling to lose face, and their ally in the East, Japan, has been defeated, which is a great loss. Finally, when the gentlemen realized that the once all-powerful troublemaker was powerless against the Great Xia Empire, they began to fly into a rage, smashing everything around them that could be broken. As it turns out, the invincible United Kingdom couldn't think of any way to contain this newborn behemoth when facing powerful nations of equal or even greater strength. Another formidable rival has emerged who can challenge the Royal Navy's dominance, and Great Britain's glory is rapidly declining. Has the British Empire weakened to such an extent in just half a century, some complained, arguing that the Queen's crown should not fall at this time. War against the Great Xia Empire, just like war against the Xia dynasty. We must maintain restraint in the Far East. Great Britain cannot open a second front. This situation should be considered when the Royal Navy is unable to defeat the enemy quickly and forcefully, and the army is bogged down in a quagmire, said Prime Minister Robert. Parliament was in an uproar over this, with some idiotic members of Parliament arguing that the Cabinet and the Prime Minister should be held responsible and calling for a vote of no confidence to dissolve the Cabinet and hold new elections. During Prime Minister Robert's tenure, the army gained nothing on the blood-soaked continent. Yet the empire poured huge sums of money into them. Furthermore, A major upheaval occurred in the Far East jewel that the Queen had mentioned, which would severely impact the empire's center of gravity. However, the cabinet remained unmoved by this, and they must take responsibility for it. The addition of a single snowflake is fatal and could trigger a chain reaction, ultimately resulting in the downfall of Robert and his cabinet members. This debate is destined to remain unresolved for a short time. Given the style of British nobles and gentlemen, it will take at least half a month or several weeks to settle it. Apart from the United Kingdom, the emergence of the Great Xia Empire caused an uproar throughout Europe. The news of the Allied fleet's complete annihilation in Daigo was a disgrace to Europeans, fueling public outrage. Were the people of the Great Xia Empire from the Far East? No country has ever been able to escape unscathed after offending the world's most prosperous and powerful Europe, let alone flaunt it so ostentatiously, especially one from the Far East. However, the departments of various countries are now in a dilemma. The Gallic Chicken immediately condemned the Great Xia Empire, calling them a group of unreasonable robbers and immoral impostors, and took the opportunity to smear their neighbor. Unfortunately, cameras of that era couldn't be as sophisticated as those of later generations, otherwise they could have easily tarnished the image even further. The term Great Xia Empire made headlines in major newspapers in just one day, hailed as the first new miracle of the century. Qin Tian responded, "I woke up to find that the great powers were actually myself." Shocking. The myth of the Royal Navy has been shattered. It will face its strongest opponent in history, not Prussia but foggy times. The rise of the Far East will impact the world order. It's time for the United States to take action and break the blockade and oppression of the slave empire. It's imperative. Financial Street Daily. In an era of upheaval and change, who will emerge as the strongest and ascend the throne? Yorkshire Times. Those Britons must be worried about this. With the new capital ships, Prussia is finally on the same starting line as the British Empire, said the proud Emperor Wilhelm of Prussia to his beloved general, Pitz, the famous naval commander. Without hesitation, Pitz began to explain the future plans for the ocean fleet to his beloved and respected Emperor Wilhelm. Judging from the Allied fleet's defeat at Dagoku and the analysis of intelligence from various sources regarding the Great Xia Empire's capital ships, their capital ships possess armor and speed advantages that neither single cruisers nor single battleships have. The astute ocean fleet has fully discovered this detail, and the diligent engineers are exploring the possibility of achieving these two advantages in the Empire's new capital ships. Your Majesty, in order to create a fleet that can rival the world's most powerful maritime nations, I sincerely request that the existing naval laws be amended so that, within the next 10 years, a great ocean fleet belonging to a maritime power can be built with the goal of developing new types of warships. Tirpitz said ambitiously that he had foreseen the future trend of naval development, that the firepower of the new capital ships would be unmatched by the existing ones and would dominate an era. When the era of high speed arrived, he keenly realized that a new type of warship that combined the speed of a cruiser with the firepower of a battleship could well serve Prussia's needs. This realization would make long-range commerce raiding possible, disrupting the long sea lanes of the hypothetical enemy, Great Britain, and they would be the perfect choice for this mission. Great Britain's numerous overseas colonies meant she was destined to travel extensively, and she could achieve considerable success with a small fleet of high-speed battleships. In terms of seizing battle lines, whoever has more high-speed battleships will have an advantage. In response to Pitz's request, Emperor Wilhelm said, "We need more data on the new capital ships. The special operation against the Great Xia dynasty can be slowed down. The Great Prussia will not be as petty as the Huns. Let's focus on Europe and the Great Xia Empire." Pitz. Chapter 40, The Emperor's Blueprint. The ambitious Emperor William set his sights on the Far East, on the Great Xia Empire. The Great Prussia needed a reliable ally to divert the pressure and focus from the fight against the British Empire. Their army is already powerful enough. Judging from the poor performance of the British Empire's lobster soldiers, they have spent a lot of manpower and resources to fight a lower-tier country, but still returned empty-handed. It seems that the British Empire is no longer invincible. So much so that the Imperial Army made no attempt to conceal its contempt, daring to draw its long swords and blades, intending to crush them on the front lines. There was no need to worry about the army, but what about the Royal Navy? Emperor William believed they were like a boulder blocking the path of Prussia, which longed for sunshine. The formidable strength of the British home fleet, displayed to the world, has put immense pressure on the arrogant and self-important William to this day. If we rashly start a war before our ocean fleet has reached a certain size, we would likely see the Royal Navy blockade the Empire's sea lanes and major ports, confining Prussia to its homeland until defeat. Without a fleet, even the most powerful army in the Empire cannot defeat the enemy at sea. What is the relationship between this emerging Great Xia Empire and the backward Xia dynasty? Apart from having almost the same name, they have no other connection. I think this is a breakthrough point. The empire needs to find a balance point in the Far East. When the empire tries to challenge the greatest maritime power, it will use this balance to put the ocean fleets on the same starting point. At this moment, Emperor Wilhelm was still looking for allies and needed them to restrain the menacing European steamrollers and preferably bring the British fleet along as well. That country, teeming with gray beasts, has been too restless lately. Under the instigation of troublemakers, it has even dared to challenge the empire's authority on land. The French also seem inclined to join this trend. They want to reclaim the crown that was previously knocked down. Well then, the imperial army will knock them down again, just as history has shown, thought Emperor William. Winning the favor of the Great Xia Empire will play a huge role in this battle of the century. If possible, I would like to obtain some specific data on the new capital ships and even allow the ocean fleet to order new capital ships from the Great Xia Empire. For this, we can pay the Far Easterners whatever the empire can offer. Emperor William issued an order to his foreign secretary. Let's halt the empire's special operations in the Far East for now, until we know the behemoth's attitude. The meager benefits brought by the Xia dynasty are not worth mentioning compared to the rewards we've received from it. He sensed the changing situation in the Far East. The Great Xia Empire would not cease its expansionist activities, like a ravenous beast devouring everything in its path. Like the empire, their guys want to sit on their own land and enjoy the sunshine, occasionally taking a bite of bread mixed with milk. Anyway, Prussia has nothing in the Far East and has no conflict of interest with the Great Xia Empire. As for the destruction of the Allied fleet, His Majesty, the magnanimous emperor, said he wouldn't care at all. He was more concerned with whether Prussia could gain a first-mover advantage in the new round of global arms race and take the lead in shipbuilding. Although the Navy's ideas on shipbuilding were strange and varied, he didn't have many requirements. As long as it was functional, that was fine. This extremely arrogant emperor wanted to conquer a vast territory for his empire, crown himself with a crown representing world glory, and become the Holy William the Great. This style was undoubtedly something Emperor Wilhelm could have come up with. It was very authentic. Chapter 41, A Stormy Night in Japan. The Xia dynasty felt deeply uneasy about the enormous force that had suddenly appeared in the south. The powerful Empress Dowager, Xian, summoned all the ministers to the palace to discuss the matter. This impostor poses an even greater threat than the Europeans. His sword could be pointed at the heart of the dynasty at any moment. After fruitless discussions and the dynasty's inability to launch a campaign, the ministers remembered the helpful British Empire and immediately met with its ambassador, hoping to use their global influence to persuade the Great Xia Empire to leave and return Beigang to the dynasty. However, this request silenced even the worldly wise British ambassador. If the Royal Navy had such strength, would it have tolerated the Great Xia Empire's antics? Even without their reminders, the Far East fleet had already been dispatched. It's not impossible for the mainland to spare some warships to form a deep-sea fleet and severely punish these disobedient Far Easterners. They need to clearly understand that the British Empire still holds absolute power in this world, and that the decisions of this vast empire, even after half a century, cannot be taken lightly, as they will affect the balance of a region. Therefore, when questioned by the ministers, the ambassador could only deflect the questions with a bluffing joke. The British Empire is a messenger of peace. While maintaining stability in the Far East, it will do its best to promote regional stability in order to achieve peaceful negotiations and reconciliation between the two sides. Our country will not recognize the sanctity of the Great Xia Empire, but rather classifies it as a local or regional power. This has been confirmed by the parliament. I will relay your country's demands back home. Please wait for some time. The troublemaker used the power of language to explain away the inability to defeat or sanction the enemy as a suggestion for negotiation, leaving everyone bewildered. The British, regardless of the circumstances, love to play this game of mediating between nations, unless the side they support gains the upper hand. Dian within Dian. At a time when the world is undergoing dramatic changes and an arms race between nations is imminent, Japan is once again suffering heavy losses. The loss of Yokosuka Port was tallied up to a long list, longer than the title of a British gentleman, causing great distress to everyone in Japan. Leaving aside century-old warships like the Ekizen and Matsushima, Japan can still afford them. The Navy Ministry Building, Naval Port, Steel Mill, Shipyard, and Naval Academy in Yokosuka Port, all the result of decades of Japanese hard work, were destroyed in an instant. The losses far exceeded Japan's capacity to bear them. Once the statistics were released, the already diseased locust became even weaker and more vulnerable. Then came the loss of North Port Island. The source of the entire empire's agriculture collapsed in an instant, and this news caused widespread panic. It should be noted that since Japan began to vigorously develop agriculture on North Port Island, They have basically stopped growing grains and switched to growing cash crops to earn foreign exchange for exports. Japan's grain reserves are already low, and without any preparation, they are likely to suffer a great loss. The fear of famine will sweep across the entire country. Moreover, the 2nd Division, one of the 6 elite divisions stationed there, was completely annihilated, wiped out as a whole, and tens of thousands of civilians were left behind on Northport Island. This was a heavy blow, something Japan had never experienced since establishing the division system. The Army's defeat and the Navy's cowardice became a trigger. The combined fleet, which the entire nation has scrimped and saved to support, is so incompetent that it only dares to wander around the homeland. Is this what you call protecting the empire? This has caused considerable discontent among many people in the Kyoto Bay area, and has even led to numerous riots. Fortunately, no overthrow occurred. They still maintained a certain level of expectation and trust in Japan, and while the opportune moment was ripe, they were still focused on their own affairs on Beijing Island. When the name of the Great Xia Empire first reached Japan, opinions varied widely. Bet on the fate of the nation, fight to the death, and the combined fleet will surely inflict heavy damage on the enemy and restore its glory. Some people are clamoring to recreate that old naval battle and crush the Great Xia Empire. Is that the supreme kingdom back? The glory of antiquity, the center of the world, will shine once more. Japan must recognize its own position. The Europeans are unreliable. They consider themselves superior and the best gentlemen, and they regard the empire as their lackey. The most important thing is to unite with the Great Xia Empire to fight against the Europeans. Some believe that the once great nation has returned, because the familiar sun, moon, and dragon flag brought back the fear of that battle and the soul-shaking feeling of facing the might of heaven. What should I do? Who can tell me how to drive away the Empire's enemies? My Northport, my 2nd Division. It was the same familiar scene, the same familiar formula. Tian Huang lay weakly on his sickbed, surrounded by ministers. Your Majesty, the British Empire will provide our country with an interest-free loan to purchase active warships of the Royal Navy. They have shown our utmost sincerity. At the same time, they will equip the warships built by British shipyards in our country with their most advanced naval technology. If you're not satisfied with their warships, you could design your own and commission a shipyard to build them. The Royal Navy is willing to reduce a certain amount of the fees. Faced with this question, Navy Minister Yamamoto Hyogoku was almost in tears. These are all forms of assistance that lack substance and have been going on for far too long. He approached the British ambassador to Japan, requesting that Great Britain help Japan overcome the crisis. The ambassador subtly hinted that the Royal Navy could not intervene directly at this time, as it would disrupt the balance of power in the world. Increasing the number of fleets deployed to the Far East early on is extremely sensitive and could lead to a series of unfriendly events, something the British Empire does not want to see. It all boils down to one thing. The older brother is currently busy, so the younger brother should handle it on his own until the older brother is done and then come back to help him. The British Empire is still the same old thing. These Europeans really treat Japan like a pawn. Tian Huang said with a wry smile. He had known this for a long time. They won't learn their lesson until the fire reaches their eyebrows. When enemy shells rain down on their homeland, the Europeans will regret it. The British Empire is indeed back to its old ways, selling weapons while watching from the sidelines, sowing discord to facilitate negotiations. This 16-character truth is absolutely true. They've long been accustomed to this tactic. Recently, they've been traveling all over the world, constantly promoting the Royal Navy's outdated warships. In the Far East, small ships belonging to the Far East Fleet are very active, seemingly collecting data on those terrifying sea monsters. And recently, they visited the Xia dynasty. Foreign Minister Aoki said bitterly, "It goes without saying that the British knew that Japan alone would have a hard time dealing with such a behemoth. So they found them an ally, hoping to cultivate a second joint fleet in the Far East to contain this unstable factor. As expected, they're preparing to design a sea behemoth for the Royal Navy. Major powers are all discussing the Great Xia Empire's main warship. Within 6 months, we will see news of their sea behemoth starting construction," Yamamoto Hyogoku said earnestly. All the world's insightful nations are taking action, while Japan hasn't even entered the race. Are they destined to lack the potential to become a maritime power? They were struggling to make ends meet during the era of sailing battleships, and while they managed to catch up with ironclad warships, they were still decades behind Europe. Now, the technological gap is not something that can be bridged in just a few decades. When firearms were first developed, a country that could equip itself with a large number of muskets and cannons would be defined as a powerful nation and would be entitled to be the first to benefit. In the initial stages of development, a country that can produce qualified guns and cannons can join the club of world powers and become a leader. In the intermediate stage, being able to build tanks is considered acceptable, and being able to fly airplanes indicates some strength. If one can possess a modern navy, that would be even better, making one a regional power. Then later, times changed. No matter how powerful the gun or how big the cannon, it was not as practical as a few mushrooms or carrier-based aircraft. The first and second stages mentioned above are achievable for a small country with some effort, and the third stage is not impossible either, as it would be possible to barely keep up with the times. However, to reach the final stage, the technological gap in industry, the talent pool, and the territory required to build a complete industry are beyond the capacity of a small country. That's right, Japan is that small country. Chapter 42, A Beautiful Visit. Beigang. My God, is this the body of a giant sea monster? It is so huge. Unbelievable. I can actually stand on the shoulders of a giant monster one day. God bless America. We should be the first people to visit it. On the foredeck of the Hood One, a delegation of American observers, led by Jote, secretly visited this powerful force that had emerged almost overnight. They received a warm welcome from Captain Wang Jing, or at least that's what Xiaote thought. 15-inch gun barrels, it's incredible. I dare say she is absolutely the greatest warship in the world, a perfect work of art. The two towering, twin 15-inch main guns on the foredeck stunned these unsophisticated American gentlemen. They must be God's toys. Many people's eyes gleamed with envy. With the current industrial technology of the United States, it is not yet able to forge 15-inch large-caliber naval guns. There is still a long way to go before we see domestically produced 15-inch naval guns equipped in the Navy. Naval guns are very complex in technology. The cost and technological sophistication required to forge a single gun barrel are far greater than those required for land-based artillery. While the United States economy surpassed that of the British Empire to become number one during this period, and was in a period of prosperity and development, this data made every American proud. However, in terms of military affairs, their naval construction has just begun. They lack sufficient technological accumulation in all aspects, and are still a newbie without any foundation. They haven't even figured out the 13.5-inch gun yet, but they want to start the 15-inch gun. Aren't they afraid that a single salvo will cause the barrel to explode? Let's just treat it as a joke. A century-old Navy is no joke. Without sufficient foundation, one can only slowly figure out on their own. The United States hasn't even caught up with its big brother yet. By the time its gun casting technology catches up with the Royal Navy, it will have to wait until the Colorado-class destroyers are launched, which is still a long way off. One more thing. Newbies are the easiest to be misled by experienced players, and it's very normal for them to make the wrong tech choices after being misled. If the Navy is like this, then the American soldiers, who haven't been through the baptism of war, are even worse off. They're practically a mess, like a militia. However, the members of the observation group didn't think too much about it, and were still focused on appreciating this great work of art. From the moment they boarded this behemoth, they were in awe, feeling as if they hadn't seen anything on it at all. One moment they were in awe, the next they were in awe and the pleasure just kept going on and on. This warship is really huge, much larger than the others. I can't believe how big the dock where it was built must be, or how enormous the factories that serve it must be. The elite, but clumsy, American Navy felt an inexplicable sense of loss, a profound sense of generational gap that lingered around them, as if the two sides were separated by a century. It's like a savage tribe still sailing on rafts, never expecting to one day see a fleet built of steel. The thrill of that is hard to imagine. I'm a native. The entire American Navy is a native compared to them. Choate felt increasingly numb the more he looked at it. We're all in the same world, using similar ships. So how come you've built such a war machine? Is the gap between countries really that exaggerated? After visiting her, I can't face the Massachusetts anymore. I can't imagine what it will be like when I get back. I'll go crazy on the Massachusetts. Several members of the observation team looked grim. They regretted not coming. At least that way they wouldn't have had high expectations of the American Navy. They'll definitely cause a huge fuss when they get back, like little kids demanding new toys and chattering on and on until the Navy places an order. Their yearning for futuristic battleships has been sown by what they have seen and heard today, which will drive them to reform the Navy at all costs, since it is time for the United States to expand its Navy. Even if we cannot catch up with this ferocious behemoth, we must surpass the British Empire. My dear King, may I know her ship class? After a short while, Jote cautiously asked his first question, his expression sincere. Aside from this insignificant name, he also wanted to learn some data about the behemoth from this legendary captain. That was what they wanted to grasp, and it was one of their objectives. However, Jote felt deeply uneasy about this behavior. Generally, the data of legendary warships like this is kept secret, even if it is only a rough estimate. By revealing this information, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't throw her into the sea. Moreover, he had his own thoughts. The United States was not the Royal Navy, which was as rude and barbaric as bandits. They were civilized and would never do such a disrespectful thing in front of strongman. That's why he didn't say it. A new century level, because her appearance ushered in a new century. Wang Jing spoke in fluent language, without the slightest hint of unease in his eyes, as if that was its original name. Zhou nodded in agreement, saying, just as you have said, its emergence has ushered in a new era for the Navy. Meanwhile, the other members of the observation group did not feel anything amiss. On the contrary, they thought these Far Easterners were simply geniuses, far superior to the self-important Royal Navy. What pleased them most was that they saw respect for America in this Far Eastern man who called himself Wang Jing, which gave the members of the observation group, who had been eager to show off, great spiritual satisfaction. The Far Easterners don't have that condescending attitude, which is a good thing about them. Compared to the cunning and treacherous British, they seem much more honest. The sincere United States likes to cooperate with honest people, as long as you have money or technology. Moreover, the Far Easterners showed a very friendly attitude, which was unexpected, so it seems that there is a high probability that cooperation between the two sides can be achieved. Dear King, on behalf of the United States Navy, I sincerely invite your side to conduct friendly exchanges with our country. Taking the opportunity, Choate raised his demands, having previously obtained authorization from within the country. Maintaining good relations with the Great Xia Empire is of paramount importance. The United States doesn't mind making a mess of the Far East. Britain will be the one to clean up the mess. I'm sorry, but we haven't seen any sincerity from the United States. To be precise, we haven't seen any malicious acts committed by the United States in the past. Then, under the surprised gazes of Qiao Tei and the others, Wang Jing flatly refused. What exactly is going on? The United States has no enmity with the Great Xia Empire. Even if they have, it's the Xia dynasty. If I bully the Xia dynasty, what does it have to do with your Great Xia Empire? Are you two in cahoots? The people from the United States were quite surprised. They had thought it was a done deal, but the unexpected turn of events took them by surprise. What did the Great Xia Empire mean by this? Your Majesty, the United States has not had any contact with your side before. Has your side misunderstood? Choate observed the expression and couldn't figure out where the United States had offended the other side. Is this Wang deliberately trying to scare them? Trying to find an excuse to start a dispute? The observation team was completely baffled, utterly unable to understand Wang Jing's wildly imaginative ideas. At this point, one member of the observation team became impatient. The barbarians of this lowly land, no matter how powerful their warships are still barbarians at heart. Our coming here was a mistake from the start. When did the Americans start giving advice to people from the Far East? Some members looked down on the Far Easterners, but they tolerated it because of their advanced battleships and domestic plans. Now, when questioned, they were starting to lose their temper and silently chanted in their hearts. But even in their burning anger, they still maintained a sliver of rationality. It seems that Your Excellency has forgotten, or rather, Your Excellency and even the entire United States have never taken the Far East seriously. Wang Jing silently noted all of this down, then coldly offered a reminder. Sure enough, this sentence immediately made Choate think of the answer. Far Easterners, Far East, in America. When Choate remembered it, his heart sank. The blatant anti-Chinese bill had already greatly displeased the other side. How could he forget that the Great Xia Empire is also a country in the Far East, even though he doesn't know where their true stronghold is? But for such a powerful country, open rejection is undoubtedly a huge disgrace, something that even the United States would not accept. That bill was released openly and brazenly in front of the world. There's no need to think about what the other side might do. If you provoke Great Britain, do you think their fleet will appear along the coast? When friends from afar come, we have water to drink, but when enemies from afar come, what do we get? Cannonballs, you fool. Damn it. This is no longer a question of cooperation or not, but a harbinger of war. If not handled properly, enemy warships will appear along the coast and bring devastating damage. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Choate and his team fell silent. It wasn't that I didn't want to speak up, but that I didn't dare for fear of angering the other party and being the first to be fed to the fish. Mr. Choate and his delegation, please return. Let's discuss the exchange again when your side provides a reasonable solution, Wang Jing said. These beautiful Chinese people need to be given a warning. If it's about negotiating terms, it has to be Great Xia that makes the first move. It would be perfect to give them a good kick first and then a sweet treat. Previously, Wang Jing had also received information from Qin Tian that a naval fleet would make a friendly visit to the United States by the end of the year at the latest, serving as an intangible deterrent. These guys won't change their attitude unless they show their strength, because truth is based on the range of naval guns. However, the deterrence needs to be kept within a certain range. After all, The Great Xia Empire still needs the United States to restrain the British Empire, and cannot allow it to cause trouble when it has nothing better to do. The strategy of befriending distant states while attacking nearby ones should come into play, starting with disliking Britain, then understanding Britain, and finally becoming a part of Great Britain. In Europe, Prussia can also be strengthened appropriately. These two countries will draw a large portion of Britain's attention, making the rise of Great Xia less troublesome. Great Xia needs them to work in order to reclaim all the rights and interests of the foreign powers in the Far East. This relieved Choate, as the matter involved was beyond his control and required a decision to be made back home. Judging from the words and actions of this Far Easterner, cooperation and exchange between the two sides are still possible. The Chinese side can still acquire advanced technology, and the Great Xia Empire only wants respect. Cooperation on the basis of equality between the two sides is normal. Moreover, the U.S. has gone a bit too far in front of a major maritime power. In short, if the other party gives you a way out, you should also show some attitude in return. Thank you for your country's understanding. I will report this matter back to my country as soon as possible. I think it's a misunderstanding, and it won't affect the friendship between our two countries. Choate deliberately emphasized the word country in his voice, since there were only two groups of people here, and neither of them would say anything. In such minor situations, Choate can act on his own initiative, and even if he admits it, he can overturn it later without official documentation. However, in formal occasions, a diplomatic ambassador would be needed, and a captain like him does not have that authority. In that case, we'll await your good news, Wang Jing said. The show had been going on for about so long. It was time for the main event. However, we still value the American observation team quite a bit, and we hope this won't cause any unpleasantness between us. As it happens, our naval fleet will be conducting a live-fire exercise today. Please move to the observation platform to watch. Our Navy is still in its early stages, so please point out any shortcomings. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Wang Jing's lips. The beautiful Chinese hadn't given them a good enough beating just now. They'd better prepare to tremble under the Empire's naval cannons. Chapter 44, Getting the Warships Moving. However, these words struck the American observation team like a tidal wave, bringing them boundless fear and anxiety. What country welcomes a foreign envoy by starting with a live-fire exercise? This is unprecedented in the world. It's more than just a visible threat. It seems that the Far Easterners have not put aside their hostility. They do not regard the United States as a friend. What is the Great Xia Empire up to now? Are they trying to show off their power to intimidate their rivals? If so, there's no need for that. The United States has no intention of being their enemy. These Far Easterners aren't very friendly. Live-fire exercises? Did I hear that right? Oh my God, I really want to kick their asses, these annoying guys. Some of the American citizens were clearly panicked. Even Choate was pale-faced. He never expected them to be so rude. The live-fire exercise was just a pretense. Their real intention was to scare them. Seeing Wang Jing's serious expression, he quickly advised, fearing that he himself would be the one used for target practice. Sir, your joke is not funny at all. How about a different joke, like hunting turkeys in Europe? Wang Jing had already prepared his explanation and immediately replied, Please don't misunderstand. This is just routine fleet drills and has absolutely no meaning. There's no need to overthink it. It just happened to coincide with the exercise time, and it's not aimed at the United States. No one dares to underestimate these Far Easterners anymore. Please take back your previous thoughts. They're not honest at all. They're simply born actors. Now, some members no longer feel awe when they see the ship's cannons on the deck. They always feel that they're the spears of Satan, filled with a murderous intent. Under Wang Jing's insistence, Chiao Te put on a bleak smile, which looked worse than crying. Is that so? If that's the case, that's wonderful. It's an honor to see your country's superb artillery skills. I think we come at the right time. Wang Jing was very satisfied with Chiao Te's explanation. There's a saying that goes, those who seek worldly gains are not necessarily heroes. It seems that the American is quite shrewd. Increase the power so that our distinguished guests from afar can see what this warship looks like at full speed. Wang Jing instructed his entourage. Our own new Century-class Hood has its boilers operating at minimum power, allowing it to quickly supply power to the entire ship during combat missions. Therefore, it can get up and running in a short time without spending a lot of time. Those 4 steam turbines and 24 Yarrow small 2 boilers are no joke. It's worth mentioning that this ocean behemoth runs on heavy oil, putting them at the forefront in this regard. However, using heavy oil cannot change the problem of black smoke, which is only slightly different from the black smoke produced by traditional coal combustion, especially when driving at high speeds. You can tell from her smokestack that her propulsion system is absolutely world-leading. No one on the British Empire can support such a huge hull. Her displacement is probably 30,000 to 40,000 tons. It's incredible. Some members of the observation team keenly noticed something extraordinary about it, recorded it, and brought it back to China as data. Wah! Suddenly, a deep and powerful whistle pierced the tranquil sea, like the roar of a war beast awakening, which was very awe-inspiring. Soon, a powerful force came from beneath their feet, spreading throughout the warship and causing the entire ship to tremble slightly. It was a strange and exhilarating experience. It's so romantic. In the age of the ocean, the battleships clashing against each other, the flying cannon fire, and the collision of huge hulls. It's absolutely exhilarating, like a feast, so exciting. Then, amidst the exclamations of the observation team, the capital ship beneath their feet slowly began to move. The sea breeze grew stronger, and a unique scent of the ocean wafted towards them. The speed of the new Century-class Hood kept increasing until it reached 26 knots, a speed intended to mislead the American people, and then it maintained this speed, leaving everyone else in the dust. However, a capital ship reaching a speed of 26 knots is unheard of. Whether it's the worldly Royal Navy or the unworldly America, they're all the same kind of people at the moment. Both are bumpkins. Of all the capital ships in the world, including the Royal Navy's Mist class, Majestic class, and Sovereign class, which class can be seen from behind? None, probably not a single one. Before the visit, the United States had speculated that the other party might have reached the speed of a cruiser. But data is just data, only on paper, and is far less shocking than witnessing it firsthand. She's really turned my world upside down. A capital ship can go this fast? Are you sure it's not a cruiser? Oh no, even a cruiser probably couldn't get away with that, someone exclaimed in surprise. My adrenaline is pumping, and I love that feeling. It's like horse racing, so exciting. If we could get such fast horses from China, the time it would take us to reach the Far East would be greatly reduced. If only cruise ships could travel at that speed, using the latest power systems would be the fastest mode of transportation in this era. If we could open a new route from China to Europe, we could definitely make a fortune. Someone had this ulterior motive in mind. He was quite an oddball. The first thought wasn't to equip the Navy, but rather to a shipping company with family shares. Cruise ships, unlike warships, don't require heavy armor and cannons, so they have a lighter load capacity. Using this technology, they might be able to reach speeds of 30 knots or higher, a speed that could help them beat all the shipping companies in the world. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. Most of the others were immersed in the euphoria brought by the new power technology. The strongest firepower, the fastest speed. Warships that can beat it can't catch up, and warships that can catch up can't beat it. In the sea breeze, Jote gave his sincere evaluation, seemingly forgetting the unpleasantness just now. Originally, Jote was quite satisfied with the American capital ships. It was quite impressive that they had caught up with the world's top-tier capital ships at such a young age. This achievement is enough to make every beautiful Chinese person stand tall in the world and have the right to compete with Great Britain for the world's #1 spot. However, Jote is now very dissatisfied with the United States' obviously outdated capital ships, and the Navy needs new warships to keep up with the times. Furthermore, Jote is a typical supporter of big guns and big ships. In his view, the future development trend of the Navy will definitely be thicker armor, stronger firepower, faster speed, and larger tonnage. This became one of the 4 standards for the American Navy, so they abandoned aircraft carriers and instead developed super battleships, believing that they were clown ships and that a real Navy was all about the roar of cannons. Then came the humiliation. A series of subsequent naval battles declared the defeat of the battleship's dominance, and they realized they were a joke. Chapter 45, Naval Exercises. Look, over there seem to be a few gunboats. On the bridge, when the observation team arrived at an unfamiliar sea area, they suddenly spotted several river gunboats that looked very much like those in Europe. They look like small gunboats of the Allied forces. Get closer, I want to see what they look like. Here, near the North Port, besides the main warships of the Great Xia Empire, there are only European patrol forces. Our side can also vaguely see that the flag flying on the distant, blurry masts is not the Great Xia Empire's sun, moon, and dragon flag. The fact that the new Century-class ship beneath their feet was almost always sailing in this direction confirms that the Great Xia Empire had known for a long time that Europa gunboats existed in this area. The live-fire exercises they're talking about, could they just be target practice? An observer guessed the truth, and beads of sweat rolled down his face, stirring up a storm in his heart. As they expected, once they reached this area of water, the 40,000-ton ocean tyrant began to slow down at a visible rate. Immediately afterwards, the 2 twin 15-inch main guns at the bow rotated slowly and smoothly until their imposing muzzles were pointed at the location of the gunboat. "Lo, please give me a pair of binoculars," Jote said to Lo. As a result, what we saw was an infuriating scene. Something was moving on these gunboats. This scene terrified Jote. The Great Xia Empire was making an example of them. How could this be allowed? They were civilized, and bombarding a manned gunboat was unacceptable to them. Your Majesty, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Although these gunboats have surrendered, the crew members still have a right to live. This right is not something that humans can control, but is given by God. You have not taken away their right. That's what Jote said seriously. In fact, if the Great Xia Empire really wanted to do this, Jote would be helpless. After all, he couldn't just issue a threat, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Could it be that the nation capable of building these magnificent warships, the ultimate masters of the crystallization of industrial civilization, is actually a group of bloodthirsty demons? I apologize. It was my oversight that caused you to misunderstand again. Wang Jing expressed his apology slightly. Gentlemen, I guarantee in the name of the Great Xia Empire that there are no people on it. As for how to interpret this, that's up to them. In any case, according to his understanding, there really isn't one above. Then everyone, please hold on tight, Wang Jing continued. Boom! Boom! The moment Wang Jing finished speaking, the entire warship suddenly erupted in a deafening roar, and the two main guns swiftly fired. A plume of smoke billowed out, sweeping across a vast expanse of air, creating a terrifying scene that blotted out the sun, a sight that lingered in one's mind. That's terrifying. As if subconsciously imagining the terrifyingly large recoil, it spread throughout their bodies in an instant, and the many members of the expedition team were so frightened that they fell and were covered in stars without any preparation. He was buzzing all over, staring incredulously into the distance with an extremely exaggerated expression. Chirp! A shell landed with lightning speed near a coalition gunboat, exploding with a thunderous roar and setting off a burst of fire in the area. Although it didn't hit directly, the shell exploded nearby. The two sides weren't very far apart, and the explosive charge of the 381mm shell was undoubtedly terrifying. Therefore, this can be defined as a near miss, an explosion that is sometimes more terrifying than a direct hit. Taking the 15-inch gun equipped on the new Century-class Hood as an example, the total amount of propellant used in the 6 sets of shells reached an astonishing 196 kilograms. When this super powerful shell explodes in seawater, the shockwave released in an instant is amplified several times by the seawater and spreads outwards along the water. The underwater armor coverage of capital ships during this period was not deliberately defended later, because pre-dreadnought class warships mostly engaged in close combat, using deck-washing tactics to kill large numbers of sailors. In such a naval battle, the probability of near-water shells fired by the main guns is rather low, which contrasts sharply with the dismal hit rate of the warship superstructure. Rather than deliberately strengthening the underwater defenses, it would be better to put all the excess armor tonnage into the superstructure. Therefore, all countries focus on armored defenses above the waterline, and even if they have them, they only symbolically cover a portion of the surface, as achieving full protection would be a waste of tonnage. This is still a capital ship. Small boats like gunboats, weighing thousands of tons, have limited hulls. No matter how thick their underwater armor is, it can't withstand the terrifying power of a 15-inch gun. The underwater section of the gunboat was directly pierced by the powerful shockwave, causing the gunboat to sink. Of the other 3 shells, one was fired from the Air Force and failed to hit even a fish, while the other 2 hit their targets. In an instant, the sea was engulfed in flames. The devastating bombardment, surpassing even the Royal Navy's artillery skills, left an indelible impression on the American observation team. Cho believed that even the Royal Navy couldn't achieve this distance, although most of the results were due to the shockwaves of explosions. Yet the awe they brought was no less than that of mortals seeing real gods. The pride of a great nation in their hearts was shattered by the people of the Far East. They may be more terrifying than the British, and will be a huge obstacle to America's dream of becoming a great power. Luo, a member of the observation group, was impressed by the Far East for the first time. He had not been impressed by the unprecedented scale of the Royal Navy's fleet during previous Royal Navy naval reviews. At the naval review, the invincibility of the Royal Navy had already taken deep root in people's hearts. The magnificent and massive fleet represented the absolute power of the British Empire, the undisputed leader of world civilization, which had made other countries uneasy. In particular, one of Her Majesty's relatives suffered greatly from this and is now vowing to build a naval fleet that surpasses the Royal Navy. Unexpectedly, in the Far East, America encountered an opponent even more formidable than Great Britain. Excuse me, everyone. Just then, Wang Jing, the captain of the new Century-class ship, suddenly received a telegram from the first mate, interrupting everyone's speculation. Snort. After reading it, his expression changed instantly, radiating a murderous aura. Just as Xiao Te and the others were confused, Wang Jing dropped another bombshell. I'm sorry, everyone. Our itinerary needs to be changed. The British have bombarded our fishing boats without any warning. It seems you may be about to witness a real naval battle. Chapter 46: Escape into the Ocean. On a vast ocean, an armored cruiser, trailing a thick column of smoke, was speeding towards Hong Kong. The Manhung was an 8,500-ton armored cruiser belonging to the Far East Fleet. It was equipped with 4 single-barreled 234mm breech-loading rifle guns arranged in a diamond shape, one at the fore, aft, left, and right, as well as a large number of deck-washing guns. When it was first equipped by the Far East Fleet, its performance was undoubtedly among the best warships in the Far East at the time, surpassing all other warships. However, as time went on, the Royal Navy gradually added 10,000-ton battleships to its fleet, making this class of armored cruisers obsolete and relegating them to the second tier of warships in the Far East Fleet. At this moment, the speed of the tyrannical ship continued to increase, rushing back in a hurry, without stopping for a moment, because it just made a huge mess. In the waters near Beijing, it accidentally sank 2 small wooden fishing boats, and then went on a rampage, ramming and sinking another vessel that was returning to port, maintaining a safe distance from all the ships on Beijing Island, and the two sides have been coexisting peacefully without interfering with each other. Unexpectedly, things went wrong today. Due to the pranks of the crew, who were trying to intimidate the fishing boats returning to port and regain the fear and respect that the Far Easterners had for Great Britain, the sailors fired several shells at the fishing boats with the ship's small-caliber cannons. Due to some errors, a rapid-fire cannon was positioned almost directly towards the fishing boat, and a single salvo caused both boats to explode and sink. When the towering flames erupted, the sailors realized what they had done. They then rushed back without stopping, crashing into the wooden boats, sailing in the same channel behind them without any attempt to avoid them. Upon seeing crew members who had fallen into the water, the panicked sailors on the Maniac did not attempt to rescue them, simply because they were in a hurry to leave the seas where war could break out at any moment. I can't believe we're about to bring annihilation upon the Far East Fleet. Lieutenant Commander Hyman realized that the young men he cared about would bring great trouble to the Far East Fleet. Everyone knows that in this short period of time, the owners of the cannons and giant ships have shown an extremely protective attitude, not allowing any foreign beasts to run wild in their territory. Hyman, for his own sake, thought it was a misunderstanding. Our side did not initially intend to shell the fishing boats. It was these foolish fishermen who, in their panic, ran right into the guns. Yes, that's it. The Far East Fleet's skilled sailors would not make such a basic mistake. The blame lies with the fishermen for their stupidity. Lieutenant, you don't need to blame yourself for this. It's just the loss of a dozen or so lowly Far Easterners. I suspect the Great Xia Empire won't take any major action. It's just a trivial matter. No major maritime power would do that. Go war with the Far East Fleet over a few fishing boats. First Mate Cantibin said. Lieutenant Hyman sighed and stroked the steel cast hull. I hope so. Otherwise, we will be the sinners of the Far East Fleet, and this misunderstanding will escalate into friction between nations. In the past, let alone a few fishing boats, even a merchant ship of thousands of tons would be sunk if it were sunk. Who would dare to give Great Britain a hard time? Yes, but very few, unless they wanted to see the Royal Navy in their territorial waters. Target spotted at the stern, it's a warship. Oh no, they're coming for us, they're coming for us. Just then, the densely packed observation posts at the stern shouted loudly, their voices echoing throughout the entire warship and startling the sailors who were still immersed in the glory of the Empire. Force ventilation, quick! Lieutenant Hyman shouted. The enemy warship was faster than he had expected, and their current speed was definitely not enough. It was only a matter of time before they exceeded it. Execute it immediately, my lieutenant. No one dared to hesitate and immediately carried out the plan, for it concerned the honor of the gentleman. Immediately, the black smoke emanating from the barbarian's chimney grew thicker and thicker. Forced ventilation uses a fan to force air into the coal in the boiler, similar to blowing air into a stove, so that the coal in the boiler burns more completely than usual and can increase output power in emergencies. However, no captain would dare to do this, especially on a new ship, unless they have encountered a very big fish or are desperately trying to escape. Clearly, the current barbarians belongs to the latter category. This is because it can cause serious damage to the power equipment, and in more severe cases, it can lead to the boiler becoming unusable, causing the warship to lose power. Stop. Don't be ridiculous. The enemy is still a long way from the barbarian. If we push harder, we might be able to escape from the devil's clutches. That's right. All the sailors think so. Stopping means certain capture, while charging forward might offer a chance to escape back to the Far East Fleet. The entire warship is currently under high-pressure ventilation, and the black smoke it emits covers the sea and sky. Unfortunately, it is too old, and even with regular maintenance, its speed has inevitably declined to only 14 knots. Faced with the new Century class's impressive speed of 27 knots, it only had a temporary lead, and the new Century class quickly caught up. Captain, the Great Xia Empire has caught up and is very likely to open fire directly. The sailors of the Maniac could clearly see the enemy's guns turning through their binoculars. The enemy's speed was beyond their expectations. Are you sure this is the speed that a behemoth weighing tens of thousands of tons can run? To fight, to sink to the bottom of the sea with the honor of the Far East Fleet? Or to surrender, to save the precious lives of our lads? Lieutenant Hyman was under immense pressure and struggled with a difficult decision. Boom! Boom! Then he heard several deafening cannon shots. The Great Xia Empire had opened fire, firing at his side. From the stern sailor's perspective, several orange flames erupted from the foredeck of the massive ship, the dazzling light illuminating the sky and earth for a fleeting moment, terrifyingly bright even in daylight. Hard to port, avoid them. Lieutenant Hyman gave the urgent order at the critical moment. The command was given simultaneously with the flight of the shell, and the 381mm shell landed as soon as it reached the control panel. Chirp! The terrifying whistling of shells filled everyone's mind, and everyone's face turned pale. Were they about to be hit? Fortunately, this time, God smiled upon them. A shell grazed past their ship and landed in the sea beside them with a muffled bang, sending a massive amount of seawater soaring into the sky and splashing onto the foredeck of the Manhunt. Another 381mm shell passed by, and just as the sailors were cheering, the new Century-class destroyers behind them roared with gunfire. Chapter 47 Conflict Escalates. But the tyrannical ship wasn't so lucky this time. Just as the old ship was slowly turning, a violent tremor suddenly came from its aft deck, and a massive explosion of fire shot into the sky. Boom! It was a 381mm shell that hit the main gun of the exposed turret located at the stern of the Mandarin. The armor collapsed, and the main gun was penetrated by the shell and blown away. The four main guns of the Brute-class armor cruisers were not completely enclosed in armor turrets, but were supported by a breastwork 8 inches, 203mm, thick like a wall, with the muzzles extending out from above. The 8,500-ton armor cruiser was hit by a 15-inch main gun. Overall, the situation was not bad. What was worse was the British Empire's quirky habit of not closing the fire doors when retrieving shells, which led to a series of serious consequences. The fire trail from the shells extended down the 76mm thick ammunition lifting pipe, passed straight over the fire door, and rushed towards the mountain of main gun shells, followed by the massive explosion behind the main character. The entire rear section of the warship was completely torn apart by the terrifying destructive force. The boiler room, with its high-pressure ventilation, was subjected to a massive impact from the outside, causing instability in the gas pressure inside the furnace. With a bang, extremely hot steam scattered in all directions, creating yet another dazzling spectacle. When the light flashed, HMS Barbaric's proud key defenses were completely ineffective. The explosive light shone brightly, making it the most dazzling star on the field, once again carrying out the old tradition of the Royal Navy. In reality, the Royal Navy's crispy chicken, a derogatory term for a ship, wasn't as crispy as legend suggests. The reason why ammunition magazine explosions often caused entire warships to sink was largely because sailors didn't follow the operating manuals, liked to pile up shells in the gun emplacements, and didn't close the doors. Let alone armored cruisers. Even super dreadnoughts have a history of self-destruction in later naval battles. No matter how powerful a warship is, it can't withstand being built like that. Their apprentices, the Japanese, also enjoy playing with explosive art, not only piling up cannonballs on battleships, but also bombs on aircraft carriers. To deal with the master and apprentice, a large number of shells are not needed. A single shell is enough. This is the consequence of firing on unarmed fishing boats, Mr. Choate. Don't you agree? On the bridge of the new Century-class ship, Wang Jing was quite satisfied with his results. He turned around and said this to Choate, who could fit an egg in his mouth. The many beautiful Chinese people present made no attempt to hide their shock. Some of them, holding pens, were stunned into silence before they could even write down the date on paper. The invincible power displayed by the new Century-class aircraft carrier truly frightened them. With just 2 rounds of main gun fire from the foredeck, they sank a relatively large armored cruiser in less than half an hour. This level of combat capability made them feel inferior. Like an eagle catching a chick, it's effortless. When will the United States be able to do what they did and beat the Royal Navy to a pulp? My God, the Far Easterners are crazy too. They succeeded. They successfully gained the friendship and respect of the beautiful countrymen. Buzz! Amidst terrifying flames and the creaking of steel, the stern of the Brute sank to the bottom of the sea first, followed by the entire warship slightly rising above the surface, like in ore, before crashing onto the water. Before the ocean, even the largest steel behemoth is as insignificant as an ant, unable to stir up a single wave. When half of the manhunt sank to the bottom of the sea, it created a huge whirlpool in that area, swallowing up all sorts of debris. Nearby, there were traces of water splashing from the frantic efforts of some surviving sailors, who continued to swim toward the new Century class. Your Majesty, please abide by international agreements and rescue the sailors who have fallen into the sea. Jote saw the pitiful crew members. Wang Jingyan nodded and said, "That's how it should be. Move over, lower the lifeboat, and rescue the crew members who have fallen into the water." Even without Jote's reminder, he also wanted to save the crew members of the Far East Fleet. Because the large-scale infrastructure construction in Beigang still needs a group of workers to go to harsh and cold places, these vicious, civilized people should go there and atone for their sins with their whole lives. Even without most of the coalition forces working in the most dangerous places, the massive infrastructure project in North Harbor would still have to proceed. For every enemy unit lost by the Allied forces, the Great Xia Empire would have to fill the gap itself, which would put the danger on the soldiers and civilians, and it was not worth it. The Great Xia Empire's navy can rescue enemy crew members who have fallen overboard. Whether they will be used for mining or potato farming is unknown, but there is one warship and its crew that are not to be spared. You guessed right. There's a special reward for the new Century level. This conflict will not end with the sinking of the Brute. On the contrary, it is only the beginning. In addition to the new Century-class destroyers, the Great Xia Empire Navy has successively deployed super dreadnoughts, their forces poised to strike the Far East Fleet in Hong Kong. The combined fleet, consisting of 2 Hood-class, 2 Bavaria-class, and 2 Queen Elizabeth-class ships, is arriving at the designated assembly area at an astonishing speed. The Centurion, Buffalo, and Oregon, captured from the Allied forces, were repaired and immediately set sail from North Harbor, carrying 3 infantry battalions and corresponding heavy equipment, slowly following behind these sea behemoths. After the overall situation on Beigang Island stabilized, Qin Tian chose to take the initiative. We need to pull out Great Britain's teeth in the Far East. This time was different from usual. Even a transport ship was brought along. It's conceivable that his purpose wasn't a simple strategic deterrence like bombarding Yokosuka Port, but rather a direct landing. But what troubled Qin Tian the most was that the Far East Fleet had laid down a dense array of gun emplacements on both sides of the East China Sea, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, if you fight your way in from the East China Sea, you can only follow the main sea route. Unless the British are stupid, they won't let you pass. The analogy of closing the door to beat the dog is most appropriate. Even the most fearless creatures would get hit by 2 shots in the inescapable inland sea. Later, Qin Tian figured it out. Instead of head-on confrontation, it would be better to take a longer route, sneak up behind the enemy, and fire silently. Compared to the east, the number of gun emplacements on the west is much smaller, but their firepower is truly formidable. They were all built in recent years and are equipped with a number of 10-inch coastal defense guns. But it doesn't pose much of a threat to the fleet. We can just take them out one by one if it takes a while. So Qin Tian simply waved his hand and set the attack direction as the Western Sea. On the sand table, an inconspicuous little island called Stonemason Island became the primary strategic point. Chapter 48 Bombardment of Stonemason Island. Stonemason Island sounds unremarkable, and probably no one would imagine that 4 modern artillery emplacements were actually deployed on this inconspicuous little island. On the western side, facing the vast ocean, the western and central forts were firmly guarded. Let's talk about the armament of the West Fort. In such a small place, it is equipped with 2 254mm breech-loading coastal defense guns and 2 152mm concealed automatic lifting guns. These coastal defense guns are installed in underground bunkers. When firing, the muzzle is raised and extended above the ground. After firing, it will automatically descend. It has observation points and a coastal defense artillery command post, and various facilities are relatively complete. There is also a 152mm rapid-fire gun nearby. The central gun emplacement is slightly inferior, perched atop the island's highest point, and equipped with only 1 254mm coastal defense gun and 1 152mm breech-loading rifled gun. The 2 forts provided cover for each other, making them virtually impregnable. As a result, the soldiers stationed there were quite complacent, and no one believed that the enemy would dare to confront the forts head-on. On this day, a large group of warships appeared on one side of the sea, their imposing figures blotting out the sky and occupying half of the sea. Boom! Boom! Then, amidst the puzzled expressions of the coastal artillery units, these terrifying behemoths launched a salvo from a distance. The 6 super dreadnoughts unleashed countless shells in an instant, and brilliant fireworks streaked across the sea and sky, landing at the approximate coordinates calculated earlier. The sight of 6 capital ships firing simultaneously, with all their main and secondary guns engaged, was truly spectacular and unprecedented in history. The billowing smoke, seen from high above, resembled a dividing line, separating the azure ocean from the brutal battlefield. The roars unique to the sea monsters raged across this homeland, and the flashes of gunfire from the ships were brighter than the sun. Whoosh! Countless shells like hailstones crashed onto the position, exploded, and then crashed down again, over and over again, as if there were no end in sight. Boom! Fireworks of revenge lit up the western fortress, and the earth trembled as if it could not withstand the fierce onslaught, with countless cracks appearing. Warfare blossomed everywhere, and the sharp whistling of shells and the art of explosions together formed a beautiful symphony, sounding an alarm for the Far East Fleet. Buzz! A 254mm coastal defense gun positioned in front of the emplacement emitted a piercing, twisting sound as the steel fortifications guarding her were torn apart by a terrifyingly dense barrage of high-explosive shells. The destructive force of the flying artillery fire ruthlessly destroyed this behemoth, scattering steel fragments everywhere. The two squads guarding this place were wiped out in an instant, buried by a hail of shells. Many soldiers were caught in the aftershocks of the explosion and were kicked dozens of meters away by a high-temperature blast wave, crashing heavily into solid objects and suffering severe damage. The meticulously constructed defensive positions simply could not withstand the massive artillery bombardment, and one after another they caved in. Sure, Jinxiang, take your men back to their gun positions and hold your posts. There are no cowards in the Far East Fleet. At the last remaining 254mm gun position in the West Fortress, a dozen young men braved the gunfire to operate their weapons and launch a counterattack against the Great Xia Empire's fleet. Bang! The 254mm coastal defense gun fired a series of shots, and the flames shooting from the muzzle were conspicuous on the fort, which was no different from ruins, because it was the only gun on the entire fort that could fire. Those two peekaboo cannons were wiped out by artillery fire the moment the battle began. The dense barrage of shells didn't require precise coordinates. All you had to do was press the fire button. According to post-war statistics, 2 shells would fall on every square meter here, causing the terrain where the entire fort was located to be shaved off by 2.5 meters. Under the insane firepower of the Great Xia fleet, the West Battery was unrecognizable from its former self. Every part of it was a huge crater, and scorching flames filled the air, accompanied by the soldiers' screams and cries. The last remaining cannon was deliberately targeted by the Great Xia fleet the moment its position was exposed, and was taken into the air within seconds. The relentless bombardment continued, spreading from the western fort to the central fort, as if to flatten the entire island. Aim at the enemy's largest warship, and use the Royal Navy's finest gunnery to hit it. At the central gun emplacement, Artillery Officer Thor calmly and collectively directed the 254mm coastal defense guns. The flickering fire in the distance reflected on his face, creating a stark contrast with the panicked soldiers around him. Guys, don't be afraid. Just use the same mindset you have in training. Yes, adjust the gun elevation according to her position. We must make sure to hit her with one shot and let these nasty guys know that the Far East Fleet is not a pushover. Under Thor's command, the entire gun crew moved noticeably faster and became less flustered. Then, after the observer calculated the approximate data through the telescope, a dozen soldiers used hydraulic booms to send an extremely heavy shell into the cannon barrel. Sir, the shells are loaded and we can fire. Fire. Thor said that the enemy had been bombarding them for so long. It was time for them to taste what it was like to be hit by coastal artillery. Boom! A small, orange-red flame emerged from the 254mm muzzle, and a rather heavy shell flew out from the muzzle. Chirp! After a flight of moderate length, the shell found its intended target, the foremost Bavaria-class ship in the Great Xia fleet. Then, the shell fell rapidly, and judging from its approximate landing point, its destination was the Bavaria-class destroyer. It would be the first shell from the Far East Fleet to hit the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the process was very quick, probably only taking a dozen seconds. Buzz! The 254mm shell collided with the warship's main gun turret, producing a thunderous clang between the steel and a burst of intense sparks. Inside the turret, the crew heard a distinctly terrifying sound, followed by a massive tremor. Fortunately, our armor is too thick, and it wasn't penetrated. After the sound subsided, the crew inside breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with future capital ships that are more than a decade ahead of our time, the outdated 254mm shells could not destroy the enemy as easily as before and exploded before they could even tear through the outer armor covering the turret. The jet of metal splattered on the outer armor, denting it and washing away the paint, leaving a dark crater. Chapter 49 Wealth leads to firepower coverage. This action not only failed to pierce the beast's hide, but also made her even more ferocious. After being struck by this heavy blow, The Bavaria-class ship moved from its original position and launched a new round of artillery fire in the approximate direction from which the shell had come. Boom! Boom! A series of intense bursts of fire erupted, tracing countless graceful arcs through the air. One shot. God help us, we hit the target. When the shells landed on the Bavaria-class battleship, the observers on the gun emplacements saw a wisp of smoke from the explosion spreading across the enemy warship, with flames emerging from it. We hit her, great lads, keep it up. Thor and the soldiers of the gun embarrassment were still basking in the joy of their first hit, completely unaware that the enraged giant was already charging toward them with clenched fists. Chirp, chirp. The next moment, shells carrying their terrifying power arrived above everyone's heads, making a dull thud. The moment the shells fell, most people realized in horror that they needed to run, as their side was under attack, but it was too late. They were all exposed to the effective kill range of shells. A small caliber shell landed behind the coastal defense gun. In an instant, the powerful energy released on that vast open space engulfed everything around it, mercilessly drowning a few unfortunate souls and announcing the destruction of the place. Boom! 2 more small caliber shells then exploded on either side of the gun emplacement, creating a continuous rumbling sound, like the wailing of the collapsing earth. Their counterattack came so quickly. Thor was thrown aside by the unavoidable shockwave of the explosion and rolled into a ditch. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs had shifted under the shockwave. He looked like he had been hit by a giant's hammer, and his head was almost turned into a tofu slush, buzzing loudly. He could barely hear the screams and cries of his companions around him, and could only feel the shaking from the ground. The area was shrouded in smoke and fire. Fortunately, most of the enemy warship shells were blocked by the fortifications or missed, with only a few small caliber shells landing in their positions. The 254mm coastal defense gun, although not completely destroyed, is no longer usable, at least not for the time being. Help me! Oh my God! God, please let me live, this is a nightmare. A wounded soldier, his body pierced by shrapnel, lay helplessly in the trench, the enemy's barrage almost driving him to the brink of collapse. Each shell that landed took away several comrades. The devastating scene of the landslide and earthquake blasted the area back to the primitive era, leaving ruins and the smoke of despair everywhere. Don't worry, my poor lad. God will protect you. Stay here and don't go out. Thor struggled to the wounded man, tore a piece of cloth from his disheveled and black officer's uniform, and bandaged the wound. Please believe me, bravest lad. I will take you back to your loved ones. Thor tried to soothe the wounded man, gently stroking him again and again. At the same time, an unclear emotion was brewing within him: anger, fear, unease, or perhaps both. For so many years, the Far East Fleet has never encountered such a formidable opponent. Is the royal jewel, which we have painstakingly built up, to be handed back to Great Xia today? Soon after, the roar of the naval cannons gradually subsided, leaving behind a series of large craters. The lingering high temperature in the air told the world that a one-sided, crushing battle had taken place here, and the once majestic fortress complex had now become ruins. The West Battery and the Central Battery, which defended the Western Sea, were both razed to the ground. 2 of the few batteries on Stone Mason Island were thus destroyed. The defenses have collapsed. The 2 remaining forts, one the eastern fort next to the western fort and the other the southern coastal fort, were both old structures. Under the same method of firing the corn-shaped cannons, they instantly cracked open, earning the title of lying flat. Once you're rich, don't be stingy with shells. Just use firepower to cover the area and extend the artillery barrage and blow it to smithereens. The destruction of the 4 forts was not over yet. After the gun barrels cooled down, the roar of the naval vessels began again, never stopping for a moment. Military camps and command posts on the south coast, whatever they may be, except for major transportation routes, will be bombarded. They will be bombarded so thoroughly that even an egg white will be shattered in 2. No place above or below ground will be spared. The booming cannon fire echoed throughout the land and the world, like a stimulant injected into the collapsed back. It's really baffling how these lunatics are always bombarding the area, either on their way to bombardment or on their way to bombardment, doing whatever they want like it's free. The Great Xia Empire launched a surprise attack on the empire. After tearing through the Far East Fleet's coastal defenses, their warships will sail straight in and navigate the empire's waterways. It's hard to imagine that after decades, the people of the Far East will once again take back what belongs to them as masters of the world from the British Empire. It's not about negotiation, not about buying back, not about selling out their interests, but about honorably using their naval guns to pry open the giant's tightly clenched hand. On the central gun emplacement, Thor stared at the massive fleet on the sea with a complex expression. Whether it was the Xia dynasty or the empire, there were at least countries in the Far East. He had heard of this mysterious force before. They were Far Easterners who possessed the world's most powerful battleships. He never expected to have to deal with them today. After the ship's guns had plowed through the island again and again, there were hardly any decent patches of land left on Stonemason Island. Most of it was just charred, fragrant black sludge. People? Forget people. There probably wasn't even a living thing left. It's time for the landing troops to come in. These distinctive little guys. On the bridge, Qin Tian rubbed his forehead, recalling that utterly disastrous lifeboat landing fleet, a unique operation in the world. Who would have thought that these formidable main fleets at sea could only land using lifeboats and the 3 small gunboats they captured? It's a joke if word got out. Once the order was given, the landing fleet, composed of a portion of the 1st Army Group and a massive main fleet behind it, quickly bypassed the sea monsters in front of them and rushed toward the south coast dock. Charge ahead and take out the British invaders above. Let them see what a storm of bullets looks like. Our own army is just as formidable. All the soldiers were full of confidence, if they hadn't overlooked the shabby lifeboat. Chapter 50 Teammates like pigs. Due to their high speed, the 3 gunboats rushed to the forefront of the landing fleet, and their small cannons and shipboard machine guns began to suppress the dock with fire when they were more than halfway away. Regardless of whether there are people at the dock, it's always best to fire a warning shot first. Is there really no one here? Are the British so cowardly that they've quietly run away? After firing a round of fire, the machine gunners on the gunboat discovered that there was no movement from the other side at all. The entire dock was quiet, and anyone who didn't know better would think they had arrived at some deserted place. This small pier is mostly filled with ordinary small civilian vessels used for resupply. The gunboats that patrol daily have all gone to Queen's Port for a change of duty today, and the new patrol boats have not yet arrived. It seems the military credits have all gone to the Navy, and the Army has gotten nothing. I came all this way just to crush these people who never set on the British Empire, but the enemy has run away. This conclusion angered the machine gunner, who spun the machine gun even more fiercely, spitting out orange-red flames. Bullets whizzed around the dock, a large portion of them flying aimlessly, hitting whatever was in sight. At this moment, behind the dock buildings, the British coastal defense troops were hiding, soldiers equipped with Enfield bolt-action rifles and 1-pounder infantry guns. These old men were hiding in any corner, waiting for the enemy to come to them. As the only area that had not been hit by heavy artillery fire, it was obvious that the enemy would land there, needing an intact dock to unload supplies. The South Coast Pier was just a small pier, probably not an important facility, and only a small number of coastal defense soldiers were stationed there. The cowards had already run away out of fear, so the 65 people who remained were indomitable warriors. If you want to take the dock from them, you would have to pay with your lives. Let them come over. These ungrateful Far Easterners. The anger in veteran Felix's heart was burning. The British Empire had brought prosperity and hope to this place, turning it into an ivory tower in the Far East. But was this how the people of the Far East repaid the Empire? They used naval gunfire to violently destroy everything in their path, turning symbols of civilization into burning flames. And now they're going to destroy British civilization in the Far East. They could have shared this advanced technology with the world to stabilize the global situation and promote common progress. But the Far Easterners used it to destroy. Such savage bloodlust is something Europeans would never do. 3 gunboats arrived at the waters in front of the dock and kept circling back and forth on the sea. The South Coast dock was really strange, too quiet, and the quiet was abnormal. Use gunboats for precise firing and clear out all suspicious targets. The gunboat Lion's 2 138mm guns and 2 100mm guns launched an attack. Boom! Shells spun out of the cannon barrel and landed on the suspicious targets, instantly engulfing them in flames. The terrifying explosions directly collapsed bricks and planks, blowing away all suspicious objects that could be used for concealment. After bombarding several areas in succession, no abnormalities were found, and the gunners on the Lion were almost ready to give up firing. Bang! Suddenly, a 37mm infantry gun, which had been hiding behind a suspicious bunker, emerged from the bunker and opened fire. The shell landed with a thud in the sea next to the gunboat, splashing water everywhere. The gunners couldn't hold back any longer and chose to open fire directly. Being called out by the teacher felt too agonizing, fearing that the shell would land on their position at any moment. The psychological pressure was too great. After all, you can't just say, "I bet your cannon doesn't have any shells." But the landing fleet saw it differently. The splashing water was proof enough that the British were still here. Excitement replaced by intense excitement. Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, the landing fleet unleashed a barrage of firepower, large and small. The Maxim machine guns mounted on the bow of the lifeboats spat out long tongues of fire, and the golden shell casings made a crisp sound as they collided with each other, piling up at the feet of the machine guns to almost form a small mountain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The dense hail of bullets, like a storm, whistled past the cover. The nightmarish sound of them rushing by was chilling. What a bunch of idiots. Did these guys lose all their elite troops after coming to the Far East? Veteran Felix, huddled behind cover, was furious. What was supposed to be a perfectly good ambush had been turned into a direct confrontation by these idiots. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like opponents. Our own guns are no match for steel. Bombard them with infantry guns. More gunners, risking being hit, pushed out their infantry guns, roughly aimed them at the gunboat, and pulled down the gun ropes. Bang! Bang! At this time, several infantry guns fired alternately, forming an alternating fire network. The 37mm infantry gun, a small-caliber, cross-disciplinary cannon, had to rely on luck to deal with armored and highly maneuverable gunboats and lifeboats on the sea that lacked accuracy. The 37mm shells struck the water surface, creating several large splashes, but none hit their mark. Instead, the enemy's machine guns inflicted heavy casualties on their own side. As the gunners were exposed outside their bunkers, stray bullets mercilessly struck several unlucky men, tearing through their fragile flesh. The bullets tumbled inside their bodies, leaving them mangled and bloody. The 37mm infantry gun did not have a gun shield. A group of gunners had just rushed out when they convulsed and collapsed, their blood staining a large area red. This scene broke Felix's heart. What a fine young man, fallen like that, fallen in the hands of the devil. The 3 gunboats became the main force in the battle, braving the firepower of infantry guns and rifles, and gradually compressing the living space of the British soldiers. Each flash of light from the cannon muzzle destroyed a firing point. Gradually, the sound of the cannons faded, and the gunboats took the opportunity to cover the lifeboats behind them as they landed on the dock. 1, 2, or 3 landing ships docked and released infantry combat units. The soldiers quickly seized key points on the dock from the British, set up Bren light machine guns, and established firing positions to provide cover for the later landing fleet. Hee, Far Easterners, you're doomed. Felix stared at the enemy infantry, a smile playing on his lips. Beside him lay a detonator, and if one looked closely at the ground, a thin line could be seen, winding and meandering, leading to the dock area that the enemy had just occupied. The brave engineers planted explosives there, all for this very moment. The Great Xia Empire. Now that you've come, you're not going to have a good time. Chapter 51, The Passing of Veterans. Just as Felix was distracted, another landing ship docked at the opposite pier, with more and more people appearing and gunfire erupting. Now's the time. Far Easterners, eat your beans. Felix felt it was time, so he pressed down and twisted the detonator lever hard. Next, there should be an explosion feast he could already imagine, the entire dock ablaze, those hateful Far Easterners roaring in the flames. Just thinking about it makes him happy. However, a second or two later, the imagined explosion did not occur, and the dock remained unharmed. Instead, soldiers, armed with guns, formed teams of 3 and relentlessly pursued their own troops, eventually reaching the construction area. Along the way, several British soldiers rushed out from the shadows, trying to defeat the vicious Far Easterners in hand-to-hand combat. What they were met with were gleaming white bayonets, white in and red out, and they were stabbed through. What happened? The buried explosives didn't detonate. Could the wire have broken? Felix still couldn't figure it out, but since the wire was broken, he would reconnect it. He picked up the bolt-action rifle, observed for a while, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he crouched down, quickly slipped from behind cover, and moved along the detonation wire to a nearby bunker, panting heavily. Stray bullets kept flying past him, whistling as they scraped against the air. Every step he took was a brush with death, a truly harrowing experience. However, after several transfers, Felix's veteran experience came to an end. A Bren gun spotted him, and a 3-round burst anticipated Felix's prediction. Just as he peeked out, bullets came flying in, turning him into a sieve in an instant. Before Felix's incredulous eyes, he fell backward, several bloody holes appearing in his flesh, blood flowing all over his body, a truly horrifying sight. The gun in his hand fell to the ground, and he collapsed helplessly with a thud, sending up a cloud of dust. The veteran, Felix, had passed away. This battle was destined not to end with Felix's fall. 2/3 of the 65 British warriors had already fallen, and it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. Bang! As the last gunshot rang out at the dock, the Union Jack that had been fluttering there fell from the endless sky, carrying with it the future of the rising Far East and the past of the setting sun, covering Felix's bloody body. The Great Xia fleet completely conquered Stonemason Island, advancing step by step on the humiliations of the past with bodies forged in blood and fire, thus beginning the curtain on the annihilation of the Far East fleet. The Great Xia Empire suddenly attacked the Far East fleet. How dare they? Who gave them the audacity to challenge the great British Empire? Is this never going to end? Leechy, what am I supposed to do with Leechy? At the anchorage of the Far East Fleet in Port Queens, Commander-in-Chief of the Far East Fleet, Fryman, wept bitterly. He was in a terrible state. For several days in a row, his desk was piled high with battle reports, all of them describing defeats. The British Empire was in complete disarray, and the troops stationed in various places could only defend. Going out meant certain death. The main force of the Far East Fleet lost the initiative in this battle and could only block the waterway with mines, retreating to the straits in Port Queen and the Eastern Sea. The Hong Kong Daily reported on the Great Xia Empire's offensive actions as follows. The evil Great Xia Empire breached the defenses of the western coast of Hong Kong, and Stonemason Island fell. The savage enemy army landed on Stonemason Island, defeating various British troops along the way. The Xia fleet, lacking the demeanor of a major maritime power, bombarded Kwan Lu Island. When Qin Tian's fleet and army headed towards Queen's Port, the tone of the daily newspaper changed noticeably, given that the Far East Fleet was at a disadvantage against the army. The Great Xia, equipped with advanced weaponry, defeated a probing attack by the British Empire in Robo. The invincible Great Xia army is about to conquer his homeland. The light of hope for the world has descended upon Hong Kong. Later on, the style became increasingly similar to that of the Gauls. Faced with the enemy's fierce naval and land offensive, Fryman had to consider the future of himself and his Far East Fleet. Should the Far East Fleet remain holed up in Queen's Harbor, coordinating with coastal defense batteries to strike enemy forces, or should it commit its main force to a desperate battle? These are both things he doesn't want to see. If we were to remain holed up in Queen's Harbor, it would be almost the same as that war, with the script already written. The enemy army would control the land-based artillery and bombard the warships in the harbor with coastal artillery. The lobster soldiers were no match for the fierce barbarians of the Great Xia Empire on land, and it was only a matter of time before the forts and ports fell. Continuing to blockade the waterway with mines is merely a delaying tactic. The enemy cannot get in, and our side cannot get out. Once the land-based artillery is lost, we become easy targets. What should we do then? Did the Far East Fleet launch a preemptive strike? Although the fleet lost the Goliath and the Barbarian, its main force remained. 2 old-class second-tier battleships, an old armored cruiser, and numerous old-style ironclads and river gunboats, which were still capable of fighting. Fellman clenched his fists. If the 3 old-star battleships that had not yet been delivered domestically were all in port, the disparity in strength would not be so great. He could no longer imagine what fate awaited the Far East Fleet. Is your country's combined fleet ready? The Far East Fleet will try its best to delay the arrival of the combined fleet. We hope that your country can fight alongside us. In the fleet office, Fryman met with Hashimoto, the Japanese ambassador, who now seemed so friendly to the sucker he had once tricked. The Russian East Sea Fleet has temporarily agreed to our request to unite and place the battlefield in Beijing, forcing the Great Xia Empire to return to defend and then annihilate their invincible fleet. The condition is that after the war, Russia will obtain half of Beijing Island. The other half will be jointly controlled by your country and Great Britain. The advanced capital ship technology of the Great Xia Empire will be deciphered by Great Britain. Mr. Hashimoto, you understand that only Great Britain has the resources to crack this mystery. Once the technology is developed, it will be shared with other countries. Ignoring Hashimoto's darkening expression, Fellman said to himself, "Hey, it's not like it's his own land. If it's given away, it's given away. What's a big deal? The Russians have gained a superior port? My dear Japanese, that's nothing to worry about. After this battle, their East China Sea fleet will either be completely wiped out or severely weakened. We can take it back then. Treaties are meant to be torn up. Allies are meant to be betrayed. Everything is mine, and you take the blame. This is the life motto of the British Big Brother who has been navigating the world for many years. Lieutenant General Fryman, the distribution of this prize is undoubtedly unreasonable. The main force of the combined fleet has been deployed, and the Empire has once again staked its national destiny. The blood of our warriors has been exchanged for an unreasonable agreement. I think His Majesty and the people of Japan will not accept this." Hashimoto argued forcefully, saying that the British were behaving in such an unsightly manner that he couldn't bear to watch. Beijing Island clearly belongs to the Empire. The combined fleet deployed its main force, and it is only right to take back the complete Beijing after the victory. Why should Britain just give it to us? We were beaten to a pulp by the Great Xia Empire, yet you still act like the Big Brother. If we don't beat you, who should we beat? Those greedy Europeans actually wanted to monopolize the technology. They deserved it. Our country also needs a copy of the technology of the Great Xia Empire, including samples and blueprints of warships. As for the fate of Beijing Island, we'll discuss that after the war. Hashimoto reiterated his demands. They were determined to obtain the technology for the super battleship. With the technology of the Great Xia Empire, Japan can soar to new heights. The secret of the 30,000-ton class cannon and the installation of 15-inch cannons will provide an epic boost to Japan's international standing, allowing it to stand on equal footing with Great Britain in the Far East. As for whether they can win, there's nothing the combined fleet can do. They're currently facing a barrage of criticism domestically, and even the Tianhuang, a type of enemy, is in the same boat. We should seize this opportunity to join forces with the Far East Fleet and the East China Sea Fleet to take down this behemoth. Otherwise, we will be left to fend for ourselves in the future. What are you waiting for? This is the best opportunity yet. Bet the fate of the nation and go all in. If we win, we get to share the spoils of war with the giants. If we lose, we become the giants' dogs. Win-win. Yay! It's important to understand that when all three fleets are deployed, there are quite a few capital ships. If the quality isn't enough, then quantity will make up for it. They'll crush this giant with sheer force. After resolving the issue of profit distribution, the discussion shifted to tactical matters. How long will it take for your country's combined fleet to reach Northport? Fellman asked eagerly, as this concerned the entire war situation. If any of the Far East Fleet, the Joint Fleet, or the East China Sea Fleet suffers a devastating blow, or arrives late or early, it will affect the overall situation. It's like the roof is just one snowflake away from collapsing, and an avalanche is just one shout away. 3 days. The combined fleet has been on high alert and prepared for a major battle. It will be quick for them to head south and reach Beiyang, Hashimoto replied. In fact, ever since Qin Tian started bombarding Kyoto Bay, the combined fleet hasn't had a single good night's sleep. Not only are the boilers on standby, but all the sailors are constantly eating and sleeping near their posts, fearing that Qin Tian might suddenly appear so they could be ready for emergency operations if needed. 3 days. The Russians need 5 days. Oh God, I hope the Great Far East Fleet can hold out for another 5 days. Fryman said very devoutly. I made a wish to God. The lads of the Far East Fleet will launch a night attack tonight. I really hope they can cripple the enemy's behemoth, even if it's just one ship. Chapter 52 Torpedo Ship Assault. As night falls, a cool breeze blows, soothing the sweltering summer heat. On the main channel of the Xiangjiang River, a torpedo fleet composed of the destroyers Agile, Stag, Otter, Cheetah, Wild Boar, and Turtle is speeding toward the sea area where the Great Xia Empire's fleet has appeared. In this operation, codenamed Operation Beast, they acted as suicide squads, using the cover of night to launch the Satan Spear, a weapon powerful enough to destroy the ocean behemoth. The crew members' duty was to pilot torpedo boats at the speed of flying fish, quickly approach the enemy, and then use large-caliber torpedoes with a pitifully short effective range to send the enemy to the bottom of the sea. This was a last resort. The large ships in the Far East Fleet would be doomed if they went out, so they had to gamble with these smaller vessels. If they hit something, they would make a profit. Even if they took on water halfway there, they could afford the loss. The USS Stag, also known as the Deer, was a torpedo boat, a small 1,378-ton vessel with a few secondary guns. Most importantly, it carried 2 triple 551mm torpedo tubes and could reach a speed of 33 knots. The other torpedo boats also reached a displacement of 350 to 450 tons and carried 2 single-tube 551mm torpedo launchers. At that time, the mine was only a few steps away from me. Now, the crew of the USS Buck torpedo boat, having passed through the minefield laid by their own side, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads with immense relief. The operation almost ended in failure due to their own operational error. That is unforgivable. Fortunately, they made very good progress in the next leg of the journey, and the light from the searchlights dispelled the darkness that stretched for about 100 meters ahead of the waterway. In areas where there are no enemies, the searchlights are always on. Once they get close to their target, they have to turn off their searchlights. The darkness at that point is when their operational skills are truly put to the test. We're almost at our target. There may be enemy ground forces on the opposite shore. All ships, please implement blackout and be aware of the distance ahead. The USS Buck raised a flag, signaling all ships to turn off their lights. Then, one by one, the lights went out and all the torpedo ships involuntarily slowed down. They were still halfway to the departure point when they extinguished their lights prematurely out of fear of enemy infantry on land. This raises a problem. How can you prevent your own ships from colliding with each other if there are no lights? These brilliant minds successfully devised a method, lighting several small light sources at the stern of the ship and arranging them in a specific way. In this way, the enemy cannot see it from the front, and it is difficult to spot it from the mountain. Those behind can only see a faint light. When they find that the enemy's anchorage is not in the right direction, they can simply turn it off. These are all pre-agreed rules, like military telegram communications, where what is typed represents what is meant. However, errors in telegram translations were not uncommon. such as those involving marching pots. Just as these little guys were running frantically in the ocean under the cover of night, on the western side of the open sea, near the main channel, a huge ship was lying there, its brightly lit hull clearly visible. It was a captured Lufthansa protected cruiser that had temporarily lost its power source and was stranded due to a malfunction during its voyage. Some of the sailors operating the equipment were Prussians, but they diligently remained at their posts under the friendly supervision of the soldiers. Forward 3 torpedoes for at a time, take out the far eastern warships, then cross over. Our target is not this little guy. The Bucks took the lead and charged ahead. The Lufthansa wasn't their target. The bigger ones out there were. However, since they have appeared on the only main channel and there's no way to avoid it, the only outcome is the destruction of either the other side or their own. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the little guy. Although this would disturb the war behemoths of the open sea, they desperately needed a victory to prove that the far eastern warships were not indestructible, just like that Gallic rooster. A showdown between the Prussians and the British took place ahead of schedule in the Far East. Chapter 53, He Reaps What He Sows. In the darkness, the Buck, with its superb piloting skills and speed, roared to life and increased its speed to 33 knots. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before the Prussians on deck could even notice, for 551mm torpedoes had already detached from the ship and entered the sea, leaving visible bubbles in the water. Accelerate, hard to the right, don't get close to that thing that's about to explode. The Buck's weight was greatly reduced, which made it more maneuverable. Swish, swish. Another sound of a heavy object being thrown into the sea was heard. The rear-line ship, Lingxiao, fearing they wouldn't have enough torpedoes, added 3 more. 7 large-caliber torpedoes were used to deal with a small, protected cruiser. It was truly insane. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions erupted, and the underwater section of the Lufthansa's hull was engulfed in flames, emitting a series of booming sounds. A violent tremor swept through the Lufthansa, originating from the deepest part of the ship's hull, releasing a force like an earth dragon turning over, catching the crew off guard and causing them to fall to the ground. The unsecured items were thrown about, their pieces scattered and broken, creating a continuous commotion. A large tear appeared in the hull now. Not just a large tear, but the entire side of the ship, causing a massive influx of seawater and resulting in a noticeable tilt of the entire vessel. It should be noted that this was the Lufthansa before it completely exploded. Being hit by 7 large-caliber torpedoes at the same time would have sunk even a 10,000-ton battleship that had not been specially modified to install underwater protection. With a displacement of 6,700 tons, it's impossible for the Lufthansa to sink simply due to water entering through the hull. In an instant, youthful brilliance burst forth, blazing light illuminating everything nearby. From the bottom of the ship to the upper deck, a chilling, twisting sound emanated, echoing in every cabin and passageway, filling the sailors with an indescribable fear. A fierce burst of flames engulfed the entire warship from below. Even the carbized, hardened armor of the club could not save it. Its entire body broke into several pieces and was blown to dust. Well done. This is the first enemy warship sunk by the Far East Fleet. There will be a second and a third one. Damn Far Easterners, go to hell. The firelight reflected off all the sailors on the Buck, reddening their faces. The sudden burst of heat was like a small flame of hope rising in their hearts. They had thus obtained what was undoubtedly a huge victory. Buzz! Now, every sailor was cheering, and no one noticed that above them, the Lufthansa's single 210mm gun, which had been launched high into the air, was swooping down violently. The wild boar, positioned in the middle of the formation, was in trouble. The roar of its massive turrets cutting through the air was deafening, as if a flying saucer was hovering above its head. Moreover, the sailors could also sense that something was falling from the sky. Mom! The sound overhead grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the sailors on deck. The first thing they saw when they looked up was the object thrown from above, and its enormous shadow rapidly expanded. Boom! Before they could react, the turret, which was subject to gravitational acceleration, crashed down, creating a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of a meteorite impact. The sudden and violent impact caused the entire ship to tremble violently. The superstructure that was first hit emitted a shrill wail under the powerful impact. The armor plates covering it deformed instantly, were completely dented by the enormous pressure, and in some places were even squeezed into a piece of iron the thickness of a small sheet. Puff! Instantly, a mixture of steel and flesh flowed out from the gap, and the things inside turned into meat patties before they could even scream. Then, the immense, unparalleled impact spread to a torpedo tube, causing numerous small deformations to the hull of the 531mm torpedo inside. As the outer shell gradually cracked, the internal mechanical structure and explosive charge were directly affected, and the high pressure triggered the torpedo's detonation device. Buzz! An indescribable, terrifying power erupted, sweeping across the entire ship. A world-ending explosion occurred, causing everything nearby to be unable to withstand it and being thrown aside, with shockwaves spreading in all directions. The cheetah, positioned in front of the wild boar, and the turtle behind it were all destroyed. Several torpedoes exploded at once. For such light torpedo boats, even maintaining a safe distance was useless. The shockwave alone was enough to cause serious damage. They didn't fall to the Great Xia fleet, but rather to a series of explosions on their own side. One explosion sank 5 graves. That's something else entirely. Side steer, avoid the turtle. The otter at the rear of the group noticed the anomaly ahead, and an experienced veteran quickly assessed the situation. The turtle didn't explode. It was merely affected by the blast wave. The entire ship lost control under the powerful impact of the explosion and was violently capsized. Our speed is a bit fast, but we only need to make a slight turn. There's no need to slow down at all. Oh, it's to the right. But the helmsman seemed stunned, absent-minded, didn't hear what the veteran had just said, didn't look at the road, and was slow to react, essentially a 3-0 product. He charged straight at the hardest spot, the headstrong helmsman crashing headlong into the turtle, instantly turning everyone into light. And he won the Best Teammate of the Game award. MVP, game-winning moment. The once massive fleet of torpedo bombers is now reduced to just 2 unfortunate ships, the HMS Buck and the HMS Clever. Let us pay tribute to our valiant comrades, who live up to the name of the Royal Navy. They had escaped a treacherous area and were sailing at full speed on the channel. According to the map, they were 15 nautical miles to the west. 15 nautical miles is quite fast, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Unbeknownst to them, an artillery regiment had been waiting for some time further ahead. The massive flash of light from the earlier Lufthansa explosion had awakened the behemoth, causing it to bare its fangs and silently await its prey. The British are coming. Turn on the searchlights. Near the shore, the artillery regimental commander, hearing the increasingly approaching rumble, issued the battle order. Click, click, click. Countless beams of intense light suddenly appeared, illuminating the waterway in an instant, like daytime, and tightly surrounding the 2 small fish in the middle. The Far East people are here. One heart-wrenching sound after another rang out. The bright, dazzling light suddenly shone through the darkness, causing the sailors on the Buck's ingenuity to almost instinctively close their eyes. The torpedo boats had to slow down, even by a second, which would have been enough to tear them to pieces. 2nd Battalion Commander, have Miss 75 come out and sing a nice song for our guests, and bring out some hearty dishes. The artillery positions were illuminated by the muzzle flashes, flickering and fading, creating a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! Countless shells traced shimmering trails across the night sky, like the scythe of death slashing through the air, igniting tiny flowers. A minute later, the nimble stag was gone, vanished without a trace. Only small fragments floating in the channel still spoke of the intensity of the shelling. The proud British sailor has once again become the light-o-no. I shouldn't praise him like that. He should be called the Ghost Sure once again. Chapter 54, A Surprise Attack on the British. Stonemason Island. So, the British torpedo boats attacked the Hansa, and then the Hansa's exploded turrets took away 3 of the torpedo boats. Qin Tian felt that something was not right. Although this kind of thing seemed absurd, it was not impossible. There are historical precedents of enemy soldiers being crushed by the wreckage of exploding warships. Moreover, it was a submarine, and a tank mounted on the target fell from the sky and was smashed in 2. It's not surprising that the elite Royal Navy could pull off something like this now, let alone such a difficult maneuver as racing torpedo boats in the dark. Even capital ships have had their share of collisions. No, to be precise, there were 4. One of them crashed into its own crew due to a sailor's mistake. Lieutenant Zhang added, a slight smile appearing on his face, but quickly replaced by grief. 2 squads of our soldiers were on the Lufthansa, and they were burned to the ground along with the entire ship. That was the most significant loss, and I should take responsibility for it. Qin Tian sighed helplessly and said, you have done very well. There is always a mistake. Don't blame yourself. According to the normal voyage, Lufthansa should have returned to the Western Sea before sunset. But who could have predicted that the sturdy and durable Prussian cargo ship would have a power failure? Write down their names, treat them with the highest honors, and build a hero's cemetery so that their names will be remembered for all eternity. They deserve such treatment. That's all Qin Tian can do, and besides, they might not actually die here. The system might be able to bring them back later. Since the British have done this, they must pay the price. Let them have the wild imagination to come up with this idea. Is there any movement from Japan? They're not exactly known for being peaceful, Qin Tian said. Japan has been unusually quiet lately, which is unlike their usual style, so they must be up to something big. If nothing unexpected happens, these dwarfs will probably be gambling with a nation's fate again. Their consistent style is just two things: gambling and sneak attacks. The joint fleet has entered a state of war and is trending south, likely to cooperate with the Far East fleet to deliver a major blow to us, Zhang, the adjutant, replied. Our intelligence system in the East China Sea is still in its early stages and too weak. We are unaware of the movements of other countries. However, the Russians are also making moves. They met with a British ambassador a few days ago, and it is very likely that they want to temporarily put aside their prejudices and deal with us. It seems like this is going to be a three-way war. We're just going to beat them up. There's no need to target them specifically. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with the strategy of a troublemaker. First, unite with allies to beat up others, and then betray those allies. Qin Tian nodded. Since there are signs, it seems that the big battle is just around the corner. The combined fleet and the Russian East China Sea fleet will be heading south in no time. The army needs to speed up and must capture Queen's Port before they arrive. The Great War will break out in less than a week. Hopefully, the system update can keep up and some groundbreaking technological breakthroughs will be released. Qin Tian's requirements are not high. Just one ship each of Iowa and Yamato will suffice. If all else fails, we can get a few U-boats. We'll just have to accept the loss. The waters off Beigang are the most likely place for a major war to break out. The British will do everything they can to drive us away from their jewel, just as the Royal Navy has done its best to keep the enemy out of the country. Qin Tian knew the British Empire's nature all too well. They'd rather fight to the death on their own turf than cause chaos on someone else's property, since they wouldn't have to clean up the mess themselves. Moreover, the Russians and the British have always been at odds, and all three sides have their own agendas, each hoping the other will suffer heavy losses in a major war. This three-nation joint fleet is purely there to gain experience, and is just using the guise of giving away freebies. There are no advanced warships among them. Not a single high-speed and capable capital ship. Our side can easily outmaneuver them by using their high speed to kite them to death. Sure enough, low-speed ships lack naval control, so developing high-speed battleships is the trend. In the dark of night, on a hill covered in dense grass in Dongshan, Hong Kong, Huang Ming, a light machine gunner, and Liu Kai, a logistics officer, who had fallen behind the main force and were now alone, stared intently at the marching war trophy before them, drooling all over the ground. You're talented. How many magazines do you have left? I'm thinking of pulling off a big heist. Looking at the soldiers of the British Empire, who numbered at least a company, Huang Ming had a bold idea. He had observed them carefully. The British had no infantry guns and no major threat to machine guns. So what were they waiting for? Were they just going to let them escape? Along the way, they followed behind the main group, eating dust and hunger for half a day. They finally stumbled upon prey by chance, and they had to eat their fill. Five 30-round magazines, all fully loaded. I also have 35 rounds of shotgun ammo, so I can load another one. Oh, and 3 sweet potatoes. Okay, I have 2 more magazines and 3 sweet potatoes. Huang Ming laughed heartily. They didn't take the company in front of them seriously at all. The combat strength of the lobster soldiers had been thoroughly investigated. They had a weak will to resist when faced with heavy firepower, but a strong will to escape. However, they were still a step weaker than the kimchi soldiers. Those were all world-class athletes, and the ones they caught were the slowest runners. I heard that the fastest kimchi can outrun 4 wheels on 2 legs and is faster than a cheetah. When I fire, you yell, "Surrender or you'll be killed," and throw a few sweet potatoes to stun these bastards and make them surrender, Huang Ming instructed carefully. The 2 of them were taking on an entire company one-on-one without flinching. When I wait for the gun barrel to cool down, you throw sweet potatoes while yelling "surrender." Remember to shout it out loud. I understand, but I just don't understand. You said the people of the British Empire are very afraid of death. So why did they voluntarily apply to be transferred here? Otherwise, they wouldn't have run into us. As Liu Kai spoke, he handed all the magazines on his body to Huang Ming, while he himself carried a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with not much ammunition. They've come here to make a fortune. A pack of hungry wolves disguised in civilization have arrived in this magnificent place. How could they not make a fortune? Look at them, with their cowardly appearance. Who can they possibly beat? They only bully the smaller ones, and they don't dare to utter a sound when they encounter someone stronger than them. Huang Ming cursed and swore as the Bren light machine gun emerged from its cover. Unbeknownst to the British soldiers in front of him, the Reaper was already silently approaching. Beat! Fear from the superior nation finally loomed over the people of the world. Chapter 55 Legendary Individual Combat. Hey, you're surrounded by the Great Xia Empire. Surrender, and you'll be spared. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Kai roared and deftly tossed out 3 smoking sweet potatoes, guaranteed, ripe literally. This one is for your dad. A grenade rolled down at the feet of the nearest British soldier, causing a violent explosion that instantly engulfed several soldiers who were unaware of what was happening. The air grew scorching hot, and a flower bloomed from the center of the grenade, its petals spreading out in a way that was deadly, instantly scattering all dust and filling the air with smoke. This one is for your mother. Another grenade was thrown, taking away 2 or 3 people. All life within a few meters was vaporized, and those within a dozen meters were killed by the countless armor-piercing fragments ejected from the grenade. This is for your ancestors. Da-da-da-da-da. After the British were completely stunned by the bombing, the continuous bursts of gunfire disrupted the soldiers' concentration. Even though there was only one light machine gun, it felt like a massive army to them. Endless bullets swept in like a storm, streaking through the air like lightning, turning the area into a killing field. A few scattered infantrymen screamed as they were shot in the side, struggling to fall back a few steps, staring in disbelief at the tongue of fire that had suddenly appeared. What are the people of Great Xia doing here? The devil from the far east is coming. Run. The soldiers, who had been listless, panicked as soon as they saw their comrades falling like weeds. The main reason was the immense fear the Great Xia Empire instilled in them. According to the veterans who escaped, don't try to fight against the devil, because they will hang the British on lampposts and then whip the toughest warriors with thorny ropes in an attempt to make them submit. If the demon is displeased, it will randomly select a lucky person to eat, soaking them in Nelson's blood and serving them with fine wine from Georgia State, then devouring them like a steak. They might even send the gentlemen and nobles of the United Kingdom to the gallows, plunder all their rightfully acquired wealth, and distribute it to the equally backward barbarians. Good God, what a sinful and barbaric act this is. It is an insult to the light of world civilization. Rude, vile, ignorant, stupid, greedy, cowardly, all the negative words are embodied in them. In reality, machine guns weren't very lethal. Many more British soldiers were thrown into disarray by the phrase the Great Xia Empire lost its composure. If they had looked up, they might have been able to take down Huang Ming. Unfortunately, they were too hasty, rushing to escape and exposing their backs to machine gun fire. The Great Xia people are coming. Run. They eat people. My God, how many divisions do they have? And how many divisions does God have? As darkness gradually fell, the most agonizing part of the night battle was about to begin. Gunshots rang out one after another, incessant and continuous, accompanied by howls and screams. If anyone were nearby, they would surely weep at the sight and feel heartbroken at the sound. Why couldn't the firepower be any stronger? A company-long column was cut off in the middle, unable to focus on either side, forming a long, serpentine line, and was completely wiped out. The machine guns flashed and crackled, creating a chaotic scene. The officers couldn't find their subordinates, and the subordinates couldn't find their superiors. A combat company of about 100 men had no intention of resisting the heavy firepower and instead scattered in all directions. 3 magazines beside Huang Ming were already empty, and Brin's gun barrel was glowing red, as if it were burning the air and distorting it. Talented, load the bullets, he called out and threw magazine over. Only when the magazine landed on the ground did he suddenly realize that Liu Kai, under the cover of darkness, had charged forward with his Type 56 rifle, tumbling and rolling. He threw the magazine with such precision that it took down several unlucky guys in one fell swoop. I give up. You idiot, you're getting carried away. Look at you, getting impatient again. How many times have I told you? Huang Ming, ignoring the machine gun's cooling, grabbed a magazine and quickly followed. Grandchildren, your grandpa is here. 1 tael of silver each, right? Then wait for grandpa to feed you peanuts. A hail of bullets rained down, a true barrage of bullets, tearing flesh into grotesque fragments, sending dust flying and blood mist billowing everywhere. Perhaps they should be thankful that Huang Ming wasn't using a cloth-tearing machine. Otherwise, even with just over 100 people, it wouldn't be enough for one shuttlecock. Don't kill me, my God. Please let me see tomorrow's sun. I'm willing to do anything, including polishing gentlemen's shoes like I'm kissing a king. Some seasoned veterans, seeing that things were not going well, threw down their guns on the spot, put their hand behind their heads, and clasped their hands together, all in one smooth motion, as if they had rehearsed it many times. Do the proud soldiers of the British Empire fear death? Of course they do, even if they're the British Empire. But so what? When you possess more and stronger truths than they do, they will not hesitate to surrender. What kind of fearlessness do you expect? It's good enough that they didn't surrender just because they couldn't find a crowbar. Charge! 1st and 2nd Battalions, flank from the left. 3rd Battalion, flank from the right. Don't let a single one escape. Boom! He swallowed 2 grenades. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Yukai rolled into a ditch and deliberately shouted to confuse the people. To prevent them from not understanding, he even used bird language. He fixed his Type 56 rifle with a bayonet, and in the next moment leaped out, stabbing a fleeing British soldier right in the face. "Pa, what a coward!" Li Yukai spat out a mouthful of phlegm, kicked him in the chest, pulled out his bayonet, dripping thick blood, and charged at another trembling British soldier. At this moment, he was covered in the blood of his enemies, and in the flickering firelight, he looked like an unparalleled god of death. "Don't come any closer." The soldier who had stumbled upon the scene had never seen anything like it before. He collapsed to the ground instantly, a strong, pungent smell emanating from under his trousers. No, no, no. He wanted to run, but couldn't. All he could do was cry out in despair, begging the peerless killing god to spare him. "Go to hell, you coward. Go back and fix the road properly for me." Li Yukai kicked him over, and perhaps feeling that it wasn't enough, he turned around and kicked him twice more. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of air being torn apart came towards Yukai, but because of the shooter's tension, the bullet almost grazed his face, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Blood kept seeping out, and a hot current and a burning pain rushed his heart. Damn it! That old man actually ambushed me. Li Yukai was so frightened that his blood boiled. Luckily, he didn't know how to flick a gun, otherwise he probably would have been lying on the ground. He turned around quickly, and a British soldier holding a Lee bolt-action rifle was standing not far away. In that instant, the Lee rifle fired again. Bang! The smoke billowing from the gun barrels was particularly striking as night approached. Buzz! A strange, inexplicable collision sound came from behind. The soldier, whose eyes widened, didn't hear the sound of a bullet piercing flesh as he had imagined. Instead, Li Yukai pulled the trigger. With a poof, a small flower of blood bloomed on his torso, spraying a distance and scattering across the land. Amidst utter disbelief, the British soldier fell, a thought flashing through his mind. How come the Far Easterners are invincible? My lord, times have changed. Li Yukai touched his abdomen with lingering fear. Even though he was wearing a bulletproof vest, a sharp pain still shot through him, making him grimace. Fortunately, it didn't affect his mobility. On the other side, Huang Ming's relentless attacks caused the enemy great suffering. He was like an armored division all by himself, easily tearing through the enemy's defenses. One by one, the enemies swayed precariously under the onslaught of the fierce attack, their cries of agony rising and falling like a mournful dirge. The British soldiers, with nowhere to escape, fell in droves, struggling in agony in pools of blood, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Put down your weapons and surrender to avoid being killed. Everyone, stand to the side. After killing several enemies who tried to resist, the two realized. A large group of dark-skinned, defeated soldiers stood in front of him, looking terrified and stunned, seemingly intimidated by his invincible spirit. Upon hearing this, the great British soldiers finally came to their senses and, without saying a word, threw their weapons aside. Besides the majority who were killed by them, there were also dozens of prisoners. 2 people defeated an entire company and captured a large number of people. No one would believe it if you told them, but it really happened. What should I do? I'm out of bullets. I don't know what to do. Li Yutsai's heart was pounding. He had no ammunition and saw that the enemy prisoners outnumbered his own by more than 10 times. It would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. He never imagined when the fighting started that the British would be so easily defeated, leaving behind such a troublesome mess. He should have just wiped them out with a single burst of bullets. I should still have half a magazine left. Don't be afraid. Shoot whoever moves. The 2 men stared intently with their guns. 2 or 3 daring prisoners tried to rush at them because they were outnumbered, but they were rewarded with a peanut. The remaining enemies were terrified, and their surrender gestures became increasingly standard. In this almost overwhelming battle, Huang Ming and Li Yutsai's achievements were quite remarkable, but the most brutal battle was the one below. Not far from here, at Twin Hills, a barrage of fire from 2 Maxim machine guns blocked the desperate last stand of the British Army's elite troops. An entire battalion fell under that firepower, their blood flowing like a river. According to survivors' recollections, the scene was utterly horrific. Chapter 56 The system has finally updated. In fact, every time these fiery reapers finished firing a volley of ammunition, a platoon or a company of our fearless soldiers fell, dying on the way to the charge. The immense casualties they inflicted were beyond my comprehension. The defeat of the Far East Fleet seemed inevitable, because these backward and arrogant gentlemen actually dared to challenge a giant. The Maxim gun, a name that defined an era, was an advanced repeating weapon. We did have our own, but in our battles against the Great Xia Empire, they often failed to play their due role and were destroyed by light artillery. God, I have prayed many times to protect me and let me survive the enemy's fire. Unfortunately, at that time, we had not yet realized the revolutionary tactics it brought until the outbreak of that war, which engulfed the entire world and was far more devastating than any other war in history, with casualties many times greater. They were the real executioners. The entire continent of Europe, 2 generations, was wiped out. The power of machine guns and artillery was beginning to be revealed. While the Europeans were still underestimating these terrifying weapons that were about to usher in a new era, they were destined to pay the price. After numerous battles, the British Army no longer posed a threat to Qin Tian. To be precise, it had never posed a threat, but it was now even weaker. The IDF once reached outside the firing range of the Queen's Port batteries, further compressing the Far East Fleet's living space. The situation was not favorable for Felix. The Western Sea was completely blocked by mines, preventing the enemy from entering and the enemy from leaving. However, there was no trace of the enemy on the eastern side. Fellman would never believe that there was no trickery involved. Fortunately, the enemy did not launch a large-scale attack, which relieved him. Therefore, his Far East fleet remained in the port, cooperating with the land forces to block the enemy's attack. As long as the high ground of Queen's Harbor is not lost, they can stall until the arrival of the combined fleet of the 2 countries. On the same day, a telegram from Beiyang was delivered to Qin Tian. The Russian East Sea Fleet and the combined fleet simultaneously sailed south, and after resupplying at a port controlled by Great Britain, they were aggressively heading towards our side. They've even declared that the rise and fall of the Locust Kingdom hinges on this one move. It seems Japan is truly determined to fight me to the death. Qin Tian shook his head as he watched this familiar scene. The lousy Russian fleet has finally received supplies. They don't have to go through all that trouble, running around until their ships are rusting. If these 2 weren't targeting me, I'd really like to see the Russian fleet in peak condition versus the combined fleet. From the perspective of a spectator, watching a hairy, burly man fight a gambler must be pretty exciting, right? Despite his size, Qin Tian still had a fight. Several capital ships were withdrawn, with only symbolic mines laid in the Eastern Sea, leaving the Pavloer, Centurion, and Oregon to guard the Far East Fleet in the port. The war belonging to the magnificent sea monsters has begun. In this era, nothing is more romantic than this. The clash of cannons and warships is absolutely exhilarating. It was at this moment that a familiar yet unfamiliar, ruthless mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Qin Tian's ears. Ding! System version 1.10 update complete. The following new ship types have been added. The next moment, Qin Tian's voice rang out in extreme surprise, as if he had seen something extraordinary. What? The Yokosuka? A US-made, ironclad torpedo. Chapter 57 New Types of Warships. On the system's ship type panel, a 4D projection of the Yokosuka appeared, along with a video clip. A destroyer navigated the turbulent ocean, skillfully dodging bombs dropped by enemy carrier-based aircraft. Despite the overwhelming bombs from above and the 15 American Mark I torpedoes launched from below, not a single one hit the target. The Yokosuka sailed away unscathed. Her teammates, on the other hand, were hit by 5.5 of the 6 aerial bombs, and 13 out of 15 torpedoes exploded, sinking without a trace. Qin Tian's lips twitched at the sight. He thought his idea was brilliant enough, but the system's was even more brilliant. Yokosuka, as those who know her know, is a legendary warship possessed by an invincible navy. Her appearance seemed to make this war, which looked bizarre no matter how you looked at it, more reasonable, including the American torpedoes whose probability of explosion was smaller than winning the lottery. Qin Tian was certain that if this thing were to appear, even 10 Yamato ships wouldn't be able to suppress it, let alone his small frame. The 3 large, bold, gold-highlighted characters for Yokosuka at the top, along with a small note next to it that read limited to 1 ship, practically took up the entire panel, making it hard for him to ignore. Let's find an opportunity to send this guy away later, either to the Royal Navy or the White Fleet. Suppressing his convulsions, Qin Tian patiently looked down. The panels for the Super Dreadnought and Dreadnought were unchanged. Everything remained the same. Finally, a new template appeared at the bottom of the battlecruiser panel. Breaking news! High-speed battleships, North Carolina-class battleships, King George V-class battleships. Holy crap, the North Carolina-class battleship is out. System, I love you. Upon seeing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't wait to bring a few ships to test the waters. It's a North Carolina-class battleship. Although it's not a final form of war machine like the Iowa Yamato, it's still a formidable force. It has 3 triple 406mm main guns, capable of firing super heavy shells, a standard displacement of 35,000 tons, a full load displacement of 44,800 tons, and a maximum speed of 27 knots. 406 is already out. How far away can 460 be? Qin Tian made no attempt to hide his joy, and suddenly all the other fearless and super fearless items seemed insignificant. He decided to send a big gift to the combined fleet of the three countries, so that they could also share in the immense joy brought by 406. Although the armor of the North Carolina-class battleships was somewhat unsatisfactory, their speed was probably sufficient, but they were more than capable of dealing with a dozen or so pre-dreadnoughts. As for the King George V-class battleships that followed, Qin Tian didn't seem as enthusiastic. The turret on this thing is a disaster. It's fine when you're winning, but if you're losing, by the time the main gun locks onto the enemy, the turret might have already been blown off. In terms of strategic deterrence, the Royal Navy has presented impressive data in an attempt to intimidate its restless adversary, and it must be said that the Royal Navy has succeeded. In naval battles, the poor capabilities of the King George V-class battleships were fully demonstrated when hunting down the Bismarck, especially her main gun turrets, which were prone to sparking. The quadruple 14-inch gun is constantly getting stuck in the turret and isn't very useful in actual combat. If it weren't for its low cost and good performance in all aspects, it probably wouldn't even qualify for a proper role in combat. If someone wins a big prize above, the next one will probably be similar. Qin Tian continued reading. The surprises above were truly great. He wondered what lay below. He didn't expect any advanced technology. He was just hoping to destroy a few U-boats. Auxiliary vessels. Omaha-class light cruisers, Magdeburg-class cruisers, Clemson-class destroyer. Is there any World War I destroyer that can be pushed? It's really giving me a headache to find one. 8,000-ton transport/supply ship. Big Black Fish, U-35 submarine. Weapon production numbers refreshed. Capital ship production does not occupy auxiliary ship space. Available values for both sides are 10 and 30 respectively. A U-shaped blackfish really appeared. Qin Tian was quite pleasantly surprised. The blackfish, the progenitor of endless submarine warfare, is a terrifying being capable of sinking 2-million-ton ships single-handedly. It once tormented the once glorious British Empire to the point of near collapse. In the pre-dreadnought era, the big blackfish was invincible when it made a move. It was Lao Lu's artifact, allowing him to move freely even in heavily guarded ports, referring to ports without lightning protection nets. We've assembled all the auxiliary ships for the dreadnought and super dreadnought treaties, so why aren't we getting any pre-dreadnoughts? Qin Tian muttered to himself, genuinely curious about what kind of strange thing the system was. Not only were the weapons inconsistent, but the variety was also lacking. What was going on? Ding! Please stop your idiotic thoughts, you stupid human. The system coldly answered this idiotic question, its voice seemingly carrying a strong sense of disdain. Please do not judge the system's limits by the host's limits. The dreadnought is the lowest level warship that this system can find. Tao! The next moment, Qin Tian's voice rang out in shock. He seized on the key point, Tao. So it was Taoed. No wonder they're all made in various countries. They must have been picked up from some garbage dump and refurbished. You're the one who was picked up from the garbage dump. Your whole family is too. The system's patience seemed to have reached its limit, and there was an unusual fluctuation in the air. Because the host world is still in a barbaric era, this system has detected that the use of advanced technology will have an indelible impact on the psychology of others. Therefore, the equipment provided must not exceed the corresponding age or quantity. The system's bizarre actions here made Qin Tian want to complain. Does using treaty-style tactics to bully Qian Wu not hurt others? Can they even be considered human? Before I could even complain, the system started buzzing with notifications again. It's giving me a headache. Ding. Based on the host's excellent completion of the missions, burning Allied forces, cleaning up the mess, rise of the Empire, recapture of Northport, and the Empire's wrath, sinking the Far East Fleet. A complete Skoda arsenal from the 1930s will be awarded as a reward, along with all weapon blueprints provided by the system, and a 30,000-ton class shipyard, capable of simultaneously repairing and constructing 3 30,000-ton warships. The above rewards will be automatically issued and constructed by the system within 1 year. Ding! As the system's highest commander, how could you go out without your own convoy? You have obtained 2 exclusive ceremonial convoys. Ding! All beginner quests have been completed. The following tasks are now issued. Chapter 58 Submarine Attack. Task 1. The Iron Tower still stands. Mission difficulty, Legendary Nightmare. Mission description. Capture the city of Romance before the French surrender. Synopsis. The Gallic Rooster can only achieve complete victory in war under the leadership of women, foreigners, and dwarfs. Conquer the city of Romance before they lead or surrender. Hidden negative buff. If you occupy the city of Romance without completely eliminating the Gallic army, it will trigger the Gallic chicken memories of the meat grinder. All Gallic land and sea forces will enter a desperate state and launch a final charge against you within a day. Mission 2, Oliver Twist. Quest difficulty, epic. Mission description. annihilate the Royal Navy and land in the Fog City, reclaim everything from the British Museum, and garrison troops on the Fog City Islands. Mission summary. The Royal Navy is the cornerstone of Great Britain's global dominance. Annihilating or severely damaging the Royal Navy would deal a heavy blow to the British Empire status. Hidden negative buff. Failing to completely annihilate the Royal Navy before crossing the British Channel will trigger the curse, the Cold Iron Curtain, at which point 2/3 of the world's nations will consider you an enemy, and this hatred cannot be transferred. Task 3. The Rise of a Great Power. Mission difficulty. Legendary SSS+. Mission description. Possessing the world's largest territory and the most powerful army, navy, and air force, this supreme nation commands respect across the 4 seas, with barbarians submitting to its rule. Military presence is required in every corner of the world. Mission summary. The rise of the Great Xia dynasty is inevitable. The current task is merely to accelerate this process to achieve the basic conditions for conquering the stars. 2 days later, offshore. This is Black Wolf 1. Russian fleet spotted at 12 o'clock. In the open sea at night, the 2 U-35 submarines that had already been spotted were like wolves in the night, lurking beneath the waves. Aside from auxiliary vessels like submarines, Qin Tian used the monthly quota of 10 capital ships to produce 8 North Carolina-class battleships and 2 Hood-class battleships, which would serve as the main force in annihilating the Imperial Russian fleet. Above the churning waves, the Russian East Sea Fleet, commanded by Cirque, sailed day and night, emitting large amounts of black smoke that undoubtedly exceeded the permitted levels. Even through the thick darkness, one could sense the unique roughness of those warships, a quality that belonged only to the Russians. The entire fleet consisted of the flagship battleship Petrova, the second-class battleships Petrovid and Oslibia, the armored cruisers Bayan, Nakhimov, and Rurik, the protected cruisers Admiral Vladimir and Pamet, and numerous old ironclad ships behind them. After resupplying in ports controlled by Britain and Japan, there was no longer any worry about insufficient supplies. The sailors were at their peak in every aspect, which alone made them much better off than before. Under the cover of night, the 2 submarines slowly approached the Russian fleet, quietly waiting for the enemy's vanguard to move away. When the outermost submarine of the East China Sea Fleet, the Bayan, came into view through the periscope, the 2 submarines began to move. Sea conditions are good, and everything is normal. Target identified as Bayan. There are no escort ships around the target. Torpedo tubes 1 and 2, prepare to fire at 1-second interval. Torpedo tubes 3 and 4, prepare to fire. This discovery thrilled the many shirtless men inside the submarine. Ignoring the stuffy heat inside the submarine, the stench of sweat and diesel fuel mixed with other unpleasant smells, and everyone else, they began to take their respective combat posts. As a submariner, sinking the enemy with torpedoes is simply fantastic. Launch from tube number 1. Launch from tube number 2. Upon receiving the order from the captain, the sailors in the torpedo room almost simultaneously turned the firing handle. Buzz buzz. 2 large-caliber torpedoes plunged into the sea, and the sound of their rapid collision echoed like the most beautiful melody playing on the seabed. After the torpedo was launched, everyone listened carefully to the impending explosion or observed through the periscope. After a long while, the expected explosion did not occur. The torpedo went astray. Only then did everyone realize the problem. Incorrect estimation of launch values by our own side caused torpedoes to pass by the warship earlier or later than expected, an error that was particularly pronounced at night. In fact, the 2 torpedoes, one after the other, grazed the stern of the Bayan and passed through. If either one had been just 1 mil to the right, it would have hit the target. The careless Russians were completely unaware of this. Even though the sea conditions were good, on the deck on the side that was under attack, an observer was fast asleep with a bottle of liquor in his arms. Prepare launch tubes 3 and 4, reload launch tubes 1 and 2. The captain had anticipated this situation. Their submarine had a total of 6 torpedoes, and wasting 2 insignificant ones was a problem. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, before the torpedoes could be fired again, a burst of flames erupted from the underwater surface of the Bayan, which was sailing at sea. Huge splashes of water flew up, tearing a hole in the water. All the armor around the ship was dented, and a massive amount of seawater rushed in instantly. We hit her! On another U-35 submarine, everyone was bursting with excitement and cheered silently. The sailors on the Bayan felt a violent tremor from the bottom of the ship, followed by a dull thud that echoed through the cabins below, as if something had struck the side of the ship hard. A tremendous explosion, like the world exploding, followed by a high-pitched, sharp tearing sound of metal, echoed throughout the warship, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Rozov, had we run into a mine? There was neither the flash of gunfire nor the whistling sound on the sea, so what else could it be but a mine? Damn it, there are still mines in the ocean. I wonder which unscrupulous person would lay mines in this area. Most sailors were unaware that submarines, weapons that had always been relegated to the margins, were nearby. The lower compartment is flooded, and we can't stop the flooding. Her armor is completely torn apart. In no time, the massive water ingress into the hull could no longer be stopped. Before the damage control team could even begin its operation, a series of explosions rang out again. One side of the Bayan's hull was torn apart by a fierce flame, and scorching fireballs and billowing black smoke poured out from the bottom of the ship, instantly engulfing everything around it. The sailors on the upper deck were especially able to notice this change. The ship's steep tilt made it even harder for them to stand. Abandon ship! Abandon ship! A Russian shouted as he ran across the deck, stumbling and staggering. We don't have enough lifeboats. The warship is taking on water too fast. Within a short period of time, the Bayan was hit by multiple shells, and the hull took on a large amount of water. Her sinking was inevitable. The current plan was to jettison as many lifeboats as possible to reduce the loss of sailors. There were many Russians floating in the icy seawater, but even they couldn't withstand the cold for long. The Bayan has struck a mine. No, it has been attacked by the enemy. The closest ship, Nakamov, quickly made a judgment, launched lifeboats to rescue the crew members who had fallen into the water, and sent out warning signals to the warships ahead and behind. The protected cruiser Pamet also received this sudden signal, and sailed out of formation to patrol the waters on the side where the Bayan had been hit. It's the enemy. Mines will never hit our warships one after another. The multiple explosions and flashes from the Bayan indicated that enemy ships were active in their vicinity. Chapter 59: The Demise of the Imperial Russian Fleet. In the darkness, with no sign of artillery fire, apart from small vessels like torpedo boats, there really isn't another weapon capable of launching a silent attack. Therefore, the secondary gun positions on the Pamet were manned, and there were also people on deck observing the surrounding sea, attempting to take out the torpedo boats as soon as they came out. However, their every move was exposed through the periscope. The Pamet's course collided precisely with the path of the U-35 submarine. Torpedo tube number 3, prepare to fire. For an old ship that has no value, one torpedo is enough. Precious torpedoes cannot be wasted. If you really can't hit it, then just send another one. The torpedo launched again, its muffled squeezing sound carrying far and wide along the seawater, leaving behind trails of tiny bubbles. What's that? How could a torpedo emerge from the seabed when there are no torpedo boats around? The sailors on the bow deck had already spotted the long trails of bubbles on the water surface. They were torpedoes. Hot torpedoes create bubbles in the seawater. A surprise attack from the seabed. This attack method, which was beyond their comprehension, shattered their worldview. Submarines, such technologically backward and frequently malfunctioning devices, had actually managed to get to the middle of the ocean. Look closely, the torpedoes are emerging from the water. They're underwater. Torpedo spotted at the bow. Turn left to avoid it, the Russian on deck shouted, and the message quickly reached the captain's ears. Hard to port, all men prepare for impact. Boom! The process didn't take long. The terrifying explosion rang out from the right side of the foredeck, and the huge shockwave completely tore that area apart. At approximately 10:35 p.m., 5 minutes after the Pamet was hit by a torpedo, the warship was no longer in need of damage control. Her bow was the most severely damaged part. The immense weight of the floodwater caused the ship to sink first, followed by the hull. From the moment it was hit until it sank, there were a full 5 precious minutes, giving the sailors on the Pamet ample time to save themselves. Therefore, torpedoes were not very effective against sailors, and the cold seawater was soon filled with struggling Imperial Russian sailors. The sudden sinking of the 2 warships exacerbated the chaos in the East China Sea Fleet. The U-35 submarine, which had previously missed its first 2 shots, seized the opportunity and used up all its ammunition. Flames suddenly shot into the sky, creating considerable chaos, which led to the following dramatic scene. While evading a torpedo attack, the Admiral Vladimir unexpectedly collided with a Nakamov armored cruiser, which was on a rescue mission. The sudden and violent impact has left both ships and the hundreds of sailors who were just pulled from the Bayan unharmed and in good spirits. They are all respectable people. Did the combined fleet attack the great Tsarist Russian East Sea Fleet? 4 warships were lost in succession, but the commander of the East China Sea Fleet, Cirque, was still completely unaware of what had happened and was still immersed in the dream he had just had. In his dream, he saw himself and his wife holding a grand birthday banquet on the flagship battleship Peteroba, drinking and having a great time with various naval officers and nobles. But unexpectedly, that despicable and shameless dwarf chose to launch a shameless sneak attack on Tsarist Russia on the very night of the banquet he had organized. The 2 incredibly foolish destroyers he sent out failed to intercept the enemy in advance. Instead, they helped the enemy launch torpedoes at their own head. This infuriated him. Although it was just a dream, and Japan probably wouldn't dare to launch a sneak attack on Imperial Russia, it still made him very unhappy. He was furious. Whoever launches a sneak attack on the great empire will be punished by the empire, regardless of which country they belong to. Silka said that he still doesn't understand the situation. The chaos in the East China Sea Fleet lasted for more than an hour. The Pamet and Bayan sank, and the Nakhimov and Admiral Vladimir collided and lost their combat capability, forcing them to withdraw from the voyage. The second-class battleship Oslibia was hit by a torpedo in the chaos, but fortunately, thanks to its large size, the damage control was timely and the damage to the broken parts was stopped from entering the water in time, and the entire warship still retained a certain degree of combat capability. Half of the Imperial Russian fleet's fighting capacity was thus rendered useless by 2 submarines. This loss was indeed quite significant, as no one had anticipated that the enemy would launch an attack from underwater. When the later Tsar received this news, he was furious and accused Vice Admiral SRK of foolish actions that caused the Empire's Far East forces to suffer irreparable and enormous losses overnight. Until the complete annihilation of the East China Sea Fleet, Silka had not achieved any significant results. He and his fleet seemed to have come on a tourist trip, accomplishing nothing. Of course, the main force of the East China Sea Fleet is still intact, but once a U-35 submarine sent a radio message to friendly forces, the fleet's end was already on the countdown. The grizzly bear is bleeding. It's time to close the net. At 2:18 a.m., 2 new Century-class Hood ships belonging to the Great Xia Empire's fast mobile fleet arrived in this area first, followed by 2 North Carolina-class ships. At 51 minutes past that evening, a new Century-class destroyer was the first to spot the Imperial Russian East Sea Fleet. Thanks to its superior armament, its actions went unnoticed by the East Sea Fleet. After tracking for a period of time, 2 North Carolina-class destroyers caught up with the formation. At around 3:10 a.m., flares hovered in the night sky. The North Carolina-class destroyer, equipped with advanced equipment such as 2 seaplanes and fire control radar, fired first at a distance of 22,000 meters, but was successfully intercepted by the sea. Then a new Century-class ship fired a salvo at a distance of 18,000 meters, but due to the darkness and difficulty in observation, none of the shells hit their mark. Around 13 minutes past the hour, the distance between the 2 fleets closed to 17,000 meters, referring to the distance between each other and the nearest target. With the help of flares, both sides could see each other's outlines, and the fast-moving fleet fired another salvo. This time, the East China Sea Fleet was not so lucky. Although most of the shells missed their mark, the Petrevet was hit on the bridge by a shell, and the superstructure of the area where it was located was completely wiped out, resulting in the loss of all senior commanders, including the captain. The fast-moving fleet has achieved results. Then, as if blessed by the god of fortune, the warship was hit by 2 shells in succession, and almost instantly, the entire warship was engulfed in smoke and fire. The violent explosion uprooted the entire foreground structure of the warship, sending choking smoke billowing hundreds of meters in the night sky, and countless pieces of steel mixed with blood and flesh splashed into the sea. Chirp chirp. Imperial Russia also launched its greatest counterattack, with all its warships still capable of fighting opening fire, but with little success. Even if 1 or 2 small caliber shells were lucky enough to hit the enemy, they only left a small dent in the paint. From the very beginning of the war, Imperial Russia attempted to conduct artillery battles at extremely long distances, but the accuracy was abysmal. The shells would fly off into the unknown. Their lookout posts were completely ineffective against the barrier of water and darkness, rendering their main naval guns utterly inaccurate. The sheer number of secondary main guns and rapid-fire guns prevented them from projecting heavy firepower over long distances like the North Carolina-class battleships. Boom! 2 minutes later, the Oslibia was hit by 2 super heavy shells, causing a massive explosion and beginning to capsize and sink. Minutes later, the armored cruiser Rurik suffered the same fate. Intense flames engulfed her, and she exploded, sinking to the bottom of the sea within a minute, leaving only a handful of sailors alive. Whether the battleship or an armored cruiser, they can't withstand a single large-caliber shell from a bombardment that's ahead of its time, especially a super-heavy shell. A single hit will sink them. Vice Admiral Silk, there's no need to continue this battle. Imperial East Sea Fleet. A group of wounded sailors on the battered Petrova said to Silk. Boom! Before they could finish speaking, several huge splashes of water erupted around the Petrova, and a near miss caused it to break below the waterline, resulting in the warship rocking instantly. Her main armor belt also suffered varying degrees of damage. The damage control system was completely ineffective, and the metal components deformed under high temperatures, emitting a piercing squeak and could explode at any moment. Buzz! A mushroom-shaped fireball, accompanied by thick smoke, erupted from the belly of the Petroba, as if the gates of hell had been opened in an instant. A blinding white light flashed, brighter than the sun, and the metal fragments and sailors were violently thrown into the air by a force before falling back down, splashing countless water droplets. Thick smoke billowed across the entire sea area, with burning fragments floating on the surface. The intense heat emanating from the sea transformed it into a living hell. The Imperial Russian Eastern Fleet, one of the dominant fleets in the Far East, was thus annihilated. Chapter 60 saying, "The cherry blossoms in my hometown have withered." Tsarist Russia is finished. It's time to execute the second part of the horse-trampling cherry blossoms plan. Bombard Japan's coastline all the way. Qin Tian held the telegram, which described how the Russian fleet was annihilated. Wang Jing also carefully photographed the sea in front of him that was burning fiercely, including the East China Sea fleet that had become scrap metal. He said he would personally hand it over to Qin Tian after returning to Beijing. This photo should be used as one of the covers of history textbooks. He'd even thought of a name: The Rise of the Great Xia Empire and the Collapse of Imperial Russia. Qin Tian thought this suggestion was excellent. However, in this overwhelming naval battle, the small Russian naval force did not receive enough attention and was regarded as a minor skirmish. It is perfectly reasonable, even taken for granted, to easily annihilate a fleet composed of former dreadnoughts using high-speed battleships. The fast-moving fleet also needs to return to North Harbor to escort a batch of transport ships to the Japanese mainland. Yes, that's right, they are preparing to land. Let the Japanese divisions on the Korean side and the Russians in Vladivostok keep jumping around for a while, and we'll deal with them all when he has time. Qin Tian has already sent several teams to Jiangdong County, but it's unclear whether they'll make it in time. It's time to make some plans for Japan as well. If only the arsenal could be built faster, so that the problem of incompatible ammunition between small arms could be solved, and more warmth could be brought to the Japanese. Qin Tian's thoughts unconsciously drifted to Japan, and he also marked the location of the 6th Division and the Naniwa with a big X. The horse treading on cherry blossoms. Project who wouldn't want to walk on cherry blossoms, chatting and laughing under Mount Fuji, surrounded by familiar faces, and enjoying the not-too-hot atmosphere of Kyoto? That's the best feeling. Well, now we have this opportunity. The combined fleet went out in full force, ambitiously hoping to join forces with the other two fleets to take down the Great Xia Empire in one fell swoop. This was destined to be futile, and the combined fleet was already on the verge of destruction. In the future, with the sinking of the combined fleet, the homeland thousands of miles away will also suffer annihilation. Without a strong naval force stationed there, it will be given the opportunity to hunt down Japan. The navy of the Great Xia Empire can appear at will in any corner of Japan to launch artillery bombardments and cover the landing of the Legion. It can cut off maritime supply lines, turn Japan into an isolated island, destroy coastal cities with naval guns, and erase all traces of modernity. They wouldn't even need to land. A few months of naval siege would be enough to bring Japan to its knees. However, when facing Japan, which keeps changing its mind, if we're going to fight, we have to fight hard enough to leave an indelible impression and make it realize who the real power is. It has always been this way. Whoever beats it hard and leaves a fear etched into its genes, it will respect that person. If possible, Qin Tian wouldn't mind if Great Xia had another cherry blossom province. I awoke and shot from my deathbed to find myself among the great powers. Could it be that oil will one day breed summer bacteria? After thinking for a while, Qin Tian looked at the massive map in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. An invincible fleet far surpassing the Royal Navy, both in size and quality, consisting of two army groups of 100,000 men each, the First Army and the newest Second Army, was enough for him to conquer a great empire. Beijing and Hong Kong have both planted their own flags. Japan and Russia are almost done too. It's time to take back the land held by the old Prussia. The British need to be driven out of the Far East. The Far East belongs to the Far Easterners. All the unfriendly agreements and protocols they sign will become mere scraps of paper in the face of overwhelming power, utterly powerless. The ancient artifacts in the British Museum must return in the same way they were thrown out, and they must return with dignity. Beneath the fog-shrouded city, adorned with imperial flags, the people of the Eternal Sun had to kowtow and step-by-step to hand over cultural relics to the Great Xia. The Great Xia dynasty then proceeded with the highest level of ceremony befitting a great power, escorted by its naval fleet anchored on the Qinwu River, with cannons and giant warships leading the way. It is absolutely necessary to station troops in Kyoto Bay, and a section of sea and airspace should be designated as the exclusive domain of the Great Xia Empire. The joint fleet will no longer be allowed to exist there, nor will it be allowed to exist there in the future. Qin Tian was already making plans even before the war had begun. Two divisions can be drawn from the two army groups and stationed in Japan. Let's call it the Great Xia Overseas Legion stationed in Japan. The enormous defeat suffered by Japan in this war, and the impression of its army and navy being weak and vulnerable, will leave a ticking time bomb for the current Japanese. The domestic economic depression, the foreign naval blockade, and especially the rise of the Great Xia Empire, will stimulate some people who yearn for revival to carry out a series of reforms imitating the Great Xia Empire system. Perhaps we can even see their tradition of subordinates overthrowing their superiors. Offshore, the sea area where the combined fleet is located. Chapter 61, the end of the combined fleet. Where are the Tsarist Russians? On the Mikasa, Dong Pingxiang felt a surge of emotions. The future of the empire and the fate of the combined fleet weighed heavily on his shoulders, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Not only Dongping Township, but also most of the sailors in the combined fleet were in the same boat. This time, they were not challenging the Xia dynasty fleet, nor the imperial Russian fleet, but the most powerful and invincible fleet in the world. Those massive war machines, the oppressive feeling they brought was an unparalleled terror, enough to destroy the pride of the Japanese Navy. If it weren't for the combined forces of the three nations' fleets, which gave them a glimmer of hope for victory and a chance to defeat their opponent, the Allied fleet would never have provoked her at this time. Commander, we can't delay any longer. The Empire's elite are showing signs of collapse, said Chiu Jinji, the first staff officer of the combined fleet, with great concern. The Russians are late, or they never intended to participate in this battle. They disappeared after resupplying at the ports controlled by the Empire. The sight of giant cannons and warships, this indescribable torment, had left many sailors in constant fear and low morale. Damn it, the Empire's fate was staked in this war, and these idiotic Russians have ruined it. Dong Pingxiang didn't show any extreme emotional fluctuations, but his voice was slightly annoyed. In gambling, how can you expect him to gamble? One is cheating, the other is just honest and reliable, and relies on his cards. The difference is immediately apparent. The Russians were nowhere to be seen, and the main force of the Far East Fleet was besieged in Hong Kong, so the British warships in the Strait of Malacca would not arrive anytime soon. In other words, he has to take the blame himself. He's truly a godlike 1 against 10. This conclusion made the group laugh in a way that was more like crying. Now, looking at the magnificent fleet behind them, so glorious, with the main warships of the Japanese nation all here, they wondered if the combined fleet would still be so impressive after this battle. Flagship Mikasa, her construction was completed a little earlier in this other world. Jinyuan, Asama-class armored cruisers Tokiwa and Asama, Hatsugumo-class armored cruiser, Yakumo-class armored cruiser, Fuji-class battleships Fuji and Yashima, Aoshima-class battleship Asahi, and the remaining 2 of the 3 class battleships, Hashidate and Itsukushima, Naniwa, Suma, Akashi, Takachiyo, Akitsushima, Josino, Kasaki, Chitose, Protective Cruiser, Komyo, Protective Cruiser. It can be said that Japan has brought all the warships it could, leaving only some outdated ironclads in its own country, ready to go all in. Commander, the combined fleet alone cannot contend with the Great Xia fleet. How about we make a strategic retreat and return to our homeland to discuss this further? Chiu Jinji suggested. The rise and fall of the Locust Kingdom depends on this battle. You gentlemen shall bear the consequences. The next second seemed to confirm this statement. The distant booming of cannons instantly covered this sea area. Countless shells roared across the sky, densely packed, like a palm strike descending from the heavens, imprisoning the world. The combined fleet had nowhere to escape and was trapped in this small sea area by the dense barrage of fire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The continuous muffled explosions came from the sea, sending up columns of water dozens of meters high. The sprayed seawater instantly slammed onto the decks of the warships, washing them clean. At a great distance on the sea, 6 North Carolina-class battleships unleashed their first fierce barrage in perfect unison, the smoke from their gun barrels still lingering. Most of the shells they fired were aimed at the combined fleet flagship, the Mikasa. Although the vast majority missed, the resulting water curtain caused the 15,000-ton capital ship to shake violently, rendering its observation and aiming equipment completely ineffective. Buzz! 2 super heavy bullets flew past the Mikasa's superstructure, their swirling sound, like the Grim Reaper, gradually fading into the distance, causing everyone present to secretly break out in a cold sweat. The Mikasa narrowly escaped death, but the Asahi, which followed behind, fared much worse, practically taking the brunt of both super heavy bullets. One of the shots landed in the passageway behind the main gun on the foredeck, completely smashing a hole in the deck before penetrating inside the warship and exploding violently. With a deafening roar, the bridge and main guns, now shattered into pieces, vanished completely into the billowing smoke, and large sections of the flat deck hull collapsed. At this moment, Japan's fine tradition of stockpiling artillery shells came into play, with a series of explosions going off incessantly. The other, super heavy shell penetrated into the two large chimneys that Asahi was carrying and exploded in a dazzling burst of light as it shook. A massive explosion, like a bolt from the blue, violently compressed and tore apart the energy, and a devastating burst moments later completely destroyed the Asahi. A mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky, its rapidly spreading impact carrying scorching heat waves and countless steel dust particles sweeping outwards. The Great Xia Empire took Asahi with a single volley of fire, even though it was outside the effective range of the naval guns. Togo Terra's face was pale, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. Another whistling sound passed by, this time without the terrifying explosion, but the fish underwater suffered. Boom! Before long, a deafening roar echoed once again through the combined fleet, and scattered shells caused varying degrees of damage to each ship. Two warships even exploded on the spot, including the Asama. Baka, Togohei could no longer contain his emotions and slammed his fist against the steel hull of the ship. The combined fleet lost their gamble. They had provoked an invincible giant that could sink the combined fleet ship by ship from extremely long distance, while their main guns couldn't even reach it. God knows how many cannon shots he just heard, countless ones. As a commander with extensive experience in naval warfare, Togo Terra was certain that the caliber of this ship's gun was more likely 16 inches, rather than the 15 inches reported in the intelligence. 16 inches, what does this mean? The Great Xia Empire has unveiled a brand new capital ship, with even more formidable armor and firepower than its predecessors. There will be a considerable number of these warships, possibly as many as the number of 15-inch gunboats. Faced with absolute power, the 7-segment Qin technique and the great turn back in front of the enemy are no different from a shrimp dragging an egg in front of the Great Xia Empire. Rushing in like that would be tantamount to suicide. Sigh. Qiu Jinji sighed with a mix of emotions, wanting to say something, but in the end, all that came out was a long sigh. The combined fleet is beyond saving, Commander. Please give the order to preserve the combined fleet. After a long silence, Qiu Jinji finally spoke, his voice trembling. In reality, no one wanted to surrender. If the enemy were only slightly stronger and had more accurate artillery, the combined fleet might have had a chance of winning and could have withstood the enemy's firepower. But when it comes to dealing with the Great Xia Empire, we can only rely on strength. I'm afraid even the combined forces of the two fleets wouldn't be enough to defeat them. Boom! During this time, the Hatsugamo capsized after being hit by 14 shells, its body shattered into pieces, and all the sailors on board perished. Commander, the Chuyun has sunk. Please give the order. Braving enemy fire will only result in the needless loss of the Empire's elite sailors, accumulated over decades. Qiu Jinji's urgent voice rang out on the bridge. The Great Xia Empire are far Easterners. Surrendering to them is better than surrendering to Europeans. The Great Xia Empire is more like a lion in its prime, using its claws to drive out the Europeans who have invaded its territories. It is foreseeable that the Great Xia Empire will rule the Far East, and the Empire is the closest to this lion. Its influence is enough to destroy the entire empire. Lord Dongping, the Empire's best ally, master, has always been the Great Xia, as long as it is powerful enough to have a significant influence on the world, whether it is the Xia dynasty or the Great Xia Empire. The shells streaked across the sky, exploding with a sharp roar and splashing up white flowers on the vast sea, interspersed with flames from the impact on the steel. Throughout the fleet's voyage, the Japanese sailors did not simply take the hits. They also retaliated, relentlessly bombarding the blurry little dots in the distance. The accuracy was far off, because the Navy Ministry didn't provide the combined fleet with a large number of shells for training before it left the mainland. It was practically a rush trip, a suicide mission. Moreover, Shermo's gunpowder played a crucial role in this battle, its instability even leading to the destruction of a gun emplacement. After the two fragile cruisers exploded, a heavy shell hit the stern of the Mikasa, destroying it completely and tearing it in half from the hull. The ship slowly took on water, and the entire warship slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The combined fleet's decline was obvious, and the remaining capital ships had no effect on the outcome of the naval battle. 10 years of naval history, a single day of defeat, and everything is lost. The Empire's hard-earned wealth has vanished in a thin air. Dong Pingxiang wept. Inigato, Akishin-kun, I'm entrusting the combined fleet to you from now on. He had to do something to preserve the fighting force of the combined fleet. The flame of hope could not be extinguished. Whether the combined fleet still existed or not, this seed could continue to be passed down. Then, to the latter's astonishment, he raised his left hand high and announced, "The Allied fleet has surrendered to the Great Xia Empire." All ships are to hoist flags for various countries, stop, shut down, and point their cannons upwards. This time, however, instead of ordering the fleet to turn hard to port and raise the Z flag for a decisive battle, he ordered them to surrender. How is that possible? Commander, you've surrendered? He's a coward, a coward. The great nation of Japan will never yield to its enemies. This sudden order left many sailors puzzled. Some obeyed, while others objected. Some warships even rioted with the diehards after dealing with the men who were serving on their ships, raising the signal for a decisive battle. The time has come for us to serve His Majesty the Emperor, and all of you should strive to do your utmost. The Yoshino raised its flag, vowing to fight to the death, and charge ahead of the formation, but what awaited it was a deafening roar. Chapter 62, Naniwa. The combined fleet can surrender, but the Naniwa cannot. Sink it with its secondary guns. Besides, everything on board is incredibly wicked, having committed unforgivable crimes. Sinking to the bottom of the sea is their final fate. After sinking the Yoshino, an order from Qin Tian was transmitted to all combat units. The crimes committed by the Naniwa are intolerable. They have reached the extreme. As for the rest, they can all go grow potatoes. The two North Carolinas quickly carried out their commander's orders, using their superior maneuverability to reach the rear of the combined fleet. A completely new type of capital ship has appeared in the ranks of the Great Xia Empire's fleet. To the people of Dongping Township, this was already a very shocking thing. The distance was a black dot, and the outline of it gradually became visible in such a short time. After a brief moment of reflection, the two realized something was amiss. Where are they going? Then, to Togo's puzzled gaze, the other side ignored Mikasa, who was barely floating on the surface of the water, and headed towards the auxiliary ship group at the rear of the fleet. He stood on the bridge, his gaze piercing through the turbulent sea, looking far, far away. What is the Great Xia Empire doing there, especially since these two main warships are going there in a combat posture? The combined fleet has surrendered, and we have lifted the state of war. Even if we wanted to launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult to achieve everything we wanted in a short time. Moreover, the Great Xia fleet has completely neglected its capital ships, Shiojinji said. Capital ships? Among the bunch of auxiliary vessels behind them, what could possibly warrant such a fuss? They're not troop transports. Wait, and troop transport ship? Suddenly, a strange light flashed in Dongping Township's eyes, as if a memory buried deep in his heart had been ruthlessly touched. Wave speeds up. Instantly, Togo Hei's face turned pale, as if he were being heavily pressed down by an invisible force. His mind was filled with memories of a blood feud that was etched into the hearts of all the people of Xia. Several years ago, our side sank the merchant ship carrying soldiers of the Great Xia in the eastern region, and used the ship's guns and cannons to mow down the soldiers who fell into the water. And the ship that carried out this operation was none other than the Naniwa. He was the one who gave the order. I believe that the Naniwa was carrying a large number of weapons, which violates the regulations of the Great Xia Empire. Therefore, we were allowed to board the ship for inspection. The Naniwa refused our reasonable request, so we had no choice but to open fire and sink it. In fact, they, referring to Japan, also need to compensate each of our sailors with between 5 and 10,000 gold pounds as compensation for mental distress. The captain of the 5th North Carolina-class destroyer casually wrote these few words in his diary. At the time, we did our best to rescue the crew members who fell into the water, but due to the large waves that day and the small size of our ship, we were unable to launch the lifeboats in time. This was indeed our fault. However, because the people involved, referring to the crew members who fell into the water, were magnanimous, they did not choose to pursue the matter. So I think they forgave our mistake. Is there intense gunfire in the sea? I deny this view. Based on my first-hand historical materials and the judgment of historical experts, it is very likely that it was caused by the explosion of a large number of weapons carried on the Naniwa. They later confirmed this view. Now, the intense sounds of gunfire and the cries of the crew of the Naniwa that had fallen into the water lingered over the entire sea. Only after the artillery fire completely stopped were there crimson hues on the sea surface, with various debris staining the seawater red. They always remember. They always remember. It was my fault that they were harmed. Dongping Township's eyes reddened with anxiety. Of course, he knew why the other party had come and why they wanted to sink the Naniwa. His eyes became vacant, losing their former sharpness and decisiveness, as if the screams of Japanese sailors, struggling in the sea or being hit by gunfire, were playing out before him. The overwhelming pain surged through him like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. They're getting revenge, just like he did a few years ago, coldly watching Xia soldiers sink into the sea, or saying to his colleagues after sinking the troop transport ship, "I succeeded. I'm the traitor of the empire. I have failed. It was me. I failed." Dongping Township's self-mockery echoed in the sky, reaching endless distances. Chapter 63: Indiscriminate Commerce, Breaking War. The entire combined fleet was shocked by this. No one expected that the Great Xia Empire's navy would be so vengeful, slaughtering all the sailors on the Naniwa without leaving a single one alive. The immense stimulation from this scene deeply activated the traditional nature of the Japanese. They would submit to whoever was ruthless towards them. Therefore, the combined fleet cooperated very well, and the entire takeover process took no more than an hour. Forget it, the combined fleet is nothing but fish to be slaughtered. Good luck to them. Dongping Township abandoned his immature idea of resistance. He would later be tried as a criminal by the Far East Military Tribunal of the Great Xia Empire and sentenced to 3 hangings. The countless Japanese sailors present today were all terrified by the ferocity of the Great Xia Empire's fleet. Deep within their subconscious, a fear of the might of the superior nation lurks like a dormant sprout, silently waiting to fully emerge and launch a famous upheaval movement in Japan. The ringleaders have all been captured, the combined fleet has been annihilated, and the first phase of the strategic objective has been achieved. Now, we will execute the Great Xia Plows the Court plan. All ships are free to navigate, regardless of ammunition or time. Any Japanese ships encountered along the way shall be sunk. The captain took out a long plan and issued orders point by point. A massive, indiscriminate attack on Japan, affecting the entire Far East, was launched. One after another, Japanese merchant ships suffered catastrophic losses. The Azure Sea was shattered by thick smoke and flames, and the air, which was filled with the scent of the sea, was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder and the acrid smell of burning objects. Countless plumes of smoke filled the vast sea area, and the deafening roar of cannons echoed constantly. Countless shells pierced the sky, falling into the water with a deathly whistle, creating towering columns of water. Every shell that landed meant that a ship associated with Japan was mercilessly sunk. Among them were ships from other countries, with merchant ships from the British Empire being the most numerous. Faced with the threat of naval gunfire, these miserly British sailors attempted to raise their country's flag and use their country's laws to threaten the Great Xia Empire. However, what they got in return was a merciless shelling, and the supplies on the ship were turned into floating debris. In Qin Tian's words, "These idiots are making a joke. I've even beaten up the Far East fleet. What's a few dozen broken ships to me?" The Great Xia Empire has gone mad. They're attacking any ship they can find. A transport ship flying the Union Jack was billowing thick smoke, and the flickering firelight reflected the terrified faces of the crew, a testament to their intense fear. Boom boom. A massive fleet patrolled in the distance, its steel hulls appearing and disappearing in the smoke, its cannons arbitrarily reaping the Japanese soldiers attempting to break through the blockade. The Empire needs these supplies to fight against the Great Xia Empire, and we must ensure that these supplies are safely transported to the mainland. Many Japanese ships were struggling to maneuver themselves, trying to dodge the cannonballs, each one potentially fatal. But without exception, they all failed. The fragile deck could not withstand the violent explosion of a small caliber shell. In just one day, Japan lost hundreds of thousands of tons of transport ships, and all key maritime transport points were cut off. Sea routes have been completely shut down, and Japan has become an isolated island, an island engulfed in gunfire. The entire combined fleet was annihilated. The diplomatic mission of the Great Xia Empire has made the Japanese high command realize that their joint fleet, on which they depend for survival, has failed, and that enemy naval guns will launch a fatal blow to their homeland. We cannot let the common people know this news. Otherwise, the empire will become even more chaotic. The Japanese high command immediately blocked the news of the combined fleet's defeat. But the blockade was soon broken, and a very enthusiastic Otsuka flotilla approached Kyoto Bay, turning many strangers into acquaintances again, because it was easier to get things done if you had someone you knew there. At the same time, a squadron bombarded the southern coastal areas of Japan, tirelessly helping the Japanese plow the land so that they could have a good harvest next year. Where was the combined fleet when Lushima was under enemy fire? This is the true power of a superior nation. I've said before that only by following the big brother can we gain a voice in the world, instead of relying on those Europeans. After news of the shelling of coastal cities spread, many people began to question the existence of a combined fleet. Otherwise, why didn't the combined fleet, supported by the entire nation, drive away this terrifying enemy when it was attacked on its homeland? As the war of commerce raiding deepened, the ill state of Japan became increasingly apparent, as they received no supplies from the outside world. This led to chaos in many cities, and the long-suppressed emotions of the Japanese people finally erupted. Zero-yen purchases were a minor issue. Some even directly attacked the army and navy ministries. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Empire's army landed on Lure Island under the cover of the navy. The vanguard, consisting of a division, quickly cleared the area after stabilizing the beachhead. A battalion of the 6th Division stationed there was wiped out because the Great Xia Empire did not allow them to surrender. The Great Xia Empire has landed on Lure Island. When the Locust heard the news, it looked as if the sky had fallen. The 6th Division garrison was completely routed wherever it went, and they even became acquaintances. This was an unprecedented event in the history of Japan. No other country had ever successfully landed on its territory before, and the resulting panic was greater than that caused by any other country. This matter cannot be suppressed by the emperor nor by other important officials in Japan. Public opinion below has become uncontrollable. The culprits must be punished. They challenged a great power and launched a war against the wrong country at the wrong time and in the wrong place. Some people backed down in the face of the powerful offensive of the Great Xia Empire. Whoever started the war should take the blame, even if it meant pushing out the entire cabinet, as long as it could quell the anger of the Great Xia Empire. These remarks sent a shiver down Ito Haku's spine, who feared that one night a group of low-ranking officials would tie him up and send him away. Transfer the 4th Division there to cooperate with the 6th Division, and at the same time shrink the coastal industrial system and relocate it inland, someone said. He was a staunch advocate of war. That's excellent. I hope the 4th Division can withstand the Great Xia Empire's attack and buy time for the empire. Ultimately, Tian Huang adopted this suggestion and transferred the division, which consisted of a group of merchants. It was precisely because of his shady actions that the 6th Division was in deep trouble. Chapter 64 Countdown to the Destruction of the Dojinshi. Then, the imperial edict was immediately relayed to the 40th Division's garrison, ordering them to proceed to Lushima as reinforcements. What? His Majesty the Heavenly Locust has ordered us to rush to Lure Island and start a war against the Great Xia Empire. Yamanaka Noji, the vice-captain of the 12th Regiment, was taken aback by this sudden surprise. As for why he was the deputy, that story begins with his escape from Yokosuka Port. Hey, Captain Yamanaka, a lot of people in the 12th Regiment are sick. It's probably because of the food last night. This time, Tano-kun has learned his lesson and agrees with whatever Yamanaka Noji says. When it comes to doing things, the superiors set an example for the subordinates. He runs away in the mountains, and he makes money in the mountains too, all under the banner of cooperation and win-win. It seems that the Great Xia Empire generally doesn't use physical means against ordinary people like them, as long as they haven't committed any crimes. It's as if this condition was tailor-made for the 4th Division. Many people who have returned say that the Great Xia Empire does not indiscriminately kill innocent people. They are truly the army of a great power. However, the 6th Division is an exception because they have done many bad things, and the people of Great Xia are very rich. Tano-kun emphasized the last word. Rich? Kind? Only targeting the 6th Division. Yamanaka Noji's eyes lit up immediately, seemingly only interested in this, completely ignoring what came before. An enemy you can trade with is a good enemy, and the atmosphere immediately became harmonious. But for the unsuspecting soldiers, it was like a bolt from the blue being sent to fight those demons. Wasn't that just throwing their lives away? Why don't those arrogant people who like to walk on the left go there? Then a bizarre scene unfolded. The infirmary at the 4th Division's garrison was packed with people from all 4 regiments, who were all complaining of foot pain, leg pain, shoulder pain, headache, and pain in any identifiable area. Finally, with the division commander personally overseeing the operation, the soldiers of the 4 regiments had no choice but to reluctantly pack up their weapons and embark on a month-long reinforcement mission. Upon seeing the swift action of the 4th Division, Emperor Tian Huang couldn't help but praise them repeatedly, saying they truly deserved to be the empire's elite. However, the scene was somewhat different from what they had imagined. On the march, each regimental commander would lead the way with inspiring words, speaking eloquently and persuasively, while the soldiers behind would weakly call out a couple of times, looking back every 3 steps, and every 10 steps they would either drop their pot or forget to tie their shoelaces. They hadn't even walked a few dozen miles before they had to start a fire to cook, and either they got poisoned by one poisoning or another. Even worse, some people pretended to fall behind. At first, they fell behind one by one, and then small groups of people fell behind. The 4th Division had already suffered half its casualties before even entering the battle. Then, before they had even reached the halfway point, news came that the entire 6th Division had been wiped out. In fact, the 6th Division had a chance to retreat, but after receiving a telegram that the 4th Division was about to arrive, they chose to fight with their backs to the wall, hoping to catch the enemy off guard when this elite force was exhausted. As it turned out, the 4th Division, which was supposed to arrive soon, was still halfway there. Yoshi, the 6th Division is doomed. We are willing to go through fire and water for His Majesty, the Heavenly Locust. We need to return to our base as soon as possible and build fortifications to deal with the enemy's sudden attack. All the soldiers immediately cheered and jumped for joy. They made their way back incredibly fast, each one of them beaming with pride. The entire 6th Division was killed in action. The enemy did not give them a chance to surrender. Back in Kyoto, after receiving news that the enemy had annihilated the 6th Division, Amako closed his eyes and fainted. The country's granaries are so empty they could practically run rats. The empire's economy is on the verge of collapse, and the war on horseback is going poorly. I can't take it anymore. Let's just destroy it all. The cabinet was at its wit's end, mobilizing a large number of soldiers and relocating industries back inland, while appealing for help from around the world through the ambassadors of various countries. Besides these, they also harbored the worst-case scenario: surrender, even though the cost of that was something the empire could not afford. Given the Xia people's vengeful nature, the entire empire might have to pay a huge sum in reparations alone. Great Britain did respond to Japan by verbally attacking the Great Xia Empire, but that was it. They didn't dare utter a word about their sunken ships, not even a hint of compensation or any intimidation. Déclarava? Who would dare to declare war on this madman? If they did, the Royal Navy would probably be completely destroyed. During the days that the Great Xia Empire was besieging Japan, seeing no hope of resistance, Philemon led the Far East Fleet to surrender and handed over all the warships to the Great Xia Empire. In addition, he himself will go to Beijing to sign the surrender agreement in front of a great audience. The news spread like wildfire across Beijing Island. The island's residents said they wouldn't do any work that day, nor would they cultivate the land. They said they would climb dozens of mountains to see how the foreign leaders surrendered and whether they were as arrogant as rumored. This is a blatant slap in the face for the British, no less than being paraded through the streets in humiliation. Britain's previously invincible disruptive tactics have all become meaningless. The empire can abandon its interests in the Far East, withdraw its strategic forces to strengthen Europe, and isolate the enemy in the Far East. Parliament decided to transfer 2 to 3 capital ships from the Royal Fleet to strengthen the defenses of the Strait of Malacca and to allocate 300,000 gold pounds to build 1 to 2 forts. Many members of Parliament were determined not to provoke this behemoth unless it reached for the Queen's crown. While the war in Japan was raging, Beijing also ushered in a historic moment, a moment that marked the rise of the Great Xia Empire. The surrender ceremony was scheduled for 9 a.m., when the Far East Fleet, represented by Fryman, would present the surrender document to the Great Xia Empire as the defeated force in North Harbor. Early that morning, Zhang Laosan led his entire family, dressed in their brand new clothes that they only wore during the new year, and made themselves look very grand. There was a roll of firecrackers placed at the entrance of the house, which was made of broken wooden planks. It was specially bought from town a few days ago, so that people could light it happily when they went out and have good luck. Don't covet these material possessions. When we are strong, we won't be bullied every day, and we won't have to live our whole lives with a hunched back, unable to even look people in the eye. That would be terrible. Our country is a great nation, where all nations pay tribute. It is a great fortune to witness the surrender of foreigners today. Let's get up early, cross a few mountains, and broaden our horizons. In his own words, one cannot be frugal all one's life. One must consider the circumstances. Now that his army has won a battle and the foreigners have bowed their heads, this is an extraordinary event, one that is rare even in a century. We must celebrate. Even the new year is not as important as this moment. Zhang Laosan has suffered a lot. He has been looked down upon by foreigners and beaten by Japanese. He understood that now that he had finally stood up for himself, he had to show his strength and not let the foreigners look down on him. Chapter 65, Ordinary People Witness History, Part 1. Thinking about his life today, Zhang Laosan was incredibly generous. Before leaving, he reminded his family, "Son, take that good lamp with you. It will make walking at night easier." "Yes, yes." A response came from the other side of the house, and a moment later a man came out carrying a kerosene lamp. He carefully wiped it with a rag and handed it to Zhang Laosan. Good stuff. This is the best thing in my family. Maybe it could be passed down as a family heirloom." Mentioning this thing, Zhang Laosan couldn't stop smiling. It was issued by the Long Army. In addition, there was a bottle of kerosene, which was said to be for use on a road at night to save trouble. He never imagined that someone as common as him would one day be able to afford a lamp. Life, this is what life is all about. What were all those things before? At that moment, the light of happiness appeared in his heart and lingered for a long, long time, illuminating the small, dilapidated house. Take half a day's worth of dry rations and make do with them. Don't delay our journey, or we won't even have a chance to see what the foreigners look like before they leave. From now on, the family genealogy will start from my generation. If word gets out, we'll say that we witnessed foreigners surrendering. That was pretty impressive. After half an hour, Zhang Laosan took out a tinderbox, lit the firecrackers, and then set off with his family. "Hey, Uncle Lee, what a coincidence you're going to." As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Laosen saw a familiar face and several familiar faces right there on the dirt road by his house. Yes, I haven't been able to sleep all day, tossing and turning, just wanting to go see. It's a big deal. You know, it only happens a few times a year anyway, said Grandpa Li, even shaking himself slightly. Hey, I heard that the Royal Army will be distributing land in a few days, according to the number of people. My family had someone estimate it, and it's about 10 mu. Old John, have you gone yet? You'd better hurry, or you might not get any left. All right, we'll talk about this when I get back. Nothing is more important than this. After chatting for a while, the group set off together. 2 kerosene lamps and a few torches illuminated the road, stretching far into the distance. Along the way, lights kept converging from various places, from a group of small torches to stars, and then to the sun. The number of people increased from a few to dozens, and finally, it became unclear whether it was thousands or tens of thousands. The mountains and fields were filled with an endless stream of people carrying lanterns, rushing towards Beigang Bay. Some who lived far away came several days in advance. When they were hungry, they ate dry rations. When they were thirsty, they drank spring water. They endured wind and rain, but nothing could stop their burning passion. They turned the insurmountable mountains into low hills and the impassable rivers into small puddles. The water we drank was just ordinary water, and the dry food was just the most common wild fruits and dried vegetable leaves. It had no taste, but it was sweet to our hearts. Finally, as the sun rose and the orange hues gradually appeared on the horizon, illuminating the faces of every extraordinary person, they arrived at North Harbor and walked onto the wide main road. OMG. I've been here before, and it wasn't this beautiful then. How did it get so big? Beigang Bay, a newly born pearl, a vast city with its wide roads and clean streets, is bathed in the early morning sun. This sight caused everyone to hold their breath, staring intently at this magnificent scene. The feelings surging in their hearts were indescribable. Everything was so beautiful, if one ignored the people hanging on the streetlights. When talking about the achievements that Beigang Bay has made in a short period of time, we must mention the selfless work of our great international friends who have worked hard in all aspects to build Beigang Bay into another emerging metropolis. A railway built by a pitifully small number of American people, though only a small section, is now open to traffic. The Prussians, known for their meticulousness and expertise in electrical engineering, had each street lamp installed in its designated location by a specific person. The lamps were also made sturdy enough to support a person. If one couldn't, the young Prussian man responsible for its installation would be hung on it. No one wants to be one of these lucky ones, so they take it more seriously than ever. The sewers were also slightly modified, but Qin Tian still entrusted this important task to Prussia, because 100 years later, the sewers they built could still yield brand new Prussian engineers and design blueprints wrapped in oil paper. Just listen to that. How amazing is that? For the huge number of notebooks, Qin Tian found them a good job. Indoors, avoiding wind, rain, and sun. Occasionally, some of them were transferred to road repair, and the Baigangwan road in front of them was their masterpiece. Well, my times have changed. Even foreigners are working for us now. Great Xia has become powerful. Now, Zhang Laosen stood on the road, gazing into the distance. From time to time, he could see the Allied prisoners working hard. One by one, fierce-looking overseers stood next to the prisoners or bowed and scraped to the National Defense Army soldiers. Fellow villagers, are you going to Beigang Bay Port? Please make way. We're full. If you want to get there quickly, please wait at the blue sign behind us. There are a few more convoys coming up. As he was deep in thought, military trucks filled with civilians drove by. A soldier in the driver's cab stuck his head out and gestured for the crowd to disperse, because there were so many that they had blocked the road. Everyone, go over there. We'll be waiting for you there. It's still a long way before the foreigners surrender, so hurry up. Shunzi, distribute the candy to everyone and make them happy. The people on the bus were very happy, waving their hands and throwing the sugared grains they were holding into the crowd. Life has become more prosperous, and every household has some surplus grain. With such a good day, it's no big deal to share some food. Hey, isn't that Lu Datu? How'd he get up there? Hey kid, he didn't even say a word. I'll go take a look too. Our own things are so much better than foreigners. A pedestrian spotted a familiar face from the village, shouted out, and quickly grabbed onto the pole of the back of the vehicle, prompting the soldiers to try and dissuade him. Some of the bolder ones jumped right up to the engine hood, holding on with one hand and stretching out the other to high-five the crowd. When Zhang Laosen saw it, tears welled up in his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry, nor did he fight with anyone for the car. He just watched, determined to remember everything. The crowd kept moving forward, crossing countless streets from the very beginning of the city to the end of the road, all moving forward without a single person turning back. There was no stampede because everyone was orderly and moving in the same direction. It wasn't chaotic. Chapter 66, Ordinary People Witness History, Part 2. At around 8:10 a.m., Fryman led his surrender delegation to North Harbor. There was no welcoming procession, no grand banquet, nothing at all. Fellman must have been tormented. It was at this time that he met the supreme ruler of the Great Xia Empire. "Everyone, are you settling in all right?" Qin Tian asked as soon as they met. At the same time, Lieutenant Zhang translated the sentence. "You? Oof." Fellman snorted coldly, instinctively wanting to retort, but remembering that he was on the losing side, he could only swallow his anger. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. It's inevitable to be flustered the first time you're the one surrendering. "I believe you'll get used to it in the future," Qin Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Far East Fleet officers behind him stared intently at Qin Tian, wishing they could tear him to pieces. If you hadn't attacked the Far East Fleet, the outcome of the war would have been uncertain. "Are you Far Easterners only capable of sneak attacks?" Fellman roared in anger. Qin Tian shook his head and sneered. "We'll find out what you're made of once we put you to the test. As for you, I regret to inform you that even if the Royal Navy came, you would be sunk." Then he added, "But you're lucky. You surrendered much faster than cannonballs." "Ha ha, I've finally seen the shamelessness of Great Britain today. What world hegemon? That's just because they haven't encountered the Great Xia Empire yet." These words made the crowd behind Qin Tian burst into laughter. This is absolutely outrageous. Being publicly humiliated was something Felix couldn't tolerate. When did these lowly Far Easterners start riding on the heads of gentlemen? This long-standing habit couldn't be changed overnight, and he clenched his fists, ready to fight. With just a glance from Qin Tian, Zhang, the adjutant, immediately understood and kicked Fellman in the stomach, causing him excruciating pain. Fellman's face turned green, and he immediately knelt on the ground. "Gentlemen, do not argue with barbarians. Stay calm, you must stay calm." Upon seeing this, the members of the Far East Fleet's surrender group instantly lost their temper and didn't dare utter a sound, because they saw the dark gun barrels behind the enemy, while their own weapons had already been disarmed. The instrument of human truth equality is no joke. "It seems Mr. Fryman still doesn't fully understand his own abilities," Qin Tian said. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. It was already a favor that he wasn't throwing his leather shoes at him. Brother Korn did just that, and in front of the whole world. After Zhang, the adjutant, kicked him a few more times, Qin Tian Kai waved his hand, signaling the executioners on both sides so no. The guards though helped Fellman to the conference table like a dead pig. "Oof, I don't need you to come." During this process, Fellman broke free from the guard support and bent down to touch his belly, but he did not notice that Qin Tian was standing in front of him. From a certain angle, the two people's positions form a very obvious image of one of them bending over. The photographer captured this moment, seizing this demanding angle. The famous photograph of Fremantle bowing to Qin Tian, which appeared in later history books, was derived from this. Fortunately, the matter was resolved quickly without any conflict, and the two groups soon moved to the middle of the vacant area at the North Harbor Wharf. At 9 o'clock sharp, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fellman sat on the sack of the battlefield. He was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people who had come from all over the country. Some were banging drums and gongs, others were watching him like a monkey, and still others were there for all sorts of reasons. Fellman was in no mood to witness this scene. An agreement was laid out before them. The Great Xia Empire, wielding the world's divine artifacts, commands homage from all nations, its blessings extending to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. It is the center of the world, the supreme nation. Yet, there exists an inferior nation, Little Britain, a mere barbarian state, which dares to claim supremacy. This is utterly disrespectful. Disregarding the grace of the Celestial Empire, it brazenly offends the majesty of our supreme nation, committing a series of unforgivable crimes, including the enslavement and murder of our citizens. Its sins are unforgivable. Therefore, these regulations are hereby promulgated to uphold the majesty of our nation. I, the monarch of the inferior nation of Little Britain, has committed heinous crimes and should immediately submit a letter of apology, punish the ringleaders, and personally kneel before the superior nation to express his remorse. If you are obedient, our warships will offer peace. If you are arrogant, our warships will fight to the death. 2. Since the start of the war, Little Britain should reparate all losses suffered by the great power. However, the amount is enormous and cannot be repaid overnight. Therefore, a repayment plan is proposed to be made in installments over a period of 39 years. If Little Britain reneges on this agreement, then military action will ensue. 3rd, Little Britain shall return Malacca and all other territories of our celestial empire as a sign of respect for our nation. The ceded land shall be designated by our superior nation and shall not be subject to negotiation. If any party reneges, our warships shall come to reclaim them. The people of Little Britain are barbaric, ignorant, and insatiably greedy. They are truly among the lowest of human morals. Those who wish to surrender to our superior nation must present the corresponding credentials according to our laws and regulations. If they commit any crime, regardless of the time or severity, they shall be severely punished according to the laws of our superior nation. Fryman couldn't stand the first clause alone, but after recalling the past, he shook his head and pretended not to know anything. Fortunately, the following clauses had been agreed upon beforehand, which avoided a dispute. After all, he did sign his name, but what does it matter to him whether Great Britain implements it or not? Does he expect to take the blame for this? Sigh, he thought of this, and immediately grabbed a pen from beside the agreement, signed it heavily, and then threw it aside in protest. According to prior agreement, the surrender document should be handed over by the defeated party to the victorious party. However, due to his height in the table, he had a hand over the document in a bent-over posture. The foreigners have surrendered. How can barbarians dare to challenge the majesty of our great nation? After 60 years of bitter waiting, today I witness my country's victory. I want to speak, but I have no words to express my excitement. Words cannot convey the emotion I feel today. Only tears can flow. An old, frail scholar, accompanied by his family, shouted with all his might. In the past, the Western barbarians, with their superior boats and carriages and the power of cannons, broke through the gates of our superior nation, seized our territory, plundered our treasures, and spread their culture, intending to make our people subservient. But today, the humiliation of the past has been completely wiped away. This moment ignited the entire stadium, with countless cheers and confetti raining down, filling the entire arena with a sea of excited sounds. The revival of our great Xia begins today. The powerful ships and cannons of the foreign barbarians have all turned to smoke and dust under the might of our mighty army. From this moment on, our warships can roam the four seas, travel the universe, and patrol the borders. No barbarian nation dares to challenge our might. Chapter 67, Qin Tian's Chaotic Day. While the shore was bustling with activity, some enormous creatures in the sea were also playing music to signify the rise of the nation. Boom! The 5 main warships fired a total of 60 main guns and 450 secondary guns, blasting countless transparent holes into the seawater. The booming of cannons and cheers mingled together, creating a wonderfully beautiful scene. This nation has stood up, the lion has truly awakened, and a sense of pride in a great power is gradually spreading in their hearts. The war 60 years ago no longer brought them shame, but rather an inspiration, inspiring them to completely replace the British Empire as the world's hegemon. When they truly stand at the top of the world, weak Great Britain will face their revenge. Fryman and his delegation realized the real problem was not their temporary setback, but that when a nation truly rises, it cannot be suppressed, and this trend will spread throughout the world. It is foreseeable that the vast British colonies will soon be rife with numerous and significant troubles. As night fell, the crowds from all over still lingered, gathering in the bustling North Harbor, a sight they would never forget. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a grand fireworks display began. The fireworks in the sky constantly demonstrated an atmosphere of peace. Only in prosperous times can such a beautiful scene be seen. North Harbor Administration Building. Although it's called a building, it's actually just the former governor's mansion. After the disgusting parts were removed, it was temporarily used as an office building. Here, Qin Tian met Huang Dahai, the Minister of Logistics of the Great Xia Dynasty. Have all the supplies been distributed to various places, especially those for keeping warm? We can't neglect that, Qin Tian asked, frowning. The problem is that a large portion of the people we see today are still wearing thin layers of cloth, which is much better than before, but it is still a problem. They have clothes to wear, but they're reluctant to wear them. This problem needs to be addressed. Otherwise, what's the point of distributing so many supplies? Reporting to the commander, all have been distributed, especially the winter and summer uniforms. They were all distributed according to the standards, with each person wearing one set, washing one set, and keeping one set, Huang Dahai replied. The neighboring garrisons mobilized all available resources, bringing supplies to the maximum extent that the military trucks could reach. Then, the soldiers had to go door to door to notify everyone. Once the supplies for one village were distributed, they would move on to the next village, mobilizing resources from all directions to help one village. Some of the people who were receiving work relief also joined in, and they would pick up a couple of items along the way. So how could they not be quick? Huang Dahai continued. But there is still a shortage of manpower. If there were more Xiaobang people, it would be great. They are big, and although their strength is only SOSO, it is enough. Moreover, there is no need to worry about wear and tear when using them. They can repair roads very quickly, so that cars can go anywhere they want. Using the people of Xiaobang to complete industrial accumulation? Not bad. Qin Tian was clearly tempted. Yes, Commander. So, could we transfer the people from the British Empire to Northport to carry out infrastructure construction? No, not just the British, but Japan has even more labor. They can handle it perfectly well. They can even grow potatoes in the freezing cold. What's wrong with building some roads? Qin Tian said, Japan has a surplus of labor, so they can plunder, or rather attract some of them to Beijing. The number of people there will be no less than 50,000. There can't be too many people, otherwise it will be too chaotic. They're easier to manage than Europeans. In this alternate world, Japan did not defeat Tsarist Russia, and that sense of national pride did not reach its peak. It was more like a faint presence. The stark contrast between the rise of the Great Xia Empire and the sudden decline of Japan will leave countless Japanese people feeling lost. Was it really the right thing for them to break away from the vassal state of the superior nation and turn to Europe? Let's entice them a little more, make them serve the Great Xia Empire in showcasing its superior status. Give them a slap on the wrist followed by a sweet treat. Keep entice them, and plenty of them will be loyal to us. Pick a few loyal, tall guys from among them to bring back to China. Wouldn't that make them pro-Great Xia faction? What if they don't obey? That's simple. Just slander them, or get rid of them and replace them with someone else, whether it's a high-ranking or low-ranking official. It doesn't matter, since the Japanese tradition is for the lower to overthrow the higher-ups anyway. With a few clever maneuvers, the results were achieved, and Japan underwent a dramatic transformation. Of course, that's all in the future. The most important thing is the following point. Qin Tian said, in the near future, it will be difficult for you to do a lot of running around. I need to transfer 4 divisions from the 1st Army Group to enhance the Great Xia Empire's deterrent power in Hong Kong. Commander, are you preparing to conquer the Xia dynasty? Huang Dahai instantly understood. That's right. We're fighting in the south and the north, so you don't need to worry about the supply of materials outside of Beijing. I could transport all the supplies needed by the entire army by myself. The shortage of manpower is not only a problem with the labor force, but also with the military strength. It is impossible to transfer all the defense forces from Beijing Island, so it is necessary to leave 2 divisions to maintain order. Hong Kong currently has 2 divisions. Adding 4 more divisions would be a drop in the ocean, and further reinforcements may be needed to prepare for the upcoming battles. In addition, 3 divisions of troops had to be diverted to Japan, and with all the commotion here and there, 200,000 troops were simply not enough. Okay, it's settled then. After seeing Huang Dahai off, Qin Tian was just about to rest when he received another telegram. The grain distributed in Beijing has surprisingly become a hard currency in trade. Oh right, there's also the issuance of new currency. Qin Tian suddenly realized that he had only remembered this matter today. If grain can circulate widely among the people, then the newly issued currency of the Great Xia Empire can too. By linking grain and currency in circulation together, and using a fixed ratio and mixed circulation method, excess grain can be gradually recovered, and currency can be promoted in the process. In the subsequent work for relief programs, a portion of the new currency and food had to be mixed in. Regarding the monetary system, Qin Tian had already given it some thought, with credit money being the first choice and the gold standard as a backup. As for the silver standard, there are too many pitfalls, and the price is unstable, unlike gold which fluctuates within a certain range, unless there is no other choice. Implementing this kind of thing is likely to attract the attention of major powers. After all, it's obvious how much silver the U.S. has absorbed from the world through its Silver Act. It's not easy for economically weak countries to pull off this, at least not at present. Given the current conditions, the conditions for a credit money system are ripe. Because the reputation and authority of Great Xia reached their peak after the surrender of the Far East Fleet, all the achievements in the resettlement of the people were obvious to all. All the currencies issued by the Great Xia Empire are guaranteed by the empire's credit. When the time comes, the authorities will require settlement in monetary form, not in the form of grain. They will also hire a few shills, so there is no fear of them not circulating. If someone refuses to use something that is widely circulated among the public, they shouldn't blame him for resorting to nuclear annihilation. Relying solely on credit without substantial reserves of precious metals as a guarantee is extremely dangerous. But what Qin Tian controls is the most powerful war machine. He'll use the traditional European skill of plunder to his advantage. There isn't much gold available yet. It should be noted that the gold collected from Japan and the Far East Fleet alone amounts to a full 1.5 tons, and this is only before the British reparations have arrived. It seems all the major powers are rolling in money. The easiest way to make money now is to squeeze every last drop out of the banknotes. So, Qin Tian clapped his hands and fixed his gaze on Japan. Chapter 68, adding insult to injury for Japan. On the same day that the Far East Fleet formally surrendered, a major event occurred in Japan. The Russians landed via their northern route. The Great Xia Fleet, which has already surrounded Japan from all sides, guarantees that this was absolutely not something they let in on purpose. Upon learning of the complete annihilation of the East China Sea Fleet and the combined fleet, the enraged Emperor of Russia directly ordered several armed merchant ships, laden with gray livestock, to cross the Matsutani Strait under the cover of several ironclad warships and land on the northern route of Japan. This arrogant emperor did not easily admit his defeat, and instead turned around and threw his fist at the Japanese and the Great Xia Empire. The glory lost from the disastrous defeat at sea led him to try to regain it on land. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Japan's defenses in the north were essentially empty, with most of its regular army deployed to the center, which gave Tsarist Russia a huge advantage. Armed merchant ships made several trips, transporting 5,000 Russian soldiers and supplies onto the northern route. On their return journey, they even loaded several boats with Japanese books to plant potatoes. Kill all these heretics. Their existence is not permitted. Land. The empire needs more land. At that moment, a herd of gray animals were croaking loudly on the island, touching the hearts of the Japanese people there in their own unique way. The Japanese third-line soldiers stationed there did consider defense. But can they win? Often, under the fearless onslaught of cannons and livestock, the hastily constructed defenses of the Japanese nation crumbled at the first touch, followed by a bloody massacre and a flurry of swords and spears. It was a nightmare for the Japanese. The northern route needs tactical guidance. This urgent intelligence report was presented directly to Tian Wang and his ministers. This was met with a series of deep sighs. The empire has run out of troops. The 2nd and 6th divisions are completely wiped out, and the 1st Division is facing a potential landing operation by the enemy in Kyoto Bay and is unable to move. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions need to confront the Great Xia Army Corps coming from the direction of Luer Island head-on. Not only can they not divide their forces, but they also need to continue to reinforce them. In the fight against the Great Xia Legion alone, 5 hastily assembled divisions have been dispatched to the front lines to support the 3 elite divisions. The remaining divisions, still being formed, couldn't be mobilized any longer. If the front lines collapsed, they would be needed to fill the gaps. The only combat-capable force is the 2 standing divisions of the Koreans, which cannot be recalled for the time being because the sea routes are blocked. If they could be recalled, then the sudden attack by the Tsarist Russians would not be a threat, and the northern route could be pacified. Seemingly to ease the tension, the Great Xia fleet secretly assembled in Kyoto Bay and concentrated its superior firepower to bomb several cities to smithereens. Terrified, Tian Wang sent 2 more militia divisions to reinforce the 1st Division. As for the northern route, Japan had no strength to spare for the time being and only sent a weak division as a symbolic gesture. And so, the 3 parties seemed to have a tacit understanding and ceased hostilities for a few days, all waiting for reinforcements to arrive in preparation for a major offensive. Great Xia was waiting for its artillery to be replenished. Tsarist Russia was waiting for reinforcements, and Japan was waiting for new recruits to arrive. It was a win-win situation for everyone, with each getting what they needed. For a time, the scene was very harmonious. Operation Lightning, codenamed Operation Lightning, is now officially underway. On the 3rd day, the Great Xia Empire launched a powerful attack, with the National Defense Army assembling the firepower of an artillery division and 9 battleships, firing tens of thousands of shells. The city of Honguchi, garrisoned by the 3rd Division, was completely reduced to ruins. The overwhelming barrage of shells offered no escape, leaving the enemy trembling under the 406mm and 381mm naval guns. These large-caliber shells can destroy a football field with a single shot, and an entire Japanese company would be wiped out if hit by just a few. After the shelling subsided, a prosperous city was reduced to ruins, and the 3rd Division was routed, experiencing the devastation of losing a battalion with a single shell. After the artillery barrage was over, it was time for the infantry to charge. Tens of thousands of soldiers, in teams of 3, poured into Honka City and engaged in street fighting with the remaining enemy forces. A small enemy squad is entrenched into one Lu requesting fire support. Requesting fire support. A special operations squad spotted flames erupting from a tall building in the distance. It was a French Type 97 machine gun firing fiercely, hindering their own advance. Bring my Gallic cannons here and blast them with 75mm guns. Before long, several artillerymen pushed a 75mm rapid-fire cannon, pointed the muzzle at the direction of the flames, and with a huge, rapid explosion, the firing point was destroyed. In areas with larger enemy forces, the soldiers formed small groups of 3 or 5, avoiding close combat, and instead calling in artillery fire from the rear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A terrifying howl descended upon the land once more, eliminating the enemy, physically. The barrage of bullets within a minute stunned the enemy group, and what awaited them was a hail of bullets from the soldiers, along with the phrase, "Surrender, and you won't be killed. Just plant potatoes and get to work." It has to be said that the Great Xia Empire now resembles the U.S. military. Ordinary infantrymen can call for artillery cover at will, and artillery clears the way and naval guns roar before every battle. When encountering a stronghold that is difficult to conquer, all you can do is use artillery. If there were airplanes, you might witness the spectacular scene of air support. On the sea, the guns of the North Carolina-class fleet, guided by seaplanes, launched a fierce attack on the Japanese reinforcements who, sensing the danger, wanted to reinforce the 3rd Division. Until every tiny dot on the ground was reduced to ashes, the shells, with precise coordinates reported from the air, hit exactly where they were pointed, deliberately targeting densely populated areas, causing the Japanese a great deal of trouble. Then the defensive line collapsed, and only a small number of Japanese soldiers, including the 3rd Division, fled. The mighty army of the Great Xia Empire arrived on the island she was loyal to. Chapter 69, bringing on industry. Because the Great Xia Empire was advancing too quickly, many of the Japanese divisions did not have time to destroy or take away the vast majority of industries from Hiroshima to Honguchi City. This provided Qin Tian with a convenient way to pack up and take away all the machinery, whether useful or not, using 8,000-ton transport ships and captured merchant ships. The huge warehouse was completely emptied, leaving not a trace. Whether it was semi-finished industrial products or raw materials, everything was taken away, regardless of whether it was substandard or high-quality goods. Bring it here, bring it anything. That's great. Sometimes being a freeloader is just so satisfying. It should be noted that most of these industries are located in coastal cities, and the previous bombardment by the Great Xia fleet was not specifically targeted at the industrial areas. Shanxi Port. Once the anchorage of the combined fleet and one of Japan's most important naval ports, it was a magnificent place at its peak, housing countless warships. However, with the complete annihilation of the combined fleet, the massive fleet that used the dock here has long since disappeared, and a large number of merchant ships that left the port were sunk by the Great Xia Navy, so the entire port now appears empty. But this desolate scene was temporary. During this period of war, the Great Xia fleet and army first took control of the area and maintained the integrity of the port. Later, ships of 8,000 tons and above began to dock, unload supplies at the port, and then load all sorts of random goods from Japan to return to port, making it a de facto transit port. Large numbers of people are moving into the dense area, and trucks belching smoke are working hard to transport goods to the dock area, where they are then transferred to transport ships via cranes. These goods include, but are not limited to, steel smelting and shipbuilding industries. In this respect, Japan is great. In order to help the backward Beigang region, it did not hesitate to provide all the modernization equipment, which was the result of decades of Meiji restoration, to the region. Thanks to their contributions, Beigang's development was accelerated by at least 20 years, marking the beginning of the Great Xia Empire's initial industrialization. Within a month, we must empty all the machines in this area of the city. We can't leave anything for the Japanese. It's not just machines. Take everything we can. If we can't take anything, stuff it with high explosives. Commander Wang Jing, who was already on the path to promotion and a raise, was in high spirits as he directed the heads of the transport brigade, discussing his plans for the future. Things like water conservancy facilities and power facilities are immovable, so we'll pack them with high explosives, but we'll have to wait until we complete the transport mission. But there's no need to do that in Shanxi Port and the surrounding area, because the Empire will be stationing troops there. If you little brats blow it up, I'll make you regret it. Wang Jing felt it was absolutely necessary to remind these kids in front of him. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that explosives wouldn't end up downstairs one day. If all the grain warehouses are moved and all the infrastructure is blown up, leaving nothing behind, what will happen to the remaining Japanese citizens? One of the transport team leaders asked, frowning. So you can only be a transport captain, while I'm a fleet captain. That's the logic. You take the food from the Japanese army, and then give half of it to help the good people. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Wang Jing wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face. Did he really need to be taught how to do this? The ultimate level of getting something for free is to share what you've gotten from others with them, making them so moved they cry tears of joy and wish they could recognize you as their boss on the spot. Remember to vigorously publicize the Empire's favor to them during the process, first suppressing and then praising. First, tell these peasants how big a crime they have committed, add some personal bias in the middle, then pour water on the Locust faction, and finally publicize the Empire's tolerance and magnanimity that was an envoy sent by heaven to save them, and ask them to be their slaves. The warehouse recently got a batch of high-tech canned goods. You should distribute them every few days, let them have a big meal, and then let them go hungry for a few more meals. Before each meal, hold a reflection meeting first. Let them talk about what life was like under the Locust faction and what life is like here. Wang Jing uttered a wildly imaginative idea, leaving everyone stunned. Isn't that what the moldy guy did? Give them some bread and milk, and they keep exporting their values until they almost believe it themselves. What do you call that? You call it a dimensional reduction attack from the realm of consciousness. Why resort to force if you can deceive? Why deceive if you can use force? Only children make choices. I want it all. After Wang Jing finished his performance, everyone gave him a warm round of applause, and their gazes towards him instantly turned to admiration. Good heavens, no wonder he's a squadron commander. He's quite the smooth talker. If he really did that, wouldn't there be countless Japanese loyal to the empire? Just as things were peaceful at Shanxi Port, the vanguard of the Great Xia Empire had broken through Yamaguchi City and marched all the way into the main island area. In response to the offensive, Japan mobilized a large number of its people to build trenches and defensive lines in various places. Armored arsenals were opened in various places, and all sorts of cold weapons, muskets and guns were stuffed into the hands of the militia. Then came the line. The survival of the nation hinges on this. The militia were immediately sent out, scattered across various regions, to carry out sniping missions. Then, as the fighting went on, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Why were the Xia people not falling into their trap? Instead, they would look at anything that didn't look right to them and bring a cannon to bombard them relentlessly. Where artillery could reach, infantry was resolutely avoided, which made the militiamen tremble with fear before each ambush, lest they be blown to bits at any moment. Moreover, the militia's marksmanship was terrible. After all, they were just farmers who ate wild vegetables every day. They lacked physical strength and marksmanship. Even when they were sniping, the bullets often missed their body armor. Even more extreme, some fired dozens of shots at a Xia soldier with a musket. The bullets clearly hit their targets, but the soldier was completely unharmed and remained lively and energetic. The army of the superior nation is made up of heavenly soldiers. We will not have a good outcome if we fight against them. Over time, countless different versions of rumors circulated among the militia. Some say they are an army sent by heaven, invulnerable to swords and spears, and that anyone who opposes them is opposing God. Later, various versions emerged. Cannibals, celestial soldiers who ascended to heaven, the nemesis of Europeans, and the ruler of the Far East. However, they did figure out one pattern. That is, the opponent has a skill prelude before each attack. This is also the most embarrassing part for Qin Tian. After so many consecutive battles, the Great Xia Empire needed 1 to 2 days to prepare logistics before launching a large-scale attack on Japan. This was even under short-term combat conditions. The main battles were fought on enemy territory, where the restrictions were too great. The only thing to blame is the artillery barrage. Overwhelming firepower relies too heavily on logistics, often requiring thousands or tens of thousands of shells and countless supplies. To be precise, the lack of sufficient logistical personnel slowed down their offensive progress. Even with a shortage of personnel, the Great Xia dynasty unprecedentedly mobilized the citizens of Japan for logistical transportation. Although the goods being transported were all unimportant supplies, the concern was that the Japanese might cause trouble among them. Not everyone in Japan is on the side of the locusts. The 4th Division is a good example. Even during the most fanatical period when they were brainwashed by the locusts, they were still able to maintain their original intention as merchants. They resolutely avoided fighting if they could avoid it, and insisted on making money if they could. So it goes without saying that they are still doing so now. Some were so hungry they couldn't survive, so they joined the Japanese army's logistics and transportation team in order to get a bite to eat. The Great Xia dynasty was quite generous in its treatment of these people. Even if it doesn't contain meat, it's still better than what we usually eat. Wild vegetables and tree bark. Sometimes there's even some oil, which is a real treat. Eating it can sometimes stave off hunger, and it can help us get a few more truckloads of supplies for the suzerain state. If you do a good job, you can even share a can of food with a dozen or so notebooks. This food, which seemed like divine nectar, made everyone rush to be at the front, practically shouting hells as they ate it. Some of the notebooks were used for odd jobs on the front lines, and you could often find half a can of meat left behind by the heavenly soldiers of the superior country. The soldiers were tired of eating this kind of canned meat every day, but they couldn't bear to throw it away, so they just put it somewhere. This usually benefited the Japanese. The heavenly soldier stuff is all good stuff, even better than Mr. Hashimoto's. Sang Shushan, tell me how wealthy the Upper Kingdom is that it would bestow such precious meat upon us lowly people. If the Upper Kingdom could recruit soldiers here, I would like to join them. They regarded this food as a gift from the superior nation, and would kneel and kowtow before each meal, a ceremony even more solemn than when facing the locusts. Chapter 70, the author wants to back down. They hadn't benefited at all from the reform movement. On the contrary, they had to squeeze every last penny out of themselves to raise funds. Japan also spared no expense in using them, using every penny of military funds raised to add a warship and then plundering overseas, injecting the stolen funds back into the tiger that is the military industry. The loop only occurs at the top, meaning that the lower-level units don't benefit from it. This led them to defect to the Great Xia, and there's nothing wrong with following the strong. That's just how tradition works. While those traveling between Lugoshima and Yamaguchi might still be able to make a living, those traveling on the northern route were in a much worse situation. They fell in droves, hundreds of thousands, before the raised swords of the Imperial Russian soldiers. When dealing with infidels, Imperial Russian soldiers always used their consistent style, violently destroying civilization and slaughtering everything with their swords. Compared to the Great Xia Empire's offensive, theirs was far more devastating, annihilating everything. The danger posed by the Russian Empire is far more serious than that posed by the Great Xia Empire. If this continues, Japan will not be far from national extinction and annihilation. At this moment, Tian Huang, overwhelmed with emotion at the Japanese nation's continuous defeats and the perilous situation of severe food shortages in various regions, uttered a single sigh. He summoned Ito Hakumo, who had negotiated with the Xia dynasty years before, to the temporary Locust Palace. "Your Majesty summoned me here. Is it to discuss negotiations with the Great Xia Empire?" Ito Hakumo had roughly guessed the purpose of his trip beforehand, so he wasn't particularly excited. The empire is in its most dangerous state. It's only a matter of time before it is completely defeated. We can't continue fighting. The empire has collapsed. Rather than being occupied by the Russian Empire, we should negotiate with the Great Xia Empire. "This is Tian Huang, who is quite arrogant but also has some tricks up his sleeve," he said. "This act of yielding is only a temporary measure. The empire needs time to recuperate. The reconstruction of the joint fleet cannot be completed in just a few years. Without the fleet, it is meaningless for us to fight with the Great Xia Empire on our own land." Tian Huang said helplessly. "So, Ito-kun, I'm sorry to trouble you. The Great Xia Empire is named after Xia, so their cultural traditions should be the same as those of the Xia dynasty. It's better for Japan to submit to them than to Imperial Russia." His Majesty, Ito Bowen's face was as pale as paper. The Great Xia Empire was not so easily fooled. It wouldn't be so easy for Japan to surrender without paying a heavy price. Wasn't the Xia dynasty the same way back then? Unlike her, the price that Japan would pay would be absolutely unbearable, and it might take 100 years to recover its former glory. The rise of Japan and its dream of world domination will be interrupted, forever leaving it to follow in the footsteps of the Great Xia Empire. The Great Xia Empire, which is not yet as large as the Xia dynasty, is already invincible in the Far East, and even beats the arrogant Great Britain and Imperial Russia so badly that they dare not utter a sound. If they were to seize the divine artifact one day, Japan would have absolutely no chance of resistance. Throughout history, the Tang dynasty's glory and the Ming dynasty's strength both thoroughly crushed Japan. Their advanced and vast cultural brilliance still lingers over Japan to this day. At this critical moment, the Great Xia Empire suddenly appeared, broke their legs, and put a rope around their necks, dragging them behind the Great Xia Empire. If the Great Xia dynasty had remained powerful for a few hundred years, perhaps the Japanese race would no longer exist, and the Japanese nation would no longer be the Japanese nation, but rather the cherry blossom province of the Great Xia dynasty. "Your Majesty, negotiating with Great Xia will come at a great cost for the empire. We must demonstrate the empire's sincerity to them. Otherwise, there is absolutely no possibility of negotiation." Tian Huang turned around and said, "So I'll have to ask you for help, Ijun. The empire needs you to stabilize the situation. As for the price," even if Tian Huang didn't say it, Ito Hakumo knew that their war reparations would be far greater than the 210 million taels of silver they had paid back then. Would it be 400 million? Or 500 million? It's an amount they can't afford. They wouldn't be able to pay it back in 50 years. Moreover, the conditions will be even more stringent, including ceding territory. In fact, the Heavenly Locusts are even prepared to give up the land south of the Nine Islands, as long as they can reclaim the northern route. Even Great Britain, with its formidable strength, couldn't change the situation of being treated like a stray dog and driven out of the Far East. How could Japan, a mere tiny island nation, possibly change that? Chapter 71, the Japan that was looked down upon. At this point, Ito Hakumo immediately said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to do my utmost, even to the point of dying for the empire, to emulate the deeds of Emperor Taizong of Tang and fight for a future for the empire." As a cunning and shrewd individual, how could Ito Hakuin not know what Tenko meant? He was just being used as a scapegoat to bear the infamy for all time, and there was no better candidate than him. Judging from the Great Xia Empire's actions of kicking the Allied forces and punching Britain, they have a strong sense of revenge. They want to repay the humiliation that the Europeans imposed on the Xia dynasty tenfold. Wherever they lost, they want to stand up again. Given the Empire's actions, it's certainly not much better. Even if Ito Hakomo doesn't leave the mountain, the Great Xia Empire will probably just call his name directly. It's better for him to go out himself and save himself the trouble. Tian Huang said with satisfaction, "You are indeed a pillar of our country, capable of shouldering great responsibilities. You need not worry about your journey. I will take care of your family." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ito Hakomo gave a few bitter laughs, feeling slightly unsteady. He finally understood what Li Er, who had dealt with him before, must have felt back then. The next day at dawn, Ito Hakomo hurriedly led his delegation in one of the few cars available in the entire Japanese capital, heading towards the garrison of the Great Xia Empire. In the ruins of Yamaguchi City, Ito Hakomo did not get to meet the leaders of Otsuka as he had hoped. He was only greeted by a few minor officials. The negotiations have already suffered a setback before they even began. It seems that the Great Xia Empire does not care about our country and regards the empire as an ant or a tiny place. This superior country's attitude is even better than that of the Xia dynasty. Ito Hakomo calmly recounted to everyone what he had seen and heard along the way. The people of this Great Xia have a strong sense of national pride that I have never seen in any other country in the world, such as the grandeur of Great Britain, the military strength of Prussia, or the culture of Galicia. Therefore, the Great Xia Empire must be strong. Faced with an unpredictable superpower, we must be extremely cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side and their anger at being ignored gradually subsided. Even Ito Hakomo gave such an assessment. So, just how powerful was this Great Xia Empire? It wasn't until evening that Ito Bowen met with a high-ranking member of the Great Xia Empire in Japan, a bastard who called himself Wang Jing. He came simply because he had nothing better to do, and the other high-ranking officers didn't want to waste time with the Japanese. They could have taken down a Japanese division in that time. However, a conflict arose before the meeting between the two sides. A representative from Japan complained that Great Xia was ignorant of international diplomacy and did not abide by international rules. They said that the venue for the initial negotiations between the two countries was a dilapidated wooden house, and there was not even any corresponding security arrangements. This drew a public rebuke from a minor official. "You barbarians from a tiny, insignificant nation are most prone to breaking your word, betraying trust, and provoking the superior nation. How can you be considered worthy of the dignity of a great nation?" Fortunately, Ito Hakomo used his eloquence to circumvent the conflict in a few words. Soon, Wang Jing met with the Japanese negotiation team, led by Ito Haku, or more accurately, the surrender team. As is customary, the group first exchanged pleasantries and greetings, with Wang Jing offering the most greetings in various ways. "Your country's strength far exceeds my expectations, and its power far surpasses that of any other country in the world today. It is a first-rate power." In the first round of heated debate, Ito Hakomo cleverly concealed the empire's predicament and shifted the topic to praising the power of the Great Xia Empire. Negotiators, the weaker party, should not be hasty or state their demands directly from the outset. Otherwise, their intentions will be guessed by the opponent, leading to a gradual loss of the initiative in the negotiation. But this kind of linguistic art had no effect on the Great Xia Empire. They just fought whoever dared to defy them. When the second round of negotiations began, Ito Hakomo started citing international law. According to international practice, when two countries negotiate, they must first cease hostilities, and both their land and sea forces should cease fighting in order to seek the greatest possible agreement between the two sides. Moreover, your country is among the strongest in the world today, and your understanding of international law far surpasses that of ours. Wang Jing sneered. "Your so-called international law is nothing but a piece of paper. My Great Xia Empire does not recognize such an unfair piece of paper. If it were valid, where were you when your small countries invaded my superior country and slaughtered my drowning soldiers? Did the European countries take any action? Where were you when you slaughtered tens of thousands of my people? Throughout history, so-called international law has ultimately been nothing more than a system established by barbarians to protect their own interests. When they obtain the benefits they desire, international law becomes virtually non-existent. But when their rights are infringed, international law takes real effect. In essence, strength is the only truth. Whoever dares to defy you, just fight them. How can my Great Xia not know this?" Ito and his companions fell silent for a moment. They hadn't expected the diplomat from the Great Xia Empire to be so rude, and they were now in a difficult situation. The Japanese diplomatic corps member, Liu Ao, stood up and snorted coldly, saying, "We come here representing the sincerity of the empire, seeking peace and to prevent further bloodshed. But your country is a great power. How can you resort to sarcasm and ridicule? This is unbecoming of a great power." "Oh, so you won the battle, or we lost? You think you're here to negotiate? A defeated nation has no right to negotiate. It should surrender. Wang Jing ignored him and simply tapped the table a few times, making a heavy sound. He really wanted to reply, "Our true state is barbarian," but he couldn't bring himself to say it, simply because it sounded too much like the true state. At this moment, Ito Hakumo, who had been silent all along, spoke up, "Your country is exaggerating. The Great Xia is now militarily strong and well-equipped. How can our country possibly fight against them alone? We are merely seeking friendship between the two sides and pursuing peace together. Since we cannot reach a consensus today, let's talk about it another day." Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate and that continuing the talks would only result in being scolded, Ito simply decided to call it quits. After all, he had talked with Lier 7 times before. "Go back now. You defeated dogs of a nation want to be treated with a courtesy due to a great power? How shameless. Remember to prepare plenty of meat when you get back. Our soldiers are still very hungry." Wang Jing unleashed his ultimate move, sending a chill down the spines of the Japanese soldiers. Especially Ito Haku, whose face turned ashen, and his companions were also enraged, but dared not retaliate. Everyone knows that he said those words, but now that the Great Xia Empire has said them, it sends a chill down their spines. It's as if a great terror is lurking in the shadows, watching them like a prehistoric beast that might jump out at any moment. Even the air back then was no different. Now it seems how similar the two situations are. It seems that another major battle is about to break out. Ito Hakumo seems to see the future. He wants to delay, but Japan's reality cannot be delayed any longer. Diplomacy is always based on one's own strength. Without power, no matter how eloquent one's diplomacy is, it's useless. Throughout history, how many weak nations have managed to offset the reparations owed to powerful nations by playing the diplomatic card well? None, not a single one. The reparations due still had to be paid. Even if some were reduced, most of them were of similar strength. So the winning side didn't gain any advantage, and the losing side didn't lose anything either. Only the French were lucky enough to win a war, but through diplomacy, thus achieving victory without actually winning. Chapter 72, the author wants to negotiate. As expected, Ito Hakamochi's guess was correct. The Great Xia army unleashed a violent storm early the next morning. Originally, Japan's main defensive focus was on the southwest side of the main island and the Kyoto side, where it had concentrated a large force, prepared to wear down Great Xia, even if it meant dragging it out. But no one expected that the enemy would take a long detour and land from their weaker flank and rear, intending to cut the island in half. What caused such panic throughout Japan was that a Onatsu flotilla escorted a landing fleet and landed at the reservoir city, which is located on the flank of Kyoto. The Japanese battalion defending there was so frightened by the sight of countless magnificent warships and fully armed soldiers that their legs went weak, much like Air Guzi seeing the Japanese army. The Great Xia army conquered Shuka City without firing a single shot. After leaving a company to guard the surrounding area, the main force continued to advance towards the location of Tianwan. No need to carry any food supplies. You can resupply wherever you go. With no logistical burdens and ample supplies, the team made rapid progress. They landed in the morning and captured 3 cities in succession by the afternoon, proving themselves invincible. Just as the Japanese were about to send back heavy troops to reinforce, the Great Xia army in Yamaguchi City began shelling the main island again, and news came from Kyoto Bay that Great Xia was also making moves, causing chaos in the situation. Some new divisions were bewildered one second when they received orders to return to the main force, and the next second they were suddenly ordered to hold their ground. Some divisions were ordered to be transferred to Kyoto Bay to assist in the defense, but were then ordered to stay in place midway, and later had to be transferred back to their original locations, which completely messed up the entire Japanese defense deployment. The various divisions collided, resulting in some overlapping defense zones and others being completely undefended by their main forces. Apart from the elite Japanese soldiers confronting the Xia on the front lines, most other divisions were in this situation. Damn it, the Xia people are putting pressure on the empire. The Locust raged in its palace, overturning everything it could. The army's defeat is obvious, and the navy has been annihilated, making this war unsustainable. Outside, Gue Dalong sighed as he listened to the commotion inside. He knew what the surprise attack from the rear meant. A day later, Ito Bowen and others sat back down at the negotiating table with Wang Jing. They just didn't have the same high spirits they had the day before. Wang Jinghao remained as imposing as ever. He slammed the telegrams in his hand forward, seemingly intending to intimidate the soldiers, and said, "Gentlemen, the meat you prepared is not enough. Our soldiers have only eaten a little and are still very hungry." The scene fell silent for a moment, and everyone remained quiet. What does the Xia want? After a long pause, Ito Bowen finally spoke. The empire's defeat came too suddenly. If it could have been maintained for a while longer, he could have preserved some of the empire's strength through negotiations. What a pity. Japan has declared its surrender and recognized the territory occupied by our army. The current borders of both sides will be used as the boundary. Of course, this is not up to Japan. In addition, our army will station a certain number of troops in Kyoto, Hiroshima, Yokosuka Port, and other places to maintain our interests in Japan. All the expenses for the above-mentioned troops will be provided by Japan. Punish the culprits and criminals. Shut down all military industries. Disband the combined fleet, the Japanese army, and all its armed forces of a warlike nature, retaining only those for maintaining order. If, in the future, the Japanese people publicly resist the legitimate rights of the Great Xia Empire, you must take action to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of the Great Xia. Compensation of 600 million taels of silver, opening 6 coastal cities including Kyoto, Hiroshima, and the reservoir as trading ports for Great Xia, exempting all ships of Great Xia from taxes and granting them special rights, subject to the jurisdiction of our laws, and subject to the jurisdiction of our country for any illegal acts, and returning our tributary states since ancient times, such as Goryeo and Ryukyu. Compensate us for all expenses incurred since the start of the war, and all criminals who committed crimes against Great Xia must be retried and handled by the Far East Military Tribunal. Wang Jing finished speaking in one breath, ignoring the increasingly pale faces of Ito Bowen and the others, and repeated Qin Tian's general requirements. However, I must tell you that this is a notification, not a discussion. This is our bottom line. Don't waste your time trying to decipher our secret codes. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The Empire would never accept such harsh conditions. Luo was shocked after hearing this. What difference was there between these conditions and those of a colony? Even Ito Hakumo, after regaining some strength, protested against the contents of the document. Our country is willing to discuss the specific details with your country, but your demands are too high, and we are afraid that our country will not be able to accept such conditions. He secretly gritted his teeth at Wang Jing, thinking that the people of Dachau were definitely not there to negotiate, but to make wishes. The reparations amounted to 600 million taels of silver, plus the other side's war expenses. These two items combined would probably be no less than 1 billion taels. You should know that the Empire's annual budget is only 130 million taels of silver, and this alone would cost the Empire 10 years' worth of revenue, not including interest. Then Ito Hakumo protested. Your country has stationed troops in our country. Doesn't that make our country a colony? He found the first few points above very awkward and wished he could kick these Great Xia people out on the spot. If you were allowed to station troops in the Empire and then withdraw all armed forces, what difference would that make from being a piece of meat in a pot? If things continue like this, the Empire won't rise to power for 200 years, let alone 100. Without a military industry and warships, are the Empire's warriors supposed to fight the enemy with cold weapons? If this agreement is signed, Ito Hakuin will be drowned in public criticism when he returns. No, I think you have misunderstood. You have always been vassal states of my superior country. Now it seems that this is just a matter of restoring the glory of our master. Besides, this is your unilateral surrender, not a negotiation between us. You should know that your previous agreement was even more acerbic. You want to swallow meat bigger than your whole body in such a small place. Wang Jing continued. Mr. Ito, you wouldn't want to see the iron cavalry of my Great Xia trample the entire Japanese country, would you? Chapter 73, The Japanese Submission. Please calm your anger, but this clause is simply unacceptable to our country. It violates international law. If we sign it, wouldn't our country become an international laughingstock? Ito Hakumo smiled bitterly, still harboring illusions about Europe and hoping they would lend a hand at a crucial moment. I hope your country can understand that European countries such as Britain and Prussia have not been so harsh. Moreover, our laws are entirely learned from Europe. If they knew this, they would definitely criticize Great Xia. Our country is a small nation, but your country cannot tolerate such injustice. This enraged Wang Jing, who was furious. He roared, "Damn it! I was so busy packing that I forgot to deal with you. All you British and European bastards, come one by one. You'll all have to kneel down today." I'll say it again. If you sign, Japan can still exist. If you don't sign, then you can only wait for the country to perish and your race to be wiped out. Wang Jing said this last sentence with unusual emphasis. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Ito and the others panicked. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their fingers trembled involuntarily. Those 4 large characters surged from the depths of their hearts, and fear and unease washed over them like a tidal wave, almost drowning them. No one dared to question this last statement. The Great Xia Empire was certainly capable of doing it. The entire 6th Division, which committed the massacre, was annihilated. Not a single member was taken prisoner. They were all slain, and their remains were erected into a mound of skulls. which are still standing in the same spot. The blood that stained the land flowed for 3 days and 3 nights, turning the river red, which terrified and shocked everyone in Japan. Faced with a powerful nation even more ruthless than Japan, Ito felt powerless with every word he uttered, and the attitude of the Great Xia dynasty remained unchanged throughout the negotiations. Britain, the country most capable of helping Japan, has been kicked out of the Far East. They can't point fingers at the Great Xia Empire, nor would they dare. In America, what use are a few words without any real action? Let the rise of the empire end here. In one day, Ito Hakumo and his group suffered a series of setbacks, and the entire group seemed to have aged decades, becoming unsteady and hesitant. On that very day, the contents of the negotiations were relayed to Tian Huang and his ministers, which nearly infuriated them. After a day and a night, the world finally saw the ministers emerge from Tian Huang's palace, looking utterly exhausted. No one knows what happened during this time except for the guards who were strictly required to keep it a secret. The heavenly locust and its ministers wept for a day and a night. The next day, both the Great Xia Empire and Japan issued a ceasefire declaration, and the war was over. The telegram reached the entire world, and people exclaimed in astonishment that yet another regional power had been kicked out of the international club by the Great Xia Empire. The superior nation has won, and Japan has surrendered. When our nation was weak, we were once bullied by small states. Our great glory was lost, and our navy was gone. But today, good news arrives again, and our nation's splendor is restored. Our Great Xia has finally risen again and returned to the ranks of the great powers. May our people be filled with emotion and join us in this moment of national prosperity. The people of Great Xia were all excited, beating drums and gongs. 5 years of history, one day to wash away the shame, and to uphold the name of our Great Xia. A 41-year-old, iron-willed naval commander couldn't help but shed tears when he heard the sound of cannons roaring across the sea, signaling victory. That enemy fleet, stained with the blood of heroes, sank into the sea. The entire Great Xia Empire was shaken. Many people speculate about the exact price Japan paid by the superior nation. This group is further divided into radicals and conservatives. The radicals believe that the cessation of hostilities by the superior state was too hasty and that another Tsinghua-style plowing should take place. Conservatives, on the other hand, worried that Japan had surrendered too quickly and that the superior nation had not gained any benefits. But this did not diminish their joy in singing and dancing. The Great Xia Empire and Japan are still negotiating the specific terms. To be precise, it is a unilateral decision by the Great Xia Empire. After a round of detailed negotiations, the location for signing the treaty was determined. It was decided that it would be placed on the North Port, the flagship of the Great Xia Empire, North Carolina class, anchored in Kyoto Bay. The moment arrived quickly. In the presence of all the officers and men of the ship and representatives from various friendly countries, the Japanese plenipotentiary representative, Ito Haku, and 4 others stood before the surrender table. The envoys from the United States and Prussia stood a little further away, and in the next corner stood an uninvited Gallic. They were discussing in hushed tones the power of the Great Xia's new capital ship and their feelings about it. Britons? Oh, I'm sorry, they were kicked out by Qin Tian. At this very moment, a sun, moon, and dragon flag flies high at the highest point of the Beigang ship, overlooking the entire Kyoto Bay. After a series of procedures, and following the reading of the surrender order by the Great Xia Empire, Lieutenant Zhang solemnly announced to the Japanese representatives, "Now, on behalf of the Great Xia Empire, I order the Japanese representatives to sign the surrender document." After hearing this, Ito Hakumo remained calm and composed, took a pen from the staff of the Xia, and immediately signed it. The contents of the book were not much different from what had been said before, except that it added provisions on the compensation period and other detailed aspects, and stipulated that all warships ordered by the joint fleet from other countries should be handed over to the Great Xia Navy. Compensation is not limited to precious metals and currency. It can be partially offset by minerals and other goods. However, the 4 Japanese representatives following him were all deeply saddened by this scene. "Mine, all mine. This is the perfect souvenir." As soon as Zhang finished signing, the pen in his hand was snatched away by a quick-thinking naval officer. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the silhouette of a massive fleet could be faintly seen. As the fleet drew closer, these naive fellows were taken aback. They had thought that the Great Xia Empire would only be showing off those 10 battleships, but they never expected to receive such a surprise today. It's unbelievable that I've witnessed the true strength of the Great Xia Empire here. No wonder they were able to make a regional power bow down in such a short time. These Bactrians deliberately flexed their muscles to the world, seemingly reclaiming the glory and prestige left by their ancestors in history. This was the first time the world had seen the complete Great Xia fleet. The imposing presence they exuded was many times greater than that of a British naval review. An invincible fleet surpassing the Royal Navy, with uniform attire, 40,000-ton hulls, orderly formations, and massive cannons of all sizes, stretching from its origins to the horizon, along with countless auxiliary warships, leaving other nations far behind. On both sides of each capital ship, rows of crew members in white naval uniforms stood on the decks, their hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes revealing the confidence of a great power and their contempt for barbarians. The seagulls circling in the air, swooping down to fly over the heads of these enormous creatures. This magnificent scene is simply indescribable. As the fleet passed, the representatives from various countries remained stunned for a long time, staring at the fleet's silhouette and the huge white wake left on the sea, lost in thought. Chapter 74: Tricks of Tsarist Russia. The matter should have ended there. The Japanese had fallen, but another adversary extended its reach to Jiangdong County in the Ink province of the Xia dynasty. With nowhere else to vent his frustration, the Russian emperor continued on his original course, ordering the gray beasts stationed opposite Jiangdong County to turn their butcher knives on the people of Jiangdong County. Fortunately, one of the squads Qin Tian sent out arrived there ahead of time. They temporarily repelled the surprise attack launched by the Imperial Russian soldiers, but the lack of follow-up ammunition forced them to cover the retreat of the civilians. The whole world was in an uproar. The timing was perfect, coinciding with the moment when the Great Xia Empire had defeated Japan and Britain and was enjoying its greatest glory, at the peak of its prestige in all aspects. Imperial Russia's blatant provocation drew the world's attention to the two protagonists, a former European steamroller and a newly born giant, who were now locked in combat at this tense juncture. It instantly made headlines on major news outlets, with the text bolded and placed at the top of the list. Great Britain, having just been bullied, was so excited upon learning that Tsarist Russia intended to wage war in its true nature that it jumped up and down and began to do what it used to do. That is to provide a continuous stream of funding and weapon support through the Gallic chickens, although this action is temporary and full of the grotesque and perverse pleasure of the great flying. Beijing. Upon learning this news, Qin Tian was completely stunned. He had originally thought that since his side had achieved a series of brilliant military victories, Imperial Russia would not make a move so soon out of fear. But what's the point of this? It seems he underestimated the nature of the fighting nation. Commander, we just finished a battle, but the Tsarist Russians just won't believe it and insist on fighting us. In my opinion, they won't give up until we have a real fight with the Russians, given their personality, said Zhang Wendi, commander of the 1st Division, slapping his thigh. Qin Tian thought so too. If we don't fight, we don't fight at all. But if we do fight, we have to fight with great force. Since they want to fight head-on, we have to send a lot of troops. Is an army group enough? We can choose from arrested infantry divisions and bring back those soldiers who have experienced major battles to rest. Qin Tian had had this idea before. Use Japan's elite divisions in Korea as cannon fodder, and let them capture the Russian fortress of General Mountain and Vladivostok. Of course, during this period, Xia will provide artillery support. After all, if we really want to take down these two strong fortresses, we will definitely have to pay a price. If the entire attack on Hill 203 is wiped out, then we will have to fight this battle ourselves. It would have been better to provide cheap ammunition from the start and let Japan withstand storm. We only have 200,000 men. This number is definitely not enough after deducting the necessary troops stationed in various places. Fortunately, Japan has a division in Korea. If we transfer them there and take down these two tough nuts, we might be able to form two foreign legions in Korea and Japan. Qin Tian shared his thoughts. The scripts needed to be put to good use, and there were some dirty jobs that he couldn't do himself. Having these foreign legions handle them would definitely be a great solution. Isn't that what the U.S. military does? Every time they go on an expedition, they have a large group of lackeys following them around, looking very impressive. Since Europe can form an 11-nation alliance, then Great Xia can also form a 12-nation alliance, specifically to wreak havoc on those megalomaniacs in Europe. Zhang Wendi said, "That's right, but Japan probably won't do that domestically. These two overseas divisions are among their few elite forces. Even if they are converted into security forces in the future, they will still be the main force. We've blocked Japan's domestic supply lines, and we control their overseas transport routes. After such a long blockade, their grain reserves are running low. Locusts can't feed so many people. We can trade them technology and hard work. Of course, this relief grain must be sold under the banner of Great Xia." That's right, Qin Tian, the sixth brother, is planning to play some underhanded tricks. He'll use a batch of useless grain to turn Japan's most capable divisions into vassal armies, while also ensuring the Japanese people's loyalty to the empire and making them serve as cannon fodder. Under the guise of providing relief food, they exported their own values and attracted a group of lackeys to work for them. The United States used this tactic quite often in later generations, for example, in Operation Scorpion. Commander, are you using that ideological approach? The highest level of deception is deceiving yourself. This is akin to a dimensional attack against these natives. Zhang Wenyi said excitedly, but before he could finish, Qin Tian continued to add, it's time to put the formation of the Foreign Legion on the agenda. Their members should be selected from the best controlled areas of the empire. Their treatment should be in a way that is neither too good nor too bad. In addition, each platoon and each company must be equipped with a political officer to ensure their absolute loyalty to the empire. Qin Tian thought about it carefully and said, however, it is too early to talk about this now. The Great Xia's occupation of Japan has only been a short period of time, and their loyalty has not yet reached its peak. This plan should be put on hold for now. Yes, I think so too. As the two discussed for a while, time passed, and the dawn's light shone on the magnificent building, bringing a new dawn. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Empire had also finalized its war plan against Imperial Russia. Great Xia is going to fight on two fronts. In the first phase, 9 capital ships, or half of the Navy's strength, were drawn from the Great Xia fleet to escort 2 infantry divisions and join forces with Japan's overseas divisions to attack the Russians in General Mountain. They will be facing Imperial Russia's 50,000 troops in General Mountain. In the second phase, the main naval force turned its guns around and launched the largest amphibious landing operation in history from the Songdu Strait, with a vanguard force of 3 divisions. At this time, the Russian army in the Far East had a force of about 200,000. If the war became stalemate, this number could increase to 300,000 through the Chinese Eastern Railway. The Great Xia Empire could only muster slightly more than half the strength of an army group, 130,000 men. No matter how you look at it, Imperial Russia had the advantage with 350,000 troops compared to 130,000. Chapter 75. The Japanese are going to sell Russians. A gentle breeze blew, sweeping across the Far East, across the boundless ocean and vast land, and reached Japan. What? Your country is going to conscript 3 to 5 divisions to join the war against Imperial Russia? Ito asked Wang Jing in shock. At that moment, it was as if the whole world had collapsed. Ito Hakumo never imagined that Xia would use his side as cannon fodder. And they immediately mentioned 3 to 5 divisions, as if they really thought the Japanese had countless troops. Japan's own situation was not optimistic, not to mention the need to divert troops to fight against Tsarist Russia. After the ceasefire with Great Xia, Japan almost immediately withdrew its elite troops from the main island and devoted them all to the encirclement and suppression of the Russian soldiers in the northern route. Lord Ito, our country will provide them with all the logistical support they need, including artillery support if necessary. If your side can raise the necessary supplies, our country will even provide a batch of emergency relief food to meet the needs of 100,000 people. But the 2 elite Japanese divisions from Korea must be included in the conscription list. In addition, all troops drawn from the Japanese mainland will be escorted by our ships to ensure that they can join the war against Imperial Russia within the stipulated time. Wang Jing knew what the old fox in front of him was thinking. In the end, he just wanted to increase his side's bargaining power. However, our country is no longer able to support their military spending. As you know, our domestic economy is on the verge of collapse. Ito Hakumo kept his brows tightly closed. No, you don't need to pay out of your own pocket. In addition to besieging General Mountain, our country also needs you to enter Imperial Russia from Korea and wreak havoc on the Russians. As long as they are Russians, our country will not interfere. Moreover, for every Russian you capture and hand over to our country will reduce the reparations to our country by half a tael of silver. These Japanese soldiers will be hired, and the payment will be settled between the 2 countries. So what else do you want? Upon hearing that the compensation could be reduced, Ito Bowen visibly perked up. After all, he could fight the Russians and make money at the same time, which was really great. It's because they're short of money. 1 Russian costs half a tael of silver and 600 million taels of silver. In terms of reparations alone, that's 12 billion Russians. Did Tsarist Russia have that many people? It would be more like arresting the whole world. Ito Hakumo expressed his regret that the empire's strained finances could not be resolved by human trafficking. He said that if they could capture Europeans, these white pigs could fetch a good price. You shall not infringe upon our territory or our people in the slightest. You Russians do as you please, Wang Jing said earnestly. General Mountain, known as the foremost naval fortress in the Far East, is not as impregnable as it will be 5 years from now. Imperial Russia operated here for a very short time, and this most important stronghold of Imperial Russia in the Far East not only lacked sufficient construction funds, but also lacked even a hasty plan. Along the 9-kilometer long coastal defense line, Only 3 permanent gun emplacements and 6 temporary gun turrets possessed a certain degree of combat capability. The situation was even worse along the 22-kilometer-long land defense line. There wasn't a single complete, layered, fortified defense line. There was only a pitiful number of 4 fort, 2 temporary defense lines, and 2 defensive artillery emplacements. The total number of artillery pieces mentioned above is only 56 old artillery pieces of various types and calibers. Of these, 50 were deployed to coastal defense forts, while only 6 were on land. Moreover, these cannons had an extremely slow rate of fire, firing no more than once every 3 minutes, and the firing positions had to be in the open, which was consistent with the crude style of Imperial Russia. The layout of the frontal defenses was a mess. Many fortifications were too close to the general's city and port, preventing them from using their fierce firepower to suppress the enemy's close-range assaults and resulting in a waste of firepower. Flanking defense was practically non-existent. The only way to defend was to fill the gaps with Imperial Russian soldiers. It is common knowledge that the Great Xia Empire will be at war with Imperial Russia in the northeast, which is exactly what Imperial Russia plans. The Russian Army Defense Commander, Kondra, had gathered 50,000 soldiers at General's Hill, whereas yesterday there were only 20,000 garrison troops there. It was clear that Imperial Russia had long wanted to fight the Great Xia Empire on land. They believed that the defeat of the East China Sea Fleet would not affect their deterrent power in the Far East. The world's most powerful army, still maintaining its fighting capacity, would wipe out all the invading Great Xia people. However, for the sake of prudence, the Russian emperor still sent reinforcements to the Far East via the railway, trying to maintain an army of 350,000 to 400,000 men so that they could maintain the upper hand when facing the superior firepower of the Great Xia Empire. The lack of reliable intelligence about the actual combat strength and equipment of the Xia soldiers, coupled with the reliance on dubious rumors for estimations, gave the Tsar of Russia immense confidence. He declared this to the world. The force of this battle against the Great Xia people reached 400,000, which fully demonstrates the strength of the empire. The fearless fighting nation will not be intimidated by the Great Xia people. Before the empire, they will kneel down and surrender their land to the Ga cavalry. I will welcome the goddess of victory in the palace. However, the Russian emperor did not choose a one-on-one confrontation. Behind the scenes, he sent envoys to the panicked Xia dynasty to express goodwill from Russia to Empress Dowager Qian and the greatest Xia emperor, even though they had been enemies before. The Great Xia Empire is a counterfeit. The empire has dispatched a sufficiently powerful force to deal with their shameless behavior, in order to ensure and express the attitude that the Xia dynasty is the genuine article, and to show that the empire attaches great importance to and protects the interests of the Xia dynasty. In front of the Xia dynasty's officials, the Russian envoy put on a dramatic performance. The Russian ambassador is right. He deserves a reward. This boast pleased Empress Dowager Huang Xian, who was already afraid that the Great Xia Empire, a traitor, would seize the divine artifact. At this point, she rewarded the Russian envoy with a large box of treasures, completely disregarding how much the treasures were worth or how many people they could feed. They're all just a bunch of scoundrels, good-for-nothings. What use are they? They'd be better off using them to lick the boots of the powerful nations in the imperialist club. Let all nations know that our dynasty is rich in resources and vast in territory. What's wrong with sending a little something? Let the people of Europe see the world, and then praise the emperor's boundless benevolence. Wouldn't that be wonderful? To the most esteemed and greatest Empress Dowager of the dynasty. Seeing that the time was right, the Russian envoy began his persuasive rhetoric. By the grace of God, His Majesty the Emperor of all Russia, Oslo, Chi, Vladimir, Novgorod, Kazan, Astrakhan, Poland, and Siberia desires to stand with the equally great dynasty and together drive the evil and ignorant impostor Great Xia Empire out of the region that bears witness to our friendship. Furthermore, for the convenience of our country and to enable us to swiftly defeat the Great Xia Empire in the war, we hereby request the wise and courageous Empress Dowager and Emperor Xia to allow our soldiers to enter the northeastern region of your country, to join the valiant new army of the imperial dynasty in defeating our common enemy. The envoy adopted a very humble posture, at least in accordance with the Empress Dowager's wishes. These words caused an uproar among all the officials. The ministers were well aware of the Great Xia Empire's daring rebellion. From the world-shaking Battle of Daigo to the recapture of Beigang, and then to the annihilation of the Far East Fleet, the East China Sea Fleet, and the combined fleet, the recent invasion of the Japanese mainland has shocked the world beyond measure. Even the Empress Dowager Huang Xian, who feared nothing and only wanted to promote the prestige of our dynasty, was startled by this astonishing envoy. These rebels' warships are even more powerful than those of the Europeans. If we rashly follow the Russians, what if the rebels become enraged and bring the war to our dynasty? But if we just stand by and do nothing while the rebels are in trouble, wouldn't that be a disgrace to our dynasty? Empress Dowager Xian's mind was in complete disarray. Seeing the emperor and his ministers deep in thought, the envoy decided to add fuel to the fire and directly deceive them. The Great Xia dynasty is renowned throughout the world and possesses millions of elite troops. How could it fear a mere clown? If you are worried, your country can hand over command of the new army in the northeast to our country and organize laborers to provide logistics. After our country defeats the Great Xia Empire, we will definitely return everything to you. If the Great Xia Empire is defeated, our country is willing to return all governance rights in the northeast to the imperial dynasty and jointly govern Goryeo with the great imperial dynasty. Boom! It was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Then, after the Russian envoy accidentally leaked the news that Europe would also take action, some people became tempted and began to believe this long-winded lie. Chapter 76: The Crimes of Tsarist Russia. Since I assumed power, I have made only a few minor mistakes, yet this has already caused dissatisfaction among some people. They are criticizing me behind my back, believing that I have ruined the country. I also wish to restore our dynasty to its former glory, with all nations paying tribute and making some achievements. I cannot allow my descendants to point fingers at the few mistakes I made. They may have a sense of shame, but do I not? If it were truly a rebellion that disgraced my ancestors, that would be a real scourge. Let's put aside the threat from the Europeans for now and focus on suppressing the rebellion. Soon, an imperial edict struck like a bolt from the blue. Let the Russian soldiers enter the northeast to reinforce General Mountain. Yuan Shisheng, commander of the Wu army, led over 20,000 of his troops and mobilized 10,000 new troops each from Heilongjiang, Jisan, and Fengtian, along with 200,000 civilian laborers, to recover our Goryeo kingdom and enhance the imperial prestige of the dynasty. What a foolish, utterly foolish thing to do. Letting the Russians in means they'll be impossible to get rid of later. How can my Great Xia issue such an absurd imperial edict? This utterly absurd imperial edict aroused dissatisfaction among many senior officials. It is true that the Great Xia Empire's warships roam the seas, and its army can rout Japan's elite forces. However, their warships cannot sail on land, and they are facing established European powers. It is truly worrying for them. Once they are defeated, the Northeast will never return to our country. It will be a regret for all time. Everyone, please disperse. I will speak with the Russian envoy. A group led by Li Er immediately became unhappy and met with the minister in private, but the reply they received was exactly the same as above. On the very day the imperial edict was issued, Imperial Russia, howling and brandishing its swords, rode its war horses southward. Given their nature, wherever they go, they will inevitably become a bloodbath, no matter where it is, whether it is the homeland that Tsarist Russia has long occupied or a village near the border. It was all because the Emperor of Tsarist Russia had issued a killing order. They wiped out all the infidels living in their land. Now, these creatures, more ferocious than wild beasts, have only one thought in their minds. Wherever they go, they kill. Kill them all. Kill all these weak heretics. One by one, the once warm and cozy villages were now engulfed in flames of war. The blades of the Got cavalry were stained with the blood of countless people, still warm from their blood. When the blade slices through the sky, flashing with light, when the cold bayonet pierces flesh and draws blood. One by one, the common people fell, falling on the land where they lived, their eyes gazing southward toward the capital. Perhaps they were thinking about how their homeland could be ravaged by war, and what kind of apocalyptic scene their country must be in. Kill them. The people of Great Xia can never be killed. If you kill me today, thousands upon thousands of me will rise up tomorrow. As long as I have a breath left, the horn of revenge will never cease. Under the shimmering shadows of blades, an old man shouted these words to the sky with all his might. Then, a surge of boiling blood was spilled onto this land steeped in love. The Russian soldier who had carried out the attack stood on the old man's body, wiping the blood from his knife, making no attempt to conceal his contempt and disdain. A weak nation can only howl and die before the strong. Keep killing them. Make them fear from the inside out and submit to the rule of the empire. Such scenes occur frequently and countless times on this land, with the largest number occurring in the territory illegally occupied by Imperial Russia, which is closest to the Imperial Russian West Bosnia Army and far from the coastline. Their extinction acts were reported back to the country by war correspondents, and then from the country to distant Europe. The authoritative media of self-proclaimed civilized countries like Britain and France seem to have conspired beforehand to suppress the news and spread the message that Tsarist Russia was arresting those disgusting rebels. Prussia immediately stepped forward. They seized this opportunity to befriend the Great Xia Empire and published this barbaric and genocidal massacre in authoritative domestic newspapers, quickly creating a wave of public outcry. They claimed that Tsarist Russia's actions were catastrophic and destructive, and took the opportunity to smear these two troublemakers, saying that these two countries were extremely hypocritical and remained silent about Tsarist Russia's blatant and heinous behavior. The U.S. only offered a small wave of sympathy, since their bill is still ongoing and they can't say anything directly. They simply expressed their neutrality through the media. Heilongjiang Province, Yuanhui City. Located on the right bank of the middle reaches of Heilongjiang Province, it faces the war-torn Jiangdong County across the river and borders the city of Paolan, which was seized by Imperial Russia, to the north. It can be said to be a border area. The two sides are separated only by a river, and Imperial Russia could cross the river at any time, with Yuanhui City bearing the brunt. Moreover, the city's military strength was not large, consisting of 16 battalions of infantry and cavalry, totaling about 3,000 men. The organization was chaotic, and the personnel configuration was not standardized. The city was only equipped with 24 club cannons and a dozen or so large and small boats. Opposite them was a part of the 3rd Army of Saboria of Imperial Russia, consisting of 4 infantry battalions, 7 cavalry companies, 2 artillery companies, and various miscellaneous soldiers, totaling about 7,000 men and 28 cannons, under the command of Lieutenant General Grib. The Imperial Edict is utterly absurd. Letting the enemy in? This has never happened before in history. Moreover, I am now the commander-in-chief, bearing the lives of millions of people on my shoulders. Furthermore, Heilongjiang Province is far from the capital, so I cannot obey the order. Only when all the defenders die in battle will the city fall. No defenders will surrender the city without a fight. General Shoshan of Heilongjiang Province had veins bulging and his heart was bleeding. He saw countless people falling outside the city, and his heart ached so much that he almost fainted. According to the course of history, he would also die in battle a few months later, vowing never to surrender. General, what do you say we should do? We'll all listen to you and fight those Russians to the death. Yuan Hui's deputy commander Feng Xiang also spoke with a trembling voice. We can simply not carry out the Imperial Edict. We'll keep those 10,000 men for ourselves. Yes, General, although we are rough men, we understand the principles. We'll fight them and kill as many Russians as we can. Me too. The many generals inside the tent spoke up at the same time. Then let's fight the Russians. No matter what, we must protect the people. Even if we are held accountable by the court, that's a matter for later. Shoshan slammed his fist on the table, his blood boiling. Let the world know that Heilongjiang Province has decided to fight the Russians to the death. We will strengthen our defenses in all areas and take in the people along the way. If we encounter the Russians, we will ignore them. If they attack, we will fight. That night, more than 1,000 new soldiers crossed the river and attacked a Russian outpost in the area, killing more than 100 enemy soldiers and hanging them in the most conspicuous place. Before leaving, they set the place on fire and burned it to the ground. At the same time, 100 new soldiers evacuated nearby, civilians overnight, to prevent Imperial Russia from taking up the sword again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before other Russian troops could discover it, the new army had already retreated back to Yuanhui City. This despicable race has broken its promise and attacked our side, which is committed to peace, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of innocent soldiers. Charge! Cleanse the infidels on the other side in our own unique way. Lieutenant General Grib roared. The following morning, 2 battalions, 1 company, and 2 artillery companies of Imperial Russian soldiers crossed the river from both sides and began a fierce attack on Yuanhui City. Around noon, the battle between the 2 sides entered a fierce stage, with gunfire and artillery fire. Every step forward for the soldiers of Imperial Russia came at a bloody price. The 75mm club battalion guns of the new army used cluster shells, each of which caused great damage. The resistance from the Imperial New Army is stronger than I expected. Across the river, Gribber said, send the second wave up immediately. I want to see the great Imperial Russian flag flying over Farglory City before nightfall. Braving the roar of cannons, Imperial Russia dispatched more troops, and their reinforcements also began to return fire, attempting to suppress the firepower of the new army. At the height of the battle, Gribber focused all his attention on the fighting ahead, completely unaware that a small group of enemies had appeared behind them and silently wiped out several of the Imperial Russian sentries. We don't care about speed, but accuracy is crucial. We only have 15 artillery shells and 12 mortar shells. There are no logistical supplies. Once we run out of shells, we'll have to blow up the mortars, someone said in a low voice. Amidst the indistinct smoke of battle, a detachable Gallic 75mm rapid-fire cannon, like a lurking beast, quietly hides in a chaotic wilderness. The sun, moon, and dragon flags on their camouflage uniforms already identified them. Of the 6 teams of 60 men each that Qin Tian had sent out long ago, only 3 had reached Heilongjiang province after surviving in the wilderness and traversing the endless land, and had circled around to the rear of the Imperial Russians. A few days ago, they were the ones who repelled the Russian imperialist slaughter in Jiangdong County, and then they traveled to various places, fighting fiercely for many days, saving even more lives than before. Chapter 77, not a single one left behind. Oh my, a high-ranking official. The artillery crew observer spotted a group of Russian soldiers in officer uniforms through their binoculars, huddled together in a bunker in the semi-tunnel. They couldn't be seen from the opposite Far Glory City, but they could see them clearly from their vantage point. Pillar, aim carefully. If one shot doesn't kill these bastards, then 2.5. After loading the shell into the breech, Zhu Zi gestured towards the distance and then adjusted the elevation. The artillerymen behind him, holding the shells, squatted on either side, their every movement precise and coordinated. Firing, reloading, and firing again, this series of actions must be completed within seconds. The firing rate of this Gallic 75mm rapid-fire cannon is absolutely beyond imagination. A qualified gun crew can fire at least 15 shells per minute, and those with higher skill levels can do even better. Therefore, it is entirely possible to fire 2.5 shells in 10 seconds. Fire. Boom! A brilliant burst of fire shot from the cannon muzzle, like an angry fire dragon, slicing through the sky and echoing throughout the entire rear of Imperial Russia. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all the sounds of the battlefield were replaced by the sudden roar of artillery fire. The Imperial Army's counterattack has weakened somewhat. As a chilling intuition suddenly spread throughout his body, Gribber's gaze froze, his pupils dilating as if he had seen or heard something incredible. Gribber, who had never known fear before, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Boom! The shell traced a perfect arc through the air before landing precisely on the command post of the Imperial Russian Army. The explosion tore Griffin apart from head to toe in an instant. A slightly larger fireball rose into the air like a burst of light, illuminating everything around it. Shrapnel then swept in, splashing into the officers' ranks. If you slowed down, you could see that their fragile structures had already deformed under the intense impact. Then came the second and third shots, until all 15 shells were fired, the whole process taking less than a minute. After the first shot hit the command post, the 75mm gun crew quickly turned its guns around and aimed them at the Imperial Russian troops who had crossed the river to land. More than a dozen shells were fired in quick succession, each one landing precisely in the eastern and western groups. The dense barrage of shells seemed to be everywhere, blasting the bastards to smithereens, leaving them nowhere to hide. The creatures present will probably never forget this day. The fear a cannon instilled in them was even greater than that of an artillery company. Damn it, we fired the wrong shell. Tell them we're on the same side. On the same side. Completely stunned by the bombing, the Imperial Russian soldiers became sluggish, thinking that their own artillery had miscalculated the coordinates. Those careless bastards who only knew how to drink vodka actually pointed their cannons at their own troops. What are the Russians doing? Even Shoshan, who was overseeing the battle in Yuanhui City, was stunned. Could it be that the Russians were so ruthless that they would even blow up their own people? It seems these Russians aren't very well behaved. Even though our Imperial cavalry can't ride horses, our artillery only has a few cannons, and our infantry are all old, weak, sick, or disabled. They still wouldn't do this. Just as Shoshan was racking his brains trying to figure it out, a deafening battle cry suddenly came from behind the Russian Empire, along with a very imposing bugle call. Beep, 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 beep. Long live the great Xia dynasty. No surrender accepted. Kill every single one of them. A group of Xia infantrymen, poised for battle, suddenly charged out from the rear, clinging to their cover as much as possible, and charged forward with almost ferocious speed. Flames from their Type 56 semi-automatic rifles burst forth, like blooming flowers, beautiful yet deadly. Bullets rained down on the enemy, carrying with them the roars of countless civilians, converging into an unstoppable torrent of steel. The Imperial Russians' formation was quickly disrupted, and they were caught off guard and unable to mount an effective counterattack. Myro Bassin, an enemy has appeared behind us. It's that elusive fellow from the great Xia Empire. Most soldiers exposed their backs to the enemy. Some even committed suicide after being shot 8 times in the back, riddled with bullet holes. Under the fierce attack of these infantrymen, the Russian defenses began to collapse, and once that happened, the situation was out of control. The enemy has appeared behind us. Send our brave soldiers up and tear them to pieces. The guard platoon responsible for Gribber's security lived up to its reputation as the elite of the elite. The moment the attack occurred, They moved to Gribber's original position and dispersed to find cover to fight back. But what greeted them was the roar of a mortar, which eliminated one small firing point after another. The soldiers' superb marksmanship pierced the heads of the machine gunners, leaving behind bursts of blood. The pressure from the machine guns was so intense that they could barely lift their heads. This is a golden opportunity. Our men have disrupted the Russian rear. Quickly mobilize 1,000 elite troops to fight outside the city. Shoshan did not consider who the approaching force was or whether they were allies. He turned around and decisively ordered 1,000 new soldiers to leave the city and form an encirclement. The Tsarist Russians couldn't escape. There was a river behind them, so they couldn't run away at all. Chapter 78 of an operation. When the sound of gunfire ceased on this battlefield, the Imperial Russians had failed. They were trapped there. Without command, their operations became a mess. No one knew who to listen to or where to break out, resulting in total annihilation. This is the feat of beheading a general, a battle achievement that countless soldiers dream of. The battle at Yuanhui has temporarily come to an end, but the crimes committed by the Russian Empire in the far east were not over. Anti-Xia activities continued in Russian fortresses such as General Mountain. They used bayonets to scare away Xia people to prevent them from being spies of the Great Xia Empire. Therefore, at this moment, all that remains in General Mountain are Imperial Russian soldiers and expatriates. This also gave Qin Tian a convenience, allowing him to stop worrying about the civilians in the city and freely use all kinds of shells with a super large extinction range. Keep some of the super heavy bombs and replace the rest with incendiary bombs, turning General Mountain into a burial ground for the Tsarist Russians. Qin Tian's anger reached a breaking point. On the sea, the largest and most powerful invincible fleet in human history is sailing majestically. The fleet was so large that it would instill fear in any enemy. 9 main battleships with a displacement of up to 40,000 tons were the main force, followed by numerous auxiliary vessels. Banners covered the sky as they sailed downstream, traversing the vast ocean and trampling the great powers. The mighty and unstoppable force stretched as far as the eye could see. These sea monsters resembled a great wall of steel, slowly moving across the sea. At 5 o'clock, the main fleet of the Great Xia Empire has been spotted. When the fleet appeared on the coastline near General Mountain, the Imperial Russian soldiers on a fort felt that something was very wrong. They might be in deep trouble today. Signalman, report this to headquarters. Now, everyone to your gun positions. Artillery officer Rakshizov came up from the rear and directed the soldiers to their gun positions. The brave Tsarist Russians will not be intimidated by the enemy. However, when he saw the Great Xia fleet fly out as small black dots and rush towards his own fortress complex, he immediately sensed something was wrong. At this time, there were no airplanes yet. The first airplane in the true sense of the word would not be available for another 3 years. So, whether it was Rakshizov or an ordinary soldier, they were all staring intently at the scene. What is that? Is it a flying machine from the Great Xia people? Rakshizov was simply curious about this new thing and not worried about whether there might be some new weapon on it. These little guys are too small. They don't look like those huge airships. What kind of weapons can such tiny creatures carry? They probably can't even carry a single bomb. And so, everyone relaxed their guard, focusing on setting up their gun positions and ignoring the annoying buzzing mosquitoes in the sky. From the open-air positions connected to the rear, bursts of gunfire rang out as many soldiers tried to shoot down these flying objects to see what was inside. Report, this is Kingfisher, the Russians. The seaplane pilot reported the approximate coordinates of the gun emplacements to each ship. Now, let's start the artillery barrage. Once the Great Xia Empire's fleet sailed into the effective range of its naval guns, an unprecedented bombardment operation that would be recorded in human history commenced. The sheer awe-inspiring sight of 9 battleships, each with a displacement of 40,000 tons, simultaneously turning their guns around, is undeniable. As the lead ship fired first, the entire fleet seemed to be instantly stirred, and one after another, they spewed out brilliant fireworks. Countless massive shells rained down from the sky with a deathly whistle, landing on the coastal fortifications. In an instant, the entire maritime defense line of General Mountain was engulfed in flames, with explosions rising and falling like a symphony before the end of the world. Those once impregnable fortresses appear so fragile at this moment. The so-called permanent fortifications and fortresses of Imperial Russia, due to funding shortages and material problems, were probably no different from semi-permanent fortifications and could not withstand direct hits from large-caliber naval guns. The massive shells destroyed all the open-air coastal defense guns, swallowing them and the personnel along with them, accompanied by tremendous tremor, as if the endless earth was shaking and the sky was collapsing. The temporary or permanent fortifications along General Mountain Coast, including a series of concrete bunkers, were all dealt an absolute blow at this moment, tearing through the terrifying penetration of the super heavy shells as easily as tearing a piece of paper. The moment a super heavy shell struck the fortress, the entire structure was violently shaken by the shockwave, followed by the whistling sound of shells hitting concrete walls. The high-speed rotating warhead makes it like a sharp drill, chiseling through the concrete layer by layer, as if cutting through a piece of tofu, with concrete fragments flying everywhere and dust flying. It shocked all observers. Any defensive line would be utterly useless under such terrifying artillery fire. When the super heavy bullet finally penetrated into the fortress, its fuse was triggered, causing a devastating explosion inside. A world-destroying flame shot into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield in an instant. A huge fireball rose into the air like a miniature sun, turning everything around it crimson. As the shockwave from the explosion spread upwards, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, as if someone had planted a mushroom there. At this moment, the once impregnable fortress had been reduced to ruins, its interior utterly destroyed. Further away, in those untouched fortresses, the Imperial Russian soldiers who witnessed the event were deeply shocked by this astonishing scene. "I can't believe we survived. It's impossible. Hey, give me the third trench. Tell them to move the machine gun position 5 meters forward and shoot down those annoying birds in the sky." But this is not the end. The Tsarist Russians will have to pay the price for their actions. After firing its first round of super heavy shells, the Great Xia fleet switched to incendiary shells. At some point, the sound of super heavy missiles crossing the sky turned into a series of whistles, like a whistle suddenly blowing in the air, the prelude to a lament. Countless incendiary bombs rained down from the sky, tracing graceful arcs before crashing into the ground. There was no terrifying explosion of light, but rather a sudden burst of intense heat. The raging fire spread, forming a vast sea of flames within the fortress complex. The intense heat was terrifying and suffocating. The flames roared like demons, devouring everything that belonged to evil, purifying all the filthy Imperial Russian soldiers, leaving only a charred mark. "Let me out, please. Leave this land of divine punishment, my God, these flames." When a massive fire descended from the sky, engulfing the fortress complex in flames. The Imperial Russian soldiers inside the fortress were completely gripped by fear. Their once fearless expressions were now replaced by endless terror and regret. General Mountain, this is no impregnable fortress. It's practically a scorching hell. They regretted coming to this coastal fortress they considered impregnable. They had thought that the thick concrete layer would withstand artillery fire, but they were wrong. Faced with such intense firepower and relentless incendiary bombs, they realized how naive their initial ideas had been. "Water! Give me some water, it's too hot." Below the fortresses, a soldier's lips were cracked, and his throat seemed to be filled with an indescribable dryness. He wanted clear water, something cool, comfortable, and divine. However, when he looked around for a water source, he realized that water had become a luxury, at least not in this steel fortress. In the midst of this catastrophe, the Tsarist Russians began to question their choices, wondering if it was truly worth paying such a heavy price for such a one-sided war. None of the Far Easterners who fell under their blades remembered anything. As the flames spread, the outer positions became impassable, and the fortress was enveloped by unseen heat, trapping them in an inescapable cage. The faith and courage they once possessed vanished without a trace in that instant. Emperors? To hell with them. The devout among them had begun to pray, hoping for a miracle to save them, but it was to no avail. Instead, they were met with cannon fire from the sky. Chapter 79 Khandra is finished. Above the battlefield, this reconnaissance plane is not as fun as the bomber. I hate this kind of mission that involves flying around in the sky and doing boring work. It's all reconnaissance all day long. I really don't want to see that blue sea and yellow earth again. Lu Mingquan, the pilot of a Kingfisher reconnaissance aircraft, complained to his comrade Xinwan. "What kind of results can we achieve if we continue like this? Just take out a few small fry with two 7.62mm Browning machine guns?" They passed through the thick black smoke from the fire 3 times, circling the battlefield, which was glowing red from the flames, again and again. The fact that they'd spent a lot of time searching for a suitable target for their weak reconnaissance aircraft left them extremely frustrated. Just then, they passed through a cloud of black smoke. In the instant the plane emerged from the smoke, Lu Mingquan caught a glimpse of a group of black dots in the open area. The formation was very dense, and in front of them, it looked like a cluster of fortresses. That's really strange. On General Mountain, where flames and shells are everywhere, most people would choose to split up to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop. But these guys are doing the opposite, which is unusual. The only explanation is that there's a big fish in there. On the ground, Khandra, the commander of the Russian army defense, was furious. The Great Xia Empire had shown no martial virtue and had launched a surprise attack on their General Mountain. Just moments ago, he was inspecting the defenses of General Mountain when he was suddenly subjected to a barrage of artillery fire. Fortunately, these damned Bactrians were not very skilled in artillery. Otherwise, he would have become the first high-ranking Russian army officer to be wiped out in the Far East. They used internationally banned shells. I will prosecute them in the International Court of Justice for their crimes, these defeated nations. Khandra shouted as he was dragged by the guards toward the safe fortress ahead, cursing them all for their shamelessness. Buzz! Suddenly, the dozen or so guards on the outermost perimeter who were responsible for clearing obstacles heard a buzzing sound overhead. From the thick smoke emerged a strange bird, its flowing lines and metallic sheen sending chills down one's spine and making one's heart pound with fear. It swooped down directly towards the crowd on the ground. "Protect the commander! Watch out above!" Several soldiers shouted loudly, but it was clearly futile, as sound and human reaction could not outpace a bullet. Da-da-da-da-da. The Kingfisher reconnaissance planes strafed the ground, piercing through their fragile bodies. Bullets rained down like a storm of needles, leaving countless deep craters on the ground and continuing to advance. Hurrah! Seeing that things were going badly, the guards next to Khandra shouted and tackled Khandra to the ground, piling him on top of each other to form a wall of flesh and blood, letting the bullets hit them. On television, this scene might seem incredibly touching, but to the people involved, it was utterly absurd. Even such a touching moment couldn't withstand a bombshell. You wouldn't believe it, would you? You Tsarist Russians. Lu Mingquan coldly watched their pointless struggles, then pressed the switch on the reconnaissance plane to carry a small aerial bomb, and it quickly climbed. A dark shadow rushed forward rapidly due to inertia. There was no need to ensure a hit. Just throwing it nearby would be enough. For Lu Mingquan, an experienced hand, this was a piece of cake. Boom! Sure enough, a loud explosion followed, and the pile of meat was engulfed in flames. Strange, piercing whistles rained down on the positions outside the main city like a meteor shower, drawing bright trails in the air, as if a demon's paintbrush were drawing a picture of death on the sky. Everywhere, as long as it's on General Mountain, incendiary bombs will explode, instantly releasing extremely high-temperature flames, as if hellfire has descended upon the world. Raging flames and black smoke rose into the sky, turning it blood red. Wood and debris were set ablaze, and the firelight illuminated the terrified faces of the Imperial Russian soldiers. Their throats ached from the thick smoke, and their eyes were stinging from the scorching air, making it almost impossible to open them. Their bodies were being roasted by the intense heat, as if every inch of their skin was on fire. Some Tsarist Russians tried to extinguish the flames with water, but these were incendiary bombs. What use would water be? It would only increase the flames and casualties. Without using a large amount of sand, it would be impossible to control the fire. Their throats ached from the thick smoke, and their eyes were stinging from the scorching air, making it almost impossible to open them. The intense heat was scorching everything on fire. Shoot your Gutasov, you must do it. In this hellish place engulfed in flames, the only thing the Imperial Russian soldiers could do was use their weapons to end their comrades' suffering with a single shot. As time passed, the flames gradually subsided, leaving behind only ruins and the bodies of countless Imperial Russian soldiers. This once vast fortress complex is now nothing but destruction and oblivion. Suburbs of General Mountain, number 2 trench position. Major General Smirlov and Lieutenant General Stessel, who had taken over command of Khandra, draped the national flag over Khandra's body and then solemnly offered the highest military honors. In reality, Lieutenant General Stessel held the reins of power. Major General Khandra has sacrificed himself for the Empire. 20,000 brave soldiers have followed him. Smirlov said, his eyes bloodshot. Now, all we can do is kill as many great Xia people as possible and use their blood to commemorate the hero. Hurrah! 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 Everyone gathered here was unusually excited. They had been holding back for too long. The glory of the Holy Empire was invincible. The bloodshed today would be repaid by the enemy dozens or hundreds of times over tomorrow. Defending General Mountain has become meaningless. The enemy fleet could return at any time and repeat today's tragic scene. Stessel chose to stand by and watch. He was thinking of surrendering or withdrawing from General Mountain and going all the way to Qin Tian, from where he could take the railway and leave the Far East. In his view, guarding this hellish fortress was tantamount to waiting for death. With the city engulfed in flames, all the fortifications inside were rendered unusable, which meant they could only fight the enemy in the suburbs, on the front lines outside the city, which was tantamount to defeat. What's the point of fighting? The East China Sea Fleet has already been completely wiped out. It would be extremely unwise for the Empire to go to war with the Great Xia Empire while it has lost its navy. I couldn't see that this once prosperous place is now just a desolate wasteland. The Great Xia Empire used weapons of extermination in human history, so we should do the same as them and arrest all the Xia people on this land and gather them in General Mountain. This would avoid the scene we are in today, unless the Great Xia Empire wants to burn their own people to ashes. Smirlov said, then looked at Stessel and earnestly pleaded, Lieutenant General, please allow me to make this suggestion and have our soldiers carry it out. Smirlov, your idea is very good, but I'm afraid we don't have enough time to do it. The Xia army could land at any time. Stessel instinctively wanted to refuse. In this state, did they have any chance of survival? The madmen of Great Xia were notorious for seeking revenge and would never discuss international law with you. Anyone who wants to die, go ahead and do it. All he wants is to live, as long as he isn't blamed as the supreme commander. If we surrender, all the officers present can testify that this insane idea was proposed by the devil Smirlov and then rejected by the kind-hearted Stessel. Yes, even before the army started fighting, he was already considering how to accumulate value for himself after surrendering. Because no one understands the Great Xia Empire better than him, and no one knows more about survival techniques. But, Smirlov, I hope you can repair the army defenses on the outskirts of General Mountain as soon as possible. Make it an impregnable fortress and teach them a lesson, Stessel said, who wanted to escape. Before surrendering, he had to deliver a heavy blow to the Great Xia Empire, forcing them to abandon their necessary strategies. Then he would lead his army to surrender, maximizing his own value. This is a perfect plan, allowing for both offensive surrender and defensive retreat maneuvers. Whichever way he chooses, he can gain a good reputation. Strengthen the defenses in the Jianzhou area, where the garrison must consist of 3 regiments, and at the same time, withdraw the manpower of the Dongliao Peninsula to the outskirts of General Mountain. Based on my judgment, the enemy's landing location is most likely one of these two, the Taidong River and the Dongliao Peninsula. However, the Taidong River is the most likely. There's a very high probability that the Great Xia Empire has reached some kind of unspeakable agreement with the Japanese National Advisory Group there and will launch an attack on us, because the Empire previously attacked Japan, and they will not let it go easily. Stessel quickly voiced his brilliant judgment, and in fact, he was pretty much right. The landing fleet of the Great Xia Empire had landed at Pizuo on the Jinzhou side. Pizuo Coast. The darkness before dawn shrouded the sky, and the all-encompassing darkness gradually receded, making way for the approaching sunrise. At this time, Pizuo was still calm and peaceful, as if the war taking place on the other side had nothing to do with it, until the arrival of that landing fleet. On that day, the tranquility of the sea was disturbed by the hum of warships, and the calm waves were stirred up into ripples that spread into the distance. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds came from the sea, like thunder, breaking the tranquility of the dawn. Thousands upon thousands of ships appeared, carrying a large number of soldiers and weapons. Then, countless small landing craft fell from the mother ship into the sea, bobbing and tumbling through the waves. This day is destined to be recorded in history. The moment the first soldier stepped onto the soft, wet sand, the victory of this battle was already declared. Then came the second, and then the third, as more and more soldiers landed on the beach. They quickly seized various bunkers and cleared away all obstacles on the beach, creating conditions for a larger-scale landing. Behind the soldiers was the massive fleet, and above them, a formation of reconnaissance planes roared overhead. Of course, if the reconnaissance planes overhead were replaced with fighter jets and the infantry with tanks, the scene would be even more spectacular, reminiscent of the Normandy landings. Happy May Day, everyone! I hope you all have a great time. And, importantly, I hope the author can also take a break during the holiday, find some fun. Hee hee, I'll be back soon. Chapter 80. The Flames of War begin. With the deployment of the large-scale landing fleet, the defeat of the Imperial Russians became a foregone conclusion. The vanguard of the Great Xia Empire, like a sharp blade, pierced their heart. Faced with a large army, the Imperial Russian garrison at Pizuo did not fire a single shot, but turned and fled or raised small white flags. Then, Qin Tian set foot on this land and conjured up countless pieces of equipment, as if by magic. This function of the system, which provides unlimited equipment and logistical support, is omnipotent as long as the concept is up to par. Don't worry about the damage the cannons are causing to the city. The goal of this battle is to drive out these maggots and utterly crush all the symbols of the old era before the new sun, moon, and dragon flag. At sunrise, war broke out on all sides. The vast plains of northeast China became the best battlefield. Large armies carrying numerous mobile heavy artillery pieces, billowing with smoke and dust, obscured a corner of the land, turning the entire northeast into a magnificent panorama. Boom boom. The 130mm cannons unleashed their full power, their menacing muzzles taking down one ground fortress after another. The scorching heat of summer was gradually replaced by relentless artillery fire, and the vast territory from Pizuo to Jinzhou was shrouded in smoke. The heavy shadow of war, impenetrable even to sunlight, turned the ground, shrouded in smoke and flames, into a meat grinder for the Tsarist Russians. Every inch of land and every building on the northeast, from Pizuo to Jinzhou, was transformed into a battlefield, with fighting taking place in every corner. The ghostly legions from hell slaughtered the Imperial Russian Empire, which was putting up a last-ditch resistance. Meanwhile, news of the Great Xia Empire's landing at Pizuo was being reported up the Russian command structure at an alarming rate. The Great Xia Empire swiftly severed the connection between General Mountain and the 5,000 railway guards of the Tian Empire, dividing the entire northeast into two. Do they intend to swallow General Mountain whole? It seems the situation isn't looking good for us. We only have 3 regiments in Jinzhou, and we can't spare any more troops from General Mountain, but our enemy has several divisions. Unless we can hold out until the Westbor front opens the passage to the northeast. The Supreme Commander of Imperial Russia in Jinzhou, Razuski, immediately sensed the dire situation. The 170,000-strong Saboria Front Army, whose main force was still engaged in fierce fighting in Heilongjiang province, had no idea that these bastard new Imperial Army would resist so fiercely, which was quite unexpected. The main force's progress was slowed down, and it failed to capture several important cities in Heilongjiang province as originally planned and at the speed. Moreover, the 50,000 Imperial Russian troops and 10,000 railway guards heading south from the Monli Railway would be unable to provide immediate support in their attempt to capture Harbin. This situation was both unexpected and unforeseen. Without reinforcements, and without relying on my brothers to help me out, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Strengthen our fortifications. We must hold this fortress for 7 days at all costs. 7 days. In the command post, Ross Jesse practically shouted those last words. Dachau artillery position, 2 p.m. The Russian defenses, made of barbed wire and machine guns, are a bit tough to deal with. Let's destroy part of them with artillery first. Looking through his binoculars at the barbed wire fence erected by the Imperial Russians along the edge of the Jinzhou defense line, Lu Feng, the brigade commander of the artillery brigade, immediately felt a headache coming on. Barbed wire is something that artillery can hardly destroy. Even tens of millions of large-caliber shells cannot guarantee that they can clear the barbed wire from the infantry's attack route. This defensive tactic, which was widely used during World War I, was unexpectedly applied on a large scale in Golden State ahead of schedule. In an era without tanks, it was indeed a bit troublesome. 3 minutes until the shelling begins. Lu Feng glanced down his watch, took a deep breath, and realized that without armored units, they could only ensure that their artillery could open a gap in the barbed wire. Moreover, the army is not without armored vehicles. Time passed by, and soon it was time for the scheduled final assault. All artillery fire is under my command. Ready, fire. Thus began the only 2 large-scale artillery displays in the Northeast campaign. As soon as the order to bombard was given, the artillery positions on the entire front line seemed to be activated in an instant, with thousands of shells blotting out the sky and pouring down on the enemy's positions. This heavy artillery barrage was particularly spectacular, with the sky being torn apart by continuous bursts of light from the explosions, and each salvo accompanied by a deafening roar. The shells drew deadly arcs in the air, their trails like shooting stars, capable of taking the lives of a group of enemies as they passed by. The deafening explosions echoed across the land for a long time, and shells rained down on the fortifications built by the Tsarist Russians like a furious thunderbolt, vividly depicting the intensity of the war. Boom! Each shell seemed to instantly evaporate all the surrounding air. The Imperial Russian soldiers on the position, who had no time to take cover, met their demise in utter bewilderment. The violent shockwave, carrying countless shrapnel, swept across the surrounding soldiers, causing blood to splatter the next second, filling the air with a mixed scent of steel and flesh. Is this heaven? Why are there so many sparks? I think this must be heaven. Great Savior, save your people. Your enemies, the demons of hell, have already reached into reality. The surviving soldiers cowered behind their bunkers in terror, desperately covering their ears, but the shockwave still ruptured their eardrums and spread throughout their internal organs. The firelight illuminated the entire battlefield, turning the sky an ominous orange red. The billowing smoke from countless massive fireballs generated by endless explosions rose slowly, intertwining with the dark gray clouds in the sky. The shelling was relentless, wave after wave, its intensity suffocating. Chapter 81, Tanks Debut. After several rounds of artillery bombardment, Part of the barbed wire on the Imperial Russian positions was no longer recognizable, leaving only some bent metal strips and broken supports. The effect has been achieved. Gradually cease shelling and resume rapid firing in 15 minutes. Now, Lu Feng was very satisfied with the efficiency of his artillery. Within half an hour, they had destroyed as many of the fortifications built by Imperial Russia as possible, and their initial objective had been achieved. Moreover, if we continue bombarding them, we will be helpless against the Russians who have already taken cover. So let's lure them out, make all the Russian soldiers come out of their bunkers, and then launch another round of fire. Will the Imperial Russian commander fall for it? Lu Feng was 98% certain that the artillery fire would stop the enemy infantry charge. This was common sense, and the Tsarist Russians, who had never suffered a loss, would not consider the possibility of a feint. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant, and it is impossible for a junior officer to be able to think of everything. If he could, he would not be just a junior officer. Even if they don't fall for it, at most they'll just waste some ammunition, and at worst they'll get a few scoldings from the logistic soldiers, which is nothing. As the intense artillery fire gradually subsided, the smoke from the battlefield began to dissipate, revealing a desolate Imperial Russian position, with the occasional charred creature visible. Once the artillery fire stops, the Xia infantry will come up. Rozhchesev emerged from the thick, sturdy bunker, his face grave. The shelling has stopped for some time now, and it seems the enemy is about to launch an infantry charge. Since the great Xia people want to defeat the empire by relying on artillery, then let them shed their blood under the steel defenses. Use the blood of countless soldiers to fill the trenches and barbed wire. First squad, prepare to repel the enemy infantry attack. Second squad, await orders. Without hesitation, Rozhchesev dispatched his elite troops. Large numbers of soldiers emerged from the bunkers on the back slopes behind the positions. These defensive fortifications were very effective against cannons with straight trajectories, and there were quite a few of them, which could be seen everywhere on the Jinzhou defense line. The bombardment from Daxia just now had limited destructive power on the defending troops. It didn't cripple them. They still retained the strength to keep the enemy out of Jinzhou. Hurrah! 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 Many Imperial Russian soldiers emerged from their bunkers, their anger burning. The shelling had not dampened their spirits. Instead, it had made them even more ferocious. Several 1895 Maxim machine guns have been moved to the cleared machine gun positions, and the field artillery hidden behind them has also begun to move out. However, just as the Imperial Russian soldiers had set up their positions and were preparing to meet the expected infantry assault, a sudden change occurred. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There were no shouts from the expected Xia infantry, no thunderous footsteps shaking the earth, only the roar of their cannons. The moment a shell landed and the booming sound of artillery fire rang out, Rozhchesev's face turned pale instantly. His intuition told him that he had made a grave mistake. This was not a prelude to an infantry charge, but a carefully planned deception. His orders exposed the first wave of soldiers to deadly danger. Retreat! Get back to the bunker! Rozhchesev shouted, his voice filled with urgency and panic. He himself, escorted by guards, was dragged and tumbled into the nearest bunker. Chirp! But the soldiers on the position couldn't retreat in time. The whistling sound of artillery shells had already fallen. The horrific scene plunged everyone's hearts into despair, and an unprecedented sense of hopelessness enveloped everyone. Their enemy was not an overwhelming infantry force, but devastating artillery shells. Under the equalization of all beings' cannon, all anger instantly transformed into powerlessness and despair and was swallowed up in an instant. Almost none of the Imperial Russian soldiers on the position had intact bodies. Their flesh and blood were torn apart in the explosion, and limbs and torsos were scattered all over the ground. Those machine guns were all blown to scrap metal, back to their factory condition. Many field guns were not spared either. Most of the Russian Empire's assets in Jinzhou were destroyed in this round of shelling. There were not enough heavy weapons, at least not enough to maintain firepower to suppress the enemy's infantry charge. Even the crisscrossing trenches and various fortifications could not save them, for this was the judgment of the great Xia Empire. The shelling continued, though it was clearly not on the same scale as the previous wave. It was merely maintaining a state of suppression. This alerted all the officers of the Imperial Russian Army. Instead of large-scale bombardment, there was suppressive artillery fire. The great Xia Empire was really going to charge this time. They had no choice but to send the second team up under fire. The great Xia people are coming up. The first surviving team of soldiers reported bad news to the rear. In the distance, a type of armored beetle never seen before came into view of the Imperial Russian soldiers. There were many of them, forming a long, straight line followed by infantry. What kind of secret weapon is this? Its enormous body can be seen from a great distance. It is very tall, about twice the height of a person, and is completely covered in iron armor. From the front, it looks like a long, narrow iron box, emitting a peculiar clicking sound. It was an armored vehicle modified from a CA-30 military truck by adding iron plates. The windshield and the front of the vehicle were all covered with iron armor, at least 25 millimeters thick. The tires also have relatively short skid plates for protection, which means that the weight of the entire vehicle is mainly concentrated at the front. This can be seen from the tracks, indicating that the tires were under a lot of load and the speed was not high. Furthermore, the carriage is equipped with a modified machine gun or a rudimentary turret, a heavy machine gun, or a 75 millimeters cannon, which is the most powerful weapon on board. The soldiers in the driver's cab don't need to see the road ahead. They just need to keep driving forward, and the soldiers in the cargo compartment will tell them the answer. An armored vehicle that can move? The defenders on the opposite position were all stunned. They had never seen such an imposing and mysterious weapon before, and it looked like it was not to be trifled with. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out from the Imperial Russian positions, and then on these amazing armored vehicles, they saw a few tiny sparks, accompanied by the sound of bullets hitting metal plates, flashing by very briefly. Da-da-da. This provocation successfully angered the advancing steel behemoth, whose Maxim heavy machine guns and 75 millimeters rapid-fire cannons spewed flames. The accuracy is terrible, with a range of 300 meters, but an error of 1,700 meters, and that's a real error. The Maxim machine gun was alright. The gunner could adjust the trajectory to make the bullets fly more densely. But the 75 millimeters gun was completely inaccurate. Hitting the target depended entirely on two words: luck. Boom! With a loud explosion and a shower of dirt, two extremely lucky soldiers caught a shell at the right time and place. They could only accept it with tears in their eyes as their bodies turned into light. Cannons. Blow up those armored vehicles with cannons. Some quick-thinking Imperial Russian soldiers, seeing that their light weapons were useless against the armored vehicles, decisively pushed forward an 87 millimeters field gun. After 2 rounds of artillery bombardment, there are not many of these heavy weapons left. There may only be a few left along the entire long defensive line. May the Lord bless us. Bless the Empire. May miracles occur. The next few Imperial Russian gunners, braving the gunfire, quickly and skillfully aimed their field guns at the moving tanks. Boom! The cannonball is fired just as a sharp sword is drawn. If it hits, the enemy dies. If it misses, Tsarist Russia perishes. Chapter 82, The Capture of Jinzhou. With a loud explosion, the billowing dust enveloped the moving armored vehicle in a chaotic haze. So did you destroy it? All the Imperial Russian soldiers held their breath, their hearts filled with anticipation for the explosion to come, as if they could already see it. The armored vehicles of the Great Xia people were reduced to scrap metal under the bombardment of their own side. Sir, our shells failed to scratch the enemy's armor. Soon, someone witnessed an unbelievable scene. It was truly terrifying. The armored vehicle slowly advanced, its silhouette breaking through the billowing smoke, and its terrifying appearance reappeared like an impregnable fortress. In that instant, the hearts of the Imperial Russian soldiers seemed to stop beating, and a deep sense of disappointment and resentment flashed across their faces. The shell fired by our side did not have the effect we had hoped for. It only exploded in front of the truck and did not hit it directly. The force of the explosion only caused a slight dent in the armor covering the truck. Even the soldiers in the driver's cab were not injured. Meanwhile, only sporadic artillery fire could be heard along the entire long battlefront in Jinzhou, mostly yielding no results. Large swathes of the positions fell into a depressing silence, like the prelude to an approaching storm. Hurrah! The Great Yura people will not yield to the Great Xia people. Looking at the armored vehicles that were almost within reach, and the infantry that could be seen everywhere in the Great Xia Empire, the Russian soldiers did not give up. Their anger and resentment drove everyone, and a frenzied emotion began to spread in the trenches. Soldiers picked up their rifles and began firing in despair. Scattered gunshots rang out, and bullets rained down on the armored vehicle like a storm of bullets. The sounds of steel clashing against iron echoed across the hard armor, each bullet attempting to pierce the indestructible shell and leave a beautiful snowflake on the soldiers of the Great Xia. However, the armored vehicles blocked them. Bullets flying everywhere scraped against the metal surface, creating sparks that burst forth like fleeting meteors in the night sky. Then, the soldiers following behind the military trucks also began to fight back, using their Type 56 semi-automatic rifles and machine gun turrets to quickly clear out the enemy soldiers who were peeking out of the trenches. Then, the mortars that followed began to gradually clear out the firing points behind the defensive line, suppressing the enemy's gunfire with a large number of shells. The military trucks stopped when they reached the trench area. Unlike tanks, they did not have tracks to effectively cross the trenches. If they tried to force their way through, the entire vehicle would get stuck. However, the heavy weapons mounted on it continued to fire, providing cover for friendly forces to clear out and eliminate the Imperial Russian soldiers in the trenches one by one. A clash between the two sides is imminent. Contrary to the Tsarist Russians' imagination of close combat and truth being revealed under bayonets, the Xia soldiers did not choose to rashly jump into the trenches and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Instead, they immediately used their terrifying, high-firing rifles to take down the Imperial Russian soldiers as they approached. In those intricate trenches, countless grenades were scattered everywhere. Regardless of anything suspicious, a smoking grenade would be thrown in. Around 3 p.m., the Great Xia Empire broke through the first line of defense of the Imperial Russian army in Jinzhou. Subsequently, Rashes, who had retreated to the rear, ordered all reserves to be committed to the battle and to retake the lost first line of defense in Golden State. However, the Imperial Russian army that arrived later found that this was almost an impossible task, because after the Great Xia Empire captured the first line of defense, it quickly built multiple ring-shaped fortifications and deployed countless heavy artillery positions on nearby high ground. The dense firepower of machine guns and rapid-fire rifles repelled the Imperial Russian army's repeated charges. Their most effective bayonet charges only left behind a large number of corpses on the battlefield, where smoke filled the air. Charging into the open ground under machine gun fire with no cover was bound to have predictable consequences. Within just half an hour, almost all the Imperial Russian soldiers who dared to charge were wiped out. Moreover, the artillery firepower of Great Xia was so fierce that it completely overwhelmed Imperial Russia, which adhered to the doctrine of heavy artillery. After losing his few elite troops, Rozhchev finally calmed down, but his already limited forces were almost completely wiped out. At this point, no plan could work, and nothing could stop the Great Xia Empire from entering Jinzhou. Although he was unwilling to admit the empire's defeat in this battle, deep down he knew very well that going to war with the Great Xia Empire would definitely not end well. Rozhchev ultimately failed to hold Jinzhou for 7 days, not even for a single day. As evening approached, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the sun, moon, and dragon banner was hung atop Jinzhou city. Jinzhou was lost under my watch. With the loss of Jinzhou, General Mountain is in imminent danger, and the far east of the empire is about to be destroyed. I have no face to go back, no face to face the great emperor. In the midst of the empire's harsh winter, Rozhchev left these words for his assistant before pulling the trigger. A crisp gunshot signaled the complete defeat of Imperial Russia in Jinzhou. The fertile black soil of northeast China is a natural land for industrialization. Outside the completely cleared city of Jinzhou, Qin Tian carefully picked up a handful of soil, held it tightly in his hand, and inhaled the fragrance of the earth. The northeast is absolutely the most suitable region for developing agriculture and industry. It has countless mineral resources and more than 1 or 2 excellent ports. In every aspect, it can absolutely support the development of large-scale industrialization. If the Northeast is managed well, the resources of this region alone can support the entire country and even the Far East. Moreover, its strategic location is among the best in the Far East. Controlling this area would allow for a northward advance that could penetrate all the way to the Far East and reach Siberia. To the south, it could cut off the vital passage for the Xia dynasty. Moreover, there's a saying that goes, it's easy to fight from north to south, but it's not so simple to fight from south to north. Throughout history, very few people have been able to do it. The coward who started with just a bowl did it. But for Qin Tian, who has a systematic approach, none of this matters. He just needs a stable transition period right now. He needs to rest, stockpile ammunition, and build up his troops. Besides, developing industry also requires a lot of time. A year later, an army of 1 million will emerge and sweep through this world. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The Great Xia Empire has fought so many wars without rest. It's time to temporarily stop its expansion and focus on farming. In that case, let the industrialization of the Great Xia Empire, its path to the stars and the sea, begin in the northeast. Gradually getting back on track, we'll soon resume previous update frequency. Chapter 83 is truly bizarre. As night fell on General Mountain, Stessel sat in his command post, enjoying a rare moment of peace. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he held a steaming cup of water in his hand, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The thunderous cannon fire beneath Jinzhou City resounded throughout the entire northeast region, continuing unabated since the afternoon. Judging from the final battle report submitted by Rozhchev, the situation seemed rather dire. However, no matter what, Jinzhou's defenses were like an iron barrel, and the people of Dachau would have to pay a toll if they want to cross them. They'll probably receive reports soon of the Great Xia people getting badly beaten up by their strong city defenses. It's something to look forward to. If he can teach them a lesson there, that would be great. At that very moment, Smurlov suddenly burst into the command post, interrupting Stetsel's thoughts under his gloomy expression. Lieutenant General, there's an urgent military report from Jinzhou. The Great Xia have captured Jinzhou. What? Stetsel's face immediately darkened, and in his fright, he slammed the cup in his hand to the ground with a loud thud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Smurlov, do you know what you're saying? You're giving false intelligence and trying to demoralize the troops. He glared at Smurlov and roared furiously. Please take a look, Lieutenant General. Smurlov handed over the battle report in his hand. Stetsel took the intelligence, glanced at it, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Jinzhou has indeed been captured by the Great Xia Empire, and the defending army has been almost completely wiped out. At that moment, his anger vanished instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. How could this be? How could Rashtasev have been defeated so quickly? He had 3 regiments of soldiers, not 3 regiments of pigs. Even if they were pigs, they could have kept the Great Xia people busy for days. At this moment, Stetsel had only one thought in his mind. It's over. His path of having both an option and a way out has been completely cut off. If he didn't inflict a devastating blow on the Great Xia Empire at the gates of Jinzhou, how could he maximize his value upon surrendering? And how should a great emperor treat himself? Indeed, Stetsel is such an oddball. Despite having a large army and a strong fortress, he always thought about surrendering. Even all his strategies were designed around surrender. After all, in one timeline, he did exactly that when facing the Japanese siege of General Mountain, surrendering without a word and successfully reducing a large number of casualties for the Japanese. As a result, the Japanese even praised him as a peace ambassador after the war. Now, Smurlov added to the battle report. The Bactrians used their secret weapon in Jinzhou, an armored vehicle covered with thick iron armor that our rifles and machine guns could not penetrate. Armored chariots? The Great Xia people used them to break through the Jinzhou defense line. Stetsel questioned. Armored chariots, something from the era of cold weapons, could actually be used in modern warfare? Yes, the Great Xia people equipped it with cannons and machine guns, turning it into a mobile fortress. However, I think it might have been converted from a car. As far as I know, the Great Xia Empire has a large number of transport vehicles. Smurlov noticed Stetsel's doubts. Stetsel waved his hand and said, No, I don't think this novelty can break through my defenses. I just want to know how General Mountain will face the Great Xia people's offensive next. We only have 25,000 men left. Even with the emergency construction of fortifications, General Mountain's situation is not much better than Jinzhou's. At most, they have more fortifications, trenches, gun emplacements, and a larger number of people. But after seeing how easily Jinzhou was captured, he was not sure how long General Mountain could hold out. What if the enemy was enraged after the city fell and hung him, the commander-in-chief, from a street lamp? At this point, he was starting to consider surrendering, yes, the kind where he'd go straight to a prisoner of war camp. My lord, I am willing to lead our soldiers to the last moment, Smurlov said with all his might, which was also the difference between him and Stetsel. Let every trench, every piece of land, and every building become a battlefield. Stetsel glanced at him and said, No, you're just wasting your soldiers' lives. Besides, the Dachau people are very cunning. They'll only take you out with cannons from a distance. Then what should we do? Surrender? No, we're not surrendering. We want to negotiate, Stetsel said, patting his subordinate on the shoulder. What is the difference between peace talks and surrender? Lieutenant General, I do not approve of what you are doing. We still have a strong army and strong fortifications, which are more than enough for us to hold out until the arrival of the Saborian front. There's no difference, but you need to know that this could save your life, save the lives of these 25,000 soldiers, and save the entire city, Stetsel said seriously. My Smurlov, you'll understand when you reach my level. There's no point in continuing to fight. Smurlov, however, was furious. His resolve hardened, prompting him to retort, You coward! The great emperor will not allow you to do this. You will be tried by a military court. But this drew a cold stare from Stetsel, who said, When the guns of the Great Xia people are pointed at the forehead of the great emperor, I believe he will obediently take off the crown on his head, even if it means ceding the Far East. I believe he will not hesitate. What a load of rubbish. We were already prisoners of the Great Xia before we even got there. How could the emperor's military court possibly try the Great Xia Empire? Early the next morning, Stetsel promptly dispatched an envoy, who arrived in Golden State under a white flag, and presented his sincerity with a purebred Siberian white horse. The envoy was quite straightforward, immediately declaring that his side was willing to surrender. He then shrugged, indicating that he had no other conditions, as long as their lives were safe. He added a final note. This is an order from Lieutenant General Stetsel. The following day, Stessel came in person and arranged everything for the surrender perfectly in the time it took to eat a meal. The speed was exactly the same as in the original timeline. 3 days later, the entire area from General Mountain south of Jinzhou to the sea was recovered. The Imperial Russian troops at General Hill surrendered with such speed that no word of it was received before the handover took place. Chapter 84, The Eternal Empire. The battle ended much faster than Qin Tian had expected. He knew Stessel would surrender, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. What Qin Tian gave up was nothing more than countless cannonballs and bullets, but he gained more than 25,000 laborers and the entire population of southern Liao, 2 million people. Moreover, the roads leading to Goryeo have been almost opened up, and there are also some scattered areas under actual control north of Jinzhou. Unbeknownst to many, the territory of the Great Xia Empire had expanded to an astonishing size, encompassing Beiyang, Hong Kong, the Japanese peninsula, southern Liao, Ryukyu, and Goryeo, almost forming the entire first island chain. Commander, we can still fight. Let's take over the entire northeast. Zhang's adjutant also had a smile on his face. Taking over this fertile land would make it the foundation of the empire. Simply taking it down is not enough. Someone also needs to govern it. Qin Tian said that he had come up with a good idea, a way to completely control the local grassroots level. If any soldiers are injured and can no longer go to the battlefield, as long as they are suitable, they can be transferred to the grassroots level of townships and towns to serve as township heads, village heads, or town heads. It doesn't matter what they do, as long as they are in the local power structure. Qin Tian's words demonstrated an attitude to firmly grasp the local areas. Eliminating the barriers between them and the central government is something that has never been achieved throughout history. Now, he has put forward this extremely crazy idea that could make an empire last forever. The system's warriors are absolutely loyal to their commander, and this bond is not only spiritual, but also passed down through their bloodlines. These system warriors are just like normal people, with their own emotions and desires. However, they prioritize the commander's orders and put the overall interests of the empire second. In this way, a batch of soldiers are transferred every year to the grassroots level, forming a huge radiation network that reaches every corner of the empire, generation after generation. A massive and awe-inspiring state machine. The empire they formed operated with an efficiency that no other empire in human history could match. The thought of a fully functioning state apparatus is terrifying. It could crush anyone who dares to challenge it or has other ambitions. As for whether the soldiers have this talent, once there are a large number of them, there will always be a few who are good at it. There's a saying that goes, the world is just a giant makeshift team. In reality, to govern a country, one region's talent is enough. Look at the group of people who followed Liu Bang in conquering the world. How many of them were from the same place as him? An eternal empire. Zhang, the adjutant, wore a look of ecstasy. No one understood better than him what this meant. Orders from the central government flowed freely and smoothly. This is the greatest miracle in the world, and even the universe. Moreover, if this can really be achieved, the empire's organizational structure can still maintain its current state after it embarks on its journey to the stars. In this way, even if some planets are billions of light years away from the center of the empire, the imperial central government can directly control the planetary level in this way, and there will never be a rebellion. Such an eternal empire must also have faith. The commander, in the name of the emperor, suppresses the entire Great Xia Empire. Zhang's adjutant's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he saw an incredibly majestic being sitting in the center of the empire, becoming the faith of countless people. Unlike Zhang's remarkable vision, Qin Tian was still immersed in his own ideas. Currently, the army only has 200,000 men. It will take time to develop a large enough and overwhelming force. Now, we have sufficient manpower on our own territory. After a few months of training, they can cooperate with elite troops in combat and play a supporting role. Moreover, the rise of a powerful empire should not rely solely on the power of the system. We will select a regiment from our army to serve as the backbone of the newly formed corps and use this to form 3 new recruit divisions, Qin Tian murmured. If the number of backbone personnel is not enough, we can increase it appropriately. These 3 divisions will serve as a pilot project, and we will expand it to the entire army later. It's definitely not feasible to expand an army of hundreds of thousands of people all at once. This will not only temporarily reduce our own combat strength, but also delay the speed of the Great Xia's northern campaign. The Great Xia Empire must now advance northward, and there is no time to wait for the new recruits to form combat capabilities. Yes, said Lieutenant Zhang, who wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Tian's point of view. At the same time, these places not only need to be plowed by cannons, but also by our people to completely pulverize the existing old infrastructure. Qin Tian pointed to the map and said, if anyone is dissatisfied or causes trouble, just kill them, let the blood flow like a river. Otherwise, even if the army conquers the land, those local gentry will still hold on to local power, constantly eroding the foundation of an empire from the bottom up until the empire collapses. In that case, no matter how much territory you conquer, it will ultimately be just an empty shell. The distinctions between local gentry and landlords were indeed in line with historical trends at their inception, representing advanced productive forces. However, after a long period of development, it has become a malignant tumor, possessing a large amount of means of production and wealth through years of mergers and acquisitions, yet it does not engage in production activities. The speed of social development often cannot keep up with the speed of their annexation, until finally all wealth circulating, including the means of production, becomes less and less. And what does industrialization require? It's already obvious. If all the wealth they have accumulated over thousands of years were converted into industrial assets, it would be an enormous figure, unprecedented in history, soaring to unprecedented heights. After the war machine had shattered everything in its path, the land was surveyed and compiled into a fish-scale map. The population was investigated and compiled into the Yellow Register. With swift and decisive action, the main force of the army will take over the northeast. At the same time, we will conduct friendly inspections in various places and transfer half of the troops left in Beigang to assist in suppressing the local areas. Chapter 85 Hope on Earth. Jinzhou Dongjizwang. On that dirt road, weathered by time and war, Zhao Yong's figure stood alone. His skin was as tough as bronze, and his hands were covered with deep furrow-sole marks of years of farming. Zhao Yong was a farmer for generations, and his ancestors were not well educated. His name was given to him by a schoolteacher he rescued during a famine. In a slightly better year, a farmer, through his daily hard work, could provide enough food for his entire family for more than half a year after paying rent to the landlord. However, those greedy Russians come here every day to plunder year after year, and the landlords keep raising interest rates. As the broken rice jar in his home emptied day by day, Zhao Yong's heart sank. He knew that this time, he really couldn't hold on any longer. To make a living for his family, Zhao Yong had no choice but to go to a nearby village to see if he could find some work. Oh dear, these days, there's fighting and killing everywhere. How are these farmers supposed to survive? Now, there's this so-called Great Xia Power, which I've heard terrifies those foreign devils. They're fighting the Russians here again, with gunfire going off day and night. Why are they all crowding onto this land? Along the way, you can also encounter several farmers dressed in tattered clothes who are constantly complaining. Zhao Yong silently shifted his body, wanting to get closer to the farmers and hear about the new developments. He was just an ordinary citizen, and lately he hadn't been able to find out anything. He was living in constant fear, which was really tough for him. However, Zhao Yong was used to a simple, honest life as a farmer, and he blushed before even getting close to strangers, ultimately failing to follow up and ask. After a long while, Zhao Yong dragged his heavy steps and finally stepped into the Zhuangwei area. He heard a lot of noise ahead, with countless voices gathered there. There's also a very fragrant aroma wafting in the wind. It smells really, really good, even better than ordinary rice. Is it top-quality rice? Zhao Yong wondered, and couldn't help but envy the wealthy landowner who could eat top-quality rice in this world, much richer than the stingy Mr. Wu in his area. Following the scent, he walked in that direction. Even if he couldn't eat it, it would be good to see the world. At the same time, the noise surrounding him grew louder and louder. Suddenly, after turning a corner, the scene there brought him to a halt. From a distance, he saw several people dressed in clothes he had never seen before walking around, with a large group of people nearby, all shouting something. The sound of crying could still be faintly heard. It was truly heartbreaking to hear and see. These are government soldiers, right? They must be from some powerful country, definitely not from the imperial court. Are they here to requisition grain again? Zhao Yong was both shocked and frightened. He found a place to hide, fearing that these soldiers would not only want food, but also arrest people. After waiting for a long time, he circled around several times, avoiding the people passing by, and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building before daring to get closer and listen to what the group of people were saying. Really distributing rations? What kind of good thing is this? Where do these soldiers come from? Don't be fooled by them and tricked into becoming your slaves. Yes, not long ago my nephew was captured by the Russians and taken to General Mountain. He hasn't come back yet. The grain has been distributed. It really has been distributed. Below, there were many people gathered there. Judging from the tattered state and color of their clothes, one could roughly guess that they were also farmers trying to earn a living. In the middle were several tables filled with all sorts of odds and ends, behind which was a large pile of colorful bags, and a dozen or so soldiers stood nearby. Zhao Yong observed very carefully. Whenever a farmer came up and did something on the table with his head down, the soldiers would hand him several bags of things. They were very heavy, and even strong men had to carry them with both hands and their shoulders. Moreover, everyone who received it would shed tears, some even sobbing uncontrollably. It really is grain. I must have misheard. It's daytime now. Zhao Yong's heart was racing. He could hardly believe his ears. He carefully climbed off the roof, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Zhao Yong, what are you doing here? I figure I should go and let you know. Zhao Yong was startled. He turned around and saw Shunlu from the same village, who also had an incredulous joy on his face. Zhao Yong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with questions. He asked, Shunlu, what's going on? Tell me, is this a grain distribution area? Where did such a big toad come from? Shunlu patted his shoulder and said in an unusually excited voice, That's right, it's the Great Xia government distributing grain for disaster relief. It's the one that's been fighting with the Russians lately. It's a long story. Go and get your grain first. I just received my family's rations, and my dad is transporting them back now. Shunliu's eyes gleamed with admiration as he began to tell Zhao Yong about some new things happening on the estate. These soldiers from the Great Xia arrived early this morning. I had just arrived when it was still dark and the sky was still gray. I saw a strange iron beast that was making a whooshing sound. It was also crackling with lightning and could emit light as bright as day. I heard that the thunder god and lightning goddess threw their magic weapons to the mortal world to save us. Let me tell you, these people are good people. As soon as they arrived, they went around inspecting the village and personally visited each household. They even gave the sick people a miracle drug. They were unconscious this morning, but now they're jumping around like crazy. Don't you think they're amazing? It's hard to say. Zhao Yong was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that there were such good soldiers. The seemingly powerful Europeans turned out to be no different from bandits once they arrived here. I was quite surprised to see officers and soldiers like this now. Will we be able to get this food too? Zhao Yong asked cautiously, fearing that all of this was just a flash in the pan, a way to fool him, an honest farmer. Shunlu nodded firmly. Of course you can. Go over there and line up, sign your name, and you can take your share of food. But I can't read a single word. It's okay. They will give you an identification card, and you can use that to collect things in the future. After saying that, the two walked quickly toward the place where the food was distributed. Zhao Yong's heart filled with anticipation and fear. But when he saw the soldiers who looked like heavenly warriors, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. It took a lot of courage for him to dare to join the long queue. As the group slowly moved forward, Zhao Yong's anxiety grew. His gaze was fixed on the mountain of bags, and with each step he took, he felt himself drenched in sweat, enough to soak the ground. Shunlu kept comforting him. Look, you're in such a hurry. You could just wait here. Finally, it was Zhao Yong's turn to stand in front of the table distributing the food. He was a little uneasy and didn't know what to say. The two registrars smiled at him, but did not speak immediately. They pushed a thick stack of papers off the table and handed it to Zhao Yong. It was a grain requisition registration form. Then, someone came to write out an identity form for him, recording detailed information. He pressed his fingerprint, stamped it with a special seal, and that's how an ID card was completed. Several large bags of supplies, plus a small trolley. Zhao Yong paused, looking up at the registrar with disbelief and surprise in his eyes. Really giving me grain? To a servant like me? Yes, and you're not a servant. You're an upright person. There's no such thing as superior or inferior. A registration staff member nodded. Come back tomorrow with your family. They can also get a set of supplies. Just register here with your ID cards then. Oh, by the way, there's a trial being held here tonight, targeting those who exploit landlords. You can come and take a look and tell everyone your grievances. Zhao Yong's feelings at this moment were so complicated that he couldn't put them into words. The thought that a person of integrity has no distinction between superior and inferior stirred up a storm in his heart. He's just a farmer, one of many, and he never imagined that anyone would care about his living conditions like they do today. His eyes were now filled with disbelief. Is this real? The registration staff smiled gently. Of course it's true. You're not the only one here. There are millions of people like this all over the world. Sir, I will never forget your great kindness. If there is anything I can do to help in the future, please just tell me and I will do it. Zhao Yong stood up tremblingly, tears glistening in his eyes. He had never imagined that he would be valued like this. Come on, take this grain home and cook a few bowls of millet porridge first. There's also meat in it. Remember not to eat too much these next few days. With trembling hands, Zhao Yong took the heavy supplies and placed them in the trolley. His eyes were wet and red. Chapter 86, talking about suffering. As night gradually fell in Dongzhi's a number of people had gathered in an open space around the village, lighting bonfires on the ground, the red flames illuminating everyone's faces. His face was no longer numb. A glimmer of light had returned. Zhao Yong was among them, chatting with fellow villagers and occasionally bursting into laughter. The children's play and the parents' eyes revealed a long-lost radiance, as if they were witnessing a peaceful and prosperous world. At this moment, they are just like the people of Beijing before. Zhao Yong sat there, gazing at the small wooden platform in the middle of the open space, and couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. Shunlu, I heard that we can now judge those landlords. What's going on? Yes. Shunlu stopped what he was doing, turned around, and said, the officers and soldiers all said this morning that they want to arrest these bastards, saying that they have done a lot of bad things to us ordinary people in the past. In the past, no one would have dared to even think about such a thing. Zhao Yong frowned and said, trial? Can we peasants judge them? They are landlords and rich people. If the officials and soldiers stop caring, won't we be the ones suffering? Of course we can. Shunliu's voice revealed an undeniable authority. How can we not care? These soldiers are different from before. They don't have that air of lords anymore. Haven't you noticed? They not only distribute rations, but they also help people. I've been watching them all day. They go to whichever family is in trouble. Tell me, why is that? If the new officers and soldiers want to take advantage of us, what do we have to take advantage of? We don't need to give them so much food, and it's all top quality stuff. It's true that we are illiterate, but we can't be without conscience. We can see who is truly good to us. Zhao Yong fell silent. That was true, but the changes that had occurred in just one day were too drastic. He couldn't process it all at once. But doesn't the imperial court say they are rebels? That's what the officials in Long'an County are saying. You think traders don't steal anything and just feed and drink you for free? I think you're confused. Then, a group of soldiers brought up several mean-spirited landlords who were bound hand and foot and pushed them to the front of the trial table. What are they doing? They've really brought these grown men here. A group of farmers sat together, their eyes filled with apprehension, and many of them had doubts. Everyone, take a look and see if you recognize anyone. There really is one. We know him. Isn't that old Lou from our village? How did he end up in such a state today? An old farmer pointed with his calloused hands at a trembling figure in a certain direction, his deliberately lowered voice filled with sarcasm and barely perceptible joy. It was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire scene. I saw it too. It's my employer. The people below began to whisper among themselves, making the scene somewhat noisy. Then, a young soldier stood on the trial platform and shouted, fellow countrymen, today you are here as hosts, to participate in this assembly, yes, as upright people, to judge these vampires who exploit you. If any of you have been wronged, feel free to speak up. With us here, they can't cause any trouble. Are we really going to have them interrogate the landlords? And what's the point of all this? The people looked at each other, remembering the landlord's long-standing influence, and for a moment no one dared to speak, and the whole place fell silent. This lingering influence has become muscle memory, an invisible rule that no one dares to break, and no one dares to say it to the landlord's face. Is there no one willing to step forward? After a long while, the soldier looked around and asked. The people below didn't even dare to meet his gaze, and involuntarily lowered their heads, cowering in fear. Remember, each of you is an independent and equal person. No one can oppress you. Foreigners and the big shots in your eyes are nothing but a piece of paper. As long as you unite, you can defeat them. Tell me, do you want to be cowards, letting foreigners ride roughshod over you, and letting landlords run wild on your shoulders? I'll make you slaves to the landlords for the rest of your lives, living a life of hunger and cold, and may your descendants all suffer the same fate, with no hope of ever rising above your circumstances. The soldier spoke solemnly, with a sense of fervent patriotism. I'm not a coward. Finally, an elderly farmer stepped forward, his trembling voice echoing through the crowd. Let me tell you, I've been bullied by these bastards, who are worse than pigs and dogs. A few years ago, these scums saw that my family still had an acre of land, so they brought people to rob us. They even broke my son's leg. These beasts. One person stepped forward and passionately recounted his suffering, which moved the rest of the villagers, giving them a sense of support. Because they had all suffered the same hardships, the emotions of any one of them could resonate with others, stirring up the greatest intellectual storm of the era within this small, open space. This kind of profound impact on their very being will greatly change their spirit. Other peasants also began to muster their courage and stand up to recount the landlord's crimes, how they robbed them of the fruits of their labor, how they abused their families, and how they made them live in misery, working hard all year only to end up with nothing. Old Wu was the first to stand up. Although his back was slightly hunched, his voice was still loud and clear. Which of us here hasn't been bullied by men? We're all furious, and now that someone's here to uphold justice, of course we'll speak up. Chapter 87, Talking About Suffering, Part 2. When we work for the men, if God blessed us with a meal, we could barely feed our families after a year's work. Life was tough, and we were often hungry, but we could find some wild vegetables, tree bark, and grass roots, and that's how we got by. Old Wu spoke with such force that his neck turned bright red. But when the bigwigs see that we're doing better and have surplus grain at home, they clamor for higher interest rates, more grain, and more money to buy seeds. They are eager to fill their pockets with all the little we have worked so hard to earn. With this increase in interest rates, we can't afford seeds. So where will we get our food? What will we eat? Good heavens, life is getting harder and harder. The people present were also filled with indignation, loudly expressing their long-suppressed anger. Yes, Big Brother is right. A dark-skinned peasant woman with calloused hands continued. With constant fighting, it's already hard to recoup costs this year. And now the landlord wants to raise interest rates too. Our last hope has vanished like smoke in the wind. Don't even mention it. If the magistrate really raises the interest rate, our village will probably face another famine. Last month, didn't more than a dozen families already borrow money at high interest rates? I'm afraid that by harvest time, they won't even have a single seed left. The soldiers around them were very satisfied with this effect. After a period of time, many of them dared to stand up and complain about the hardships. This kind of sentiment is contagious. This allowed the anger of the long-oppressed people to be vented, giving them energy and spirit so that they could truly stand up and straighten their backs. Adding fuel to the fire completely ignited the people's anger. Do you still want to live such a miserable life? Think of your brothers and sisters. Think of your parents, wives, and children. Do you still want to see them riding on our heads and showing off their power? A soldier stood on the platform, pointed at the landlord, and brought out the unique appeal of language. Then let's unite, defeat them all, and sweep them into the dustbin of history. You are the true masters of this land. Yes, we must unite, and not let these big shots bully us. The pain in the hearts of countless people seemed to have found an outlet, tears silently streaming down their faces as they shouted. What kind of life we used to live. The land we depended on for our livelihood was taken away by landlords and turned into their wealth. Our lives were exploited by them until we were left with nothing but despair. In the dense crowd, such a sentence pierced the darkness of the night sky, each word like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of countless people. Look, the dawn of a new era has arrived, like lightning, shattering this evil order. The voice grew louder and more impassioned. Everyone looked furious, and the surrounding crowd began to erupt in anger. Each of these words struck the landlord's heart like a heavy hammer blow. Their faces turned from red to white, then from white to green, their eyes filled with shock and anger. The thoughts that tried to explain themselves were instantly drowned out by their angry shouts. You lowly people, you're really biting the hand that feeds you. Don't you know that if it weren't for me, your master, giving you a bite to eat, you wouldn't even have a chance to live? Old Lu tried to struggle, his eyes filled with madness. You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. My family has over 20 members, and you bastard, have ruined everything, leaving only me. A man wailing loudly shouted at the landlord. Then, several more figures quickly approached, surrounded them, and became very agitated. Fellow villagers, what do you think we should do? How can we repay this blood debt? The soldiers said, seizing the opportunity. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Make those bastards pay with their blood. More and more people joined in, pointing and cursing at the landlord in front of him. Take them away. They will be punished for their crimes. Then, the soldiers neatly piled up the usurious loans and land deeds they had looted from the landlord's house in the center of the open space, and set them on fire in front of countless people. The raging flames, leaping high into the sky, illuminated the faces of the people as they watched the contracts turn to ashes in the fire, a strange emotion brewing within them. This was a scene they had never dared to imagine. The boundless shackles they symbolized were actually burned away. You are free. These things used to exploit people will cease to exist from this day forward, a soldier shouted, his voice resounding with power. Dear fellow villagers, now we will read out the new farmer's law here, which will take all the land back, make it collectively owned by the village, and distribute it according to the number of people so that everyone can get the land they need. At this point, the idea of dividing up the land was absolutely the most attractive thing, surpassing everything else. These ordinary people value the land highly. Only with land can there be food, and only then can people survive. Even if we want to implement agricultural mechanization, concentrating hundreds or thousands of acres of land together and planting and harvesting them uniformly by machine, it is still too early at present, and groundwork needs to be laid in all aspects. The soldier continued. From now on, there will be no more landlords here. The land is all yours. You don't need to pay taxes, and no one will dare to rob you. Every inch of land you cultivate and every grain of food you harvest will belong to you. You will no longer need to sign any unequal agreements with landlords. What do farmers value most? It's just a few acres of land and the taxes they pay. But now that both problems have been solved, it is undoubtedly the best way to motivate them. Moreover, Relying on farmers to pay taxes is less profitable than sending a few warships out to engage in naval diplomacy and extortion, so it was simply eliminated. For example, making each European pay 10 taels of silver would be a good method. Dividing land without paying taxes? Many people were still confused, wondering what the logic was. But after the soldiers explained it to them, their expressions changed from confusion to genuine shock. Some people don't believe it. They don't believe that such a great thing as a free lunch could fall from the sky. But what they see and hear today tells them that it is indeed true that land can be distributed without paying taxes. The prestige of the Great Xia Empire reached its zenith in this land for a time. Soon after the soldiers announced their recruitment, countless civilians nearly overwhelmed the staff. Everyone was so happy, humming and chanting that today was a happy day. They even walked with a different demeanor, taking one step as if it were two. This was just one scene unfolding in the rear, while countless other scenes were unfolding in various places, like a snowball rolling down endless villages. Chapter 88: Cavalry versus Armored Vehicles. On the vast plains of northeast China, the convoy of automobiles of the Great Xia Empire sped across the land, heading towards Tian. Qin Tian was currently in one of his personal vehicles, gazing into the distance with great interest. The core vehicle fleet includes more than a dozen modified armored vehicles, as well as multifunctional vehicles such as reconnaissance and logistics command vehicles. The CA-30 military truck is a model that can be modified to suit different missions, and like the Type 59 tank, it could be extended into multiple levels. Whether there are enough letters is another question. Further ahead of the column, squads of scouts have been dispatched, all in armored vehicles, and were distributed across a vast area to closely monitor the surroundings. Even a mosquito flying in had to be registered. As Qin Tian gazed into the distance, the scouts sent out around him had already detected the unusual activity in the distance. On the horizon of another world, the silhouettes of a troop of cavalry could be faintly seen, raising clouds of dust behind them. It was a detachment of Gorky cavalry, more than 200 men from the Imperial Russian Railway Protection Army in Tian. They had also discovered the situation here. When did monsters from the Great Xia people appear on our territory? Hurrah! Despite the distance, the Ga cavalrymen did not wait for orders. They spontaneously formed an attack formation and kept their distance, ready to attack or retreat at any time. At this moment, most of their weapons were old Burden Type 1 rifles, with only a small number of Mosin-Nagant rifles. As for artillery, it was still left in their camp. Soon, intelligence about the discovery of Ga cavalry in the vicinity was reported to Qin Tian. Ga cavalry discovered. This news successfully banished all the boredom from Qin Tian's mind. With just over 200 cavalrymen and no heavy weapons, this is practically a gift from Operation Garden. Destroy them. Have the armored vehicles on both sides flank us, drive the Ga cavalry to our front, and greet our guests with machine guns and steel, Qin Tian said. A few minutes after the order was given, the outermost armored vehicles and nearby scouts circled around the Ga cavalry, like herding ducks, and surrounded them in the middle. By the time the Ga cavalry realized what was happening and tried to retreat, the situation was already dire. A cloud of dust had been kicked up behind them, and they had no choice but to rush back towards the center. The cavalry's advantage of agility was cut off from the start. Faced with technology, nomadic peoples could only sing and dance. They're here. Before long, in Qin Tian's view, the Ga cavalry swept in like a storm, and these notorious bandits stirred up clouds of dust on the ground. Opposite them was another surprise force. Only this one was encased in steel and used sabers to cut through armor. This dramatic scene of the era was about to unfold in the Far East. Qin Tian remained completely unmoved. Go around to both sides and avoid these steel monsters. The Ga cavalry weren't fools. They never fought against the wind. From a distance, they knew these monsters were not to be trifled with. The only reason they're still here is because they can't escape. The Great Xia people are chasing them from behind. Under Qin Tian's watchful eye, the Ga cavalry made a desperate attempt to squeeze through the gaps in the encirclement from both sides. Give them an egg. Before the cavalry had gone very far, they suddenly felt a deadly sense of danger coming from behind, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, a terrifyingly dense burst of machine gun fire erupted, creating a scene resembling hell. Countless bullets struck the Ga cavalrymen, their mounts and bodies scattering in a furious storm. Their bodies tore apart like rotten flesh, becoming pieces of flesh, one for each person. This scene would absolutely make anyone lose their appetite. It's utterly terrifying. Lower your body. An experienced cavalryman quickly lay down on his horse to reduce the area affected by the bullet, but he hadn't gone far before he and his horse fell to the ground. The brave Ga cavalry are fearless. Even if they fall on the way of the charge. Those soldiers who were lucky enough to survive did not choose to retreat, but instead waved their weapons and shouted loudly as they launched a death charge towards the nearest armored vehicle. The rifles in their hands began to return fire, leaving loud clanging sounds on the surface of the armored vehicle, but they could not cause any damage. After suffering heavy casualties, several cavalrymen approached the armored vehicle, drew their sabers, and used their ancestral slashing techniques, which stung their hands but only managed to chip off the surface paint. The sabers he brandished gleamed coldly in the sunlight, each strike sending gusts of wind through the air and sparks flying. "What are these iron things?" a cavalryman asked loudly, his voice trembling. His fingers gripped the knife handle tightly, until his thumb and forefinger were numb. "For the glory of the God cavalry," a cavalryman shouted in astonishment before being shot and killed, his saber falling from the sky. In the command vehicle, Qin Tian skillfully aimed his gun at the next target, pulled the trigger, and fired in one smooth motion. Having been here for so long, Qin Tian has not been without progress. In other words, a commander who has not experienced the flames of war is unqualified. These past few days, he had been practicing his marksmanship, walking past the corpses of enemies, which had cultivated an extraordinary state of mind. "Retreat! Retreat now!" a cavalryman shouted, hacking at the steel with his saber. This was a battle destined to be lost. The machine gun's fierce roar hadn't stopped until it tore all visible enemies to shreds. A series of metal bullets swept across like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping lives. The Doomsday cavalrymen fell one after another, and the battlefield was filled with the sounds of machine guns and wails. The most powerful war machine of the old era was completely annihilated in the face of steel. Chapter 89 Newbie Gift Pack. Bite. At the same time, a notification sound unique to the system popped into Qin Tian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden newbie gift pack. A newbie gift pack? Qin Tian was stunned. That's right. It seems the system never gave him a newbie gift pack. The 8 super dreadnoughts at the start were produced by him using his privileges. So none of this counts. Does the newbie gift pack require Qin Tian to kill a sufficient number of enemies to unlock it? Newbie gift pack reward 1. How can a proper Great Xia citizen not know how to farm? The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining indica hybrid rice. The production conditions are the same as the previous weapon and material supplies, with no restrictions. What? It's actually indica hybrid rice. This sudden surprise made Qin Tian feel weak all over, and a surge of heat coursed through his body. It was such a pleasant surprise that it was almost unbearable. Hybrid rice, what is that? It's hybrid rice. It yields over 1,000 kilograms per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.067 hectares, making it a national treasure. It could feed the entire world's population without any problem, and its practical significance is greater than that of an entire fleet. Host, don't be surprised yet. Save the surprise for later. Ding. Newbie gift pack reward 2. Industrial development speed plus 20%. Industrial output value plus 20%, and crop output value plus 20% within the territory actually under the host jurisdiction. Ding, newbie gift pack reward 3. A powerful empire must possess balanced land, sea, and air strength. Therefore, the army will be equipped with a new type of weapon, the Renault FT-17 tank. A series of system messages exploded in Qin Tian's mind, each one a piece of extremely good news. Everything that came out of this gift package was exactly what Qin Tian needed at the moment. The Great Xia Empire, in terms of its war power, has far surpassed any other country in the world. However, the industrialization level of this vast empire is too low. It can be said to be in its very early stages. 20% is enough to save a lot of time for industrial development. He can bring the Great Xia Empire's industry up to the average level of the world's major powers in a short period of time. The output value of industry and agriculture goes without saying. We'll take as much of this kind of boost as we can get. Next, Qin Tian turned his attention to the last little bean-shaped item to appear. Tanks. The Great Xia finally possessed tanks in the true sense of the word, instead of those armored vehicles that they had previously used to make do with the status quo. The Renault FT-17 tank, a small 7-ton machine gun equipped with a 37mm cannon or an 8mm machine gun, and carrying a bundle of firewood on its back, was something Qin Tian could barely use for assault operations. The bundle of firewood was for crossing trenches. After all, this tank was only the first-generation version. The emergence of this light tank has solved a large part of the problem. It can withstand enemy trenches, cover infantry, and charge forward. It is far superior to the armored vehicles converted from military trucks. Those hastily assembled ones have strict requirements for terrain, and when they encounter trenches, they have to first consider whether the front wheels will get stuck. And now, finally, there is such a tracked little guy that can walk on flat ground. We need to form an armored division. Qin Tian had an idea. This armored division was entirely composed of Renault tanks as its main armored force, used as battering rams to break through the enemy's strong fortifications. After that, the infantry would take over. Chapter 90, The Dilemma of Imperial Russia. Now, he had a fortified city right in front of him, Tian. However, it cannot be considered a fortified city. It would be more accurate to call it an important town, because Tian is inferior to General Mountain in terms of fortifications, defenses, weapons, and troop strength. Looking at the marching reports sent by each division, the northern expedition was progressing more smoothly than expected. The Great Xia army, like a bulldozer, pushed down all the obstacles in its path until it reached the city of Tian. The current Imperial Russian Railway Protection Army in Tian, especially Chief of Staff Kinrapat of the Imperial Russian Far East Corps, is also in a state of utter chaos. With the surrender of the Imperial Russian garrison at General Hill, Imperial Russia was no longer able to launch a large-scale counteroffensive unless reinforcements arrived from the Grand Railway. However, the efficiency of transporting troops by rail far exceeded Kinrapat's expectations, and so far he has only obtained 2,000 troops. Including the Imperial Russian Railway Guards and the Xia dynasty's new army within the city, the total strength would not exceed 25,000. Yes, the Railway Protection Army captured Tian the moment the Russian Empire attacked northeast China, threw the weak-willed Tian general out of the city, and later gained command of the new army from the Xia dynasty. In fact, with such a large force, the Imperial Russian Railway Protection Army in Tian undoubtedly wanted to go south to relieve General Mountain during the siege of General Mountain by the Dachau landing. The Russian emperor and his ministers, far away in the palace, urged Kinrapat to cooperate with the garrison at General Mountain in launching a swift offensive against the Great Xia Empire. However, Jinluopat did not carry out this pointless action because the Great Xia had captured General Mountain too quickly, so quickly that the fighting had stopped before their main force was even entrenched in the city. That Stessel is a stupid bastard, a complete coward. General Hill didn't fire a single shot under his orders and just went to the POW camp. Currently, Kinrapat is still furious in his headquarters. I really want to punch this guy to the ground and then kick him twice more. A fortified stronghold of 20,000 men couldn't even withstand the Great Xia people for half a day in his hands. This was simply a disgrace to a great land empire. Even the emperor, thousands of miles away, sent multiple telegrams condemning him, all of which were filled with insults, including directed at him, the Chief of Staff of the Far East Army Corps. What worries Jinluopat the most is what the Great Xia Empire will do next, and whether the forces he controls can effectively contain their offensive. Right now, the Great Xia Army is stationed outside the city. Their artillery could cover the city at any moment, and their infantry had already pointed their guns at the Imperial soldiers. The first problem that Kinrapat had to consider was morale. As things stand, the fighting spirit of the soldiers in the city is very low, because their opponents had earned a fearsome reputation in previous battles and had used witchcraft to summon unique armored behemoths. This news caused widespread panic, with some even spreading rumors that their enemy was not humans, but a large group of wizards who could use magic to summon strange creatures from another world. However, in order to counter the threat posed by these armored behemoths, Kinrapat built a series of trenches around Tian and deployed corresponding artillery to deal with this threat. All of his artillery forces were concentrated in this area, with a wide range of cannon calibers, 107mm and 76mm field cannons, 107mm and 152mm siege guns, and a very small number of 279mm and 229mm heavy mortars. Large caliber heavy artillery with long range can be used to suppress enemy artillery fire. As for those field guns, just push them into the trenches and let them pull out the enemy's teeth. Kinrapat said that he had hidden all the heavy artillery in order to find the Great Xia's artillery positions and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Moreover, as long as they still possess large caliber heavy artillery like this, the Xia people will not launch a rash attack. Siberian Front, speed up. Use your sharpest blades to cut a gash in the enemy's lifeline. Looking at the map hanging on the wall, Kinrapat was already thinking about when the Siberia Front Army would be able to open up the road to the south and support Tian. On the other side, Qin Tian rushed to produce a large number of Renault tanks, thinking that this new type of weapon would give his enemies a great shock when it appeared on the scene. The artillery outside Tian city chose their positions in areas far from where enemy artillery fire could reach. The Type 59 130mm cannon has a maximum range of 29 kilometers and an effective range of 27 kilometers, making it perfectly suitable for kiting tactics to continuously whittle down the enemy's health. Because Qin Tian had already learned from intelligence reports that the Russian Empire was equipped with large-caliber heavy artillery. Adhering to the doctrine of heavy artillery, they actually wanted to compete with the Great Xia, which suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower and were not afraid of being blown to bits in a bombing. Chapter 91 Tank Group. Time passed by bit. Outside Fengtian City, on the vast, boundless land, a steel torrent composed of countless Renault tanks was advancing mightily. Charge forward, crushing the enemy's flesh and blood beneath the steel tracks. The clash of steel must be the romance on land. Qin Tian stood at the highest point, watching these most ferocious land behemoths in history step onto the battlefield. These behemoths are like mobile fortresses. Their outer armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, like insurmountable barriers on the earth, causing violent tremors with every meter they advanced. Viewed from above, it resembles an unstoppable torrent of steel spreading across this vast land. To effectively protect the flanks of these tanks, each tank was followed by an infantry squad. Now, the soldiers are all sitting on top of the tanks because they haven't reached the enemy's position yet. They also needed to wait for the artillery in the rear to fire a rapid-fire salvo and blast the enemy positions to smithereens. As the tank formation advanced, the heavy tracks rubbed against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Countless roars converged into a surging sound wave that pierced through the clouds and spread throughout the world. 8 rapid-fire rounds, ready, fire. The artillery group of the Great Xia behind them roared deafeningly, and the entire artillery position was engulfed in dazzling fire and thick smoke. The shells whistled through the sky with a deathly roar, leaving deadly trails as they fell like meteors, gently carrying away a patch of mud before being completely obliterated at the epicenter of the explosion. These high-speed warheads blasted the earth apart, sending mountains and rivers tumbling and mud flying everywhere. The powerful shockwaves and scorching heat waves ravaged the battlefield, turning any Tsarist Russian forces that dared to resist into ashes. This sudden artillery barrage caused a group of Imperial Russian soldiers huddled in the trench's anti-tank bunker to huddle together, praying that they could survive the damned cannon fire. All sorts of debris and dust passed through or fell down on them, and suddenly it felt as if the whole world was shaking like the end of the world. The bombardment from the Great Xia is decreasing. Quickly, get the first squad up. It's a familiar scene again. Deep inside the bunker, the frontline commander suddenly felt the shaking lessen, and the force of the earth shaking, landslide-like events diminished. There were still a few shells whistling in the sky, but the number was far less than before. The enemy's fiercest offensive is about to begin. The first squad on the Russian Imperial defense line, huddled together, traversed the trenches to reach their designated ambush point. However, after arriving at their position and not seeing any trace of the Xia people for some time, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they didn't have to face those demons. Many soldiers put their guns away, leaned against the trenches, and gasped for breath, utterly terrified. But right beneath their feet, ripples began to appear, spreading out in delicate waves. The tremors on the ground became increasingly noticeable, and gradually, a cluster of gigantic shadows began to appear faintly in the thick smoke in the distance. When a large number of Renault tanks broke through the smoke and appeared in the sight of the Imperial Russian soldiers. "This is a monster, isn't it?" Some people exclaimed involuntarily, letting out gasps of amazement. A look of confusion and shock involuntarily appeared on their faces, their eyes filled with a complex mix of bewilderment, fear, and curiosity. Because in their understanding, there has never been such a war machine. In an instant, as the tank formation drew ever closer, their massive size and the strange roar of their engines instilled in every Imperial Russian soldier an unprecedented sense of oppression. Oh no! Some enemy soldiers stopped their weapons and stared in disbelief at the scene. Some even instinctively tried to run away and escape from the enemy's fangs. Bang, bang, bang. Some defiant Russian soldiers picked up their guns and fired a rapid-fire barrage, as if they wanted to unleash all their astonishment on the behemoth opposite them and try to destroy it completely. A hail of bullets rained down on the tank, producing a series of ear-piercing metallic clangs. Yay! We took down that ferocious beast. The next moment, the Renault tanks at the very front of the line came to a stop in place, and to the astonishment of all the Imperial Russian soldiers, their turrets began to slowly rotate. Boom! The tank's 37mm gun barrel gleamed brightly. Countless shells rained down on the soldiers in the trenches, completely covering them. Artillery fire and machine gun barrage intertwined to form deadly nets of bullets, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Enemies fell like wheat. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It couldn't be more gruesome. They successfully boarded the makeshift plane. These are monsters sent by the Lord. A soldier stared intently at the steel giants that were growing larger and larger. The next second, he was so frightened that he scrambled into the trench. This running was like a herd mentality, and all the nearby Imperial Russian soldiers followed suit. These are steel monsters that spew lightning from their mouths, bringing the Lord's punishment to those who are not devout believers. At this time, the Imperial Russian army was not yet equipped with standard hand grenades in large quantities, and relying solely on the firepower of their rifles and machine guns, they simply could not penetrate the armor of the Renault tank from the front. The only thing capable of destroying Renault head-on is the field artillery deployed here. However, there were too many Renault tanks, and they were also accompanied by infantry cover, making it difficult for field artillery to achieve results when firing hastily at close range. In the distance, the shells seemed to land rather inaccurately. I've never seen anything like this before. They seem impenetrable. What the hell is this? Look, my soldiers are fleeing in panic. This is witchcraft, isn't it? The Great Xia people have used witchcraft again. The remaining resistance of Imperial Russia was no longer a threat. Renault tanks crushed the enemy's fortifications with astonishing force, and the defenses made up of barbed wire and obstacles appeared weak and powerless in their presence. The massive tracks rolled over the barbed wire without mercy, just as a road roller easily flattened small branches, tearing them apart and twisting them into shapes. All obstacles along the way collapsed under the tank's advance, ruthlessly leveled, and could not pose any real obstacle to the tank's progress. Seeing the tanks so close at hand, the unsophisticated Tsarist Russians shrank into the trenches, watching the steel track straddle over their heads. The shock was so intense that it was terrifying, leaving behind a lifelong fear. Sure enough, it was effortless to put the tanks on the field. Looking at the smoke-filled city of Qin Tian, Qin Tian was very satisfied with the combat effectiveness brought by the Renault tanks. They filled in the troublesome barbed wire and trenches like mud, and in just one day, the main force of the Great Xia army entered the city and is now engaged in street fighting with the enemy. Urban warfare is the ultimate test of combat will and experience, and the Imperial Russian soldiers and the new army under Kinrapat were undoubtedly unable to maintain their advantage in this aspect, suffering repeated defeats. Most of the enemies simply threw down their weapons and raised their hands. Their so-called courage had been shattered by fear. In the urban street fighting, a group of infantrymen, under the firepower of Renault tanks, seized major streets and high points, and then the Russian Empire's power in Mukden collapsed. Chapter 92, The Royal Navy's Dreadnoughts. Once Qin Tian is captured, it means that the surrounding important towns and major nodes along the northward link of the railway will all fall into Qin Tian's hands. The railway lines that Imperial Russia had painstakingly built up can now be declared obsolete. As for the so-called far east of Imperial Russia, let's sweep them aside and throw them into the trash, along with the likes of the Great Russians. Starting from Qin Tian, the 130,000 people of the Great Xia Empire could embark on the railway at any time, conquering 4 routes and demonstrating national power. Imperial Russia's Waterloo in the Far East. For the first time, the Great Xia army defeated the Europeans on the main battlefield. This jaw-dropping news sent the world into a state of great panic. This is different from the Great Xia Empire defeating those dwarfs. Imperial Russia was a recognized world power, and also a so-called noble hundred. An empire of Far Easterners, single-handedly, was able to defeat the European steamrollers on the battlefield, a slap in the face to the nobles who had touted the invincibility of Europe. The external threat from the Far East outweighs the internal contradictions of Europe. To ensure our position, we must unite all nations and launch a new eastward expedition. At the same time, some are worried that Europe's undefeated myth and world-leading status may return to the pre-age of exploration era under the challenge of the newly emerging Far Eastern empires. The world's center is in the east, while Europe has reverted to its original barbaric state. How could these self-proclaimed noble gentlemen tolerate this? But clearly, this realization has not been successfully grasped by many people. And even if they have, no one wants to unite. Because quite a few guys who want to take advantage of the chaos and seek personal gain are already getting restless. At the same time, a naval competition among nations also began, with the Royal Navy demonstrating its strength as a long-established maritime power. Naval engineers have conducted a detailed and meticulous analysis of the Great Xia's main warships. Although our new warships lack sufficient size, it is foreseeable that this will be the arrival of a great era. I swear on the honor of the Empress that this is absolutely a huge change in the history of the Great Qing Navy. A preliminary design of the new warship was handed to First Lord of the Navy Fisher. 16-inch naval gun, 406 millimeters, 15-inch naval gun, 380 millimeters, 381 millimeters, 13.5-inch naval gun, 343 millimeters, 12-inch naval gun, 305 millimeters. Heaven knows how terrified the Royal Navy was after witnessing the 16-inch naval guns equipped by the Great Xia Empire's fleet. After obtaining their specific data in the Far East, the Royal Navy engineers worked day and night to come up with this solution. A giant ship equipped with 10 13.5-inch naval guns and with a maximum speed of 20 knots. This is the latest capital ship of Great Britain, HMS Dreadnought. Under the threat of the leading naval power, the Great Xia Empire, the Naval Commission, led by Fisher, hastily launched a new warship project within a month, which also led to the design of the Dreadnought being brought to the historical stage 4 years ahead of schedule. Despite the haste in this design, with Britain incorporating many untested new technologies, she remains the undisputed most powerful warship in the Royal Navy at present. Compared to the original process, or rather, stimulated by the Great Xia, the cautious British actually abandoned the fully mature 12-inch gun and switched to using 13.5-inch naval guns. In addition, the armor was also greatly improved. In fact, the Navy Department preferred to equip the ship with 15-inch guns to increase the caliber to match the 16-inch guns of the Yokosuka. But the development of larger caliber guns was still underway, and even if the development cycle was significantly shortened, it would still take several years. Moreover, this is simply too crazy. The Royal Navy's accumulated naval gun technology is not yet capable of completing this transformation in a short period of time. However, despite these conservative guys' claims, they ultimately left some tonnage in the design of the Dauntless to accommodate the subsequent 15-inch missiles. The dramatic increase in gun caliber and armor thickness resulted in a significant increase in the Dreadnought's tonnage, with its normal displacement soaring from 18,410 tons to 24,000 tons. In order to build this new type of warship as soon as possible, major shipyards in Great Britain are now working hard to improve their dry docks. Shipyards are extremely important for a maritime power. If we want to measure the strength of a country's maritime power, the fleet is one aspect, and the shipyards for repairing and building warships are another. The initial design was 13.5 inches. In order to deal with the threat of the elite warships of the Great Xia Empire, the naval engineers abandoned the mature 12-inch design and switched to 13.5 inches. A plan to convert it into a 15-inch naval gun was also reserved for later. Our initial plan is to build 3 such warships next year to replace the outdated Royal Navy warships, while also equipping the Duncan and Fog City, which are under construction, with naval guns of the same caliber. Fisher initially said this when speaking with senior naval officers. The effects of this arms race were obvious, ushering in the era of dreadnoughts for Great Britain. Well, the world news about those immature teenagers tricking others into giving them dreadnoughts would follow. However, even if the Dauntless was actually built, it would only be labeled as a knockoff by the world. Because the naming of the dreadnought race